As evening fell over the city and its inhabitants dispersed to their homes, a loud male cry for help was heard near the tavern. The girl recognized her husband's voice, and approaching the house, ran towards his call, which became louder with each passing second. She opened the door sharply and realized that she was not mistaken, because her husband was indeed groaning in pain and muttering something unintelligible, as if he was in a fever. His whole face was covered in sweat, and he already realized that he had been wrong to refuse the help of the healer, who had agreed to help for a modest fee. But now it was too late, because his leg was almost completely infected with a terrible virus after an encounter in the forest that he would never forget. Rudolph could not hold back his tears, and begged Julia with all his might to find the young healer who was staying in the same tavern. Just a few hours ago, the day had started off so well that nothing foreshadowed trouble, and everything could have turned out differently if not for that terrible encounter in the forest. Now Rudolph, leaving behind traces of blood, slowly walked toward the place where he was accepted as one of their own and could at least be helped in some way. Once in the village, he realized that his life was no longer in danger, although the deep wounds on his body indicated otherwise. Rudolph was happy that he had at least managed to save his life, and now all he had to do was find one of those healers who had already helped many people in this settlement. Black-skinned wolves always traveled in packs, and Rudolph knew this, but he still went into the forest alone. He didn't expect that there would be so many of them, and that he would have to face a whole pack of angry and hungry wolves. The pack numbered at least 30 individuals, and although the guy was strong, it was difficult for him to cope with such an onslaught, because the wolves attacked him all at once. The boy was lucky to miraculously survive, but the wounds from the bites and claws were infected with a virus, and he could only hope that the right healer would be found. First of all, he needed to get well as quickly as possible, because if he left things to chance, he wouldn't be able to live even 2 weeks. To do this, he decided to borrow some money from the Adventurers Association, where he was well known, since he himself had been a member of this organization for many years. Fortunately, the girl agreed to confirm his payment with an official power of attorney. But there was one important condition. The secretary stated that the entire amount that Rudolph borrowed would be deducted from his subsequent reward, and not to forget about the interest that he would also have to pay back. She reminded him that his injuries were very serious, and that Rudolph should find a suitable healer as soon as possible. At this time, a young man was next to him, who listened attentively to Rudolph's story, and realized that this hunter could become an excellent client. Having taken the money, the guy headed for the exit, and was already thinking about how to get to the church without dying, because that was where he hoped to find a suitable healer. But suddenly a male voice called out to him, and it became clear that this stranger had been following him since the moment Rudolph left the Adventurers Association guest room. Turning around, Rudolph saw this man, whom he had noticed from the very beginning, but did not expect that their destinies would become so intertwined. He stated that if Rudolph needed a good healer, then he could consider his search to be over, because he was standing right in front of him. He also promised not to charge too much for his help, because he needed practice first and foremost, and he was ready to heal Rudolph much cheaper than others. He even allowed him to pay the entire amount after the treatment was completed, and this offer was the best he could get. However, such a generous offer immediately seemed suspicious to Rudolph, and he asked to see the doctor's token first. Since all healers charged huge sums of money for their services, this profession became a goldmine for scammers who deceived their patients. To combat such fraudsters, an organization was created that issued healers' tokens to those who had the right to practice medicine. But Rudolph never received an answer to his question, because the stranger continued to simply look at him silently with a slight smile. The boy admitted that he was unable to receive the healer's token, because he honestly told the committee that he does not use magic for healing, but uses other methods. Hearing this, Rudolph turned around abruptly, realizing that this man wanted to be called a healer, but in fact did not know how to heal with magic. But as soon as Rudolph moved a little to the side, Aiden noticed wounds on his body from sharp claws and realized what he had to face a few hours ago. Stepping forward, he again assured the boy that he knew a way to cure him and advised him to listen to him before it was too late. He realized that this beast was very strong, and it was scary to even imagine what Rudolph had gone through in a fight with wild predators. It seemed that Aiden was ready to go all the way, and, knowing what torment Rudolph would have to endure, he decided to convince him to trust his abilities. Suddenly he declared that such wounds on Rudolph's hand could only come from a black-skinned wolf, and this seemed strange. How did he know this? He also knew that the boy had injured his ankle on a branch, which is why he was unable to escape from the pack of wolves. Hearing these words, Rudolph turned around abruptly, because just now he considered Aiden an ordinary charlatan, but then he would not have been able to find out such accurate information. With a smile on his face, Aiden admitted that he had been making a living healing people for a long time, and that he did so against the rules because the association did not believe in his abilities. However, if Rudolph decides to go to the priest at the church, he will take no less than 600,000 coins from him, and he will lose much more than he has now borrowed from the Adventurers Association. But Aiden was willing to take only 150,000 from him and guaranteed the result, promising to cure Rudolph in one night. No, such miracles do not happen, and Rudolph once again called him a swindler, who thinks only about his own benefit and does not care about the lives of other people. Finally, Aiden warned that the disease would progress painfully and excruciatingly, advising him to remember his offer when the pain engulfed his entire body. But if the pain starts at night, Rudolph can easily find him in the tavern where he stayed last week. However, these words did not convince Rudolph, who continued to consider the stranger an ordinary rogue from whom he should stay away. Having finished the conversation, Rudolph headed to the church, where he hoped to find a healer with a token who had proven his magical abilities. Directing a stream of energy to the deep wound on Rudolph's arm, the priest cast a spell and the wound began to heal quickly. After a few seconds, the wound from the wolf's sharp claws began to heal, and Rudolph was convinced that he had made the right choice of healer. Thanks to the power of the Holy Spirit, he was completely healed, and the priest only warned that the treatment would cost 620,000 coins. It was clear from the guy's appearance that he was not upset when he heard this amount, because the priest had done his job, so he deserved such a high reward. If he had paid 150,000 to that charlatan, he would not only have been left without money, but would also have found himself in a worse position than before meeting him. He did not feel completely healthy, but he hoped that the pain would soon subside and all traces of that fateful meeting would disappear from his body. However, at night, he was overcome by a wild pain that spread throughout his entire body, and his leg looked so terrible that Rudolph was ready to do anything to end his suffering. It was hard to believe that even a priest couldn't cope with such a dangerous virus, although he charged a huge sum for his magical services. Now he had to cry, because anyone in his place would have been terrified to see his leg, which was no longer curable and was threatened with amputation. Now he deeply regretted that he had not listened to that strange guy who had offered him treatment himself, but whom Rudolph had ridiculed just a few hours ago. But now he had no time to laugh because even the priest couldn't help, which meant he could only hope for a miracle. He remembered Aiden's words that simple magic wouldn't help him, which meant he knew much more about this virus than the priest. The healing magic in the temple only intensified the pain and did not help get rid of the suffering that was rolling in with every second. He remembered that the guy was in the tavern and asked Julia to find him as soon as possible. He regretted not having given his name and was horrified to realize that his wife would not be able to find him among all the tavern's customers. But suddenly, as if waiting for the right moment, the stranger emerged from the shadows, and it became clear that he had been watching the future client's torment for a long time. He reminded her with a smile that he still couldn't use his healing skills, even though no one else could help Aiden. He was glad that Rudolph finally understood that it didn't matter whether a healer had a badge, because the main thing was to help people, not to get official permission. Julia was glad that the young man acted so confidently that he asked her not to worry and to wait outside while he finished work. When the girl left the room, he calmly watched the torment of the client, who seemed to have become accustomed to such scenes, and was not afraid of his dying cries. He understood that the pain in his leg was hellish, because the guy was ready to do anything if Aiden could ease his suffering even a little. Suddenly, the healer announced that his services would now cost 300,000 coins, and the money would have to be paid to him in advance. Of course, the guy could have refused, and hoped that God would save him from this inhuman suffering. But even through the pain, the guy recalled that at the beginning they were talking about 150,000 coins. So where did the other 150,000 come from? He reminded them that their first meeting had been much simpler, meaning his services would cost twice as much as they had initially. He could easily find another healer if he didn't want to pay Aiden. But in this situation, he didn't think about money. He had already given the priest all his money, so he offered his sword, which was his only valuable possession, as payment. Aiden, after carefully examining the sword, realized that it had been handled roughly and would not sell for more than 200,000. But he agreed to take the sword as payment and then sell it to the young hunter. He continued to behave calmly, and Rudolph could not understand whether this young man was really a healer. Aiden didn't waste time on small talk and immediately began treating the client's reddened leg. If the wound was fatal, Aiden would simply heal the boy, but he couldn't guarantee that it would be painless for Rudolph. There are wounds that cannot be healed, and even Aiden's magic would be powerless in such a case. To his horror, the boy suddenly heard that this was exactly his case, because his leg had been struck by a deadly poison. However, Aiden had a drug, which he gave to Rudolph and wanted to explain how to use it for treatment. Black lingonberry can paralyze a person with its leaves if they accidentally cut themselves without noticing the poisonous plant in the forest. This explains why black-skinned wolves live near this plant, as they wait for their prey. This time the victim was this guy, who miraculously escaped and reached the village. Understanding what the healer was getting at, Rudolph shouted loudly that he was ready to do anything to save his leg, and someday walk again like all the other people on Earth. Aiden knew the answer to the guy's question, and that was precisely why he insisted on speedy treatment at their first meeting. He had a way to heal Rudolph without magic and stop the virus in his body. The bottle of liquid looked suspicious, but the guy had no choice and was ready to take the risk to save his life. A sharp knife appeared in Aiden's hands, and it became clear that magic would not be used, and the guy would have to experience something that would later haunt him in his worst nightmares. The antidote for black lingonberry poison had to be applied to the bleeding wound, and this might have required 3 bottles at once. It's strange that the priest didn't notice this, but continued to heal with magic anyway and charged twice as much for his services. The only way to help Rudolph now was to make a new wound and inject the fluid Aiden had stored. As he said at the very beginning, healing magic would not help the guy, just like the magic of the priest in the temple. He said that he would perform the operation without painkillers, and Rudolph would have to be patient. The guy himself was not ready and understood that all his past suffering would seem like nothing compared to this. Even though he said he wasn't ready, Aiden knew time was running out and immediately poured the entire contents of the bottle onto the wound. It was common for healers to use magic, but in some cases a different approach and the intervention of a physician were required. Judging by Aiden's smile, he had no doubt about success and asked the client to wait until everything was over. In fact, Aiden had seen this many times before, because 3 years ago, he found himself in an unfamiliar cave, and that day marked the beginning of his long story. Opening his eyes for the first time in this place, he could not understand how his rapid movement in space had occurred. Instead of his friends' faces, he saw a huge mutant who jumped straight at Aiden, although the boy was not ready for this. Monsters appeared from everywhere, and many people became easy prey for these enraged predators, without even having time to resist. When the fight was not over, the guy saw a blue screen in front of him with a notification that he had been assigned a new class of healer. It was difficult to understand why the system had given him this particular skill, and what his new role was in this world he had found himself in. For a long time, Aiden could not find the answer to his questions, because having ended up in another world, his main task was to find a way to return home. Luckily, he was not the only one who found himself in this place, and many people had families who were worried about them and waiting for their return. It seemed as if all these people had found themselves in a strange novella, and in this world they were offered a quest, the rules of which were constantly changing. To maintain any hope of survival, everyone in the cave had to band together and share the tasks. Although the monsters in this area were terrifying, by working together they were able to overcome them and return home alive. However, it remained unclear how the system distributed skills among group members and what this actually meant. In his skill window, Aiden saw that the system had awarded him the ability of Observing Eye, allowing him to see much more than others. But why wasn't there a single healing skill in his interface if the system made him a healer from the very beginning? A lot of time had passed since then, and now the guy knew the answers to all his questions, which is why he ended up in Rudolph's house so quickly. He finished the operation, and looking closely at the patient, wiped his hands, which were stained with blood. With a smile on his face, he understood that the job had been done perfectly, and the boy would heal quickly, although he still shouldn't get out of bed for a few more days. Rudolph couldn't hold back his tears, realizing that he remained alive only thanks to this strange guy. If it weren't for Aiden's help, Rudolph would have died yesterday, although at their first meeting Aiden warned that he could have dealt with it faster. Now Rudolph looked much better, and even without a healing skill, the guy managed to stitch up a deep wound on his leg. Rudolph felt embarrassed by the rude things he had said to this stranger, even calling him a swindler at the very beginning of the conversation. He replied with a smile that he hears this often, and has long been accustomed to such abuse from patients. Yes, this unknown healer had a heart of gold, and it was strange that Rudolph realized this only after he saved his life. It was nice to see people crawling to his knees and begging him to save their lives, even though, just a few days ago, they might have been saying nasty things to him. Yes, it was a funny remark, and Rudolph realized that when Aiden said this, he was also referring to himself, who had behaved the same way as everyone else yesterday. A short time later, Aiden went to the tavern where his patient's wife worked, and she was already waiting for his arrival. Julia asked him to wait a few minutes and promised to bring him a set meal as a token of gratitude for healing her husband. While the boy was waiting for dinner to be prepared, he decided to make a note in his notebook out of habit. After arriving in this world, he developed a habit of writing down everything he saw during the day, trying to capture even the smallest details. The place he was dragged into was teeming with giant monsters, and the entire environment was as aggressive as possible. It was very difficult for people to survive on this continent, and so many were surprised how the guy managed to treat patients without magical abilities. Without magical skills, it was difficult to cope with the hordes of mutants that surrounded the continent, both in the water and on land. No inhabitant could compare with the giant creatures that could burst out of the ground at any moment and seize the easy prey that all these unfortunate people were. Suddenly, the guy heard Julia's loud scream and turned towards her to see what had happened. It turned out that the girl accidentally cut her finger with a knife because she was in a hurry to prepare food for such a dear guest. Aiden ran up to her and wanted to help, but accidentally frightened the girl with his sudden appearance next to her. He asked her to give him a chance to heal the wound on her hand, but she assured him that there was no need to worry, as it was just a simple scratch. However, using his skill of observing gaze, he immediately realized that he was able to scan the girl's entire body and identify the problem. After examining the wound and the physical condition, he realized that the bleeding from the index finger of his left hand continued after being cut with a knife. It was nothing serious, but with an injured hand she wouldn't be able to cook the promised dinner, so the guy, smiling, asked her to give him her hand anyway. Julia was surprised by such attention because she had never experienced such treatment in her life. By activating his bleeding control skill, he easily healed the wound on the girl's finger, and it became clear that he uses strong magic in his healing practice. Now everything was ready, and we could have lunch in peace, and Julia prepared lunch much faster after her problem was solved. After that, the system awarded him an experience point for a successful treatment, and Aiden could spin the roulette wheel, hoping to gain a new skill. He watched the roulette wheel spin quickly and hoped that this time he would have better luck than the last 2 times. It was a little funny that the system rewarded him with gold every time, although the main thing it could have given was a new skill in addition to the ones he already had. Luckily, he got lucky today, and Aiden received a new skill of converting potions into energy, which he could use in battle against mutants. He held in his hands a bottle of healing potion, which he wanted to try right now. He clenched his fist, and a second later the system notified him that the absorption skill had been activated, and the healing potion had dissolved into his body. The guy felt a new sensation that he had not noticed before, and realized that this skill was very different from all the previous ones. Moreover, it can be used in treating patients, and it is much more convenient than forcing them to drink bitter elixirs. At one point, he was so engrossed in studying his new ability that he didn't notice a guy walking by who had never seen anything like it. He came so close to Aiden that he almost touched him with his hand, and only managed to dodge at the last moment, although he still fell to the ground, and for a few seconds they looked at each other in silence without saying a word. Then the guy suddenly jumped to his feet, declaring that such tricks would not go unpunished for Aiden, and that he had to apologize to him. However, the healer managed to restore the guy's physical condition, so it could be considered that they were even. He noticed that his health bar had been fully restored, meaning that this young man really was who he claimed to be. He immediately changed his opinion of his new acquaintance, and was glad that he had met a real healer, as this was a rarity on their continent. He invited the healer to join their group of adventurers, because with such a member the team would become stronger than all its closest competitors. They were just recruiting healers for their group, and with Aiden there would be 4 of them, which was the ideal number for any group. The guy was interested in this proposal, but he wanted to know what task they had to complete next time. It turned out that they were going to hunt rare monsters, and it would be much safer with a healer. Moreover, immediately after the first task, he promised to pay Aiden more than 1,000,000 gold, which was an excellent start to their cooperation. In their group, Aiden would be the only healer, so he would have no competition, and the job would be easy. At this time, the Adventurers Association was interviewing a young healer who also wanted to join this team. The main guy in their group was just looking straight at him and wanted to see this newbie's healing skills. The healer was ready to demonstrate his abilities without delay to prove that he was worthy of this place. By the time Aiden reached the Adventurers Association building, the decision to accept a new member had already been made. The main guy in the group, named Frederick, looked closely at the man his junior employee had brought in. Nick was surprised that they had found a 4th member for the hunt, because just a couple of hours ago, there were 3 of them, and there was only room for 1 more in the group. Aiden approached Frederick with this question, finding himself in an awkward situation, knowing that in this case he would not have accepted the offer. The guy grabbed his head, realizing that he had forgotten to tell his friend that the last member of the group would soon arrive, and that he should stop searching. The worst part was that the last participant was also a healer, and now they became competitors for the same place. If they had agreed to split the fee, both healers could have been taken, and the hunt would have been safer. Both agreed to this proposal, and it became clear that Kyle as the second healer was called, also needed money. Apparently, he had no intention of retreating, otherwise he would not have competed with Aiden and would have given up his place in the group. However, there was nowhere to go, and after shaking hands, they decided that this time 5 hunters would go after the monsters at once. It was clear from the look of this guy that he was not thrilled with the competitors on their team and was going to prove that only he deserved to be the best. After a short time, they were walking along a path in the forest and were supposed to meet those monsters that they had hunted many times in these places. Percy was glad that they now had 2 healers on their team, because their lives were now safe with 2 mages supporting them. The 2 didn't even exchange a word, and it became clear that the relationship between them didn't work out from the very beginning. Kyle didn't miss the opportunity to brag, revealing that he uses a light magic arrow and a couple of other divine skills. Everyone knew that these were rare abilities, and could not believe their luck in meeting such a powerful healer as Kyle. Aiden also had a lot of interesting tricks, and he demonstrated one of them to everyone with a smile. Kyle realized that he had never had such skills, and Aiden was emitting such powerful mana that he had never encountered. It remained unclear what kind of monster Frederick was planning to hunt today, and whether special abilities would be needed to defeat it. It turned out that the main target was the sewer rat, as this monster is widespread and poses a danger to the inhabitants of the continent. It was a simple task, and he hoped to meet this monster as soon as possible and collect his fee. But Aiden was surprised that these hunters never went on a raid against rare monsters and acted as if it was an ordinary walk. They had no idea what kind of danger they might encounter in the forest, something Aiden knew all too well. He reminded them that fighting such mutants would require a lot of potions and rare plants, so he suggested returning to the village and preparing better. But there was no point in returning, because they would have to prepare ammunition again and postpone the expedition. Kyle noticed that one of Aiden's duties was to carry various potions, and was surprised that he did not bring a rare potion with him. The guy understood that now this upstart would look for reasons to joke, to hurt him and accuse him of magic. But his efforts were in vain, because Aiden himself said that he did not intend to continue the mission, and wished him a successful hunt. Only Kyle was happy, because now he had no competitor left, and he would take the entire fee that was due to the group's healer. Each participant will now receive 300,000 gold, and Aiden asked them to be careful in order to survive until the moment of receiving the fee. He understood that this group was too inexperienced. Otherwise, they would not have gone with such a weak healer. Kyle continued to wave his hand at his former competitor, believing that he had been scared of the sewer rat and had abandoned the mission. He intended to take all the items that would drop after killing the monster, and one of the rarest artifacts would go only to him. After almost an hour of being in ambush, Frederick ordered everyone to get ready, as he had found the mutant that this sortie was aimed at. Right in front of them appeared that sewer rat for whom they had paid no less than 1,000,000 gold coins, and this was a good bonus to the fee they already had. Finally, Kyle assured that the hunters could fully rely on him and use all the abilities they had used in the fight against the monsters. Without wasting any time, Frederick was the first to attack the mutant, as he was the most experienced among the team members and decided to act first. Only now did the monster notice the figure that was rapidly approaching him, and it became clear that the hunt for the rat had begun. Within a second, the boy found himself directly above his target, high in the air, ready to decide the outcome of the hunt with one blow. He then rushed down and punched the place where the sewer rat should have been with all his might. Imagine his surprise when, instead of a mutant, he saw the broken ground after the blow. But the monster was not there. Where did it go? Realizing it was his turn, Percy wanted to activate his destruction magic, but at that moment, the same monster appeared behind him. The rat was so gigantic in size that every hunter knew they should have listened to Aiden and not gone hunting without preparation. The mutant was emitting such powerful mana that Percy's energy was draining too quickly, and the boy was at risk of being left without his magical power. This battle promised to be the most difficult in all their time working together, and at the end, Nick asked if everything would be okay, and if Kyle was ready to enter the duel. The young healer assured them that they had nothing to worry about, and that he was ready to apply a boost so that each blow would be 10 times stronger. But when he saw what they had to face, he realized that none of his abilities could cope with these monsters. The chief hunter also noticed the danger and, as it happens, believed Aiden's words too late. A giant pack of sewer rats, led by a huge leader, was rushing straight towards them. A moment later, all these monsters attacked the hunters, and Nick watched as his older friend did not have time to use protective magic. They were losing the fight from the very first seconds, and with the magic potion in his hands, Kyle realized that his reserves were not enough to bring the fight to the end. Nick was one of the first to decide to escape from this place and headed towards the interdimensional gate. But at that moment, Kyle was running out of mana, and the help of any group member was worth its weight in gold, and there was no time to run away. But it was impossible to explain this to the young man who was one step away from salvation, and would not have missed such an opportunity. Finding himself at the interdimensional gate, the boy ran into the magical funnel, confident that next time he would gather up the courage and continue the fight. But it turned out that there might not be a next time, because after passing through the gate, he again found himself in the same place. Nick clearly remembered that he had run in the other direction, and if the gates hadn't provided salvation, it meant they had fallen into a trap set by the monsters. Kyle realized how much he had made a mistake in taking on the role of chief healer, and regretted not giving up the position to a stranger. At that moment, a bright flash flared up next to him, and out of fear he dropped his potion, which broke, although it was already useless. As Aiden expected, these hunters had screwed up, and judging by their cowardly looks, they shouldn't have been doing this kind of work. It was hard to believe that Aiden was the only one who dared to engage in combat with the mutants when the entire group fled in panic. Next time they should have thought before rushing into battle with rare mutants. And they were lucky that they met Aiden, who had experience in such battles. He understood that no one would pay such a sum for one sewer rat, which meant that they had been led into a trap from the very beginning. After everything they had to endure in this forest, the guy would have asked for no less than 500,000 gold pieces per person, since everyone was risking their lives. Aiden was someone who wasn't afraid of such creatures, but on the contrary, was happy to test out his new skills that the system had recently bestowed upon him. It was strange that he dared to come here after the group had so brazenly announced to him about a new member of the expedition, without warning him in advance. Without getting distracted by the details, he activated his mutant repelling ability, and within a second all the rats had scattered. Turning to the healer, Aiden noticed that he was bragging about his divine shield, which for some reason he had not used at the most dangerous moment. Clutching his head, he explained that he had almost no mana left and did not have time to activate the ability. Aiden put his hand forward and declared that he needed strong allies who had enough mana to last until the end of the battle. By directing the energy towards the healer, he quickly replenished all the mana he had spent. Kyle realized that his mana had been restored, and that only the best healer on the continent could have such an ability. He didn't know that such an ability restores another mage's mana, and that only Aiden could do it. He remembered that even as a child his mother had said that only God himself could do this. But instead of a god, there stood before him a young man who continued to use this rare ability and behaved like an ordinary person. Finally, falling to the ground and lowering his head, Kyle wanted to understand who Aiden really was and whether he really was a god in the flesh. And then he shouted that he would never forget this help and asked to forgive him for his unworthy behavior in the first minutes of their acquaintance. He even fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. Looking at Aiden, and the guy felt a little uneasy from this sight. With a smile on his face, Aiden replied that there was no need to humiliate himself in front of him, because the battle with the mutants was not over yet, which meant it was too early to rejoice. He was right, because at the moment when a group of hunters decided to rest, that same pack of mutated rats was sneaking up on them, ready to attack the sleeping people. There were so many rats that none of the ordinary hunters would dare to fight them, and they surrounded the sleeping boys. The rats were upon them from all sides, and jumping to his feet, Kyle found nothing better to do than to kick the creatures away. Realizing that it wouldn't help, he put his hands forward and tried to use his best magical ability. Taking a fireball in his hand, he uttered a spell that the god himself was supposed to hear and send him strength to fight this horror. Then he finally managed to fulfill what he promised, and the guy activated the divine shield, which destroyed dozens of sewer rats. Yes, it seemed that this guy wasn't just talking, but actually knew how to do something interesting, and Aiden took a closer look at the newcomer. After activating the ability, he lost a lot of mana, and without Aiden's help, he would not have been able to resist the mutated creatures. But Aiden had long carried with him a sufficient supply of mana, which would be enough to help his friends and strengthen his magical abilities. By activating one of them, he spread a powerful energy around himself and not a single rat could get close. It was strange why there was such a high reward for this task, because among these rats there was probably the main monster that had to be destroyed first. This monster was the same giant standing opposite, and Aiden activated the ability to control the rest of the rats. If the hunters get scared and try to escape, the main monster will not let them leave, trapping them in the dungeon with a rare skill. That's why Aiden prepared pesticides from his world, and could easily deal with such a monster that only threatened the hunters of this settlement. His main weapon became peppermint concentrate, imbued with magical power that increased it tenfold. This concentrate was lethal even to small animals, although its quantity was not enough to kill hundreds of rats. However, without waiting for the magic to spread, the rat suddenly appeared right at Aiden's feet, because the mutant understood that he would not be able to resist such magic. But the mutant's defense weakened, and, swinging his knife, the guy was ready to destroy him with the first blow. He grabbed the rat tightly by the fur, and was not going to let go until the monster closed its eyes forever. Then he stabbed the rat hard in the head. Blood spurted everywhere, and it no longer had a chance to survive. After this, the mutant stood in place for some time, covered in blood, and it was strange that he was still alive. But Aiden was ready to solve this problem and struck again to finish the fight. But to Aiden's surprise, this rat was not so weak and continued to resist until the very end. She began to dig a hole so quickly that she displayed another rare ability that Aiden had not noticed with his all-seeing gaze. The rat continued to use its dominance ability, which meant that all of its fellow rats who were nearby soon found themselves here. At that moment, the healer tried to activate the Divine Shield ability again, but he remembered that Aiden had asked him to stay away and not interfere. There were so many rats that standing far from this carnage, the guy could not calmly watch. They covered Aiden's entire body, and it was clear that the healer was also injured. At the last moment, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted to Aiden that he was ready to use healing magic. But Aiden again forbade interference in the fight with the monsters, which he had taken on from the very beginning. Luckily, he managed to temporarily solve the problem, and now he had to deal with the main monster before the effect of his potion wore off. It seemed like these rats would never end, because having gotten rid of one pack, he saw new individuals approaching from all sides. The main mutant, realizing that this was the best moment to attack, knocked Aiden down, biting into his leg. Unfortunately, the guy missed him and was seriously wounded, so he could have lost the fight almost at the very beginning. It was good that he still had the knife with him, and he immediately launched a series of blows to weaken the giant at least for a while. It worked, and after retreating 10 meters, the monster left the guy alone, although Aiden's strength was waning. He was bitten so deeply that the bleeding would not stop, and he had to use his regeneration ability to avoid losing consciousness. To give the mutated rat its due, it was as smart as all the rare monsters in this forest. She also had a magical ability and placed a weakening effect on Aiden, increasing the damage he took and weakening his mana. After this, the healer realized that if the fight dragged on for even 10 minutes, he risked not only losing, but also losing his life. If he had reduced the enemy's mana by at least half, the battle would have been easier, but the rat used defensive magic like an experienced mage. A second later, she rushed towards Aiden again, and it became clear that her powers were not diminishing but strengthening. However, this mutant did not take into account one thing, because he was used to fighting hunters using known magic. But Aiden was the kind of man who solved problems without magic, and was as skilled with a knife as any other mage. When the rat approached him, he suddenly plunged the dagger into its throat and ended the duel. Grabbing the monster by the throat, he held it close to him, but everything was ready for the final blow. A second later, he pulled the blade out of the body of the giant who wanted to kill him, but now became the healer's victim. Everyone saw the monster collapse to the ground, and there was no doubt that Aiden had managed to solve this task alone. Luckily, all of his limbs were intact, and the paw that had suffered serious damage was also fine. At one point, it even seemed to him that he would die. But, as always, he found a way to end the fight with victory. For killing a rare monster, the system immediately offered Aiden a new ability, and a notification appeared before his eyes. Aiden realized that his efforts on this task had not been wasted, as it had brought more benefits than all the previous ones. Kyle couldn't calm down, realizing that this was the first time he had seen a great magician who seemed like a simple guy on the outside, but was in fact the strongest warrior on the continent. Luckily, the young healer didn't have time to use healing magic and ruin Aiden's work when the rat was already close. It turned out that instead of a reward, the system started the roulette again, and the outcome of the game, as usual, would be random. This time, his new skill was a throw, which increased accuracy and damage after hitting an opponent, and also enhanced other abilities. It was strange to see an attack skill among the new ones, since from the very beginning, Aiden specialized in healing, and not in actual combat. Of course, it was interesting to test this skill, although with each passing day, the guy became more and more convinced that the system plays by rules that it itself changes. At that moment, Kyle ran out of the ambush, who also proved himself in battle and showed all his best qualities. However, the young man knew that they survived only thanks to Aiden and promised to take his secret, which now only they knew, to the grave. But it turned out that he didn't know everything, because in addition to the ability to heal, Aiden could even resurrect the dead. And indeed, having activated their ability, those who had already been killed in this battle suddenly began to show signs of life. Frederick grabbed his head, not understanding what had happened, and it seemed to him that he was simply going through a nightmare. In that nightmare, he still remembered the huge head of the monster that had almost reached him and seemed about to deliver the finishing blow. It was at that moment that the healer they had taken on the expedition, but who had later left them and refused the reward, appeared before his eyes. It was hard to believe that this guy had taken on such a rare monster all by himself and was smiling as if it was just a game. But don't forget that saving a life is an expensive pleasure, and now each of the hunters owed Aiden 300,000 gold. And most importantly, we must not forget about the rare artifact that Aiden could receive after killing the monster, and he decided to do this right now. All the hunters silently watched the behavior of this strange stranger, who no longer seemed to them a simple eccentric. In fact, from the very beginning he had one goal in mind, and that goal was right under his feet. Yes, now he got not only a rare artifact, but also a whole bag of gold coins that grateful hunters collected for him. After all, he saved the life of each of them, and now they owed him not only money, but also their lives. It would have been nice to celebrate this happy day, but Percy warned that they would have to return to the city tomorrow, and this was not a good idea. It turned out that these two hunters came from the same village and began their journey as hunters in childhood, choosing this profession as their main occupation. Only now they almost lost their lives by going into that forest, knowing about the huge sum of money they could get for killing a sewer rat. Listening to this story, Aiden even felt a little sorry for these hunters, because despite the high fees, they risked their lives every time. And those happy faces he saw before him now could disappear in a week if their next mission failed. And then they returned to their home settlement so quickly that Aiden was surprised by the haste with which the group of hunters set off on their journey and simply waved his hand at them. Turning to Kyle, Aiden suggested that they pretend they had never met and keep this secret that now united the two of them. Kyle immediately assured him that he would never reveal the secret that Aiden was keeping and that no one would know about his rare abilities. Now the young man was sure that his abilities were worth nothing, and only after reaching Aiden's level would he be able to be proud of his skills. However, he acted like a crazy person, and Aiden became seriously worried about whether he should show his abilities to this guy. However, it was too late to think now, and the main thing that needed to be taken care of was the sale of the rare artifact. Taking out the item he received after killing the rat, Aiden decided to go to a place where he would definitely be offered a good price for this artifact. The only such place was a pawn shop run by an artifact appraiser who personally received all his clients. He immediately greeted Aiden and informed him that Edward would not be disappointed with the price of rare items in his shop. Items obtained from monsters were usually sealed in a crystal shell, and removing the seal required special skills. Even without examining the object, he immediately felt the aura emanating from the artifact and realized that it was a very rare thing. It was hard to believe that a small magic ball could emit energy comparable to dozens of connected magic items. From his look, Aiden realized that this artifact was even better than he expected, and he was ready to hear a high price for it. Now all that was left was to clarify the details, and the reseller suggested not to delay the deal and to do it right away. Having activated his ability, he began to study the mana of this sacred artifact, and with each passing second, he became convinced that he was truly lucky. Looking closely at the object through a magnifying monocle, he hoped that the young man would agree to the conditions he had already prepared. Following the assessment, the reseller assigned the artifact the highest grade and declared that this Talisman of Little Life is one of the rarest artifacts. Aiden could sell such an artifact for 80,000 gold in any shop, but if he agreed to sell it here, the reseller was ready to pay 120,000. But instead of answering, Aiden grabbed the flask with the famous potion and was ready to change the terms of the deal. He carefully studied the composition of the potion, and it immediately became clear what level of skill this guy had. It was difficult to understand what he was counting on, but next to the rare artifact, he dropped a few drops of the potion to see the chemical reaction. After conducting an experiment, he reported with a smile that this substance, when in contact with blood, begins a violent reaction, known to all northern residents. He then took out the knife with which he had killed the rare monster in the forest, and which should still have traces of blood on it. The knife looked clean, but if you wet it with this potion, drops should appear on it that eluded the human eye. Since the knife had fallen out of the monster's body, the potion should have had a much stronger effect on it. And then, without changing his smile, he was ready to do what the dealer could not even imagine, but which he himself had asked for. The next second, Aiden grabbed him tightly by the hair and no longer seemed as friendly as at the beginning of their conversation. Instead of a friendly conversation, Aiden forcefully slammed the guy's head into the table, shattering his workstation into tiny pieces. All the working tools that had been on the table a second ago flew in all directions, and it was clear that this young owner of the artifact was not joking. A flask containing a rare potion tipped over onto the table, and its contents were irretrievably lost. The shop owner screamed in pain and couldn't hold back his tears, and his monocle was pressed tightly into his eye, leaving a deep wound from which blood flowed. Aiden grabbed him by the hair, looked him in the eyes, and warned him that he was making a big mistake if he tried to fool him. But the guy suddenly announced that they were in the Adventurers Association premises, and Aiden had a brilliant idea. After these words, Aiden threw his head even harder against the dealer's table and thanked him for reminding him of their location. Then Aiden picked him up again, grabbed his head, and hoped that this time the guy would stop threatening to kill him. But instead of continuing what he had started, Aiden activated his regeneration ability and stopped the dealer's bleeding with one movement. He continued to look into her eyes with the same smile, but it was clear that he was not the simpleton the dealer took him for. This was the same healer who, for a long time, could not receive a token from a colleague in the Healers Association, although he was the most talented doctor in the country. By that time, the boy had already realized the danger this deception was threatening him with, and realized what a man who had repeatedly fought the most dangerous monsters was capable of. There were two types of healers who brought rare artifacts to the dealers, either very strong fighters or crazy hunters. Now all the injuries he received just seconds ago were healed so quickly that no other healer could have performed such a trick. It was strange why the dealer didn't feel any divine power emanating from the boy, as if he was using some magic unknown to him. Aiden reminded that the artifact belonged to a higher class, which the dealer had lied about, and was worth much more. The approximate value of this item was 6 million gold, and the measly 120,000 that the reseller offered was laughable. This scoundrel realized that his trick had been seen through and wanted to make a fortune, leaving the owner of the artifact with nothing. The artifact was valuable because its mana was often stored in a ring, giving hunters an advantage when fighting monsters. The reseller suddenly changed his mood and began to praise the artifact, explaining that he had slightly mixed up the price. He admitted that the thing was useful and worth much more than the paltry sum he had tried to buy it for in the shop. As he said goodbye, Aiden asked to pack the talisman so he could take it with him and promised not to touch the dealer again and to leave him alive. After some time, he approached the tavern which he usually visited on his good days. Today was just such a day, but unfortunately all the seats in the tavern were taken, and Aiden could only look sadly into the crowded room. One of the workers ran out to him and immediately apologized that they did not have any free seats for the important guest. She suggested that he sit down at someone's table or go to another tavern where there would be fewer people. That evening, there was one of the guests sitting in the tavern who knew Aiden well. He was the first to notice him at the door and called out his name loudly, waving cheerfully from afar. Turning around, Aiden realized that his problem was solved and he definitely wouldn't have to look for another tavern. The boy was delighted to learn that in front of him was the very healer that had been rumored. Peter, who had already met Aiden, was glad that fate had brought them together again, and they met like in the good old days. Aiden reminded them that their last meeting was only a couple of months ago, and it shouldn't feel like a lifetime had passed. Peter said that he had earned a tidy sum by completing the last task, and asked how much Aiden had earned. Peter said that he had received 2 million gold and now he could afford to spend time in this tavern, spending money. He happily invited Aiden to order whatever he wanted, and promised to pay for all the drinks himself. Aiden took the menu and said he would like to order a drink that cost almost 2 million, as it was the best drink in the city. Of course, it was too expensive for someone whose total fee was exactly that amount, half of which he had already spent. Aiden asked Peter to calm down, and promised to buy him a good drink this time. He realized that the paltry amount of money he was paid for the task could not compare to the fee he received. While pouring himself an expensive drink, Aiden asked what interesting things Peter had seen in the city lately. But Peter interrupted him, asking if he still needed to take stamina potions to be as strong as Aiden. It turned out that Peter had been mixing stamina potion into his drink to maintain his physical stamina. Endurance was considered a stat slightly different from strength, giving hunters an advantage when combat dragged on. Without the proper level of stamina, Peter would not be able to use all of his skills, as some of them required a lot of energy. When Aiden came to this world, he had less mana than other mages, and the reason for this was his origin from another world. All the other people who came here had normal mana levels, and Peter was the first person Aiden met after he woke up in this dimension. The mana potion was much more expensive than the stamina potion they were currently drinking, but the effect was similar when consumed regularly. Peter suggested that they drink the glasses to the bottom and meet more often in this tavern. The young people raised their glasses and wished that the evening would last a little longer. After Peter tried the drink, he realized that his condition had improved significantly, and his fatigue had disappeared as if by magic. However, Aiden wanted to ask Peter about something important that had been bothering him for a long time. All these people who were making noise around did not give the guys a chance to talk properly, constantly distracting them with loud shouts. Now their main topic of discussion was a way to return to the familiar world, and Aiden wanted to ask his friend about this. Realizing that Peter had no idea about it, Aiden revealed that he had recently acquired a new skill that was causing some strange behavior. This throwing skill he received after killing the mutant had a black star mark on it, and it was clearly different from the skills the system usually gave. This was the first time he encountered a skill that had a black star in its description, and he couldn't figure out how this ability was different from the others. This skill was much more effective than all the others, and therefore the system changed its rules of the game in relation to Aiden. Suddenly, Peter remembered someone who had spoken about the black star when they woke up in this new space. True, Peter could not remember the name of that man, and scratched the back of his head for a long time, still not remembering what his name was. In any case, that guy was quite strong, like the guys, and was also from another world. But he was immediately able to demonstrate his abilities in the new space. He killed all the monsters single-handedly, and Peter couldn't help but ask how he managed to become so strong. In response, he said that this was possible thanks to the Black Star skill that Aiden talked about a minute ago. On the last day of the hunt, when Peter was with a stranger, the boy suddenly shouted something unintelligible that was difficult to understand. Then, looking at his hands, he said that what he had been striving for a long time had finally come true. It was hard to tell what he meant, but Peter knew for sure that his words contained something about a fourth skill that could bring him home. Aiden gradually recalled the events of the past days and began to find subtle connections in them. A couple of hours later, the young people stood in front of the tavern and were glad that for the first time in a long time they could simply relax and drink beer. Peter promised himself that one day he would earn 4 million and buy a couple of the elixirs that Aiden had been treating him to all evening. Aiden replied that his friend would be fine, but now he needed to return to the hotel and take care of business. Peter waved goodbye, hoping they would meet again soon, and was glad that Aiden had allowed him to take 1 decanter of the potion with him. If everything this guy said was true, then getting 4 Black Star skills at once could change everything and bring Aiden home. He decided to try to collect all 4 of these skills and achieve the same success as that strange stranger. The guy Peter was talking about was just as strong as Aiden, although he activated all of his abilities at once, unlike the rest of the group. It was a shame Peter couldn't remember that guy's name, because if he had met him, Aiden could have gotten all the information he needed more easily. But there was no need to be upset, because by collecting the required number of points, he would be able to get closer to success and try to collect all 4 rare skills. The next day, he decided to organize a day of good deeds and start healing people from rare diseases right in the village market square. All the villagers were surprised by the behavior of the healer, who suddenly decided to reduce the price of his services to a minimum. On the sign, the guy indicated that the price of his treatment was the lowest in the settlement, and he was ready to work even on a barter basis. With a smile on his face, greeting passers-by, Aiden loudly called everyone to his hospital, promising a quick healing in a few seconds. Of course, many had doubts and did not believe that their illness could be cured for such a price. However, many immediately recognized the face of Aiden, who had a bad reputation among the members of the Healers Association. As she passed by, one girl called him an eccentric who didn't know how to use his abilities and deceived gullible people. Looking at him, she perceived him as a simple swindler. Although Aiden had already proven his abilities more than once, this was quite expected, because people do not believe in the power of his healing until there is no mage left besides Aiden who can help. As he was about to remove the sign, a woman approached him, quietly greeted him, and wanted to ask him something. Aiden was glad that at least one person trusted him, and it seemed that this woman was ready to use his services, since she did not have the money for help from famous specialists. She wanted to clarify whether he was really willing to work with her on a barter basis and could cure her without payment. Instead of money, she only had a basket of potatoes, and that was all she could pay the healer with for his services. Aiden's smile showed that this was enough, and he asked what was bothering her. Untying her bandaged hand, the woman said that she had injured herself in the field, and now the wound was getting worse every day, and she could hardly feel her hand. She had already heard that even a simple injury from a hoe in the field could lead to serious illnesses, and ultimately, a person could die. Before she could finish, Aiden immediately realized that she was talking about tetanus, a serious disease among the locals for which no cure had yet been found. Without wasting any time, he asked the woman to stretch out her hand so he could carefully examine the festering wound. Using his all-seeing gaze, he immediately realized that 2 days had passed since the injury, and the risk of infection due to the old bandages was too high. However, fortunately, he was wrong, because it was not tetanus, but another disease that could be cured with a different remedy. He assured the woman that her case was quite simple and there would be no serious consequences. Fortunately, he had ointments to treat such diseases that could easily cope with the problem. He handed over one of the jars and promised that this remedy would definitely help and she need not worry about the result. Inside the box was a unique semi-solid potion that the woman was to apply to the wound before bed. He reminded her to remember to apply clean bandages to the wound to prevent the rot from spreading throughout her arm. Aiden was surprised that the woman did not have any clean bandages at home and used her husband's old bandages that he had worn many years ago. Hearing these terrible words, he turned around abruptly and went to the other side of the tent to solve this problem. To do this, he needed 10 skeins of hay weighing 50 grams each, with which he was going to make bandages for this poor woman. Using his new skill in fabric creation, he quickly transformed the raw material into a bandage and confirmed his right to be called the best healer in the country. It was difficult for ordinary people to obtain such fabric, since they could give everything they earned in a month for one piece of bandage. The woman was happy because no one had ever shown her such care, and she realized that she had met a person like Aiden. Aiden simply waved goodbye and asked her to take care of herself by always using new bandages. Looking at the system screen, he realized that for this act the system had awarded him a decent amount of points, which was his goal for today. Those residents who observed the scene immediately realized that they had doubted this guy in vain and were now ready to become his clients. One of the men and his family was the first to take the risk and ask a stranger to examine his wound and treat it. All these people needed was an example to convince them of Aiden's abilities and to trust him with their treatment. That day, Aiden healed so many people that the system generously rewarded him not only with experience points, but also with valuable items. Yes, he had done a good job today, and although he was already sweating profusely by the end of the day, Aiden was happy that the goal had been achieved. He enjoyed earning points for hunting monsters too. But there was nothing better than peacefully healing people who repay you with gratitude. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud sound from the entrance to the tent, and someone kicked the equipment standing there. Aiden looked around, but didn't immediately understand who had allowed themselves to behave like this in his modest establishment. It was a young man who was unhappy with the dirt in the tent that he came across when entering. This guy came with a bodyguard and said that he could buy some potions if Aiden offered something interesting. You should have calmly entered the tent first, instead of throwing things all over the treatment center. Aiden had encountered such upstarts many times, but he kept a smile on his face and asked what potions he was interested in. Having sat down comfortably, the guy declared that he could buy any of the most expensive potions from this shop. It was clear from his appearance that he was from a wealthy, noble family. But what was he doing in Aiden's shop? It was hard to understand what he wanted, but Aiden was ready to surprise him and reached for the jar of magic cream. He sold only this product and offered to buy a couple of jars of magic cream. Now the young man realized that in front of him was not an ordinary charlatan, but the very same manufacturer of a rare potion. This guy named Robert immediately introduced himself politely and apologized for his behavior at the beginning of the meeting. Hearing his name, Aiden realized that he was from an influential family and was famous in these parts. Suddenly, the knight who accompanied Robert said that the head of his family wanted to meet with Aiden personally. It turned out that the Lord wanted to look into the eyes of the famous healer, whom everyone had already heard of. It was strange that the Lord wanted to hire Aiden into his service, and strange that he needed the help of a simple healer. Robert did not like his knight interfering in the conversation and asked him to remain silent until asked to do so. Without waiting for an answer, Robert threw the bag into Aiden's hands, but there was no money inside, as one might expect. Holding the bag in his hands, Aiden asked what was in it and why Robert hadn't waited for his answer. The knight intervened again, saying that the bag contained an ingredient that Aiden would need to create a new cure. These were branches from a tree, which, according to the knight, possessed strong energy. The place where this plant came from was polluted, although it used to be a beautiful place where noble families would relax. Now the lands are rotting and emitting poison, and the Lord and his soldiers are killing monsters to cleanse the territory. Aiden immediately realized that the Lord had contracted a known disease, which he had already treated with his potion. It was strange that the young man so quickly guessed the reason for their visit, and the knight had never met such an experienced, yet still young doctor. Now they were looking for a cure for the poison, but there were some problems with supplies. Therefore, the Lord's son came personally to Aiden, although he usually did not bother himself with worries and led an idle lifestyle. For this disease, semi-solid potions were better than liquid ones, and Aiden was the only one who could create them. It turns out that they wanted to entrust him with the creation of an antidote, but it was difficult to understand why they would behave so brazenly. If Aiden cures Robert's father, he promises to give him a new building for the store, and then Aiden won't have to trade in a small shop. Aiden just smiled, and Robert continued to insist that many would give everything they had for such an offer. He advised not to delay the matter and immediately start preparing an antidote for his sick father. With a wide smile, Aiden declared that he refused to carry out the order and that he was not interested at all. It was hard to believe, but for the first time in his life, this impudent child of rich parents heard a refusal and did not know what to answer. Realizing that Aiden was indeed going to stay in his small shop, Robert jumped up and was ready to pounce on the healer. It was an offer that no potion maker would dare refuse, for the opportunity offered by the Count was a once-in-a-lifetime one. However, they made a mistake in their choice, because Aiden never changes his plans and never claimed that he is just a potion maker. Of course, he would have made good money doing this task and knew perfectly well how to create such a simple antidote. But after successfully completing the mission, Aiden would have to work for these people until the end, which the healer would not want at all. Looking at this rude guy with rich parents who walked into his shop, Aiden knew he didn't want to do business with him. Right in the middle of their conversation, a loud scream was heard, as if someone was running towards the shop as fast as they could, shouting strange words at the top of their lungs. Then a stranger appeared before them, mumbling something unintelligible, trying to tell them about the illness that had struck his younger brother. It turned out that it was a young guy who was holding a boy with a bandaged arm on his back, and it became clear which of them needed help. That unfortunate man could no longer say a word because he was at a stage when he only occasionally regained consciousness. The wound was so deep that Aiden even used his all-seeing gaze to examine it and realized that the boy's finger had been cut off by a sharp sickle. Yes, the finger was almost completely cut off, and there were no vessels or nerves left connecting it to the rest of the finger. Before starting treatment, it was necessary to clean the wound, since there were likely to be parts of the sickle left in it. But the good news for his brother was that this healer even agreed to help a boy who couldn't pay. Robert found the whole scene funny, because he never felt sorry for poor children who needed help. It seemed to him that the potion maker, whom he still believed to be Aiden, was incapable of curing an illness or poison, much less dealing with such a wound. Then he decided to show off his own magical skills and, activating the healing light ability, charged the ball. He believed that only healers like himself could treat terrible wounds like the one this boy had with his bandaged arm. It was clear that this impudent fellow possessed considerable strength and could heal the boy, although he was in no hurry to begin treatment. Looking at his brother, he realized that he would never be able to earn even a small part of the money required to pay for such expensive services. However, he had an offer, and if Aiden agreed, he could cure the boy for free. But for this, the guy had to ask forgiveness from Robert and agree to create an antidote for the Count. But from experience, Aiden knew that no nobleman in his right mind would treat an ordinary person like this wounded boy. He desperately needed the cure that only this healer could create, and was willing to do anything to get it. It was unlikely that cheap blackmail would be able to sway Aiden to any decision, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Robert watched angrily, hoping that Aiden wouldn't handle the problem, and the boy's severed finger would remain as it was. Aiden was famous for his ability to heal not only with magic, but also with simple medical instruments. First, he wanted to clean the wound and stop the bleeding, for which he had clean bandages prepared. It was hard to believe that a man who sells potions is able to treat people using ordinary surgical instruments. Everyone watched with bated breath as the operation unfolded, and it was clear that the doctor was successfully handling its difficult stages. Finally, Robert warned that if the operation ended in failure, his offer would still stand, and he was ready to listen to an apology. Instead, he heard the proposal that Aiden was willing to create an antidote, but in exchange, he wanted to see Robert treat poor people for free and feed them for 3 days. Yes, it was a very insidious move, and even Robert himself became interested in how their meeting would end. In response, Robert stated that if Aiden did not help the boy, he would have to create several tons of medicine for them and never call himself a healer again. No one would take the risk, but Aiden was the healer who knew his job better than anyone. He said he would just sew the finger on, but in practice that would have been too difficult, so he decided to do it differently. Instead of regular threads, he activated the ability to create magical transparent threads, which would greatly simplify and speed up the process. He could perform an operation almost perfectly, and even if there were small flaws, no one would notice them except the doctor himself. Using his all-seeing gaze, Aiden immediately examined the patient's hand and found the location of the incision. Robert was just waiting for this whole circus to end so he could make the healer regret the words he had spoken today. Judging by the reactions of all three, Robert realized that he would not receive an apology and that he would have to fulfill the terms of the deal proposed by Aiden. Gradually, with each passing second, the hole between the boy's hand and finger began to close, and it became clear that Aiden really was the healer everyone was talking about. He realized that he shouldn't expect the best ability from the system, and that he should use all the skills he has now. The finger phalanx replantation was a complex operation, but if he did everything correctly, he would be able to cope with the task. Connecting the boy's damaged nerves required concentration, and the ring on Aiden's finger could help him with that. Everyone watched the operation with bated breath, and with each passing minute it became clear that the doctor was successfully coping with its difficult stages. Before the operation was completed, Aiden realized with horror that he had forgotten to take into account an important parameter, and the system reported that he had not taken into account the endurance scale. Aiden's stamina was almost at 0, and such operations required a full stamina bar and a reserve of strength. There was just one more step left to complete the operation, and Aiden hoped that his strength would be enough to complete the operation successfully. Holding the last thread of the suture, he announced with a smile that the operation had been completed successfully and that we could relax. The finger was sewn on, and only a seam from the magic thread used to perform the operation remained on the boy's palm. It was hard to believe that without magic, this doctor could perform such a complex operation, but everyone saw it with their own eyes. Everything was very close, and if Aiden had completed the operation a little later, he could have lost consciousness right in the middle of it. Now he could forget about all the bad things, because the boy would live as before and would not experience the torment he experienced without meeting Aiden. Robert was very angry because their agreement was still valid, but he again ended up losing. He stated that it was a cheap trick on the part of a charlatan, and after such a procedure, the boy's finger would not be able to move, meaning that everything was in vain. It was strange that he thought Aiden would take such a step and leave the boy with a finger sewn on and unable to move. If there was any doubt, Aiden held his hand out and activated his life force, ready to prove that he had always been a master of his craft. A few seconds later, the young patient opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was his savior, and the one who, until the very end, did not believe in the success of the operation. He dimly saw their faces before him, and heard their voices as if they were coming from somewhere far away. When asked if he could move his finger, the boy slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist, signifying the success of the operation. Aiden hoped that this evidence would be enough to dispel the doubts of his distrustful opponent. Now it was Robert's turn to fulfill his part of the bet if the Count's son kept his word. The guy understood that he had no choice and threw the magic necklace on the floor in frustration, having lost it in a bet to this doctor. Following his guests, Aiden advised the young gentleman to do everything according to the rules if he was ready to keep his word to the end. He immediately recognized the artifact that, when worn, increased its owner's luck by 30%. Still dazed, the boy turned to the doctor and asked if the Count's son would really keep his word. The healer had no doubt that he would treat the poor people for free for 3 days, because his father would leave him no choice. The boy could tell all his friends that they could get free treatment and food in the town square and advised them not to miss the opportunity and turn to the Count for help. The tavern was already discussing the strange behavior of the young Count, who was considered a stupid upstart. But now he showed generosity. Julia couldn't believe that the rumors were true and that Robert was actually doing for free what cost a lot of money. Aiden pretended not to understand what was going on and did not want to tell Julia about his meeting with Count Robert. He knew that he had opened a free clinic and was distributing food to the poor, since almost all the residents of the settlement had already gathered there. Julia was worried that after the clinic opened, the number of Aiden's patients would decrease, since everyone would probably trust the Count. However, the guy was glad that people would be able to get free help and for once be treated humanely. The young healer's heart warmed at the thought of how furious the Count's son was now, forced to fulfill the terms of the bet. By the way, today he brought potatoes for Miss Julia and would be glad if she cooked something tasty for dinner. She was happy to thank the healer for saving her husband, and is unlikely to ever forget the kindness he showed. True, Aiden won't get any more energy from dinner today, since he recently used his energy restoration ability. When he played roulette again, hoping to get a valuable item after curing the boy, the system failed him again and did not give him a new artifact. It would be strange if he got lucky again, since the system was usually not so generous several times in a row. The life force crystal that was added to Aiden's inventory came in very handy and became a great addition to his arsenal. This crystal would have been an excellent ingredient for a stamina potion, and came in handy when one's strength was almost exhausted. That evening, Peter and his friend met again in the place where they had recently met for the first time after a long separation. He handed his friend a card for a free artifact from the Adventurers Guild, presenting it as a valuable gift. Of course, he wanted to appear magnanimous, although he did indeed have one small debt. Aiden pretended that he had always dreamed of obtaining this artifact, although he could do without it, as he had done all his life. But Peter noticed a ring on his friend's finger, which he carried with him and which was worth a lot of money in any artifact shop. Aiden warned that he did not intend to use the ring permanently and put it on his finger only temporarily, although he planned to do without it soon. Rumors about the ring's value were exaggerated, and even selling it in an artifact shop was not so easy. The main thing that interested the healer was the new weapon that he was going to buy at the nearest store. Upon entering the store, he realized that while it looked modest from the outside, the selection inside was astounding at first glance. The owner was a friendly man who invited Aiden to come over and choose the weapon he liked. But first of all, he wanted to sell a necklace with a magic crystal, which gave the owner a high increase in luck, and which had a crack. After Robert dropped it on the floor, he didn't think that the crystal was fragile and could easily break if dropped from a small height. Seeing a rare crystal, the man offered to buy it from Aiden, even though the ring he was holding in his hand was also highly valued. Of course, he could have bought the ring, but first he needed to check the sales history, and he asked Aiden to wait. Without wasting any time, the guy decided to walk around and take a closer look at the useful items that could help in the fight against monsters. One of these items was a crossbow, which immediately seemed like an excellent weapon and was convenient to take with you. Ranged weapons are always useful, especially when facing fast-moving monsters. Aiden felt an energy that was very different from the energy of other artifacts when he brought his hand to the crossbow. He felt the system telling him that he should buy this weapon, which would save him and other people more than once in the future. Aiden had never seen such a sign before, and the system informed him that he was obliged to pay any price for this crossbow, even if it was worth more than all other items. It was strange that he was so interested in this particular weapon, since there were other long-range weapons that could also be suitable for his mission. Then, turning around, it seemed to him that someone was watching him closely, although there were only he and the salesman in the store. At that moment, a male voice announced that everything was ready, although he immediately noticed the guest's strange behavior. Coming closer, the seller asked what had happened to him, but Aiden assured him that he had just been thinking for a while. He still couldn't take his eyes off the crossbow, which seemed to be calling him. And the crossbow itself looked special and called to its future owner. The seller immediately declared that this was the most valuable weapon in his shop, and said that experienced hunters had recently found it in a dark forest among other relics and sold it to him for a high price. This crossbow came with a magical purse, in which you only need to put one coin, and the purse will turn it into a sharpened arrow. To prove how it works, the seller did just that, and a moment later he had a loaded crossbow in his hands. After releasing the arrow, he hit the target, and it became clear that the speed of the arrow was great enough to destroy any monster. The crossbow could be fired 5 times in a row, and such properties of the artifact seemed like a real miracle to Aiden. Although the price was incredible, because Aiden would have had to pay 15 million gold for the crossbow. However, the seller warned that if Aiden agreed to buy the weapon right now, he would give up 1 million and sell it for 14 million gold. Taking into account the money from selling the ring, Aiden could have gotten around 6.5 million gold, as that's the amount the shop owner would have paid. Even if you add the money from the 2 sold artifacts, Aiden's savings weren't enough to cover the full cost of the crossbow. It was unlikely that the seller would give up several million at once, so Aiden looked away and decided to turn to the system. If the system was still watching the healer, she could give him 4 million and then he would do what she asked. If there is not enough money, the seller promised to keep the crossbow in reserve for some time. Judging by the rare artifacts Aiden had, he would surely quickly obtain the missing amount. Now he understood why this store was recommended to him, and with a smile asked to leave the crossbow in reserve in order to earn the missing amount. He lost track of time while he was in the gun shop, because it had long since gotten dark outside and it was time for him to go home. The next day, the first thing he did was go to the Adventurers Association building to ask for help, although he still had a backup plan. Aiden took with him the Life Force brooch, which increases the wearer's stamina by half of its gauge. However, once inside, he realized that getting through the crowd would be more difficult than borrowing money from this organization. At first, he wanted to ask the head manager for a loan, but then he realized that this method was not suitable. The friend was ready to share the money, but he only had 5,000 gold coins, not 4 million. It was clear from his appearance that he was gradually getting used to his new life, and, even if they had not returned home, he would soon have completely gotten used to it. But it was Aiden who became the first person to whom that inner voice, silenced 3 years ago, spoke. If this is so, then the voice belongs to the one who brought them into this world, and he watches their actions and leads them to their goal. Maybe after he manages to get his hands on the crossbow, Aiden will finally be able to talk to whoever is contacting him. All these people were hunters, among whom were many poor people, risking their lives for a great reward. Aiden found himself holding a sheet of paper with a task for healers, for the completion of which the association promised a good reward. But he was called out by a girl he knew, who had already met this healer without a permission badge more than once. She repeated with annoyance that only licensed healers could take on difficult tasks, even though Aiden had proven his abilities. But there was no need to worry about that, because Aiden was simply looking at the tasks that were already in progress. After carefully studying the list, he found a task that suited him. The advert sought a healer to treat a patient with prolonged bleeding from his leg. This task was paid less than others, and it was strange that such an experienced doctor should perform such simple and cheap tasks. But he had no other choice, and soon found himself in a room with a wounded patient. There was a priest standing nearby, praying to the Lord and asking for healing for the patient. It was strange that an ordinary person would hire a priest to treat him, and it became clear that the patient was not the poor man Aiden usually helped. The patient turned out to be a young girl, next to whom stood her partner, asking the priest to use his most powerful ability. Using his all-seeing gaze, Aiden easily determined the cause of the injury and the extent of the infection in the girl's leg. He noticed the patient's abnormal condition and realized that the bleeding and infection were due to injury from a sharp object. He also noticed small teeth marks that the priest probably didn't know about, as he didn't have the same ability as Aiden. As the priest prepared to act, the stranger's hand reached out to him, trying to stop him. Aiden said that this should not be done and warned the priest about a possible mistake. He apologized for the intrusion and had no intention of interfering with the process, which required a lot of effort. However, the treatment the priest administered was useless for the wound on the girl's leg. It was not a question of the priest's weakness, but his abilities were suitable for other purposes, and in this case it was necessary to turn to another healer. But there was no choice, and the girl's partner asked Aiden not to interfere with the priest because the situation was too difficult. She thought that he had come here only to say these strange nonsense, and it would have been better for him not to interfere by leaving the room. If he insists that the treatment won't help, he'll have to face her, and he's not likely to like it. Without waiting for an answer, the girl pushed him out of the room, realizing that the priest would not be able to use all his power as required by the healing process. Then, loudly slamming the door, she was glad to be rid of this annoying guy. Now all Aiden had to do was wait for them to call him for help, just like all those who initially didn't trust his skills. But then there is no point in complaining that he did not warn them, because after unsuccessful procedures, they usually came on their knees, begging for forgiveness. And again the familiar situation repeated itself, because the priest, despite his abilities, did not see the result of his healing magic. In desperation, he increased the light to its maximum and, directing it at the patient's leg, tried with all his might to heal the wound. But after repeating the procedure several times and looking at his legs, he realized that the method had not yielded results. Charlotte, the girl's friend, couldn't understand what was happening and why the divine light magic didn't heal her partner. The bleeding did not stop, and the girl remained in the same condition as she had been for the last few days, meaning that her life was in real danger. Everything repeated itself just like with the previous healer. But the girl believed until the very end that the priest from the church possessed a great gift. But no matter who she brought into this room, none of the magicians could help, and she was left with only one option. This girl named Ella heard the healer say that the priest's magic would not work, and he knew what method to use. If he was nearby, you had to run after him immediately, because he was the only one who could help. But from the very beginning, the guy seemed suspicious to Charlotte, and she believed that he was no different from charlatans looking for easy money. There was too much at stake now, and if no one could cure her partner, then it was worth breaking her rules at least once. Taking her friend's hand, she felt that her hands were icy, and the girl looked as if she was about to leave this world. Now she had no doubt that she needed to act and promised to bring the young healer as soon as possible. Soon she ran into the guest room where Julia was and asked for information about the healer who had recently left the living room. It turned out that the guy was next to her and knew that she would run out of the room as soon as the priest's magic did not work. Now she admitted that the priest's divine power had not helped and that the attacks on Aiden had been in vain. Then, looking sternly into his eyes, she said that the guy knew the cause of the illness and only he could cure her friend. Now she had to blush with shame because Aiden reminded her of what happened in that room and how she cursed the healer just 10 minutes ago. She believed that the reason for the failure was the lack of experience of other healers, although in fact the reason was different. Then, bowing low in apology, she asked him not to take her words to heart and begged him to save her friend. But this was not necessary because Aiden was already ready to go into that room and, turning to Charlotte, asked her to stop doing stupid things and follow him. Now he needed to examine the patient as quickly as possible, without wasting time on conversations, and return to this topic after the operation. First of all, it was necessary to find out why the girl was injured, and not just activate the first ability that came to hand, as other healers do. Even the priest admitted that he was powerless in this situation, and now he could only rely on God, who could help the girl get back on her feet. With a slight smile on his face, Henry warned that he did not doubt the priest's abilities, but he knew in advance that the cause of the illness was different. However, this man's abilities were not limited to simple healing, and he researched hundreds of types of poison against which he used his magic. But all these words resembled the words of a man who simply wanted to show off his abilities. After listening to the priest, Aiden turned to the patient and carefully examined her condition in order to draw the first conclusions. Looking at her leg, he realized that this injury was received in a fight with mutants, and the girl confirmed that it happened a week ago. On the way to the village, they were attacked by giant moles, although these monsters were not as strong as other mutants from those places. The wound itself was not serious at first, and Ella thought she should just wait a little while until the pain subsided. The strange thing was that Charlotte also received a slight wound in the battle, but she did not require treatment and all traces of the wounds had already healed. After escaping the pursuit of the giant moles, they had to run away from a group of goblins who spotted them in a small group of 2 girls. And after they ran away from the goblins, they began to be pursued by crocodiles in the swamps, and the girls miraculously survived all these trials. It was a little funny to listen to all this talk about the adventures of 2 girls who never learned to find safer escape routes. Looking at Aiden, the girl reminded him that her leg still hurt and the pain was getting worse every day. But if you think about it, it was as if she didn't feel any pain, although the sensation was strange and difficult to describe in words. Perhaps because of her depressed state, Ella could not immediately understand where exactly she was hurting and therefore did not go to the doctor. Only now did the priest realize that the first feeling he had experienced had certainly not failed him. The black magic that emanated from the girl's wound immediately reminded him of the aura he had encountered in the most terrible places of the Empire. It was now obvious that the divine light treatment had failed, because the girl had been cursed with black magic. But with a smile on his face, Aiden declared that the priest was wrong again, and there was no black magic involved. Yes, such comments could infuriate even the Holy Father, and he warned Aiden to choose his words carefully before criticizing his senior colleague. However, the boy already knew the true cause of the injury, which had been obvious to him from the very beginning. He activated his absorption skill and enveloped the girl's body in light energy, which drew the disease out of her leg. The potion in the guy's hands suddenly turned into mist, which seemed strange, as if he was using black magic. The priest then noticed that Ella's bleeding had stopped and realized that the boy was indeed a talented healer. Aiden explained that he used mint concentrate because brewed potions were best for fighting insects, and they were in the girl's leg. Ella heard something about insects, but did not immediately understand what it was about and did not want to believe the worst. But on closer inspection, under the blood, marks from the teeth of a parasite that lived in the swamps were visible. The swamps were the best place for a variety of insects, including many parasites that hid under the skin. The girl remembered seeing insects in the swamp, but she couldn't believe that one of these creatures was inside her body. Charlotte remembered with horror the wounds on her cheeks and palms after the mole attack, and tried to feel a similar insect on her face. Her friend was injured while they were standing in the water, and the parasite probably crept up to Ella from the depths of the pond. The guy confirmed her guess, because only Ella suffered from insects, as she entered the water immediately after she was injured by moles. This means that there was a foreign object in her leg, and that is why the priest's treatment did not work. But it was too early to rejoice, because they found out the reason, and now they needed to get rid of the parasite that was causing so much trouble. Since the wound doesn't hurt, it means the insect had a pain-killing skill, and only high-level mutants have such skills. Aiden took the last tool to solve the problem, and with a sharp swing of the knife, ripped her leg open again, since there was no other choice. Immediately after this, a creature emerged from Ella's leg that had been feeding on her energy all this time. This parasite was very vulnerable, and it would remain in Ella's body until it had exhausted her and taken all her life energy. The girl watched in horror as a creature emerged from her body, something she had only encountered in the wild, but which was now firmly entrenched in her body. It was hard to imagine what was going on in the girl's soul, while Aiden calmly watched the parasite's movements, not allowing it to disappear from sight. The monster immediately rushed to the side, trying to leave this place as quickly as possible, because any delay threatened him with imminent death. Leaping over the priest and his young assistant, he found himself at the other end of the room, and Aiden wasn't about to let him go until he finished what he had started. Taking out the same knife he had just used to make an incision in the patient's leg, Aiden was determined to repeat the action. Everyone watched in horror as the black leech, which was actually a monster that lived in the water areas of the area, was discovered. This mutant seemed to grow larger with each passing second, and could probably change its body size depending on the environment it was in. The next second he quickly headed for the exit, noticing a loophole for his escape at the very end of the room. This creature was going to escape through the sewer hatch, and if it reached it, it would be impossible to catch it in the sewer. If he were to let it escape, it would surely find a new victim, and Aiden would never know whose body this parasite had infested. Without wasting any time, Aiden rushed after him, and having reached the leech, was ready to deliver the decisive blow. Swinging his knife, Aiden was confident that he wouldn't let the parasite dodge the blow. But the duel with him was just beginning. At the very last moment, when the knife blade was about to touch the leech's toothy mouth, she somehow calculated the trajectory of the blow and dodged to the side. Proving to be much more agile than it first appeared, the giant creature dodged without exposing itself to the attack. Aiden realized with annoyance that, despite its size, the monster possessed such agility that it would fight to the last. The mutant seemed to be playing with this healer, and even the well-sharpened blade of the knife did not frighten him. He moved around the room so quickly that it was almost impossible to predict which way he would turn next. As soon as Aiden turned his head to the right, the leech appeared on the other side of the room and seemed to be intent on more than just defense. If there had been fewer people in the room, she might have tried to engage in a fight with one of them. But their numbers were her main disadvantage. A girl with whom he had recently been unable to find a common language, and now fought against the monster on the same team, rushed to Aiden's aid. She too was trained, and with a deft leap, she found herself high in the air to grab the monster before it could move. The mutant was still lying on the floor, and did not have time to crawl to the side when the girl made her precise lunge. Now that she was close to the giant leech, she definitely wouldn't let it get away. Looking at it from the outside, Aiden realized that this was a great chance to catch the parasite, who was frozen in place, looking at the girl. Without wasting any time, Aiden quickly walked up and with a powerful kick sent the monster flying across the room. After the blow, the leech flew back to the wall, and it was clear that it had lost its vigilance for a while. Aiden took advantage of the opportunity, running up to her and swinging his knife. He brought the knife down so quickly that its blade went straight into the leech's toothy mouth, which should have ended its life. But being in this position, Aiden realized that the creature was still showing signs of life and, it seemed, was not going to die from the knife blow. The next moment, the leech deftly jumped to the side, and it was difficult to understand how it managed to withstand the fatal blow. The monster then used its size-changing ability and became much smaller, making Aiden's task more difficult. Having quickly looked around, the parasite noticed another loophole through which he could quickly leave this place. It was a window at a convenient height, and with incredible speed, the monster rushed straight there. Unfortunately, no one managed to react in time, and after a few moments, the leech was outside. Aiden didn't expect this outcome and realized that catching her outside would be much more difficult than indoors. Looking out the window, he only saw the creature crawling further and further away from them, intending to hide in the city's sewer canal. There was only one way to get rid of the monster, and if I didn't use it now, there would be no other opportunity. Taking out a bottle of magical elixir containing mint and several other important ingredients, Aiden was ready to use it. He directed a powerful blast of mana at the creature, stopping it briefly, giving himself a few seconds to decide. Without wasting any time, he moved towards the mutant with a knife, who was now more vulnerable than ever. Aiden prepared to land a few precise blows to weaken him as much as possible until he could regain his strength. With the help of his all-seeing gaze, he easily determined that the monster was almost completely drained of blood and would soon lose its last strength. There was only one last blow left, and this bastard would come to an end, forcing her to accept her fate. But when he plunged the knife into the monster's body, the blade suddenly broke in half, and as usual, it happened at the most inopportune moment. Finding himself with the broken knife in his hands, Aiden realized that the creature's skin was so strong that even such a blow could not pierce it. Now, instead of a weapon, he held in his hands a pitiful stump that could no longer help him, and the monster could escape. At this point, the priest realized it was his turn to intervene, and taking out his Bible, he read several powerful prayers. Surprisingly, after the spells were cast, the magic bound the parasite with invisible chains, completely immobilizing it. The priest, holding the chains, shouted to Aiden that he would not be able to hold the monster in this position for long. Aiden realized with a smile that the old priest was much stronger than he had expected, and had slightly underestimated his abilities. He bought himself the time it would have taken to land the final blow to the monster's body, although the broken blade would no longer be of any use. Suddenly, someone threw a new dagger and it landed right in Aiden's hands, just in time. It turned out that Charlotte had been following the progress of the fight the whole time, and realized that the guy couldn't do it without her help. With this knife, Charlotte could finish what she started while the priest's holding magic was still in effect. However, the mutant gradually came to his senses and with one sharp movement broke free from the magical chains, and the priest was unable to hold them back. Now Aiden wasn't ready to let the monster get away and, armed with Charlotte's weapon, rushed at it. At the last moment, the mutant let out a loud roar, but it was clear that all his efforts were in vain. After a strong knife blow, which the boy repeated several times in a row, even his strong body could not withstand it. Soon all that remained of the huge leech were the chopped-up remains of its ugly body. In this form, the creature would not have been able to crawl into a manhole, although it was much more resilient than it seemed. In fact, the body of this rare monster could bring profit to anyone who found a buyer, and Aiden decided to keep it for himself for a while. Looking at her leg, Ella realized that the healer had cured her wound using only threads. He did it so quickly that Charlotte felt as if he were working with a sewing machine rather than his hands. For some time, the girl will not feel pain, because Aiden's magical threads increased her pain threshold. With tears in her eyes, she admitted that she was already ready to accept her death, and if it weren't for Aiden, she would have died today. He responded to the thanks with a broad smile, saying that he was just doing his job. Then, sitting down to rest a bit, the guy said that it was time to report his failure to the Holy Father. After these words, there was an awkward pause, and the priest did not understand what failure was being discussed. It was offensive to hear such words from a young healer who had seen so little and did not dare to accuse him of doing his job poorly. However, this was the only way the priest could receive his reward, and he should understand this and not be offended. Realizing that there was nowhere to go, the priest went to report his failure to the Adventurers Association. Meeting him at the entrance, the girl could not believe that the old man had failed the task and was now honestly telling about it. He was very ashamed of the failure, and it was hard to imagine what was going on in his heart, because a person could have died because of it. He had always been the highest-ranking priest of the main church of the settlement, and other healers did not have such abilities as his. This man was next to them, listened attentively to the priest, and understood that he had completed his mission to the end. Aiden has proven that, even without official medical certification, he can perform complex tasks that are beyond the capabilities of full-time staff. And instead of words of gratitude, Charlotte stated that she wanted to cancel the request to the association, which worsened the reputation of this organization. The girl had a good reason for this, and according to the rules, the association had to return half of the deposit to her. The mission was soon officially cancelled as the priest was unable to heal Ella's leg wound, and she could have been left crippled if Aiden had not arrived in time. The guy understood that he couldn't take on only those tasks that were prepared for licensed healers, but he had every right to accept private missions. Of course, he imagined how other licensed healers would laugh at him for stealing other people's assignments, but he didn't care. They always pointed fingers at him, saying he was the only healer without a license, even though none of them could reach the level of skill that Aiden possessed. He understood perfectly well the discontent of these people, who were proud only of their license, but in fact were simple, half-educated people. Their envy was only because they could not perform the complex operations that Aiden had long been able to do. As a reward for his help, Charlotte handed him a bag of gold and asked him not to refuse this gratitude. To the amount that the association returned to the girl, she added half the cost of the task, so the guy completed it for the full real cost. Finally, the guy asked to return at least the dagger, but Charlotte insisted that he keep it as a souvenir, since this weapon would still be useful in the fight with monsters. The dagger was made of silver stone, a rare weapon, and half the cost of the task had to be added to the payment. This gift could be considered the girl's apology for her underestimation of the young healer, without having time to truly understand his power. There was nothing more important to her than the life of her partner Ella, and she was happy that everything ended well. In response, the guy assured that they would definitely meet again, realizing that she turned out to be better than she had shown herself to be at the beginning. And if any of their family members needed help, he was ready to come to the rescue at any moment and cure even the most complex illness. Now he had a small but rather weighty bag of gold, which contained no less than 700,000 coins. In addition, he had 2 million in savings left and was exactly 2 million short of buying a crossbow. Opening the system window, he ordered the roulette to be spun several times, hoping that he would be lucky and receive one of the valuable magical artifacts. This time he received a bottle of elixir that gave him the ability to control the element of air, and he could create wind potions by carefully studying the composition of the substance. It wasn't the worst item, even though he spent over 100 points to get it. Now all that was left was to try to get some more money. And with this goal in mind, Aiden went to a familiar pharmacy where his old friend worked. Entering, he quietly greeted the hostess and did not expect to see what was happening right before his eyes. The pharmacy owner was cutting up the carcasses of monsters, doing something she probably wouldn't want on display. Without looking up, the girl named Clara invited the guy to come closer and take what he came for. But suddenly, she heard that he did not want to buy anything. But on the contrary, he came to sell her one very valuable item. After that, she quickly swept the monster's carcass off the table and ordered the guy to immediately show what he had with him. It turned out to be the body of a parasite that he had taken from the leg of his last patient, cut in half. Clara immediately recognized this leech from the marshy areas of the settlement and realized that she was looking at a rare specimen for experiments. However, the body was cut in half and had many scratches and wounds on it, so she was not prepared to pay a large sum for it. But she was still attracted by the fact that this mutant had been killed recently, and she could get fresh blood samples to create a magic potion. While she was carefully studying the creature, the guy stopped briefly next to her carnivorous plant, which almost bit his finger. But the very next second he heard that the girl was ready to pay him 3 million for the body of the killed monster. This sum was quite impressive, and the guy did not expect to receive even 500,000 for a black leech. However, it was a mutated type of black leech, as the color of its teeth was significantly different from that of normal individuals. The mutated types of monsters were the strongest and possessed special skills that their species without changes in genetic code did not have. In addition, there was another important difference between these monsters and all other creatures, and Aiden heard about it for the first time from the girl. The bodies of rare monsters without relics became useless for her experiments, but she could use the mutated ones to create artifacts. Mutated monsters were rare and poorly studied, so she was willing to pay several times more. Yes, it was a great deal, especially since that was exactly the amount Aiden needed to buy a crossbow. Having received the missing money, he hurried to the gun shop, hoping that the crossbow was still reserved for him. Having thrown the full amount for the weapon on the seller's table, the guy said that there were 14 million in the bag, and that this was the cost of a rare crossbow. His persistence showed that he really needed the crossbow, otherwise he would not have burst into the store without knocking. Luckily, the shop owner kept his word and happily sold the gun to the man who needed it. And now the boy held in his hands the crossbow that seemed to have called him the moment Aiden first saw it in the store. Now the crossbow belonged only to him, and he was ready for the creature to contact him again, because he had completed the last task. Slowly climbing up to the second floor, he waited impatiently for that voice to come on the line. But for the entire time the crossbow was in his hands, no voice was heard, and Aiden realized that this was not enough. He intended to place the crossbow into his inventory in the system, hoping that his plan would be completed. Immediately after this, a huge system window appeared in front of him, and he stared at the blank screen in silence for several minutes, waiting for someone to appear. But all this time nothing happened, although at the last moment he noticed changes. The familiar system window, which previously showed new tasks and awarded items, now behaved strangely. Something was clearly happening with the notification window, and while part of the message likely referred to the crossbow, the rest was unintelligible. The guy felt that the system was continuing to play a game with him, without giving clear answers. Perhaps it was just a glitch, as such cases happened extremely rarely when communicating with the system. At some point, Aiden became angry, realizing that the system was misleading him and not giving him answers to his questions. He got the very crossbow he wanted and now deserved a clear explanation so that all his questions would be answered. He wanted whoever was behind the system to immediately stop hiding behind notifications and show up to talk. Suddenly, the notification window changed its appearance, and the emblem on it was painfully familiar to him. Between the 2 square brackets was a star, symbolizing one of the 4 rare abilities. He looked at the window in silence for a while, but saw nothing but a star. There were a few questions that Aiden considered the most important, as they related to how he got here and why all this happened. In the early days on this continent, people either died or suffered in dark caves. The debate about whether to stay here or look for a way out never stopped for a minute. But it didn't matter what decision the group made, because first, they needed to get money to survive. Aiden was the first to come up with the idea for everyone in the group to find a job and earn at least some money. According to the general plan, they were supposed to disperse throughout the area and put down roots in this new world into which they were drawn by an unknown creature. 3 years have passed since that day, and now Aiden has a chance to learn at least something about what was hidden behind the darkness of the unknown. By the way, the length of the messages in the notifications was getting shorter, and it was unclear what this was due to. Now Aiden should think twice before asking the question, because there might not be another chance. He wanted to know if the creature had transported them to this continent, and what it had meant by communicating with him through the system window. Judging by the strange answer, he realized that this thought was not random, and the system was indeed connected to the one who arranged this whole game. Now he was interested in the question of who this unknown owner of the system was, and why he did all this. But the answer was vague, and Aiden still didn't understand what the system meant. Now he wanted to understand if there was a way to return back to their world, or if they were destined to live in a foreign space, trying to find a way out. Moreover, it was difficult to understand whether even one person who entered this space was able to return home. He had heard from a friend about a fighter who had overcome this obstacle, but now Aiden doubted the veracity of those words. Aiden had to try to gather as much information as possible, because they couldn't just be summoned to another world. There had to be some purpose to all of this. But it seemed that no one who came here came close to it. He handed the system one of the pages of his notebook, hoping that it would at least hint which of his guesses was closer to the truth. For several minutes, the system did not respond to him even with hints, and Aiden decided that their conversation was over. But soon the window appeared above his head again, although he still remained in the same position, hoping for a miracle. The last question he asked was what he needed to do first to get closer to the goal the system had set at the very beginning. From the last answer, he managed to obtain information that had been troubling him for a long time. Finally, Aiden realized that someone had dragged them here to use them as slaves to earn points, and they were puppets in the hands of an unknown puppeteer. It was annoying, but he had to calm down and think it over, because Aiden was the one who had the best chance of achieving the goal of these unknown creatures. He didn't care about the bastard's intentions, but he was ready to do anything to get back home. Perhaps this creature was the god of the continent, who drew strength from the people who walked in circles for eternity, trying to get out of here. He looked straight into the center of the notification screen and sternly demanded an answer to the question he had long deserved. If the master of the world truly had a purpose, Aiden could help him achieve it, earning himself release from his slavery. But in response, he received a notification that all his points had been absorbed, and his total number of points did not exceed 32. It was unfair because during all this time he did not receive a single clear answer to his questions, and the system mercilessly wrote off almost his entire balance. From that moment on, Aiden swore to himself that once he got out of here, he would find the culprit of all his troubles and the conversation with this bastard would be very short. But at that moment he noticed that he was offered a new quest, and as a reward for it, he would receive a skill with a black star. It turns out that the system took all of his points and immediately offered him a quest, as if he had paid for this opportunity with his accumulated points. Perhaps this creature needed as many points as possible to control the system, and the main goal of the participants was simply to collect more and more points for completing quests. The next conversation with this creature would most likely take place later, as the system notifications were becoming less and less frequent, as if the creature was moving away. With nowhere to go, Aiden decided to agree to carry out the mission, realizing that this was his only connection to home. From that moment on, he decided to call this system notification his manager, because, like any manager, the creature sent him its messages. There were still questions, but now there was at least a small chance to fix everything and get closer to my goal. But first, Aiden decided to have a good meal and headed to the familiar dining room. The grilled rabbit sandwich was one of his favorite dishes at this establishment, but this time it was noticeable that the cooks had slightly overcooked the meat. Yesterday, he managed to obtain many valuable items, the main one being a crossbow purchased for 14 million. This crossbow has become a great addition to his arsenal, although the purchase required a lot of effort on his part. Now, having launched another roulette of the system, Aiden hoped that after yesterday's conversation he would be able to find a new valuable item. At some point, he realized that the roulette was spinning for too long, as if the system did not want to give him the prize that he had long deserved. Still, Aiden was surprised to see several new skills in the notification window and was amazed by the generosity of the system, which was much more generous than before. All of these skills were tied to the crossbow, and from that moment on, it was likely that this weapon would become the main one in his arsenal. Moreover, his determination and spirit gave him bonus points, and he hoped that everything would continue to go just as well. At that moment, his old friend appeared at the door, and it was clear from his appearance that he was a little unwell. Peter smiled warmly at Aiden and was glad to see him again. But instead of the usual get-togethers and conversations, Aiden invited Peter to walk with him a little and tell him about something important. Peter was about to learn the latest information that Aiden had managed to obtain, and this news shocked him. Upon learning that they had been transported to this world just to score points, Peter couldn't believe they had been given such a pathetic role. More than anything in the world, he didn't want to be a slave. But that's exactly what the creator of the system had prepared for him and all his friends. Now he was sure that they would stay here forever. And with tears in his eyes, he told Aiden that they should give up trying to return home and just get used to the new life. But the healer hardly thought so, and once again tried to calm his friend, promising that everything would get better soon. It was necessary to deal with those who had been putting spokes in their wheels all this time, as had recently happened with the artifact appraiser. As for gaining skills, it was possible to heal one's colleagues, which would allow one to gain experience in the healing craft faster. By constantly healing people, Aiden could quickly gain back the missing points, but it was unclear what he intended to do with them after that. Instead of answering, he extended his hand to Peter and seriously offered to become his companion. If Peter agrees to help, at the end of the journey, he will be rewarded with freedom from the slavery they have found themselves in. It was necessary to organize a team, and the most suitable candidates were those who had lived in this world since birth. Peter was the only person Aiden could trust, and had enough experience to help him in the most difficult situations. Realizing that this proposal was one of the most serious in his life, the guy, out of politeness, pretended to think about it, although in fact he had known the answer for a long time. The next second, he smiled broadly, and, without hiding his pleasure, declared that he could not refuse such a talented healer as Aiden. The guy knew that he could always count on Peter, and was once again convinced that he had made the right choice in choosing such a reliable ally. However, strangely enough, Peter suddenly took out a knife and decided to seal their friendship with blood, which looked a little scary to those around him. He seriously considered stabbing himself in the hand with a dagger without asking Aiden if he agreed with such an unusual way of forming an alliance. Peter wanted Aiden to heal his wound to gain experience, but he didn't take into account that it might look strange in the eyes of others. Aiden warned that the system does not give points for self-torture, and asked his friend not to perform such tricks in front of everyone. It would have been better to hide what was happening, because the guy had lost so much blood that it could have shocked anyone who was nearby. Soon, Peter was standing with his arm bandaged, as Aiden quickly used magic to heal his wound. After some time, they approached the building of the Adventurers Association, and Peter asked doubtfully whether they had decided to take this step too soon. But Aiden already knew exactly what he needed to do, and met Linda again, who was greeting the association's guests. Linda looked at him in surprise, because this was the guy who still did not have official permission to practice medicine. He had been here only recently, and it was unclear why he had come to this place again with such a confident expression on his face. After greeting Linda, both boys headed to the stand where new assignments for hunters with official permission were posted. They had a wide range of tasks to choose from, each of which promised a decent reward for successful completion. These tasks had one thing in common. They were all located in the same place, meaning that mutants were actively active in this area. The number of monsters grew every day, and this played into the hands of those who decided to finish what they started, despite the risks. At that moment, Linda appeared behind them, reminding them that monster hunting season was currently in full swing, and that the association was actively posting quests. For the convenience of hunters, a tent camp was set up right at this location, where they could rest and prepare for the next hunt. Aiden immediately liked the idea, as there were many adventurers in the camp who could use his help. Taking on the first tasks that came their way, the guys decided not to delay their choice and set off on their first official mission. Soon they arrived at the tent camp, where almost all the hunters in the region had already gathered, and among them, there were many familiar faces. Among them were also newcomers who had long heard about Aiden's abilities and were glad to see him among the hunters. In this area, the guys could quickly get rewards for the destroyed mutants, as it was literally filled with monsters of different levels. Although the western part was peaceful, there were so many monsters there that even 10 hunting seasons would not be enough to destroy them all. If everything is as the hunters said, then Aiden will soon be receiving new patients, because inexperienced hunters will probably be wounded almost every day. Aiden decided to stretch a little, especially since he had just armed himself with a new crossbow and wanted to test its true power. First of all, they decided to get rid of the iron moles, since these mutants were encountered in this region more often than others. These monsters seemed to have been stalking them from the moment they approached the entrance of the camp, but they didn't know that they were being stalked by their own death. After checking his inventory, Aiden received a notification that his crossbow was ready for use, and he could now get into action. Aiden wasted no time in firing several arrows at the nearest mutants, and one shot was enough to kill each of them. Thanks to the magic arrows, he didn't need to carry regular arrows, and the damage from these projectiles was far beyond his expectations. However, moles have learned to use the ability to move quickly underground and suddenly appear right under the feet of their victims. At the last moment, Peter loudly warned Aiden that the moles could jump out from underground at any moment and that he needed to be careful. And so it happened. And the first victim was Peter, who was the first to notice this new ability of mutants. This was bad news, because now instead of calmly shooting mutants, Aiden had to use his all-seeing eye ability. Plus, he had to think about the safety of Peter, who didn't have the same abilities as he did. Peter didn't want to be a burden to his friend, and asked them to ignore him and continue hunting as usual. But instead of answering, Aiden fired 4 arrows at once into Peter's back in order to restore his strength with the help of a magic potion. It looked a little strange, but Aiden explained that the arrows were meant to help Peter, not harm him. These war arrows were prepared for the monsters that surrounded the boys, trying to lure them into a trap. However, after Peter regained his strength, he felt such a surge of energy that now no monster could approach him. A few hours later, the The boys returned to the Adventurers Association building with loot that even the most experienced members of the organization had never seen before. It was hard to believe that these two guys were able to destroy so many monsters, but the dead bodies of the slain creatures spoke for themselves. Without wasting any time, Aiden offered to immediately pay the hunters for the work they had done, as they truly deserved a decent fee. The tent camp was buzzing with talk about two new hunters who had destroyed so many mutants that no one had ever been able to achieve such a result before. However, there were also those who laughed at the guys, because they didn't even have money for a simple healer. Indeed, Peter had a regular bandage on his face, while the other hunters were quickly recovering with the help of magical regeneration. At dinner, Aiden told his friend that he shouldn't pay attention to stupid talk. They didn't know how good these two were at fighting, but if they saw them work, they would immediately change their minds. With a smile on his face, he explained that there was no point in getting angry at such guys, and that it was better to sympathize with them, because they were still as stupid as ever. Moreover, right now he saw nearby those patients who had been wounded in today's battles, and needed the help of a talented healer. One of the guys couldn't move on his own and reach his tent, because his wound was too serious, and required immediate medical attention. Luckily, Aiden was such a doctor, and this case turned out to be lucky for him, because he needed to score at least 5,000 points to complete the system's task. During the night, many wounded hunters arrived who urgently needed help, and who, if not a healer, could provide it to them in the tent camp. It was time to collect points and experience, and Peter suggested that they immediately go to help these people, because they were ready to give everything to get rid of their suffering. But for some reason, Aiden continued to stand still, and Peter didn't understand why he would miss such a great opportunity to gain a lot of experience points. However, now there were other patients for him, and by curing one of them, he could gain as much experience as would usually be given for 10 operations. Coming closer to the wounded hunter, he asked his friend to step back so he could assess the severity of his friend's injury himself. In this man who was in front of him, he immediately recognized the guy who had recently mocked him and his friend. But now he was in no mood for laughing, because most likely, his own skills were not enough to heal the hunter from such a serious injury. As Aiden approached the patient, he noticed that his arms and shoulders, which were lying on the ground, had suffered the most damage. With his all-seeing gaze, he immediately noticed the dirty wounds that were beginning to become infected, threatening to start the process of decay. Everyone standing nearby could not take their eyes off how methodically this healer worked, as if he had performed hundreds of such operations. Judging by the rigidity of the hunter's body, Aiden realized that he would have to deal with bites from wild animals, as well as paralysis. Peter knew that there was only one animal capable of paralyzing its victims, but the hunter's friends did not believe that such an animal could live in these parts. Aiden was confident that he was right, and besides, the paralytic venom of wild dogs was so unique that it could paralyze even the largest animal. This monster had one distinctive feature that could be easily recognized simply by looking at the victim and examining the wounds inflicted. The tissues affected by the poison began to rot from the inside, and soon the wild dog's victim would fall dead near the place where the wound was inflicted. And there was only one way to help this unfortunate man. Although Henry warned that from the outside it would look a little strange, he took out his crossbow and pointed it straight at the hunter, who was lying there living out the last minutes of his life. But instead of healing him, the healer suddenly aimed a loaded crossbow at his head. At the last second, the hunters tried to dissuade him, believing that this guy was a real psychopath and not a healer. Only Peter knew that Aiden could be completely trusted, and asked everyone not to interfere with the doctor's work. But the crossbow was still aimed at Aiden's patient, because for the healing potion to be effective, it was necessary to fire the arrow at several parts of the body at once. By firing 5 arrows at different points on the patient's body, Aiden hoped to maximize the effect of the magic embedded in the arrowheads. It was difficult to watch from the outside, especially for those who were not accustomed to such treatment methods and were not prepared for such a sight. Many thought that in this way he would only kill the patient, instead of curing him and getting him back on his feet. But all doubts quickly disappeared when the wounds on the boy's body began to heal. His skin then regained its healthy appearance, confirming the effectiveness of this treatment method. Yes, this guy looked too healthy for a corpse, even though 5 arrows that should have killed him had been fired at him just seconds ago. Even his friend, who until the very end did not believe in success, saw such a quick healing of a complex wound for the first time. Aiden quietly explained that the weakness of the wild dog poison was that it was too susceptible to the air attribute he used in his treatment. In addition, the poison of these mutants was inactive in air, and if the wounds were closed, the paralytic poison could not leave the body. Peter realized that his friend was not only a talented healer, but also possessed knowledge inaccessible to others. However, The cause of all this hunter's troubles was his friend, who misused his skill, closing the wounds and complicating the consequences of the injury. If people like him had used their heads before treating, many people, including this hunter, might have stayed alive. Now he had to hear the bitter truth that if Aiden had not been there, his friend would have died that night. It became clear that the guy was telling the truth, because without using magic, he managed to cure the hunter, using only a crossbow. Unable to bear the humiliation, the boy started to run, realizing that because of his stupidity, his faithful comrade could have died that night. The wounded hunter's arm should soon return to normal, but until the morning he needed to rest quietly and avoid sudden movements. But one detail in this whole story seemed strange to Peter, and he decided to tell his friend about it. After all, if you think about it, no one goes hunting alone in such dangerous places as a dark forest. But for some reason this hunter went there alone, without partners. Hearing these words, the hunter said that their group was attacked by monsters. And after that, everyone split up and ran through the forest. He realized that he was the only lucky one who remained alive, and only thanks to Aiden saw the light again. The boys heard a terrible story about how they were attacked by dozens of wild dogs, and the hunters didn't have the slightest chance to resist. Even for a pack of wild wolves, this was too large a group, as they usually traveled in smaller numbers and did not gather in such large packs. There was definitely something wrong with this, and Aiden had an idea. The only explanation for this oddity was that they had stumbled upon a rare monster that was very different from the rest of its kind. This was good news for both of them, because now they could not only gain experience points, but also kill a rare monster. As Peter moved deeper into the forest, he said that all these people could have been dead for a long time, and it was unlikely that their foray into the forest could have saved even one life. But having taken a few more steps forward, the boys heard a noise that clearly refuted Peter's guess. Judging by the sounds that were getting closer with each passing second, the boy realized that the meeting with the monsters would take place much sooner than they expected. He was not mistaken, and right in front of them there appeared two rare monsters, who tried to attack the last surviving hunter in one throw. Loading his crossbow with magical arrows containing powerful mana, Aiden wanted to stop these creatures. His crossbow could fire several arrows at once, but this time two were enough to pierce the bodies of two wild wolves. A second later, instead of facing death, the boy saw the corpses of the monsters that had recently tried to tear him apart. But what Peter saw was more terrifying than any monsters, because at the bottom of the hill lay the corpses of the hunters from the group. It seemed the boys had entered the territory of wild wolves, where dozens of individuals lived, which meant that the meeting with them would take place much sooner than they thought. The remains of people and animals that had become prey had been lying here for a long time, since there were no fresh corpses among the bones. Peter knew that wild dogs did not eat fresh prey, preferring carrion, which meant there was another creature in the forest, and his guess turned out to be correct. And after these words, Aiden heard the growling of monsters, very different from the usual roar of wolves. These creatures did not feed on rotten meat and ate the victim immediately after killing. There was only one creature that behaved like this, and its paw appeared right next to them. It was clear that an encounter with a rare monster, a rotting wild dog, had taken place, and anyone who saw it in person would remember the sight for the rest of their lives. Undead were the name given to the dead who had returned to life through black magic, and there were no creatures in the whole world that the priests hated more. It was these creatures that were advancing on the boys, and Aiden knew that his crossbow had found suitable work. Now he and Peter had to deal with these creatures, whose bodies had long since rotted, and instead of muscles and fur, only white bones stuck out. From a distance, it might seem that each creature was an ordinary wolf, but up close it became clear that the monster had long since lost its usual appearance. These creatures often hunted in packs and attacked their prey when they were much more numerous. The hunter who remained the only survivor could have become the victim if Aiden and Peter had not appeared in the forest. Peter was the first to get in the monster's way, and with one swing of his sword he knocked back several mutants. This was only the beginning, because the main mutant had so many animated animals that the fight promised to be long. The worst part was that Peter lost sight of the monster moving towards him, but only Aiden noticed it. He warned his friend loudly, hoping that he would hear and duck in time. Luckily, Aiden shouted in time, and when the target became easy prey for the crossbow, he fired an arrow at the mutant. Once again he saved Peter's life, and now the young man understood that he was indebted to this healer. But instead of gratitude, Aiden fired several more arrows at Peter, each with powerful healing mana on it. With a smile on his face, he suggested that the arrows should be considered a rabies vaccination, in case one of the wolves managed to bite Peter. However, it was impossible to relax, because a meat grinder had begun, in which every delay could cost lives. The monsters attacked from all sides, and it was good that Aiden had the idea to vaccinate Peter with magic arrows when he felt fangs in his body. But immediately after this, energy activated around Peter, which made any blows from the creatures useless. Instead of killing the victim, each monster received a sword blow that they could not dodge. The undead watched from the sidelines, expecting the wolves to be killed and for him to create puppets from their bodies. He kept aloof, for there was no need to engage in battle to win. Peter continued to deal with the monsters, realizing that he was killing the same creature for the second time. The main mutant's magic worked, because the wolves that had recently been dead began to rise and emit an ominous aura. It was impossible to fight such creatures with simple means, and the guys realized that they needed to come up with something new. The main mutant, a necromancer, could easily revive the dead and set them on his victim. At some point, the wolves surrounded the guys from all sides, and the only way to end the fight was to kill the monster that was reviving them. But every time the boy tried to hit the monster, his path was blocked by a dead wolf, and the arrow missed its target. Peter decided to distract the monsters to give Aiden the opportunity to get closer to the main mutant. He was so confident that Aiden noticed this strange behavior, because usually Peter always calculated every step. Peter always seemed like a weak mage, but in reality his experience and power were such that any hunter would envy him. Raising his finger up, he attracted the attention of the monsters who were covering the main leader. He shouted loudly, hoping that the mutants would not understand the trick and would rush at him. For a while, the monsters simply looked at their prey, which called to them as if it wanted to become their food. When the mutants rushed at the guy and almost reached him, Peter ran in the opposite direction. Only now did the main mutant realize that Peter had been acting according to a pre-planned plan. According to Clara, the source of the rare monster's power was relics, and this was the place that needed to be hit first. She advised him to find this mutant relic first, in case the guy had any problems with it in the future. Fighting needlessly was pointless, especially considering that the creature was long dead, meaning it could only be killed in this way. Having activated the ability of the all-seeing gaze, the guy immediately found the very relic that was the mutant's weak spot. The relic was right around his neck, and all he had to do was pierce the monster's neck and snatch victory. And so it happened. In the very next moment, finding himself next to him, Aiden pierced the monster with his sword. He had to use his new throwing skill to get in front of the monster faster and not give it a single chance. But then he noticed that the mutant began to behave strangely, and suspected that this beast had something else in store for this moment. At this time, something moved in the bushes next to him, and Aiden realized that the necromancer was well prepared for today's fight. It turned out that the monster had hidden its true form under another corpse, and instead of killing it, Aiden only destroyed the mutant's fake doll. This raised the question of where the real monster was that was supposed to be lurking nearby. It was at this moment that he lost his main weapon, which was knocked out of his hand and thrown aside. And now, instead of celebrating his victory, the guy looked at another zombified beast, dead, and his crossbow could no longer help. The main mutant realized that the guy dared to attack his relic, and somehow found out where his weak spot was hidden. But without the crossbow, he became much weaker than he had been just a few seconds ago. So the beast decided to come out of the shadows and show himself. Just recently, Aiden was ready to face the rare mutant. But now, without his best weapon, Shrebi was already on the monster's side. The mutant opened its huge mouth and was ready to swallow Aiden alive. And the guy had to think in advance about how to avoid such a situation. But luckily, before setting off on his mission, Aiden had prepared one more clever trick, and the crossbow quickly disappeared into thin air. The next second it appeared in his hand again, as if the guy had not let go of his main weapon all this time. Then, with one deft movement, he aimed the crossbow into the open mouth of the revived mutant and was ready to show everything that an experienced fighter is capable of. This monster should have chosen a different victim, because it mistook Aiden for an ordinary hunter, whom the mutant dealt with without effort. Pulling the trigger, the guy watched as the monster's rotten brains flew apart, and he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge this shot. The job was done, and now all that was left was to help Peter get out of the pile of dead mutants under which the guy had been lying all this time. The guy even thought that these monsters would crush him with their weight. But they both managed to survive this massacre and gain valuable experience. But seeing a human hand in Aiden's hand, Peter for some reason decided that Aiden had torn off his own hand, although it was a paw that covered the mutant's real body. Now they needed to get back to the tent camp as quickly as possible, where several hunters who needed his help had probably already gathered. But as soon as they were about to leave, a whole group of people appeared in front of them, watching the progress of the fight, and they had a serious conversation ahead of them. These were priests, led by a young priest who had long ago noticed the talent of this healer. Silence reigned in the camp for a while, and the hunters scattered to their tents, preparing for tomorrow's sortie. But first, Aiden needed to take care of his hand, and was going to get some stitches to close the wound on his palm. Holding onto the needle through which the magic thread passed, the boy knew that this would be enough for some time, although he would have to repeat the procedure later. He was able to stitch up the rest with his other hand, and soon the operation was almost complete. Looking at his hand, he realized that the operation was successful, and he had managed to stitch up the wound himself. However, Peter couldn't understand why he didn't ask for help from the guy who Aiden had recently performed surgery on, because the hunter owed him. In fact, Aiden simply didn't like relying on other healers and preferred to do everything himself. Having thrown on his cloak, he realized that they were already waiting for him outside, and told his friend to stay in the tent and not come out. And it turned out that the young priest who arrived with the delegation was already at the entrance, and was glad to meet this famous healer. He introduced himself so formally that it seemed like he was bragging too much, but Aiden didn't show that he understood this and responded pleasantly. Several more people arrived with him, and Aiden didn't know that he would soon have to fight side by side with these people. Some of them were even afraid to approach Aiden, because rumors about him had long since spread beyond the settlement. Hearing their words, Carneal, as the priest was called, ordered them to immediately remain silent and watch what they said out loud. He immediately apologized to Aiden on behalf of his subordinates, knowing that he had the honor of speaking with a healer who was even more powerful than a high-ranking priest of their church. Only then did Aiden realize who had actually sent this priest to him and, with a smile, asked how the Holy Father was doing. After some time, they went to the place where they had recently encountered the undead to personally inspect the situation. What one of the guys saw was so terrible that he almost threw up right in front of everyone. In addition to the dead bodies torn to pieces, there was a terrible smell of rotten meat in that place, and an unprepared person would hardly have been able to stay there for long. Who would have thought that such horror could happen in those mountains where these people recently frolicked as boys? Carneal ordered the first team to cleanse the remaining dark magic, while the second team would scout the area and take the bodies back to camp. He ordered one of the teams to collect all the desecrated remains and burn them to ashes. Soon, a holy flame ignited in this place, and the entire pile of dead mutant bodies burned, freeing the dark souls. If the bodies were left on the ground, the undead could soon rise again, especially if the necromancer used resurrection magic. When the ceremony was completed, the young priest approached Aiden with a request that was very important to him. He wanted to personally take a look at the body of the rare monster that Aiden had recently destroyed and study the creature closely. The guy had no secrets from the church, so he easily fulfilled the request and showed the monster's corpse. The disgusting smell emanating from the monster indicated that it had become like this, not as a result of mutation, but under the influence of the necromancer's dark magic. Then Carneal asked the young healer to hand over this body to the church, and his request seemed a little strange. He actually wanted to take the body for research so that the church could figure out the cause of this undead, and perhaps find a way to combat it. Aiden couldn't do this without a reward, and the holy water produced in their church could be a reward for his help. This holy water was usually placed on the altar of dawn, and the Holy Fathers prayed for a whole year to receive at least one bottle of this liquid. The magical water, which was transformed from an ordinary liquid, radiated divine power even while in the vessel. One of the hunters warned Aiden that such water could not be obtained for money, and could only be received from the hands of a high-ranking priest. The offer was tempting because Aiden had recently accidentally broken his artifact and was already thinking that he would be left without it, but this water could be a good replacement. Aiden conveyed to Carneal what he asked for and was happy to help the church, since they had a common enemy. But the conversation didn't end there, and the priest, on behalf of the main church, wanted to say a few more words to Aiden. He thanked Aiden for his efforts in destroying the fallen creatures, as only he could do what all the previous hunters had failed to do. In a battle where Aiden fought alone against a whole pack of enraged monsters, he emerged victorious and earned the respect of all the church representatives. In gratitude, Carneal bowed to Aiden, and all the other servants followed his example. However, there were those among the delegation who doubted Aiden's sincerity, although they did not dare to go against Carneal's words and also bowed. As a healer, Aiden couldn't stand the evil undead, so he simply did what any person in his position would do. The next morning, Aiden woke up earlier than he wanted, as he had planned to rest after what he had been through. However, a loud voice coming from the entrance to the camp indicated that he would not be able to rest. Rising from his bed, he realized that he had become a famous healer, and now, most likely, he would not be able to escape the attention for the rest of his life. But he couldn't refuse Rupert, because he was the manager of the branch of the Adventurers Association, and enjoyed great influence. Over a cup of tea, Rupert said he had heard a lot about Aiden's exploits, and was glad he had been able to meet him in person. He was proud of Aiden, knowing how much he had come through recently. Aiden replied with a smile that he was glad to meet this man, realizing that he had come a long way for this conversation. Although in reality, Aiden considered all these conversations pointless, knowing Rupert's ulterior motives. Rupert had always been an incompetent man, driven only by greed, and his reputation within the association was poor. He probably had ulterior motives for coming to the hunter's camp and was already planning something cunning. His assistant reported that Aiden had been awarded an award for his contribution to the peace and prosperity of the village, an award every hunter dreams of. And when Aiden opened the package, he saw a bottle of vitality extract, which became his reward. Aiden explained that the mushrooms used to make the stamina potion are a rare and valuable ingredient for magical potions. These mushrooms were expensive because their potions increased stamina to the maximum, and the effect was almost instantaneous. Hearing this, Aiden realized that this was exactly the potion he needed, and was glad to get it for free. And to Rupert's surprise, Aiden drank the entire vial to restore his stamina, which had dropped significantly. After finishing the potion, Aiden thanked Rupert for his help and said that the elixir really helped him regain his strength. After that, he threw the empty flask on the floor and it broke in front of everyone. It was a strange move, but Aiden didn't take his eyes off his interlocutor and decided to get to the main point of the conversation. He was too tired to waste time and suggested getting straight to the point by asking why Rupert had come to the camp. Aiden realized that Rupert had come for the holy water of dawn, knowing that Carnal had given him a vial of it yesterday as a token of gratitude. Rupert smiled, realizing that things were easier now that he wouldn't have to hide his intentions from Aiden. Holy water was difficult to obtain, even after paying a huge sum, but Rupert could offer an exchange by giving up many valuable items. And suddenly he said that he knew Aiden's origin very well, and that he came from another world. He knew that Aiden was one of those who ended up in this world against their will, having come here from another space. It was hard to understand how he knew all this, but it was clear from Rupert's expression that he was not one to be trifled with. Rupert continued drinking his tea, talking calmly, as if it was a normal thing for him. All people who came from another world possessed special powers, but always aroused suspicion because of their origin. Therefore, Aiden was unable to obtain an official license from the Adventurers Association and practice medicine openly for a long time. But if Aiden agreed to give Rupert the holy water, he promised to help him with the token and patronage until the day he could return home again. It was an unexpected offer, and Aiden didn't know what to say to a man who was known for his nasty behavior. Rupert never cared about the rules, and even if Aiden couldn't wear the badge, he promised to make it easy. Aiden could have become a healer for an aristocratic family if he had only accepted Rupert's offer and agreed to his terms. In other words, he got a chance to change his life and get out of the depths where he had been stuck for a long time. If the man manages to get water, he will be able to move to a more decent place, leaving this remote village and heading to the capital. Imagine his surprise when the guy suddenly refused such a generous offer, and Rupert even dropped his cup of tea, not expecting such an answer. He had already proven himself to be a good healer, and had no intention of entering into dubious deals, especially when he himself needed holy water. As for patronage, the guy wasn't interested in this rare privilege, and he could manage on his own. Aiden knew that the branch manager had little influence in his family, and all the advantages the man spoke of seemed insignificant to him. Yes, it was a direct shot to the head, because the young man not only refused the offer, but also exposed Rupert's weakness to serious problems. Rupert's menacing cry could be heard a mile away from the camp, and the assistant had to spend a long time calming his master down so that he wouldn't say anything unnecessary. When Peter learned of what had happened, he could not believe that his friend had seriously decided to refuse the support of such a high-ranking person as Rupert. But if Aiden had made that decision, Peter didn't want to push him and convince him otherwise. Suddenly, Aiden noticed a bloodstone in Peter's hand, which significantly increased his attack power. Aiden realized that Rupert had prepared well, since he had bribed his friend to persuade Aiden to make the right decision. At that moment, a loud ringing of bells was heard in the settlement, announcing an attack of monsters from the east, and everyone had to prepare to defend the camp. Soon, the monsters were approaching from all sides, and whole hordes of wild mutants rushed out of the forest on the northern and southern sides. The hunters needed to stop this looming danger, although judging by the number of mutants, it was much more difficult to do than in the last battle with the rare monster. It seemed like there would be no end to these mutants, and more waves of attacks were moving out of the forest. Each of these beasts was strong, and it took at least 3 hunters to kill one monster. It was a good thing Aiden had a new crossbow, which allowed him to take on more mutants than other hunters. Peter also had a new sacred artifact, and could now show himself much better than in previous battles. After activating the Blood Pulse skill, he felt the surge of strength that this item gave him. Now his attack power was increased for a long time, and he had to do everything in his power to destroy as many mutants as possible. Looking at Aiden, it seemed like fighting high-level mutants was easy for him, and he wielded his sword as if he was just waiting for these monsters to attack. This cannot be said about other hunters who did not have sacred artifacts and had to fight with ordinary swords. The giant monsters could crush any of them due to their enormous size, granted by the dark magic that had set them on the camp. One swing of the bear's paw killed one hunter after another, and the archers standing to the side could not pierce its skin. With each arrow that hit the giant's body, he became even more aggressive, and it seemed that he was only gathering rage for a new attack. Although Peter was at a loss for a moment, Aiden had anticipated this display of power and had prepared something better to fight the monsters. Now he could create arrows from the steel claws of the mole he had recently destroyed and use a new ability. After firing an arrow into the body of the giant mutated bear, Aiden realized that such a hit would not be a simple mosquito bite, and perhaps he would kill it on the second try. With his shot, Aiden gave the other hunters a chance to attack the bear, as it became vulnerable after letting its guard down. After delivering a powerful blow with his sword to the monster, Peter loudly commanded his friend to act, because now it was his turn. Yes, it was a great team, and without further ado, Aiden already knew what he needed to do. Pushing off the ground hard and rising into the air, he saw the monster right in front of him, unable to dodge the blow. Using his powerful throw skill, he quickly approached the mutant, threw a dagger at him, and accurately hit his most vulnerable point. A second later, a sharp dagger pierced the monster's body, and it emitted such a loud death roar that it could be heard over great distances. It was now clear that the mutated bear would never again be able to threaten the lives of hunters and settlers. The hunters spent the entire evening discussing Aiden's deft lunge and were once again convinced of his talent. Peter was proud of their work today, because now the village would talk about them as heroes who defended the settlement. The good news was that they had earned experience points for this battle, and could now play roulette, which had become Aiden's favorite pastime. After the game, Aiden realized that the system window would not give him any valuable items, and Peter encouraged him, promising that he would be lucky next time. Suddenly, a young man who had worked for Rupert for a long time ran after them, and he needed to tell Aiden urgent news. Thanks to the efforts of both boys, the inhabitants of the settlement avoided a disaster, and this did not go unnoticed. Because of this event, many affairs were postponed, and the priest promised to pray all night for the health of Aiden and his friend, which should strengthen their abilities. Moreover, he held in his hand a special award on behalf of the entire camp, and was happy to present it to his new heroes. With the bottle of drink they received as a reward, the friends went to the nearest bar to celebrate their victory. After drinking a full glass, Peter realized that he had always dreamed of trying a similar drink, which worked better than any alcohol. One of the guests noticed Aiden and realized that he had met the man to whom he owed his life. He quickly jumped up, walked over to Aiden and loudly thanked him for his help and treatment for his terrible wound. Rudolph was Aiden's first patient, and now he didn't know how to express his gratitude. Peter was surprised to learn that the two knew each other, and that the hunter from the Adventurers Association had been treated by his friend. In addition, Rudolph was holding a bag of gold in his hand, and wanted to repay a debt for treatment that he had been unable to pay a month ago. In response, Aiden held out the very same family sword that Rudolph had given as payment for the treatment, and for him, this item was more valuable than all money. Rudolph burst into tears from happiness at having his favorite sword back, and it looked strange from the outside. Soon they were sitting at the table and recalling all the details of that terrible operation. Unexpectedly, Rudolph handed Aiden an application to join the team, so he could take part in the raid in 3 days. Rudolph's cousin asked him to join the team, knowing that his experience would help them win. Rudolph burst into tears again, and admitted that he could not participate in the raid, because he still owed money to the Adventurers Association, having taken out a large sum for medical treatment. Aiden thought it was a great opportunity to test his strength in a new fight with monsters, and might agree if Peter went with him. In the end, they agreed to accept the offer to join the team, and Rudolph was convinced that these guys could be relied upon. 3 days later, they were already waiting for the mediator at the meeting place, discussing the details. Peter was surprised to see that the hand that Aiden had operated on himself had completely healed, and there wasn't even a stitch left on the wrist. Aiden received 100,000 gold as a reward for the operation, despite the fact that he did it himself. He said that yesterday he met with a member of Rudolph's cousin's team, and he assured him that there would be no problems during the hunt. All this time, Aiden was sure that luck was on his side again, and that he would soon find a way to return to his world. Finally, they arrived at Rudolph's cousin, Tina, who greeted her new partners with a broad smile. They shook hands, and Aiden stated that he had heard a lot about her because she was capable of fighting mutants on her own. However, the rest of the team looked at Aiden with doubt, as if they didn't trust his abilities. Besides, Aiden's friend was wearing such an ugly cloak that he could be immediately recognized as a resident of a remote village. At this point, another raid participant arrived and asked everyone to calm down so as not to get into unnecessary arguments. This guy named Adam immediately suggested that everyone be kinder to each other, because they would have to fight enraged monsters. However, the leader of this team, a gloomy guy named Ron, was not pleased with this remark, although he could not object. Soon, via teleportation, the entire team would find themselves at the place where their mission began. A second later, they found themselves in the dungeon, and a bright light that flashed out of the darkness blinded the eyes of everyone who didn't have time to look away. Right in front of them were ruins, and the darkness that reigned in the dungeon indicated the presence of powerful monsters here. Of course, first of all, it was necessary to take care of the lighting, and Olivia, the best mage on the team, immediately activated her ability and created magical fire. After this, every dark corner of the cave was illuminated by a bright flame, and movement through the dungeon became much easier. Many places in the dungeon were covered in corrosion, and Aiden knew that the destruction of rocks was often caused by water or air. But if they were in underground ruins, then the air could not destroy these walls, and therefore the cause was water. Most likely, the destruction was caused by dark magic, meaning the monsters they would face had powerful abilities. All this talk made Ron even more heated, because he didn't like it when someone acted smart in his presence. Another team member, Diana, shared Ron's opinion that these guys did not look like wizards with divine powers. But the true strength of these guys could only be tested in a real fight, and judging by the sounds, that was going to happen much sooner than she thought. As they went a little deeper into the dungeon, they immediately noticed mutated giant scarabs moving towards them, and clearly not intending to engage in long conversations. Olivia immediately activated her destruction ability, and, pointing her magic staff towards the scarabs, released a wave of energy. After this, an explosion was heard in the distance, and all the scarabs that were nearby were scattered throughout the cave. Now they fought side by side, and Diana had to show what she was capable of. There were so many mutated scarabs that even after destroying a huge number, they still did not decrease in number. These creepy creatures flew around the entire team, and everyone knew that the bite of this giant insect could be fatal. It was necessary to stay close to each other and strengthen your ranks, so that each side would be protected by magic. At some point, Adam realized that they wouldn't be able to cope with all the scarabs, and loudly suggested going for a breakthrough, fighting off the monsters. However, if Olivia could activate wind magic now, Aiden could enhance her abilities with his magic. By crushing the vial of magical liquid in his hand, he could enhance the abilities of any team member, especially this girl. He then released all the energy upwards, hoping that it would spread throughout the dungeon and work as best as possible. Now the girl had to disperse this destructive energy, and she hastened to do it with the help of her staff. A strong gust of wind arose around them, spreading energy throughout the dungeon, and not a single insect could escape. All the scarabs quickly perished under the onslaught of this magic, and no longer threatened the lives of the hunters or blocked the path to the main goal. Olivia immediately wanted to know what ability this stranger used, but Aiden warned that it was his secret. They needed to rest a little before continuing on their way, and Adam, at just such a moment, took out several bottles of quality drink. It turned out that he had brought with him high-quality potions that could restore mana in a matter of seconds, and slightly increase health. Such potions cost a lot of money, and if Adam had not known the apothecary, he would not have been able to afford to buy them in such quantities. It's good that the team included magicians with different talents, because having good friends is also a great talent. The whole scene seemed familiar, and at some point Adam felt like he was transported back to his past. Soon they continued on their way, and in the distance they noticed a stone statue that looked like another mutant. But the main thing that attracted Peter was not the statue, but the fork that was right in front of them. There were 2 tunnels on either side of the statue, and now they had to choose which one to take. Ron couldn't stand being given a choice without being told exactly what it entailed. This was the choice that the boys had to make, having no idea what awaited them at the end of each tunnel. Each of them felt a powerful concentration of dark magic emanating from the left tunnel, and there was no doubt that monsters were waiting for them there. Ron immediately suggested going through the right tunnel, believing that this would be a safer way for them to reach the mutant's lair. But turning to him, Aiden said that they needed to choose the left path, because they came here to hunt monsters, and not to hide from them. He was sure that the left path would lead them to the goal for which they came, and they should not avoid it, but move straight forward. But Ron realized that there was a powerful concentration of dark magic gathering on the left side, and he didn't want to put the team in too much danger. Moreover, he didn't like it when someone took on the role of leader, because there was only one recognized leader in the team. Aiden knew full well about the mortal danger that monsters could pose, and still decided to lead people in that direction. Seeing the fight, Peter rushed to Ron, trying to stop him and bring him to his senses. Even Tina realized that their leader was wrong and could make a big mistake by continuing this argument. The rest of the team still preferred the right tunnel, realizing that their strength might not be enough when faced with strong monsters. But if Aiden still insists on his own and wants to face the mutants face to face, he can go there alone. The guy even pushed the new team member towards the left tunnel, where he would encounter creatures stronger than giant insects. Now all that was left was to watch the hunters, who nevertheless headed towards the right tunnel, not wanting to meet the dangerous monsters. But Tina stayed put, and to Aiden's surprise, did not follow them. She believed that the guy had his own reasons for choosing the left path, and decided to stay with him. Aiden thanked her for her trust, smiling and hoping that she would not make a mistake in her choice. As for Adam, he also remained standing and closely watched Tina's actions. He then openly stated that he trusted Aiden much more than even their leader, Ron. Meanwhile, the group that had separated from the main team came across a dead end, realizing that they would not meet a single mutant here. Although they continued to think that they had made the right choice, because their goal was to destroy mutants and not become their prey. However, looking back, Diana began to regret that she had not listened to the newcomer and stayed with him. At that moment, a magical seal appeared right above the ceiling, and it became clear that the monsters were much more cunning than they had imagined. Olivia loudly warned that it was a trap and ordered everyone to immediately dodge the magical shots. The girl was not mistaken, because the next second a hail of magical rays rained down on them, and only by a miracle almost everyone managed to dodge them. But Diana failed to notice the last shot, and her leg twisted at the most inopportune moment. Losing her balance, she fell, and at that moment, a magical beam pierced her leg through and through. It turned out that several sharp thorns had jumped out from under the ground, and one of them had seriously injured the girl, who had not managed to escape the magical seal. Ron immediately activated the healing light and tried to heal Diana's wound before she lost too much blood. But he was unable to completely heal the wound, and it is difficult to imagine the pain Diana experienced after such a blow. Yes, she was in terrible pain, and Ron, as the leader of the group, felt completely responsible for each of its members, including Diana. Looking at her, it became clear that she might not live to see the completion of the mission, and that a healer capable of treating such wounds needed to be found as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Aiden, along with the new group, continued to follow Ron's team and didn't even have to look for him for long. Aiden found the guys himself and, smiling, said that it was no coincidence that he suggested that they go into the left tunnel, knowing what awaited them. Ron realized who the real leader of this team should be, but he was still angry that Aiden hadn't told him all the reasons for his choice. Aiden quickly explained that he expected something like this, since the magical seal came from there, and it was more dangerous than any mutant. The magic circle was destroyed, and this is most likely what caused Diana to be injured when she stepped on the seal. Dark magic reacted too aggressively to the manifestation of divine power, and this trap was prepared specifically for Diana. Looking carefully into the distance, Aiden made sure that there were no monsters nearby, and realized that the girl was lucky to be alive. It's hard to say how he managed to predict this, but it wasn't the most important thing right now. However, if he knew about everything in advance, Aiden should have thought about how to help the girl, and Ron again pounced on him with reproaches. But it was Ron who was the leader who ignored the opinions of other group members, so all responsibility for the girl's life lay on him. Looking at his friend, Ron realized that the showdown could be postponed, because the most important thing now was to save her life. For the first time in his life, he admitted his mistake and sincerely asked for forgiveness for his oversight. But if nothing was done, this girl would certainly die. And kneeling, Ron begged Aiden to help. Aiden once again saw the man who hadn't trusted him from the start now on his knees, begging for forgiveness. The guy had no reason to refuse, especially since the girl was not guilty of anything and was simply following her leader. But Peter knew that his friend didn't have the skills of divine power, and he found it strange how Aiden was going to cure such a serious curse. However, Aiden had powerful holy water, which he did not exchange for other items or make a deal with Rupert. This holy water was of such high quality that it could cope with any complex ailments and black magic curses. The curse placed on Diana would only require one drop to break the dark spell. Without wasting any time, Aiden turned the vial of holy water over Diana's leg, and a drop fell exactly where the magical spike had hit. Immediately, everyone saw how a bright glow spread from the place where the holy liquid was spilled, and the magic began to work. Despite Aiden's correct actions, doubts arose in the group that Diana would be able to rise after the holy water. Adam, despite his good attitude towards Aiden, also doubted whether the guy would be able to perform a miracle this time. After all, Aiden didn't have many divine powers, and he faced a powerful curse from black magicians. But, without losing his optimism, Aiden loudly declared that Diana's friends had been waiting for her for a long time, and now she was ready to meet them again. The girl grabbed Peter's hand, opened her eyes, and there was no trace of the dark curse on her face. The wound on his leg, which had recently been bleeding, was carefully stitched up with magic threads. Aiden had performed a miracle again and was now being congratulated for successfully completing the operation to heal the girl. He was receiving compliments again, although Ron still believed that Aiden was hiding his true abilities. Now Adam looked at him with completely different eyes, because after what he saw, he would hardly consider him a simple newbie. Soon the entire group went down the left tunnel, where Aiden had suggested going at the very beginning. Having walked no more than 100 meters, they immediately encountered something that surprised many. A huge door with a red magic seal hid the main boss's room, meaning they had reached their goal too easily. They didn't encounter a single monster along the way, and Peter immediately felt that this was strange. Ron placed his hands on the enchanted gate, asking everyone to be on guard and watch their surroundings carefully, preparing for an attack. However, he didn't have to worry for long, because after his touch, the doors began to open on their own, and a white light lit up between them. The monster that was behind these doors happily greeted those people who were supposed to become his easy prey. The main boss emanated such a strong dark aura that even Aiden momentarily doubted his decision to go that way. Yes, it was the same mutant they came here for, but no one expected him to be so strong. Although in the face of danger they could not retreat, because there was no way back, and the monster would not let them leave alive. But seeing how quickly dark energy accumulated in his hand, many doubted whether they could defeat him in battle. Looking at his victims, the mutant was sure that each of these hunters would consider it an honor to become his prey, and he immediately intended to make this happen. Then, looking straight at them, he declared that they must remember his name forever, so that in the next world they could tell the dead souls who exactly killed them and sent them to the other world. But before he could finish speaking, a powerful projectile fired from Aiden's crossbow pierced him through and through. Just a second ago, Ron was sure that they couldn't do without casualties on this hunt, but now he saw how the newcomer easily dealt with the most powerful mutant. The monster didn't even have time to activate the protective barrier, because, like everyone else, he was confident in his complete dominance. But within a few seconds, he began to dissolve into thin air, and all his threats disappeared along with this ugly creature. Then a magical whirlwind arose around this place, which carried away the remains of the monster, and only the dried-up items of the main boss remained on the ground. This crossbow really turned out to be an excellent purchase, and Aiden was once again convinced that he had made the right choice of weapon. The Holy Arrow of Dawn could destroy not only this mutant, but also all creatures of the same level. Looking at the remains that lay on the cold stone floor, it was difficult to understand what it was and how the healer managed to pull off such a trick. Right now, Adam saw something that he had only heard about in stories that no one believed. Peter whispered to his friend that he would be better off not using his best skill and leaving it for a more powerful being. But keeping him until the end would have been an even stranger decision, especially when the threat concerned not only his life, but the lives of all the hunters. Luckily, the arrow could be used many times, and with her hand extended forward, it disappeared into thin air, just like the slain mutant. The boss was quickly killed, so the dungeon was soon to close, and Ron, more than anyone else, should have known this. Olivia could easily create a teleportation magic circle and transport the entire team to safety right now. But the moment she started to activate her ability, Adam asked her not to do it and suggested exploring the dungeon a little. Besides, creating a magic circle required a lot of mana, and she wouldn't be able to create it again unless they finished all their business. After that, everyone began to slowly disperse, but Adam warned them that the dungeon might close faster than they thought, so they needed to stay close to each other. As Tina passed the stone altar, she noticed a strange spot and stood there for a moment, stunned. The altar was stained with a dark red stain, most likely the blood of a high-level monster. Although they didn't know for sure, the girl was sure that it was blood, and that perhaps many people had been sacrificed on this altar. After examining the altar, the young healer decided that there must be something hidden underneath it, hidden from prying eyes. And lifting the white cloth, he discovered a box with a magical dark seal on it. Without wasting any time, he opened the box, although he should have thought twice before doing so. But now it was too late, and seeing the consequences of his actions, the guy regretted opening the box. From the magical gates that opened on all sides, the dead, sacrificed to the dark god, began to crawl out. Now, having barely dealt with the main boss, the hunters had to fight a crowd of zombies that were even more bloodthirsty than any monster. Ron decided to act first and take the blow himself, covering for his friends. By attacking the zombies with the divine fist, He hoped to destroy as many of these creatures as possible so that none of the hunters would be harmed. But his plan was unlikely to work, because there were so many zombies that every hunter had already entered into battle with them. Olivia also prepared her magic staff, and although a crowd of undead fought against them, they were able to use any divine power that was within their control. But there was a man in this team who preferred to solve problems faster and killed an entire crowd of zombies with a few shots in 1 second. Using his stone arrows that instantly appeared in the air, Aiden shot down the zombies one after another and destroyed more creatures than all the others. However, the undead shouldn't have moved if they had already destroyed the main boss. So how could these creatures return from the afterlife? After some time, all the zombies were destroyed and their bloody bodies lay all over the dungeon. The answer was obvious, and turning around sharply, Aiden saw the remains of the boss not far from him. But the most important thing was that among these remains, he did not find the core, which was usually found next to the slain monster. At that moment, Peter, who had been feeling fine up until that point, suddenly looked askance and slowly began to fall. Luckily, his friend was nearby and managed to catch him, not realizing what was happening to him. Besides, another problem arose. Turning to the side and looking at where the fight was taking place, he realized that Peter was not the only one who suddenly felt ill. All the other hunters were lying on the cold stone floor of the dungeon, and it became clear that they had all lost consciousness and not died. Luckily, Aiden had a remedy that could quickly bring each of them back to consciousness. He fired arrows from his crossbow, imbued with the energy of life restoration, and soon each of the hunters was able to rise without feeling the side effects of magic. To do this, he had to launch arrows into the bodies of each member of the group, but none of them felt pain and did not know what was happening right now. Aiden quietly apologized for the sudden barrage, but each arrow was meant to restore, not kill. Once again, the boy realized that he was lucky to have met such a magician, whose results could be compared with the highest master of the Empire. Although he initially mistook it for an attack, his stamina had now been fully restored. With a smile on his face, he admitted that he had been a thief all his life and had survived only thanks to his skill, since from childhood his main enemy had been poverty. Adam instinctively defended himself from the restoration arrows Aiden launched at him, even though there was no reason to do so. But this is precisely what seemed strange to the guy, because everyone else remained unconscious, except Adam, who for some reason was not susceptible to this magic. In response to this, the guy noticed that there were 2 people in the dungeon who were still conscious, and Aiden was the second of them. Thieves didn't usually use blades tainted with dark magic, so the boy immediately doubted the veracity of Adam's words. It could be assumed that the main boss of this dungeon was the very creature that was looking at Aiden right now. If this was the case, then there was no point in wasting time, and it was necessary to deal with him as quickly as possible, taking the main trophy. Seeing his main rival in front of him, Adam realized that there was no point in hiding the truth and looking for excuses. He realized that this time it was not a stupid person who had come here, who quickly saw through his insidious plan. Now the forgotten apostle of God, who this guy really was ready to fight a man equal to himself in strength. Yes, he no longer needed to lie, especially since he remained silent in response to the last question. And with this silence, he gave himself away. Until now, no one could figure out who he really was, but it was Aiden who was smart enough to expose him. Adam wanted to sacrifice him immediately, no matter what, as he had been accustomed to do until today. Then he plunged the dagger into his hand, and it was unclear what he intended to do with it. The boy felt no pain, and having let blood out of his hand, prepared to summon a spirit that would endow him with dark power. Looking at him, Aiden knew that this man had killed too many people, and was only worthy of the death penalty, which he was about to carry out right now. It's true that Adam thought the same about his opponent, and, without wasting a second, rushed into the attack. The next moment, both opponents clashed in a duel, and, to Aiden's surprise, the guy turned out to be more agile than the other mutants. True, Aiden had a weapon that had already destroyed hundreds of monsters as evil as this boss. But after firing several arrows at his opponent, Aiden realized that with the help of dark magic, he could not only dodge the arrows, but also deflect them in flight with the help of a barrier. Thus, he risked wasting all his mana without any result. Before today's meeting, Adam was an ordinary, worthless thief. But all his life he dreamed of becoming what he considered himself to be since childhood. He hoped that after he dealt with this healer, the Dark God would be pleased and grant him new power. This bastard did not care about people, and even killed his own comrades who sacrificed them to the Dark God. Yes, this guy was a complete psychopath even in life. And now, under the dark spell, he has turned into a complete abomination. Gathering a deadly vortex of dark energy around himself, Adam ordered his opponent not to resist and simply accept his death. Then the same dark seal that had recently sprouted thorns and injured his last patient appeared beneath his feet. But this time, instead of thorns, he was surrounded by several giant demonic paws, each of which could kill a person in 1 second. This madman wanted Adam to become his new victim, hoping that his master would want to receive such a trophy. It must be admitted that the dark magic Adam expended on this attack would have been enough to kill dozens of hunters at once. But this time, he made a mistake and confused his target. To his surprise, the vortex that had just begun to form suddenly began to collapse into a single point, and the dark magic gradually dissipated. Then he saw a bright white light that blinded him, and putting his hand forward, he tried to see something in front of him. But instead of his dead enemy, he saw a very much alive Aiden, who had steadfastly withstood the onslaught of dark energy and was ready to strike back. The guy admitted that he was impressed by Adam's clever trick, although he himself had more interesting tricks. Clutching the dagger in his hand, Adam realized that the black grip that had been those demonic paws had weakened. However, he did not calm down and was ready to do anything to end this fight with his victory. But, as in all previous fights, Aiden looked into the face of the one who betrayed the human race and went over to the side of dark energy. Now the power God had given him was gradually leaving Adam, which meant that soon he would have to fight a fair fight without outside help. Right from the beginning, when Aiden noticed the box under the altar, he immediately realized that the monster's core had been found and hidden by someone. But now he held this core in his hand, and with a smile declared that this thing now belonged to him. Adam couldn't believe that his rival had managed to find the Dark Lord's core, because he held his own life in his hand. Aiden, without changing his smile, stated that if it really was a holy relic of a god, it would bring him a good profit when he sold it on the black market. He declared that the power received from the dark god would not work on this relic, even if he himself wanted it to. Even if it was the seal of a dark magician, it would not have helped Adam change the course of the fight, because it is just black magic. Remembering his last fight with the mutant, Adam knew that the creature would disappear from the divine power of holy water if he launched even one projectile at it. But suddenly, Adam declared that Aiden was completely crazy if he seriously thought that he could defeat him so easily and get out of this dungeon alive. His god may be forgotten now, but he will soon be reborn, and his dark face will appear above the altar. For now, Adam decided to deal with this little problem himself and launched an attack on his longtime rival. It was a bit of a surprise for Aiden, as he had used his ability in time and almost predetermined the outcome of the fight. But he had to come to terms with the fact that this opponent was much stronger than the previous ones, and this fanatic was even able to leave a wound on his face after stabbing him with a knife. Although the core was so important to Adam, it was worth trying another method. Without waiting for a new attack, Aiden threw the core high into the air, which could store not only energy, but also the life of his opponent. Seeing the master's cannonball above his head, Adam prepared to get on top in one quick movement and not let it fall to the ground. Judging by his excitement over this core, Aiden realized that he immediately understood the purpose of this relic. Almost touching the core, Adam suddenly noticed that there was a magical thread wrapped around it, which Aiden had tied at the very beginning. Then, with one easy movement, Aiden pulled towards himself and the core was in his hands, as was the crossbow loaded with arrows. Without giving his opponent a chance to move, Aiden fired a stone arrow from his crossbow straight into his head, and this time Adam was unable to dodge. Realizing he had no other choice, Adam called upon the magic of the ebony tree, and dozens of dark thorns immediately appeared on the ground. Looking at this, Aiden understood that these thorns did not kill their owner, but on the contrary, gave him strength. These spikes also served as an excellent barrier, keeping Adam secure until he could regain his energy. If it had been any other person in the healer's place, this barrier would have worked perfectly, but now the situation was completely different. After a deft lunge and one sharp movement of the dagger, all the spikes that had just protected Adam flew in different directions. Now nothing stopped Adam from delivering a direct blow with a dagger, although Aiden had something more interesting than just a bladed weapon. With his dagger tucked behind his back and his crossbow raised, Aiden was determined to finish off the bastard as quickly as possible and complete the mission. Between him and his opponent, there was now only a crossbow loaded with a stone arrow, and nothing prevented this arrow from hitting Adam's head. After taking a direct hit, Adam fell to the ground with stone arrows sticking out of his chest, completely suppressing his dark energy. If Adam was still wondering where the core was now, he needn't have worried, because it was in the hands of his enemy. However, Adam continued to fight and stated that this was not the end of the story, and their long path of confrontation was just beginning. He started talking about how he often felt the presence of something indescribable behind him, and it seemed to him that Aiden understood perfectly well what he was talking about. But Aiden replied that he did not believe in otherworldly forces, and did not consider himself a puppet in the hands of some god. Aiden finally shouted out that one day he too would crave something more, and would never resign himself to his role as a simple healer. Realizing what his opponent was hinting at, Aiden decided not to listen to this nonsense from the crazy fanatic anymore, and immediately shot 3 stone arrows into his head. Even if he had no choice but to cooperate with the creator of the system, he was not prepared to worship him and deprive himself of the right to choose. Judging by how quickly events were unfolding, Aiden expected that he would soon come face to face with the creator himself. This guy, who followed his lead, now paid dearly for his choice, because everything was predetermined from the very beginning. After the team members came to their senses, a headache hit each of them, as this was the main side effect of dark magic. Peter couldn't come to his senses, and his friend was the only one who could explain what had happened. However, Tina was primarily interested not in her state of health, but in what she saw in front of her. Adam's already cold body lay on the floor, and it was unclear who dared to kill him. Could there really be a spy in their group? Aiden immediately warned that there was nothing surprising here, because this guy was the real main boss. It was only through Aiden's efforts that each of them was able to open their eyes again and see the light. It was hard to believe that this young man, who had managed to win the team's trust, turned out to be the one who led them into a trap. That's why Tina constantly felt the dark magic emanating from this guy, and now it was clear that her intuition had not failed her. Peter still had a lot to learn from his friend, who had long since stopped trusting good-natured people just because of their wide smile. They always helped without any reason, but avoided discussing important topics so as not to reveal the deception. Everything Aiden had said fit the description of this young healer perfectly, and Peter thought for a second about the meaning of his words. Now Olivia urgently needed to prepare a magic circle so that the entire team of hunters could return home. Aiden's insight was at such a high level that the girl could not understand where he had managed to learn his abilities. For some reason, she decided that Aiden was a secret inquisitor of the church and hid his true identity under the guise of a healer. After saluting him, she promised to do her best and immediately create a magic circle as Aiden demanded. But Diana continued to keep her distance and could not believe the truth of this guy's words. However, noticing her secrecy, Aiden himself approached the girl and asked her to look at something important. Human death was not uncommon on this dangerous continent, and many hunters sacrificed their lives to save civilians. But the guy didn't want to leave these bodies here and believed that he should finish what he had started. Usually in the dungeons, everyone looked the same, as if they were stamped out in a factory, but these bodies were very different from the rest. Remembering Adam's power in life, Aiden decided that dark magic had somehow changed the essence of these people after the hunters were sacrificed. Taking Aiden's hint, the girl crossed her arms and assured him that the priest might not take kindly to his decision. As he expected, the girl was simply embarrassed to talk about it, and asked how he could help the church representatives. But no help from Aiden was needed, and Diana only wanted to humbly pray for the souls of the dead. This request was easy to fulfill, and having placed the bodies of the slain hunters in 2 rows, the girl began to say a prayer. She asked God to grant peace to these deceased, because each of them desperately fought the monsters and gave their lives for others. The others also joined in the prayer, asking the merciful God to save their souls and take them to heaven. It is unclear whether God heard their prayers and whether the souls of these people will go to heaven, but everyone did everything they could. Aiden bowed his head humbly and thought about something else. Because by dealing with the bastard, he could protect the lives of the people who prayed out loud. At that moment, he didn't even notice how a system window suddenly appeared above his head, and a new reward for success was ready for him. The reward, as usual, was not as valuable as the guy would have liked, but still better than nothing. After finishing the prayer, Tina said that it would be wonderful if they could transport everyone at once from the dungeon to the settlement, and she was ready to take on this role. She then activated a magical ability that would quickly accomplish this task, without the help of others. Such a thin barrier could easily carry the remains of hunters who had recently fought against mutants, and were then brutally sacrificed. Everything was ready, and nothing would have prevented us from going home, if not for one small problem. The small problem was that it was the man who was guilty of the death of the hunters, and the dark god granted him the right to rise to his feet after death. Realizing that the fight was not over yet, Aiden ordered everyone to run away immediately and leave this matter to him, but he asked Diana to stay, because this girl could provide him with invaluable help being behind his back. After his death, Adam's appearance changed greatly, and he no longer resembled the man he had been just recently. He was ready to destroy everything in his path, and wanted first of all to deal with the one who sent him to the next world. At this point, Diana's help came in handy. putting her hands forward and activating divine power to help her friend. She fuels Aiden's energy, because without this help, he could have lost the fight against the man who was now being helped by the Dark God himself. The divine light blinded the Dark God's messenger, and for a moment the boy lost his vigilance. He didn't want to lose a second time in a row, so he mentally asked the Dark Lord for even more destructive energy. And although he was badly wounded, it could not stop the one who had recently died, and could do so as many times as he wanted if the Dark Lord resurrected him again. At some point, it seemed that Adam's powers had increased tenfold, because everything around him became subject to his control. It was unlikely that any of them wanted to take part in a battle with one of the two main beings in the universe, so the guy ordered her to leave as quickly as possible. Moreover, the ceiling of the dungeon began to crack before their eyes, and anyone who remained was doomed to death. Adam, who probably still had some human elements left in him, should have understood this too. But he looked up as if enchanted, and did not move. He seemed to want to accept his death, otherwise it would be impossible to explain why he remained in place even when the stones were already falling from above. As expected, one of the huge boulders fell on the slave of the dark forces and crushed him to death. But, fortunately, the guys managed to run away from that place and remained alive, which they will remember for the rest of their days. The whole group was still waiting for them in the same place, and the teleportation magic circle was ready to transport everyone outside. Gripping the magic staff tightly with both hands, Olivia suddenly realized that she no longer felt her relic as she had before. Now she had no doubt that the magic had stopped working, but it was unclear what exactly had caused the loss of connection with this sacred object. Either way, things were bad for them, because there was no other way to get out of here except teleportation. Most likely due to the injury, she lost her abilities and Aiden realized that Adam was going to sacrifice them in this way. But there was no time to think, because one of the cobblestones that fell from the ceiling almost hit Peter, who was standing behind everyone. The girl couldn't hold back her tears, and was sure that now they would definitely not be able to get out of here, which meant that their fate was already sealed. If they had a little more time, Aiden would probably have been able to come up with something, as he usually did in situations like this. After looking closely at the magic circle, he realized that it was completely ready for their movement, and the girl did not have enough strength to activate the teleportation. Who, if not Aiden, knew that nothing is impossible in this world? And with a smile on his face, the guy asked everyone to calm down. Looking at Tina, he realized that she was the one who could solve this problem. Although the girl herself did not know about it yet, Tina had always been smart enough to immediately recognize the type of magic circle and the seal code embedded inside it. In addition, she had the skill to create strong barriers, which she had already used in the fight against Adam. Taking Aiden's hint, the girl admitted with horror that she could do something like that, but she wasn't sure that it would work right now. In her place, no one would have hesitated to make a decision, because the ceiling could collapse on their heads at any moment. At the last second, she managed to run to the side, and this should have made Tina think faster. There was no time to doubt now, and Aiden loudly asked her to activate her abilities as quickly as possible and take them away from here. If she delays even for half a minute, each of the group members could remain forever under the rubble in the dungeon. At some point, realizing that no one but her could activate this magic, the girl decided to act. This was good news, and Aiden was glad that she had decided to do this a little earlier than they were crushed by tons of falling rocks. Without wasting any time, she set to work and decided to draw a triple magic circle for reliable teleportation. To create this triple circle, it usually required at least 2 people, who had to direct their magic into the center of the circle. The girl could have used cloning magic, but it was impossible now because every second counted. It was at this moment that Aiden came in handy with the magic liquid he had received from Adam and had never used. But this time, the liquid could work differently, and by breaking it in the very center of the circle, he hoped to obtain the missing energy. Now the last word remained with Tina, who continued to say prayers, asking God to grant her the necessary strength. It would be good if her God heard her prayers, otherwise all the boys would have to listen to them only in the heavenly temple when they were in the next world. She pressed her palms together and activated the last of her powers, hoping that her mana would be enough to initiate the teleportation process. Aiden hoped it would work too, because for the first time in his life he felt the chill of death on the back of his neck, approaching them. Just as the giant boulders were about to fall to the floor where the hunting team was, the triple magic circle activated, and only a second separated them from death. But the next moment the guy opened his eyes and realized that they had miraculously remained alive, and survived the most terrible second. All the members of the group were lying next to him, and it was clear that none of them were hurt. Olivia's joy was understandable, because they had managed to do something that no other magician in the entire empire had ever managed. Looking around, They saw on the wall the coat of arms of the family in whose tower they were most likely located right now. Peter knew that this place was considered the richest area of the empire, which meant that here they could find a carriage that would take them home. Thanks to the magic tower, this city was the safest in the western part of the continent, and one could breathe a sigh of relief and calm down. All the wealthy aristocrats and wizards from all corners of the country flocked here to find rare magical research and books of ancient sages. For the first time in his life, Aiden found himself in a real magical tower, but he still couldn't feel the aura that should have emanated from its walls. True, he soon came to believe in the truth of these words, because a loud voice was heard behind the heavy doors. The guards accompanying the influential gentleman had already checked all the rooms of the tower, and, most likely, should have discovered the uninvited guests here. But instead of strangers, the professor, who was the first to run into the room, saw Olivia's familiar face and hit her on the head with his staff. The girl tried her best to ask him to calm down, because she could explain everything without any difficulty. But this man had no intention of listening to an explanation, because the young mages had just escaped from the ancient dungeon without receiving permission. However, he heard about this young healer who had achieved a lot in perfecting his craft and realized that he could go on any hunt with him. True, now he should have met with Tina, who was waiting for him on the balcony because they had something to talk about. Much time had passed since the girl's last visit to the tower, and memories from the past came flooding back. But the main thing she had to say was to apologize to Aiden for putting his life in serious danger. It was clear from the young man's face that he did not need an apology and was glad that they were all still alive. Having listened to him to the end, the girl quietly thanked him once again for his help, without which they would have remained in the dungeon forever. Then she told her story about how Tina was from the Golden Tower, and that as a child, the master noticed her great talent for magic and forcibly took her away for training. But it was the sword that had always been to the liking of this girl, who, since childhood, loved to participate in duels against strong opponents. As it turned out later, she was not as special as the master said, and she was eventually kicked out of the tower for constant disobedience. The girl was unable to become either a real magician or a good swordsman, and she had to focus on one thing in order to succeed in one of these arts. The theme of undiscovered talent was familiar to Aiden, as something similar had happened in his childhood. And those around him also didn't immediately trust his skills. The most important thing for him was always to do what you think is right, because those around you change their opinions depending on their desires. Besides, if Tina seriously believed that she was untalented, she should have used a few clever tricks to hide it from others. In any case, you need to achieve your goals by any means necessary and never stop halfway. The girl heard these words for the first time in her life and did not expect that a stranger would be so moved by her story. The guy really believed that even if he had to use deceptive maneuvers, in some cases, it would be justified. After a few days of rest, the boys prepared to return home and said a long goodbye to the people they had saved. It could be said that their expedition was a success, except for the dangerous moment when stones began to fall from the ceiling of the dungeon. Finally, Aiden assured the girl that if she hadn't made her choice yet, she could join them, since there was room for one person on their team. The girl was delighted with this offer and declared that she wanted to master 2 professions at once and become not only a good swordsman, but also an excellent magician. Even if people doubted her, she would do what her heart told her, because that was what Aiden told her on the balcony. Handing her an envelope with a letter, he assured her that if her decision did not change, she could come to the specified address. Realizing that she now had a job she loved, the girl thanked Aiden once again and could barely hold back tears of happiness. As she said goodbye, she promised to send a reply letter soon and tell about her successes in her new position. Just as they were about to leave, Olivia's voice was suddenly heard behind them, wanting to say something else. At first, this girl did not take Aiden seriously, but after all the events, her opinion changed dramatically. In the end, she advised the guy to go to the professor's office, which was located in the tower, because the man himself wanted to meet with the young healer. The guy still had a little time, so once he was in the office, he decided to listen to everything the professor wanted to tell him. Of course, he listened to a mountain of apologies for the fact that the guys put his life in danger, but he assured with a smile on his face that everything was fine. More and more people trusted this guy's talent and skills every day, and it seems that today the ranks of his admirers have been replenished with another person. Although this guy looked very young, he was an experienced professor from the Black Tower, and was glad to meet the famous healer in person. The Black Tower was known as the Tower of Dark Magic, and the young professor's goal was to study the magic that permeated the walls of this building. Only now did Aiden realize that he could use dark magic if he had the official permission of the Adventurers Association. At some point, the young professor lost the thread of his reasoning, and his adult colleague felt ashamed of the youth's behavior. He had already heard that Aiden had managed to win the battle against Adam, and was ready to buy back all the valuable items that had dropped after his destruction. Aiden hadn't forgotten to take the magic ball with him from the dungeon, but he wasn't going to part with it right now. He paid too high a price for this sacred relic, which will certainly be useful to him in future battles. However, there was something else that he took with him, and Adam's dagger was still in his possession. After it fell into the teleportation circle, this item was transported out of the dungeon along with all the hunters. Only now did Aiden remember this relic, which could be useful to the professor for his research. Having placed the dagger on the table, he was sure that the boy would be delighted to receive such a valuable relic. He was not mistaken, and the professor really did immediately sense the colossal amount of mana contained in this object. He was looking forward to studying this relic and wanted to find out what was hidden within it. Jumping up from his seat, he proposed a deal whereby the boy could take anything he wanted from the table, on which lay a mountain of magical items. But what attracted him most was a strange toy lying at the very bottom of this pile, as if it was calling him to itself. It turned out that it was a musical toy, and as soon as you turned the key, it started making funny sounds. The boy was curious to know what melody or voice this toy had, and, turning the key, he waited to hear it with his own ears. But instead of singing, the toy suddenly began to make unintelligible sounds, and Aiden couldn't understand what the makers of this strange thing were trying to achieve. For a while, having placed it on the table, he listened to how it continued to make strange sounds, and realized that he did not recognize this stupid melody. The young professor took the toy from the table and explained that it was not a magical object at all, but a gift from his friend, who happened to be there. But the boy noticed that this toy could absorb all the mana in space and convert it into life energy. In the end, she restored his stamina gauge to full, so of all the items offered, he decided to take her. In addition to this toy, Aiden was given a whole mountain of artifacts and books that he will probably never have time to read. If one of the books had a detailed recipe for a frost potion, he would definitely have tried to gather all the ingredients and prepare this elixir. It would be nice to stay at least a little longer in this place, and Aiden suggested to his friend to stay here a little longer. Moreover, the professor gave him official permission, and they would be able to stay in this region for at least a whole month at a time. It was his gratitude for saving the main disciple, and he could take the chance to walk through the corridors of the tower. Peter was all for staying and was happy that he would now be able to have a good rest and explore the local sites. But the main thing that interested Aiden was the local potion shops, which were famous for their excellent, high-quality goods. Arriving at one of these shops, he immediately asked for a whole box of mana potions, as well as 3 boxes of stamina restoration potions. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw a cauldron in which a familiar potion was being brewed, emitting a familiar smell. Next to this cauldron stood a guy who clearly didn't understand what he was doing, because he was holding a plant in his hands and was about to throw it into the cauldron. The guy knew very well what reaction would occur when this plant came into contact with the potion, and warned the young man not to do this under any circumstances. He clearly didn't know how to properly mix rare ingredients and would do a lot of stupid things if he didn't listen to an experienced healer. But, turning sharply, the guy said that he didn't want to listen to nonsense and knew perfectly well what he was doing. He then threw a few torn leaves into the boiling cauldron, not even realizing the mistake he was making. Immediately after this, Aiden ordered his companion to leave immediately. Otherwise, they too would become victims of this idiot's mistakes. They quickly ran to the door and opened it, glad that they were near the entrance, and it was faster to get to the street than from the basement. But walking through the city streets, Peter still asked his friend to tell him in more detail what was supposed to happen in the magic supplies shop. He didn't even have to answer, because the next second there was a loud bang behind them, and it became clear that the reaction of the 2 components had caused an explosion. Surely that idiot would have believed Aiden now. But, like everyone else, he realized it too late. The next second, his smile suddenly disappeared from his face, and he wondered with horror who could have come up with the idea of setting that guy up and organizing that terrible explosion. Remembering the last minutes of the fight with Adam, the guy recalled how he quietly snuck up on Olivia from behind and was ready to do anything to kill every member of the hunting team. Having prepared the dagger that would later fall into Aiden's hands, he swung it, aiming for the most vulnerable spot on Olivia's body. Even her protective barrier couldn't stop it, and the dagger hit the unfortunate girl right in the side, who didn't have time to react to the blow. Blood gushed out of her, and it became clear that this blow could be fatal if restoration magic was not activated immediately. Everyone watched this scene in horror, and it became clear that Adam was the worst scoundrel they had ever met in their lives. Olivia collapsed to the floor, losing consciousness, and lay there for a long time, unable to move. Remembering every detail of that horrific scene, the boy understood that it was no coincidence that the dark forces had chosen this man as their pawn. Adam had the opportunity to refuse the alliance with the Dark Lord, but due to his vanity, he decided to win leadership among the inhabitants of the Empire, at least in this way. Of course, at that moment he didn't yet know that the crossbow in Aiden's hands was not just another weapon, but a sacred relic from whose arrow he was destined to die. As the sword pierced the crossbow's body, Aiden saw the unfortunate girl's blood still on the dagger's blade. It was only thanks to Diana, who was always afraid to do too much, that she showed herself heroically this time and what she was capable of. With her last strength, gathering the remains of her mana, she prepared to do what Aiden asked her to do, because he was no longer able to cope with the onslaught of the slave of the dark forces. It was at that moment that she activated the destructive energy, and a stream of light was directed at Adam, who did not expect that this girl was capable of such feats. He was ready to leave no living place of her, and the next second he swung his bloody dagger to finish her off. It was hard to imagine what was going on in the soul of the girl, who had never participated in such a battle in her life, and froze in a daze, seeing the blade in front of her. But this time was enough for Aiden to react in time, and with the help of a crossbow, he attacked Adam while he looked away. In this position, Adam could no longer use his power, and at that moment the dagger fell from his hands, which was the beginning of the end for this bastard. Aiden remembered that he had not stopped there, and, calling on the dark forces for help, was ready to continue the fight. He had concentrated dark energy in his hands, with which he activated the destruction of the dungeon, and became a victim of his own magical ability. If Aiden had weakened at that moment and failed to use the full power of his magical abilities, the boys would have remained in the dungeon and died under the rubble. Finally, Adam promised to see the matter through to the end, even if the group of hunters remained alive and he was destined to die in this place. And it was now, when the explosion occurred in the establishment, that Aiden realized that it was no coincidence that the guy did not listen to him and threw the plant into the boiling cauldron, knowing about the upcoming explosion. Looking at this, Peter could not understand what had happened inside and why just a minute ago, nothing had foreshadowed trouble. But now something irreparable had happened. Without listening to him to the end, Aiden already knew who was to blame for this explosion and rushed into the establishment at full speed. The first thing he saw was the very same boiling cauldron that had caused this monstrous explosion. Everyone inside was unable to come to their senses for a long time, trying to cough out the smoke that had risen in the room. First of all, the young people had to block the smoke that rose after the pop using a magic shield. Having activated the shield, the young mage did what his classmate asked him to do, hoping that it would help him at least a little. But after activating the ability, he realized that the shield seemed to dissolve into thin air, although it had never behaved like that before. No matter how much he tried to continue activating it, the shield didn't work and only wasted his mana. At some point, he realized that the temperature in this place was rising sharply, which meant that another explosion could happen soon. Realizing this, he rushed to the exit and shouted to his friend that they needed to get out of there immediately. No one intended to die in this place, and it was even more unclear why they would risk their lives. At that moment, his path was blocked by Aiden, who was not running from danger, but found himself in the very center of events. His friend blocked the exit with a huge wardrobe, and now it became clear that these two had been waiting for the culprits of the explosion for a long time. Looking at them, Aiden declared that none of these people would leave the store without his permission. He repeatedly warned them not to put herbs in the cauldron, but for some reason, no one listened and did the opposite. Not understanding what this madman was getting at, the students began to demand that he immediately get out of the way and clear the way for them. The guy who had thrown the plants into the boiling cauldron stared at Aiden, trying to understand his intentions. Aiden reassured everyone, explaining that the smoke was completely harmless, and that if they stayed there, their lives would not be in danger. However, he then added with a smile on his face that if they continued to breathe in air, their mana would simply be destroyed. This should have been said right away, and now the young people panicked again, trying to find a way to get out of this terrible place. One of them even threw up in front of everyone, and one could only sympathize with this guy who couldn't stand the test. These were the consequences of inhaling the steam that appeared in this room as a result of the explosion, and it was necessary to simply wait for the effect to pass and the mana to be restored. One of the students clutched his head and realized that they would no longer be able to use their abilities, as their mana had almost completely drained away. Now they were ready to do anything to get out of here, even if they had to step over Aiden's corpse. But it's unlikely that Aiden himself, who warned them not to do anything stupid and to stay put, was prepared for this. It was even necessary to fire an arrow from a crossbow to convince the students not to make unnecessary movements. They seem to have forgotten what situation they are in, and who among them has the right to give orders. They were located in the very center of the tower, and no one would risk taking responsibility by opening the passage and leaving this place. The magic tower was so high that even if they were outside, it would be extremely difficult to survive. The agency that created the class for young wizards set aside this place for their training for several years so that they could study magic. If the smoke came out of this room, everything around would be plunged into chaos, because that was the peculiarity of the location of this tower. However, they still had one way out, because after inhaling the smoke, not all was lost for the students. It turned out that they could be cured if they received medical help in time, and Aiden knew someone who could help. Each of them understood that one of the best healers in the Empire stood before them, and they only asked him to hurry before their mana ran out. Unfortunately, the guy was now busy containing the smoke, and it wasn't as easy as it seemed. No one will die due to the disappearance of mana, and even if they cannot use it, it is not a death sentence for the students. For them, studying magic was the meaning of life, and they were ready to do anything if the guy agreed to help. Aiden began to love his profession more and more, especially when people who considered him untalented fell on their knees before him. Peter couldn't believe his friend had decided to do this, as the students had tearfully begged him to help them save the rest of their mana. They were lucky that they were in an elixir shop, which had plenty of ingredients to quickly create a healing potion. Aiden ordered to immediately find the ingredients, which he would name in order, and the faster they did it, the more mana they would save. Soon, each student had a list of ingredients that needed to be found first. Among them were rare ingredients used in complex magical potions, and the first of these was quartz powder. The dried root of the sand vine also came in handy, as it could be used to eliminate the effects of smoke. Without wasting any time, the students gathered all the ingredients they could get their hands on, and the boy prepared to create a new potion. Peter didn't expect that this potion would emit such a disgusting smell, and one could sympathize with him, because he was not used to such a thing. Most likely his mana was weak, which is why he reacted to the smell like that, although Aiden didn't even wince. Finally, the potion was ready, and carefully pouring it from the jug into a transparent flask, the guy prepared to use it. Now it was necessary to shake the potion in the bottle a little, so that its effect after distribution would be much stronger. Having finished with this, the guy raised it high above his head and prepared to use the fastest way to spread the potion throughout the store. Having broken the bottle of elixir, all that was left was to wait for the splashes to react with the smoke released after the explosion. Soon the air in the room began to change color, and it became clear to everyone that the magic potion had begun to work. It was a little strange to see the magic spreading throughout the room, and some students covered themselves with their hands, fearing the consequences of Aiden's bold decision. Even his friend got scared at some point, and covering his head with his hands, asked if everything would be okay. But Aiden calmed his skittish friend by explaining that the potion simply turned smoke and gas into a vein, a piece of which fell into his palm. Now all that remains is to collect all these pieces from the floor, and the sooner they do this, the better it will be for them. Having quickly carried out the order, the students set to work and tried not to miss a single piece of this magical clot. The problem was solved, because the poisonous smoke was gone, and the guy managed to heal many people. The mess in the store could be placed on the shoulders of the students, who, as a sign of gratitude, should clean up this room. The young man, who disobeyed Aiden and threw several leaves into the cauldron, admitted that he had confused the plant with another ingredient. These herbs, which helped mix medicinal ingredients, were initially harmless, but when saturated with magic, they began to dissolve the mana of everyone around them. It was strange that someone would decide to grow dangerous plants in a magic tower, as if one of the students was planning something terrible. Perhaps the answer should be sought in the greenhouse where supplies of this rare plant are supposed to be stored, if we are to believe the students' words. At some point, all the pieces of the puzzle came together, and Aiden realized that he had stumbled upon a clue that would lead him to solving all the mysteries. Without wasting any time, he rushed towards the greenhouse and asked his friend not to fall behind if they did not want to be late. First of all, it was necessary to meet with the professor, because he probably knew much more than any of the students in this magic tower. Once there, the boys would probably have changed their minds, since there was no point in rushing. Plants that were not dangerous began to fill with the mana that the students had absorbed, and things became worse for the local residents than expected. By that time, the professor had already received information about the incident in the store, and was glad that all the students remained alive. He announced from the system screen that he was happy to come to resolve any issues, but was forced to remain away from the tower due to an urgent meeting. Instead, he was willing to give them access to the greenhouse, and the young people were glad that he accommodated them. Olivia was right at Aiden's side and joined him, as she had long dreamed of working on the same team with him. They soon arrived at the magical herb growing room and realized that everything had not gone according to plan. For the first few seconds, none of them could say a word, because the cause of the destruction was unknown. It was only clear that this place no longer looked like the usual safe laboratory for students and teachers. That's why it would be best to get a crossbow, which the young man immediately did. He noticed a humidity control magic circle nearby and intended to use it to study information about this place. By creating another temperature and climate control circle, he intended to restore the atmosphere that had reigned here before the onset of chaos. Soon, all the auxiliary magic circles were broken, meaning that whoever started the coup was prepared for any outcome. Olivia felt a high level of mana activity in the air and decided that something had happened to the main magic circle. Knowing the structure of these magic circles, the main one had to be in the center and now it had to be found among the plants. It is unlikely that they will be able to do this easily, because the mutant burst into the greenhouse so quickly that no one had time to notice him. Aiden was the first to react, grabbing his friend's hood and pulling it back. Peter was lucky to have such a clever friend, because if he hadn't done this, he could have said goodbye to life. It was difficult to say what class this mutant belonged to, but the main thing was that the guy survived and was able to come to his senses a little. This monster, a living carnivorous plant, was capable of absorbing the mana of anyone who entered the greenhouse. Plant-type monsters like this ivy were familiar to Olivia, and with the help of her staff, she was ready to destroy it immediately. Activating Windslash, she sent a sharp wave of energy straight at the mutated plant, hoping to get rid of at least one problem. Of course, this monster wasn't as strong as the ones they encountered in the dungeon, but even fighting it required a lot of effort from everyone. Even after the wave had pierced his body, the plant continued to move and threaten the lives of everyone nearby. A few seconds later, the giant ivy was able to launch another attack, and one of its tentacles rushed towards Olivia. Peter noticed this movement in time and rushed towards the monster to save the girl. Swinging his sword, he was ready to quickly cut it into pieces to get rid of the problem. Luckily, he succeeded, and the tentacles that had been threatening his girlfriend fell to the floor of the greenhouse and did not move again. At first, everyone thought that dealing with the monsters would be easier than it seemed, but this was a misleading opinion. The mutant had the ability to regenerate, and soon drops of liquid began to appear on the stumps, which could glue the cut parts together. Soon, the plant was ready for a new attack, and it seemed that it was now stronger than it had been a few seconds ago. With one sharp movement of its tentacle, it knocked two mages off their feet, and neither had time to react to the blow. All this time, Aiden had been carefully watching the movements of the mutated plant, and did not expect that it would show itself at such an unexpected moment. The guy had some interesting moves, and this time he used a series of slashing blows to prevent the plant from using regeneration. After this, everyone saw how the adhesive liquid began to accumulate on the plant's tentacles again. Even after all his attempts, Aiden was unable to solve this problem, and it was becoming more and more difficult with each passing second. Peter had never seen greenhouse plants behave like this before, and knew it would never have happened without intervention. The speed of regeneration changed, and, by absorbing foreign mana, the plant developed its skills on the fly. Perhaps this happened because they attacked him with magic, and due to the excess mana, all the herbs in the greenhouse mutated sharply. This monster continued to be in the greenhouse, and radiate the ominous mana that the guys had already seen in the dungeon. It was necessary to come up with another way to deal with this monster before it grew to a size that would be impossible to handle. The first thing that came to Olivia's mind was to charge the staff with a fireball and try to burn this enraged plant. At first it seemed like a great idea, but it soon became clear that the plant was resistant even to high temperatures. If it fails to burn, then all other fireball-like magic will also fail. Aiden was never one to back down at the first sign of trouble, so he smiled and suggested another way. He held in his hand the very same clots that the students had collected in the room where the explosion had recently occurred, and wanted to use them. Using his ability, he created new arrows from these clots and intended to attack the giant ivy. This time he fired several arrows at once, which hit the predatory plant right in the mouth. For the first few seconds, nothing happened to the mutant, and it seemed to Aiden that this idea had also failed. But then a bitter, poisonous smoke began to pour out of the plant's mouth, gradually filling the entire greenhouse. Because of this poisonous gas, Peter was unable to use his ability, and Aiden was the only one left who could resist. Moreover, he had a crossbow, which had already helped him out in difficult situations more than once, and was not supposed to let him down today either. He offered to beat the mutated ivy until the damn plant died, and, if necessary, was ready to go into hand-to-hand combat with a dagger. In fact, the second option was much better, and realizing this, the guy rushed into the attack. It's hard to say how many blows he landed, but at some point it seemed like the series of attacks would never end. He was so carried away by the sweeping movements of the dagger that he stopped understanding whether the plant was alive or already dead. The giant monster's tentacles flew in all directions, and it became clear that its body's regeneration had slowed down. At that moment, Aiden loudly asked his friend to help him and join the fight while the plant was distracted by him. Realizing that he would not need magic in this fight, Peter was ready to carry out this order and immediately rushed into the attack. He struck the giant's vulnerable spot, which was located close to him, hoping that this would help destroy the vile monster. It's a good thing the plant's head didn't notice Peter getting too close. This guy was the only one who didn't rely on his mana, and was willing to solve problems by engaging in direct contact with the enemy. Now Peter stood in front of the ivy, swinging his sword, and his friend prepared to attack. He instantly moved to the side where he noticed the monster's weak spot in order to attack it, and Peter. The boy jumped so high that he found himself above the giant ivy and swung a dagger imbued with powerful mana. Now this monster is unlikely to escape its fate, and after so many attacks it will surely give in at least once. It was one of Aiden's longest fights and, in high spirits, he prepared to perform one clever trick. He crashed into the monster's body with such speed that green splashes, which were the blood of this predatory plant, flew in all directions. And then everyone saw that the monster finally stopped showing signs of life, and in this form, no longer posed a danger. But it was too early to relax, and Aiden asked Olivia to immediately take them to the main spell circle. It was in the greenhouse that the very same magic circle was located. But the stone slab on which it was created, for some reason, cracked after being exposed to someone's magic. Never in her life had Olivia seen this slab, which was considered the most durable material, suddenly crack so deeply. This circle must have absorbed too much mana and simply couldn't hold it inside. So the excess mana caused the stone to deform. It was hoped that after the circle had absorbed so much energy, an explosion like the one the students had experienced in the magic supplies store would not occur. But looking ahead, the young people had a premonition that this was exactly what was about to happen in the next second. For a while, the young people stood there, staring at the slab, which could explode right now, and the fragments threatened the lives of everyone nearby. Under these conditions, the entire greenhouse could blow up, and Aiden hoped that at least Olivia would have some ideas on how to block the flow of mana. Unfortunately, a low-ranking mage was not allowed to approach such objects, so Olivia could not help. She was completely powerless against the magical seal that had absorbed enough mana to restore the entire academy she attended. The best way to avoid death would be to simply leave the place and then prepare to return back. However, they had nowhere to run, because if huge amounts of mana were concentrated in this place, then after the explosion, nothing would remain of the settlement, and everyone in the tower would die. Activating the all-seeing eye skill, Aiden tried to find the main mana circle and, despite everything, stop the impending disaster. After carefully examining the object, he realized that it must have at least one weak point through which all the excess mana could be released. Finally, such a place was found, and if they don't take advantage of this chance, they may simply not have another one. Olivia couldn't believe that the guy had the courage to do such a thing, and decided to step towards this time bomb that was about to explode. And indeed, despite everything, the guy stepped forward and looked his death in the face. Approaching the magic plate with the seal, Peter could not understand what he was doing, and why he had decided to do such a thing. However, they didn't know that by activating his ability, Aiden had managed to locate the mana core, and it was the one that was threatening to explode right now. There was one effective remedy against this, and the guy, without wasting any time, took it out of his interface. If this object had high mana resistance, then he hoped that this method should work. He then threw the magic ball straight into the center of the seal, hoping that his intuition would not fail him this time. Immediately after this, so much mana spilled out that if the stone slab had not been so strong, it would have long ago shattered into pieces. The girl turned away, unable to look at it. But Peter continued to look forward, and was ready to be there at any moment. First of all, Aiden needed to get to the central circle, which connected all the lines of this seal, and was the most vulnerable point. Taking another magic ball from the interface, he was ready to try again, and soon the seal should give in and release all the accumulated mana. Taking careful aim, he was ready to throw the projectile straight at the target with all his might, hoping that its accuracy remained as excellent as before. Then he threw the magic ball with such force that one could only hope for the best, because with such a strong throw, he could split the slab itself. With incredible speed, the ball rushed towards the most vulnerable spot of the seal, which the guy wanted to pierce with this clot of energy. The moment the ball came close to the seal, its energy came into contact with the mana accumulated within it, and it became clear that it contained more energy than could have been imagined. Luckily, the guy hit the center of the object, and now all he could do was hope that his plan would work. Gradually, mana began to penetrate the yellow clot of energy released by Aiden, and only now did Olivia understand what this guy's plan was. Soon, the mana circle was completely blocked, meaning that the problem could be considered solved, unless, of course, something unexpected happened. Immediately after this, the ball fell to the floor of the greenhouse, and everyone froze, trying to figure out whether an explosion would occur, or whether they would manage to stay alive. Olivia knew Aiden wasn't the type of person to think through every move, but she was terrified to watch what was happening. Fortunately, once on the ground, the circle remained in the same form in which it was sent to print, and it was possible to exhale and relax a little. Every time someone doubted Aiden's abilities, the boy knew that the moment would come when all doubts would be dispelled. Turning to his friends, he made it clear with his whole appearance that he was once again on top, as always. The boys couldn't contain their emotions and rushed to hug their savior, who had saved not only their lives, but also the lives of everyone in the tower. It was good that he had decided to check the properties of his sphere in advance, and thanks to his all-seeing gaze, he was able to pinpoint the exact target in the center of the seal. After some time, the young people were contacted by a professor who had already discovered the real cause of the explosion in the magical plant store. Most likely, the problem was a malfunction in the power supply system, since even the mage towers were powerless against such cases. If the tower collapsed, the shield protecting the city would collapse, and this could not be allowed under any circumstances. The professor knew that the mana center was similar to the source of a magic tower, but solving such problems was not within his competence. Even if the professor himself couldn't guide them, it wouldn't be easy for them to take the next path, and Peter understood that. However, one of the masters of the Crimson Magic Tower was currently in charge of the Mana Center, and that was where they should go first. This man knew in advance about the young people's visit and frowned at them at the threshold of his office. He did not understand what brought them to his residence and looked at them for a long time without saying a word. Aiden was the first to speak, telling everything that happened in the tower today, and only the master of the Crimson Magic Tower could know the real reason for all the incidents. The master understood that they now wanted to go to the center of Mana, but he was hardly ready to give them permission to do so. To be honest, Aiden himself didn't really want to go there, hoping that the representatives of this tower would sort out their problems themselves. But with a smile on his face, he declared that he was ready to help the master and all the other masters, because if this was not done now, they would start having big problems. Hearing these words, the man became furious, because there was no way in the world such a matter could be entrusted to a young brat. Slamming his hand on the table, he declared that the Mana Center was a special place that Aiden was strictly forbidden from entering. Indeed, this place was created thanks to the best technology of the Magic Tower, and even if the tower collapses, it will still be safe there. However, it was unclear why something should happen to such a place, and why this man suddenly doubted the intentions of the young people. Then Olivia decided to speak out, saying that this gentleman had no idea what had happened in the greenhouse and what they had been through. But he didn't want to listen to anything and continued to loudly declare that he would never allow them to access the printing center. Not only did Olivia run away without telling anyone, but now she also wants to tarnish the glorious name of the Magic Tower with her presence. It was an offensive remark towards a young girl who did everything to save people. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, the guy looked him straight in the eyes and decided to give him some very important advice. It was necessary to evacuate people immediately and take all precautions to prevent the worst from happening. But he didn't want to hear anything and threw the trio out the door, believing that he was only wasting his time on them. Yes, he had overreacted to their proposals, and Olivia was once again convinced that all magicians were bores, like this old man. However, it didn't matter now, because Aiden knew what he would do and what he would put his hand to. Moreover, the master, who remained in his office, had no idea what awaited him and how he himself would beg Aiden for help in a few minutes. Indeed, the system window that suddenly appeared in the master's office indicated an increased level of danger. The master couldn't understand what was happening, but it was clear that if he didn't act, he risked saying goodbye to his life. After everything was over and the system stopped sending him its notifications, the master simply sat at the table for a while and tried to figure out what to do. He couldn't understand how much the young people knew about him, and why this young man had acted so confidently a few minutes ago. Perhaps the guess that came to his mind was the most correct, although the master refused to accept this version until the very end. Aiden probably knew that the magical energy system was broken, and that the entire tower delegation could soon find out about it. He completely forgot about his duties, and, because he took too long to prepare for the ceremony, he risked missing the opportunity to become the next Grand Master. If anyone found out about this, the man would be immediately removed from the list of candidates for the position, and he would have to hide the details until the ceremony. Then he will have a chance to solve this problem unnoticed by everyone, and after he becomes the main master, it will no longer matter what caused the explosion. But suddenly, looking at the wall, he realized that all his troubles were just beginning, and Aiden was hiding something from him. The bright glow that was escaping from the walls of the office indicated that the guy was right, and that the seal had indeed accumulated too much mana. And the very next second, an explosion was heard in his office, and a bright flash blinded the master. Huge chunks of stone slabs flew in all directions, and he could only hope that none of them would hit him. He still didn't understand what was happening, and why the explosion happened in his office, breaking through a thick stone slab in the wall. For some time, the master could not move, although in such a situation it was necessary to act as quickly as possible, otherwise the worst could happen. He tried his best to reach the clot of energy-emitting mana, but the stones pressed down on his body too hard. But at some point it became clear that he wouldn't have to work too hard, because the energy from the ball itself rushed into his hand, striking it like an electric shock. From such contact with mana, the man screamed loudly throughout the entire office, and even Aiden, who was not far from there, heard his voice. He immediately realized that he was dealing with a powerful countercurrent of mana, part of which had accumulated in the magic seal. Suddenly, when the dust cleared a little, he noticed that someone was near his office and realized that he was not alone here. He shouted loudly to the stranger at the door, begging him to help him, because being crushed under the slabs, he risked remaining there forever. It finally dawned on him that the young healer who had recently offered him cooperation had not been joking when he had spoken of the impending danger. Then he saw the guy slowly walking back into his office and hoped the conversation would be completely different. Looking at him, he once again reminded him that he knew perfectly well about the terrible explosion that would happen in a few minutes. But the master did not want to listen to anything. The man immediately apologized for all the offensive words he had said about Aiden and his friends and begged them to start the conversation again. But first, it was necessary to hurry and get him out of here, even though the old man was not used to listening to young, talented magicians. By the way, the tower's magic system was gushing with a huge flow of mana, and all the places where it flowed should have been in the same state. However, this idiot didn't even listen to Aiden when he warned him about this, and tried his best to prove he was right. Now he was so polite only because he was on the verge of life and death, and this pathetic old man could be understood. At one point, he even slammed his fist on the floor, realizing that this young man was now deciding whether to save his life or leave him here to die. Suddenly, the guy said in a quiet voice that he was a very busy man and did not want to waste his time on a grumpy old man. Then, turning around, he warned that he would be willing to help only if he offered something of value in exchange. It seemed he was seriously ready to leave and leave him here alone. But the master was sure that he had one very valuable item. He held this item in his hands and was ready to exchange the key to the mana center for saving his life. Yes, if Aiden agrees to save him from certain death, the master is ready to reward him with this key, because this is exactly the goal the young man was pursuing. After hearing this proposal, the guy just stood there for a while, because the old man again wanted to use him like all his other subordinates. This pathetic old man ended up becoming a candidate for the position of the new master, which will inevitably lead the Crimson Tower into decline. Finally, the guy turned sharply in his direction and declared that he had completely forgotten to tell him about the most important thing. He then reported that the explosion had broken all the seals blocking the entrance to the center of the system, so that stupid key was completely useless to him. These words even made the man drop the key, realizing that the guy would leave this place right now and leave him to die. And so it happened, and all the deadly mana already concentrated around the master was supposed to rush straight at him from minute to minute. And the last thing he saw before his death was the leg of a man who was one step away from saving him, but at the last moment changed his mind. It was a terrible scene, because this grumpy old man, who had done so much bad in his life, knew that his life would end forever. And he was right, because a few seconds later, a powerful explosion was heard in the office, which blew to pieces everything that was near the magical seal. The place was supposed to collapse after his office, so Aiden made a quick getaway. He urgently needed to find out what was happening outside, and whether anyone needed his help. It was at this moment that he noticed two very young students ahead of him, who were sobbing loudly over some kind of grief. It turned out that the little girl's friend was left alone under the rubble, to which she pointed with a finger shaking with fear. Her grief knew no bounds, and tears flooded her face, and no normal person could have resisted this. Even though Aiden had long since changed his opinion of people for the worse, he could not calmly accept the fact that the child would die under the rubble. Most likely, sacred skills required divine energy, since such abilities would be useful to Aiden in the future in the fight against monsters. Stroking both children on the head, he tried to calm them down, promising that he would save the girl no matter what. Without wasting any time, with one powerful blow he tried to break through the pile of stones that blocked the entrance to the office where the captive was located. Fortunately, he succeeded, and soon he was carefully examining the room where the unfortunate child should have been. Aiden knew that if he didn't hurry, the walls and ceiling could collapse, and he and the girl would be trapped under the rubble forever. All that remained was to hope that he was not too late, and would be able to see the girl alive and heal her with the help of his ability. At that moment, at the end of the room, he noticed that same girl named Isabella, who was lying unconscious in the center of the condensed energy. Opening her eyes with difficulty, she realized that she was seeing a man who had managed to break through the wall, and now her life was not in danger. This guy didn't wear a robe, which meant he was one of the hunters working for the Adventurers Association. It's strange that she spoke about this and acted as if she wasn't afraid. After carefully scanning her physical condition, Aiden immediately identified the girl's broken ankle. She tried to save her friends in such a terrible state, and such courage always earned Aiden's respect. Finally, he decided to take a desperate step and threw a huge slab right into the center of the magic seal, risking his own life. Isabella, despite her young age, knew perfectly well that this guy's body could be hit by a countercurrent of the strongest mana and do the same to him as to her. But this guy was so experienced that he worked carefully with destructive magic and tried not to provoke it to destruction. More than anything in the world, this little girl did not want other people to suffer because of her, although she prayed for her life to be saved. Placing his hand on her head and activating his healing ability, Aiden was unable to relieve her pain, but he did stop the bleeding. Somehow he managed to avoid the mana backflow, even though the guy continued to call himself a simple, unlicensed healer. Then, picking her up in his arms, he hurried to get her out of there as quickly as possible to prevent a tragedy that could have happened without him. With incredible speed, he covered the distance between the place where they were and the point where they could already feel completely safe. On the way, the girl shouted that the force of the explosions was only increasing, although the guy asked her to calm down and cuddle up to him. They were now on the 12th floor, and to feel completely safe, they should have gone down to at least the 9th. But right in front of him, Aiden suddenly saw that the ladder was broken, and instead, an abyss stretched out beneath his feet. He could not have foreseen such a development of events, although he understood that there had to be another descent, in addition to the main one in front of which he now found himself. However, time was running out, and, looking to the side, he realized that he could go down much faster than in the usual way. Before taking this step, he asked his young companion if she was afraid of heights, and if she was ready to take this desperate step with him. After tightening the knot tightly, he once again asked the girl not to worry, and, if she was too scared, to just close her eyes. At all costs, he had to save her. And looking into the abyss, being on a high floor before the jump, he assured her that everything would soon end. By the time they stood at the edge, the excess mana had almost reached that place, meaning there was simply no time to wait. Now all they had to do was take this step, otherwise the destructive force that spread throughout the tower would kill them both. For the first time in his life, Aiden failed to plan his escape route and was forced to jump straight down into a broken wall. It was hard to imagine what it was like for the people who had just been standing on a solid stone floor and were now falling headfirst to their deaths. The girl closed her eyes in fear, and it was pleasant to realize that among the young students of the Academy of Mages, there were such courageous children. Any other child in her place would have long ago burst into tears and lost consciousness from fear. But this girl continued to behave like an experienced person. If children like Isabella continue to die, there will be no one left in this world worth risking their lives for. Before he touched the ground, Aiden instantly pulled out a magical crossbow from his interface to carry out the plan he had conceived from the very beginning. Once shot into the air, the arrow, tied to a strong rope, was supposed to work and prevent it from falling hard to the ground. Fortunately, the shot hit the target and, having stuck into the stone wall, the arrow became firmly fixed in that place. Instead of hitting the ground with all their might and breaking, they hung in the air, as Aiden continued to hold the crossbow tightly by the handle. But unfortunately, looking up carefully, he noticed that the rope was unreliable and could fail him at the most inopportune moment. Although the arrowhead was securely fastened to the wall, the rope gradually began to come apart at the seams near the very end. Eventually, it became clear that it would soon end, and the same fate awaited them as their last chance for salvation. But fortunately, this did not happen. And even the hook, made of various metals, turned out to be reliable enough to support 2 people. Yes, he was lucky this time, although the guy had to give it his all to save himself and this girl. Everyone who was below and carefully watched Isabella's rescue could not take their eyes off the horror that was happening above. But soon both were safely on the ground, and Aiden was receiving congratulations from people who were happy that everything had ended so well. However, Isabella's first question was whether the boy was going to go to the magical center, not knowing that he first needed to save many more people. Without listening to him to the end, she suddenly handed him a roll of paper that she had been writing for a long time for her research work. After carefully reading a few paragraphs of the paper, Aiden realized that much of the research was already familiar to him. At that moment, the two friends who told Aiden about the location of his friend, who was in mortal danger, appeared next to them. Her faithful friend could not hold back her tears, just like her young friend, and both were shedding tears as they looked at their classmate. In the end, she too couldn't bear it, and burst into tears after them, because this child had been through so much that now she had to let her emotions out. She was afraid not only for herself, but also for her savior, who risked his life by jumping over the broken wall. Having completed this task, which was more important than many others, the guy decided not to waste time and headed to the center of the mana. The moment he arrived at the scene, he immediately realized that many casualties had been unavoidable, and that the bodies of people who had been hit were lying around the scene. Among them, he suddenly saw his friend and hoped that Peter was still alive, and was simply lying unconscious on the floor. And that huge crystal, which continued to exude accumulated mana, became the cause of all the destruction that the city experienced. Most likely, this was the mana generator. And by getting rid of it, the guy could free everyone nearby from problems. Using his all-seeing gaze, he activated an ability that allowed him to scan space deeper than the normal human eye could. He discovered that the patterns were everywhere, permeating not only the walls of the room, but also the bodies of the people who were there. Suddenly, he heard the professor's voice, who ordered him to leave immediately and not come closer. This crystal instantly sucked out the mana of anyone who was nearby, and if the guy took the risk, he would remain here, like everyone else. The system was completely out of control, and escaping from this place was the only way to save one's life. But it's unlikely that Aiden was ready to abandon his friends in trouble and live out his life peacefully. Remembering this, with the same smile, he asked the professor not to worry, because he was here precisely to do what others could not do. Moreover, this magic will not affect him, and no artifact will be able to suck the energy out of him, as it can from these unfortunate people. Using a crossbow, he loaded it with several stone arrows to destroy that damn crystal that was causing all the problems. Without wasting any time, he immediately sent 3 stone arrows towards the crystal, hoping that this method would work better than all the others. But instead of destroying the crystal, the arrows hit the magical barrier that protected the artifact. The professor was surprised to realize that even this artifact used magical protection, meaning that an entity controlled by a dark force was hidden within it. And there was no doubt that this thing would cause them even more problems, and someone was probably controlling the whole process from the shadows. With his all-seeing gaze, he immediately noticed the destructive power emanating from the crystal, and realized that he needed to be extremely careful and not make any mistakes. Suddenly, he noticed activity near the crystal, which meant that the creature was somewhere nearby. And the very next second, a bright flash burst from the artifact, which could have been a new weapon, similar to a magical barrier. For some time, he couldn't figure out which ability to use, because all the usual methods clearly wouldn't work. Imagine his surprise when he realized that the crystal was not limited to just 2 abilities, and could absorb energy from any objects nearby. For example, the molten remains after the crystal collided with its arrows could also become a source of energy that fuels the crystal. If a crystal is capable of absorbing any matter, then while it is in its usual space, it is almost impossible to destroy it. Moreover, he generated his energy in such a way that any projectile fired in his direction only helped him to restore his strength. But the worst thing was that, in addition to protection, the crystal could organize its own attack, creating magical ammunition from any materials nearby. And indeed, as soon as he thought about it, a wall of fire fell on him, capable of burning anyone if an inexperienced magician had been in Aiden's place. The unexpected blow instantly left a serious wound on Aiden's arm, and blood gushed from the deep wound. The professor understood that once again the boy was risking his life and hoped that he was okay. A little more, and the guy would have found himself on the threshold of death. But it was not time to leave for another world, because he had one unfinished business left. If he hadn't had the sacred core, the boy's body would have been torn to pieces, and he would never have been able to help those hostages. Yes, things could end very badly if the mana absorption continues at this rate, as it will soon consume everything in that tower. This was the most difficult test in the life of the young healer, who started out as an inexperienced magician, and now had to become a true professional. From his experience, he knew that the crystal used the remnants of the collected mana to maintain its physical form, and that it needed to be deprived of this supply immediately. The professor loudly warned that fragrant herbs would not be able to help against molten mana, and most likely, this was exactly what it was. But fortunately, everything that happened was within the calculations, and if you look closely, you could find weak spots even in this durable object. To achieve his goal, Aiden had to use all his abilities and act as if it was the last thing he did in his life. With a few dexterous leaps, he reached the point from which it was easiest to make an accurate shot. Once there, he looked around carefully, chose the right spot, and put his loaded crossbow forward. His arrows flew straight to the vulnerable point of the crystal, and this could give a chance for salvation. However, 3 arrows were immediately launched towards his arrows, which the crystal itself managed to release in order to prevent its destruction. The arrows met in midair, and at the point of their collision there was a loud explosion, releasing a huge amount of energy. Mana fell in large clots onto the stone floor, where the magical microcircuits powering the crystal were located. The professor realized that the circuit was again absorbing molten mana, and at this rate they were only strengthening the physical shell of the crystal. It was difficult to understand what the guy was counting on, but up to this moment, all his attempts had been unsuccessful. Finally throwing away the crossbow, the guy realized that the remnants of mana were the mass that created the body for the nutrition system. This meant that he had only one chance left to destroy this crystal, and he was ready to push off the ground with all his strength. With a high jump, he found himself above the crystal and almost touched the magical barrier that it had erected around itself. The sacred sphere had already been prepared so that the boy could use it to attack the crystal barrier and destroy its protection. As usual, before throwing, he used his all-seeing gaze and chose the most vulnerable point in the barrier. Without wasting any time, he struck the barrier with all his might, sending streams of destructive energy flying in all directions. It was hard to imagine that a simple person could break a magical barrier with his fist, but that is exactly what happened before the professor's eyes. However, the guy, instead of striking once, delivered a whole series of crushing blows to different points of the crystal. By this time, his stamina was almost exhausted, but with the sphere in his hands, he did not stop trying to destroy the barrier. At some point, it became clear that with a little effort, this barrier would be completely destroyed. And indeed, instead of the strong shell that surrounded the crystal, mana began to flow out of it, melting after each blow. But it was at that moment that the crystal revealed its true form, and on either side of it appeared the giant hands of the creature that was inside. Now he was no longer ready to simply endure and wait until the guy broke his barrier, and the creature decided to finish off Aiden once and for all. Jumping back further, the guy realized that the crystal had changed shape, and the monster had once again prepared a new surprise. Suddenly, something strange began to happen around the crystal, and it began to look like a giant monster that had been hiding in the tower all this time. And then he struck Aiden with such force that if he hadn't managed to jump back, he would have remained in that place forever. From a distance, it was difficult to tell what type of monster this creature was, but that didn't matter anymore. What was more important was that it didn't allow Aiden to even get close, and the guy only dreamed of at least trying to strike. If he could get it to open up, he would undoubtedly use all his destructive energy. Suddenly he remembered that the research that Isabella had given him contained an important observation. Reading this at that moment, Aiden realized that this girl was truly a talented magician, since she was able to unravel such a secret. And now he was ready to take advantage of her work, applying theoretical knowledge in real combat. If this monster was so desperate to absorb all the mana in the world, then the guy was ready to give it that opportunity with the help of the crossbow. Aiming the crossbow, he decided to fire the arrows loaded with mana potion instead of the stone ones. The monster will definitely not be able to resist this, and will probably want to absorb all the arrows that fly in its direction. It was a very clever move, and now all that remained was to watch how the creature would react to it. It became clear that this was the right choice, because the mutant changed its behavior and gradually began to change its appearance. It was at this moment that Aiden tore the manuscripts given to him by the rescued girl into 2 parts and, with their help, was ready to take the final step. First of all, he fired 2 arrows from the crossbow, which firmly pierced the stone wall, anchoring themselves in it. The potion that the arrows were charged with began to slowly spread throughout the room through the microcircuits that powered the crystal, and gradually moved towards its center. Perhaps the monster realized what the guy was up to, but this process could no longer be stopped, even by the owner of these microchips. It worked quite well. But to complete the task, the scroll of contaminated mana that Isabella had given him had to be torn apart. And now all that remained was to load the crossbow with stone arrows and fire one last arrow straight at the target. Looking at the flying projectiles, the mutant realized that Aiden had outsmarted him, and now even his barrier could not protect him from the blow. The arrow struck the mutant's center unhindered, where an unprotected crystal fed it with mana was located. The deed was done, and the boy again looked with satisfaction at the fruits of his success, realizing that he had risked his life. Today, everyone is facing a serious crisis due to the failure of the mana supply system, and now the Magi must take such problems more seriously. But now it was all over, and it was time to reward the main character who saved the lives of many people. The elder personally attended the ceremony to express his gratitude to the brave young man who distinguished himself in this battle. Aiden could ask the master and his colleagues for anything, and they would gladly fulfill his every wish. The tower's vault contained an artifact that Aiden could accept as a reward from the elder's hands. Hearing this, the elder realized that such artifacts were usually only given to the mages of the Crimson Tower, but now was a special occasion. Although the boy had accomplished a great feat, he could not have obtained this artifact if he had not been related to his colleagues at the Crimson Tower. That is why, with the permission of the headmaster of the Crimson Magic Tower, the old man declared Aiden an honorary member of this organization and promised to fulfill his request. And although he did not follow the path of magic, the boy fought for the tower and for the lives of everyone who was inside it. These words showed that the elder was able to circumvent the age-old prohibition and fulfill the wish of the hero, who was worthy of such a reward. After all, if they do not accept a person like this healer, then in the future no one will be able to solve the most difficult problems. Yes, it was a wise decision on the part of the elder, and Aiden was glad that for the first time in his life he received such an honorary title. It was a little funny, because at the beginning of his journey, he wasn't even given a license to just heal people, and now he has become an unlicensed magician. But all the details could be discussed later, and the main thing was that he was able to help people and status no longer had such significance. Not only Aiden, but also all his close friends received the title of honorary member of the tower, and now Peter was glad that they were even given a separate room. Of course, he was right, but at first they would have to sleep on the floor because the room was uninhabited, and there was no furniture in it. In any case, if they don't clean up and arrange everything properly in time, this room could become a storage room. But first of all, it was necessary to study the system window to understand how much Aiden's characteristics had changed after all the recent events. Once in this window, he saw that he had received a lot of experience points, and the system offered him a reward for completing the task. It was a great start, especially since the experience points from healing the injured will be enough to buy new equipment. At that moment, he remembered how he had recently contacted Adam, but he turned out to be a loyal servant of the dark forces, so Aiden decided to no longer deal with him. It is better to avoid direct confrontation with them at least until he has managed to gather all the necessary information. Suddenly he noticed that the system had allocated a new slot for one of his items, including a crossbow that could be upgraded. However, it was unclear what the system meant by this slot, and the guy decided to check all the information as quickly as possible. Once in the window, he realized that even if he removed his relic from the slot that opened, its effects would continue to function as before. This was great news, because now Aiden finally had the opportunity to hide the brooch and the sphere that had proven useful in the last battle. He also received a new achievement for joining the Magic Tower, which was a joy for anyone who had been working hard to increase their experience points. Aiden remembered that somewhere nearby, there was the thing that was perfect for the new changes to his interface. But his thoughts were interrupted by Peter, who reminded him of the cloak that Aiden had received in the tower and suggested that he put it on right now. However, if he does this, he will no longer look like a healer, because all doctors must wear only white cloaks. However, using the ability of the Crimson Emblem, he still decided to try on the cloak, which immediately brings him closer to the honorary members of the tower. As it turned out, the red cloak perfectly suited his new image, and he could wear it even to the Supreme Master himself. This became the most important achievement in all the time that Aiden spent in the New World, and gave hope for the best. Now he had found a way out of the situation, and hoped that in this cloak they would finally stop perceiving him as a simple healer, without official permission to work. Soon they had unpacked their things, and began to settle into the room provided by the tower elders. Among all the junk they brought, there were 2 bottles of a rare liquid, which the guys decided to leave for a more convenient occasion. Peter suddenly reminded him that Aiden had once told him how he had gotten here, and now he had noticed one interesting clue. Understanding what his friend was getting at, Aiden said that he was much luckier than other people from another world. Although all Peter's thoughts were now occupied only by the thought that for the first time, he would be able to sleep in his own room. While sorting through other things, Aiden noticed that some of the photographs were so dusty that he couldn't make out who was in them. Brushing off the dust, he stood frozen in place, remembering those days that could now sink into oblivion. He decided to put this photograph, which was important to him, in a prominent place, because it depicted his closest friends from his past life. Soon they left the tower area, and Olivia loudly declared that they were now in their great debt. Peter waved his arms so furiously that it seemed as if he was the main character of everything that was happening, although the laurels belonged to only one. Soon they found themselves in another settlement, where they had the opportunity to take a short walk and rest from the horrors of the last few days. The city looked huge compared to the village they came from, because all the rich people of the empire lived here and often spent time in this place. The boys decided to take a ride on one of the carts, but the stable owner apologized, saying that all the carts were currently suspended. Peter didn't want to go on a boat the most, as seasickness always struck him at the most inopportune moments. Perhaps something had happened in the stables that had stopped traffic, but they had yet to find out. The answer was not long in coming, and turning around, the guy heard loud shouts and realized that a scandal was beginning. One of the residents and a group of people were arguing with the guards who were not letting them out of the settlement. Aiden knew these people needed to leave this place immediately, but he warned that it was too dangerous to leave now. But the patience of the woman, who had already listened to all this nonsense, snapped, and if they did not let them go, she was ready to use her magic. And indeed, after these words, her staff emitted destructive power, and it became clear that she was not joking. The icy path she created with magic immediately showed that she was of a high level, and it was not worth engaging in conflict with her. Even the guards, who were good fighters, looked with fear at this enraged woman, who was capable of destroying them both with one blow. Looking at this, the guys understood that the woman was wrongly putting so much pressure on the guards, who were only doing their duty. However, if she had seen what they saw, she might have changed her mind and not gone against the will of the guards. After all, a strange movement began under the water, which could not be confused with the ordinary fish that live in these waters. Moreover, one of the mutants, who had crawled to the shore, pulled out his paw and was ready to immediately begin an attack. Seeing this, Aiden realized that he needed to urgently prepare for the next fight, even though he hadn't really had time to rest after the last battle. Only now did the woman realize that the mermaids had somehow reached shallow water and were most likely about to climb ashore. In the first seconds, panic broke out among the guards, as the boys had never encountered such monsters. Moreover, there were so many mermaids that the first guards who took the blow were doomed to death. None of them were strong enough to withstand these terrible underwater monsters, which were equally effective in water and on land. Many of the boys had no idea what kind of trouble they were about to face and how difficult it would be to avoid death in this battle. But at that very moment, Aiden had already managed to load an arrow into his crossbow and was ready to help the guards, preventing the mass death of people. His first arrow hit its target perfectly, piercing the monster's head and leaving it with no chance of survival. The guard who first noticed Aiden realized that this guy was so strong that he could deal with several mutants at once. But even here he was wrong, because if Aiden had to fight the entire crowd of monsters, he would still win. And although he had almost no strength left after the last battle, his skills were enough to destroy several creatures at once. They needed to stop this onslaught of monsters, because if they penetrated the settlement, the local residents would be in mortal danger. Using the sacred artifact to increase his strength during the battle, Peter was ready to enter the fray and fight the monsters on par with his friend. Ultimately, after a short battle, the guys managed not only to stop the onslaught, but also to discourage the monsters from going ashore for a long time. They were all killed and dead bodies filled the pier, which allowed the guys to breathe a sigh of relief after the problem was solved. Although the real problems for them were just beginning, because after engaging in battle with the guards, one of the monsters managed to do something that turned out to be worse than any attack of these creatures. The guy who first suggested the woman listen to their advice was attacked by mutants before the others, and was seriously wounded in the arm. But the worst thing was that it was not just a wound, but a wound in which the virus left by the monster was already developing. Only Aiden noticed the changes that were happening right now inside the body of this guard, and for him, it could end tragically. It seemed that this unfortunate man was the least fortunate of all, although Peter knew that his friend would not simply watch. The virus developed so rapidly that soon the boy's entire body was affected by it, and he began to turn into a merman. It was hard to imagine what was going on in the soul of a man who was gradually becoming a monster. Realizing that he had no other way, when the infection entered the human body, the transformation into a merman occurred instantly, and this process was almost impossible to stop. The converted people could infect others, as this was the main way for the monsters to reproduce and turn everyone into mutants, just like them. Coming closer, Aiden quietly said that simple healing would not help here, and it was better to abandon such attempts immediately. This method was unable to remove the poison that had entered the blood through the wound, and another method had to be found to combat this terrible virus. Of course, it would have been possible to amputate this unfortunate man's arm, but the huge area of infection and the rapid transformation made it useless. Unfortunately, the guy had no other choice, because he would never agree to live the rest of his days in the body of a mutant. If he were to turn into a monster right now, he would cause so much trouble that it would be better to end his life right away and not allow it to happen. And if it was impossible to stop the infection, it was better to die as a normal person than to turn into a monster and kill your own brothers. At the last moment, his friends tried to stop him, hoping that a way would still be found to cure this guard. But it seemed he had already made his decision, and his sword was almost at the poor man's neck. At that moment, he felt someone's hand tightly grasping his wrist, preventing him from committing this act. Looking up, he saw a guy with a smile who said that it was too early to send himself to the next world. It was difficult to understand what this young man was planning, but the guard was ready to try any method because he had no choice but to die. However, if he said that healing would not help, this did not mean that there was no way out, which meant that it was necessary to look for another way. Having said this, he walked to the shore and threw himself into the water, from where a whole flock of underwater monsters had recently emerged. The main ingredient in the new medicine was merman liver, and Aiden needed to retrieve it from the water and carefully wrap it in mana to keep it fresh. With this potion, he will be able to cure the guard if he manages to complete what he started. With his new skills, it was difficult to fight long battles underwater, so it was necessary to finish everything as quickly as possible. However, he still had the opportunity to play roulette, and perhaps this time he would be luckier than before. Having started the roulette and carefully watching the game's results, he hoped that the artifact would somehow fit the current situation. Fortunately, at that moment the system offered him a new quest, and the reward for it could be an artifact that would be useful right now. There was no choice, and having accepted the terms of the quest, he was ready to complete it. And right after that, in the distance, he saw an underwater mutant and realized that these creatures had been following him for a long time. From afar, the mermaid carefully watched every movement of anyone who dared to enter their lair, where the monsters were the masters. At one point, it seemed like all the mermen had gathered in one place to pounce on Aiden en masse and not leave him the slightest chance. But the guy was too lazy to go down to them, and with the help of a crossbow, he wanted to complete this quest as quickly as possible. Right under the water, he released a magic arrow, which, flying past all the other monsters, headed straight for a single mermaid. Of course, the monster didn't expect the arrow to fly past everyone and hit him. But a few seconds later, that's exactly what happened. Aiden was immediately next to him, and not missing the chance, attacked the monster. The other mermen who witnessed this scene were ready to tear him to pieces. But it is unlikely that any of these mindless creatures understood who they were about to face. They all rushed towards Aiden, and he was ready to meet them with his lightning-fast strikes. To do this, they didn't even have to engage in close combat, because after firing a few arrows, each of the monsters froze forever in one position. When the muddy water cleared a little, the blood of these monsters rose from it, and the dead bodies of the mermaids slowly floated down. Aiden didn't need to take all the bodies. Just one monster was enough to complete the quest. It turned out to be much easier than fighting the monster hidden inside the crystal, so I didn't even have to use the new skill. Still, something about this story made Aiden wonder why there were so many of these creatures around him. The answer was not long in coming, and a giant creature appeared behind him, the main merman in these waters. He crept up so unexpectedly that Aiden didn't have time to react, and turning around immediately saw his enemy. Judging by the mana emanating from him, he was a very powerful mutant, a battle with which promised to be much more difficult than with his relatives. Yes, there was no doubt that this was a rare type of monster, distinguished by high endurance and mastery of various magic. Realizing that there was no other way out, Aiden took out his chain and, using it, wanted to provide himself with protection. Then he pushed forward the mermaid who was his prey and who took the blow of the magic arrow aimed straight at him. He even held his breath, realizing that if he hadn't come up with this method of protection, he could have died right now. That's why such a huge crowd of monsters had gathered in this place. Although the first thing one should think about is that he had almost no oxygen left. At this time, the monster was ready to use its next ability in a single gun and use it to knock down the guy. Underwater, the monster was much stronger than on land, and each new blow became more and more difficult to parry. But this time, Aiden was lucky, because the wave almost touched his body, but still passed by and the guy remained safe and sound. So far, this mutant has only used a cannon and a shockwave, but even these attacks were difficult to dodge. It seemed as if he was deliberately stalling for time, knowing that his opponent's oxygen reserves were not endless, and that he would soon be able to finish him off quickly and easily. If this continued, everything would go according to the monster's plan. Although the guy had one correct decision that could still change the course of the battle, the crossbow came to the rescue again, as it had already saved Aiden in the most difficult situations more than once, and was capable of killing even the most powerful monster. But at the moment of the shot, the mermaid noticed the direction of the arrow by the traces it left under the water, and managed to react in time. As a result, the arrow flew past, without touching even a millimeter of his body, which meant that the shot was a blank for Aiden. However, this was no ordinary arrow, as it left behind traces, spreading the potion, which nevertheless touched the monster's body. And the next second, the water around him became cloudy, and Aiden saw blood gushing out of the merman's wound. It turned out that this guy was much better prepared for underwater battles than the monster thought, and he would not be able to deal with his prey so easily. For a while, Aiden simply watched the underwater boss's reaction, preparing for the next attack. Now he finally realized that Aiden had used a potion that was embedded in each of his arrows, and even if he missed the target, it did not guarantee the monster victory. Even at the beginning, the monster had it all written on his ugly face. But until the very end, he doubted that he was dealing with such a serious opponent. The healing potion that Aiden used was created from the rotten liver of a merman, and is one of the most terrible weapons against such creatures. Now all that remained was to continue what had been started until the creature came to its senses and used its new ability. As usual, the crossbow was already ready for use, loaded with a magic arrow, and now the completion of the quest was almost guaranteed. At the last second, the mermaid noticed the arrow heading towards him, but even he, being in the water, could not dodge it. Having flown under the water, the arrow almost caught the mermaid, who could no longer avoid defeat. Even the barrier in the form of a circle that had thickened around the monster could not save him from certain death. After that, having hit the target with an arrow, Aiden released several harpoons, each of which doomed the monster to certain death. Meanwhile, standing at the northern gate of the settlement, Peter began to worry about his friend, who had been taking too long to complete this quest. But soon bubbles appeared on the surface of the water, which could only indicate that Aiden had completed the mission. Peter even fell to his knees, realizing that all his worries were in vain, and Aiden single-handedly dealt with even the underwater mutants. True, he only had enough oxygen to rise to the surface as quickly as possible, and once he emerged, he greedily gulped in fresh air. After that, he headed to where his next patient was now. Wringing out his wet clothes with a smile on his face, he declared that people still need to live on land, and not dive into the dark depths where mutated creatures teem. Luckily, the potion Aiden had prepared worked perfectly, and soon, the infection on the guard's hand began to dissipate. Within a few seconds, instead of the mutated hand, everyone saw healthy skin, and it became clear that his life was no longer in danger. This young healer could create a medicine that was capable of curing even such a severe infection, and the boy did not know how to thank the savior. Out of habit, Aiden declared that it was nothing to him, and now he had to think about how to quickly recover and continue to defend this glorious city. But it was too early to rejoice, because the guards standing nearby reported that the city gates in the west and east were attacked by mutants. It turned out that the mermaids had set up an ambush there, killed all the guards, and stormed onto land. Aiden soon arrived at the medical center, where the merman went first. Unfortunately, he was too late, and all the guards who were being treated here had already managed to mutate into the same creatures as the mutant attackers. Aiden kicked the door down and was ready to use the last resort that could heal all these unfortunate people. He loaded the same potion that had helped the first guard into his crossbow, and was ready to heal all the patients at once with the arrow. Each of the arrows hit their target, but Aiden was trying to prevent them from turning into monsters, not kill these people. Many of the guards began to turn back into humans, but the monster that had infected them all continued to pose a serious threat. Some of them were no longer treatable, because nothing could be done with those who had long since become mutants. One of these mutants was the monster who, having grabbed the first object that came to hand, threw it towards the guys. His strength increased many times after turning into a monster, and if left alive, it could threaten the safety of the entire city. Luckily, Aiden managed to dodge, and the couch he threw at him missed. On the other hand, Peter was already ready to begin his attack, and tightly gripping the sword in his hand, swung and struck at the monster. Any other mutant in his place would have died from the first blow, but this one continued to stand on his feet and let out a terrible roar. But suddenly, instead of dodging, he caught the sword with his teeth and bit it in half in a second. Watching from afar, Aiden realized it was his turn to act, and fired the harpoon straight into the monster's head. This shot also didn't work, and Peter became seriously worried about whether his friend would be able to cope with this mutant. The worst part was that all the other patients who had managed to turn into monsters also attacked the guys from both sides. It seemed they had provoked this rudeness themselves, and with a deft leap, Peter was ready to join the fight. However, he was unable to make a single move because the mermaid, who had been hiding all this time, got ahead of him. And now, right before Aiden's eyes, his friend was being attacked by a merman who clearly had no intention of leaving him alive. Besides, he managed to bite Peter, and through this bite he could easily infect him just like everyone else. For this, the monster would definitely not escape death, and, pointing the crossbow straight at his face, the guy pulled the trigger. None of the mermen could have dodged such a direct hit, especially since the battle took place on land. Surprisingly, Peter's sword was bitten through like a simple toothpick, and it is difficult to imagine what these creatures' teeth were made of. Blood was oozing from his shoulder, but Peter told him to relax, saying it was just a scratch. At that moment, the rest of the guards appeared behind them, seeing their dead comrades in front of them. Some of them had already turned into mermen, so it's no surprise that the guys had to simply destroy them. It was a great pity to see these brave warriors die and none of their friends make it in time. But once again, thanks to Aiden's efforts, the impending disaster was averted. And once again, the guy received a portion of gratitude. Aiden always behaved the same way in such cases. And although his merit was obvious to everyone, the guy always had difficulty finding the words to respond to compliments. But instead of gratitude, he suddenly heard the loud scream of an enraged woman who demanded that he immediately give her the medicine. Turning to her, the guy remembered that scandal with the guards on the shore, because it was she who started it before the mermaid's attack. However, he was curious as to which of these people were infected with the virus, and who needed the antidote the woman was asking for so urgently. But none of them showed even a trace of the mermaid attack, and it was unclear what these idiots were planning to do with such a rare potion. It turned out that they wanted to stock up on it for the future and were intent on fighting the monsters during the next merman attack on the city. They believed that it was now their duty to protect the inhabitants of the settlement from further attacks by the mermaids. But to do this, they urgently needed to stock up on the potion. In fact, none of them thought to raise the bridge when the attack began, which could have helped secure the southern gate and prevented many deaths. Once again, the guy was convinced that he was dealing with ordinary nobodies who could not be trusted with either medicine or the lives of civilians. But suddenly he declared that if it was a matter of transformation, then he was obliged to share the medicine with these people, and was ready to make concessions. With a smile on his face, he reassured the woman, assuring her that each of them would get 1 bottle of the potion. However, the price of the antidote was 400,000 gold coins, and before handing over the potions, he asked them to pay for the goods in advance. Hearing this, the man could not believe that someone would dare to ask such a huge sum for just 1 dose of medicine. But if they didn't like the price, the guy suggested raising it by 100,000 at once, and now they would have to pay 500,000 gold for 1 bottle. And then, hearing that the dissatisfied cries did not subside, he raised the price to 700,000, and it is difficult to imagine how much longer he could have continued to raise the price of this drink. Another second, and they would have pounced on him in a crowd, although each of them knew that only this guy was capable of creating such antidotes. The woman couldn't accept that the guy dared to profit from their misfortune, especially since they themselves decided to protect civilians and risk their lives. But this time too, the guy asked them to calm down, saying that he would provide the medicine absolutely free of charge to anyone who could prove their infection. Without even listening to him to the end, they all immediately put their hands forward, claiming that each of them was heavily infected. Lost in thought, he couldn't understand for a long time whether they were really sick, or whether they had simply been leading him by the nose all this time. But there was one good way out of this situation, and the guy reached into his pocket to offer them a deal. Taking out a clear container with a green liquid, he offered these people something that could guarantee them the receipt of his signature potion. However, he was only willing to give the antidote to anyone who would agree to drink the entire bottle of green liquid. But the main thing was that it contained fresh mermaid blood, and whoever drank it would immediately begin the transformation and receive the antidote. It seems that this guy is seriously determined to make them become monsters themselves, because this blood will turn each of them into such creatures. However, the guy did not give up, and smiling, offered any of them the chance to earn the right to receive a rare antidote. He promised to give the very first volunteer who wanted to drink the mermaid's blood many more potions than the others, so that someone would finally decide to do it. But many thought that the medicine wouldn't help, or that this guy would simply deceive them and not give it to them, leaving them monsters forever. Each of them understood the great danger, because by staying here even for a short time, they risked trusting the magician and drinking a potion with a terrible transformation effect. Therefore, the best way out was to leave here while there was no threat to life, and they still retained their normal human appearance. The guard couldn't believe that this guy had sent all the people away so easily, realizing now that he was much smarter than he had seemed at first. Yes, he had a lot of experience working with clients, although the guy still planned to leave this city today. However, right now there was no carriage to take him home, and even the guard, who knew the best places, could not help him in any way. Peter understood that at this rate they would be stuck here for a long time and didn't know how they would finally find a way to get home. But they could spend the night right here, and at the same time sell some of the potions that Aiden received after defeating the mermaids. After the guy sorts out his artifacts, you can go somewhere to eat, but first you need to sell the loot from the main monster. Without wasting any time, they went to the artifact appraisal shop, where guests like them were always very welcome. The salesman greeted them at his establishment with a broad smile, and immediately offered to help, eagerly awaiting their wishes. But Aiden had no time for such tenderness. He simply wanted to evaluate the artifact that he placed on the table in front of the appraiser. Upon seeing the small magic ball, the artifact appraiser immediately recognized a rare item that could be resold profitably for a large sum of money. Now he simply had to examine the ball from all sides and did not even try to hide his true selfish motives. At that very moment, the door at the back opened, and a girl entered the shop, who also had some urgent business here. It was good that she came in now, because the salesman was already really annoying Aiden, and he could have lost his temper and done something stupid. But the girl herself, it seemed, was not in the mood for long conversations, and walked quickly towards the young man behind the counter. At first, he didn't understand the reason for such a rush and, out of habit, smiled broadly to greet the store's new guest. But instead of greeting him, she hit him square in the jaw with a straight punch, knowing that the scoundrel was up to his tricks again. Holding him tightly by the clothes with her hands, she only wanted to apologize to the shop's guests if he had already said some stupid things to them. This girl named Deborah asked to forgive her colleague who tried to deceive them, realizing that these clients were not fools. If they wanted to evaluate the artifact, she offered to show them the true level for which this shop was truly famous, leaving her colleague aside. Her work showed considerable experience. She immediately recognized the mermaid's artifacts, which increased stats by 50% at once. Yes, these were excellent items. You could even wear them one at a time. Just put them on your finger and dive deep underwater. Peter whispered to Aiden that this girl really knew about rare artifacts, and that the amount she would name could be completely trusted. If the guy decided to sell them here, Deborah's store would be happy to buy them at a good price. But the guy suddenly changed his mind about keeping them. He thought it was always useful to have a couple of these things on hand, and Deborah realized that a wonderful product had gone right out from under her nose. But instead of keeping both artifacts for himself, the guy generously gave one of them to Peter completely free of charge. Opening the system window, Peter was delighted by how his stats had grown, realizing that he could now fight even underwater monsters. Moreover, already on the street, Aiden promised to share with him in the future even more achievements than they already had now. However, it was already dark outside and the guys needed to quickly find a place to spend the night if they didn't want to sleep right there. That evening, for some reason, he remembered the past and the faces of those people whom he had not seen in his life for a very long time. He promised each of them that he would soon meet again, realizing that he had lingered too long in these lands that were foreign to him. At one point, it seemed to them that they would have to spend the night on the street that night, if not for the young man who suddenly appeared from behind. He waved his hand at them in a friendly manner and asked them to wait a minute, seeing that these two guys probably needed his help. A little later, Deborah was returning home and, suspecting nothing, was already approaching her large two-story mansion. She was very tired today and was glad to find herself on the threshold of the house, although she did not know who was waiting for her inside. After all, looking at the family table in the living room, she suddenly saw the very same client who had been in her store today. At first, the girl did not understand why her brother brought these people here and why no one warned her about their visit here. Their mother answered for him, smiling as she told him how Aiden had saved Deborah's brother and that the two would be staying with them for a while. On the surface, this family seemed quite ordinary and no different from other families in the city, although this was only the first impression. In fact, they were the oldest honorary guard family in the city, and every resident knew their father, a famous knight of the Holy Order. That guy named Douglas was the guard who became infected with the virus after being bitten by a mermaid, and only Aiden miraculously managed to save him. Yes, now it became clear. The girl sees in front of her the very healer the whole city was talking about, and now she has the honor of receiving him. She immediately said that her brother could sleep on the couch, and Aiden and his friend would take the best place to spend the night. Yes, it was very kind of her, and the guy only promised not to stay there for long and not to bother Douglas too much. They were lucky to find a place to sleep in time, because although it was warm all day, the night turned out to be cold, and it was better to sleep in the warmth of the mansion. But for some reason, on this particular night, Aiden couldn't fall asleep and tossed and turned in bed for a long time, constantly remembering the past. Sitting up in bed, he tried to guess what time it was and how long he had been awake, unlike Peter, who had fallen asleep immediately. Throwing on his coat and going to the window, the guy seemed to sense something was wrong and tried to understand the source of this strange inner feeling of anxiety. Looking into the distance, he saw that the entire settlement was shrouded in fog, but it was not like the usual fog he had seen here before. The fog seemed to be concentrated in one specific area rather than spreading throughout the surrounding area, meaning it could have been coming from something else. The guy remembered the tower nearby and decided to check the view from there, as it would be easier to identify the source of this fog. He wouldn't be able to fall asleep today anyway, so he quietly opened the door and went into another room so that he could then go outside. But suddenly another person appeared behind him, who also hadn't slept that night, and who was unlikely to be happy to see the guy. After all, judging by how quickly the huge sword appeared in his hand, he had no intention of introducing himself and wanted to understand what the guy was doing here. With one sharp movement, he brought the sword right to Aiden's neck, and for a moment they both stood completely motionless in place. Looking carefully at the stranger, the guy heard a quiet but stern question about what he was doing here and why he needed to be in this mansion. Right in front of him he saw the head of the Niels family, the same famous knight of the Holy Order that was talked about so much. It's hard to imagine the feelings of a guy who had a huge, sharp sword held to his neck, its blade even touching his skin, and it was better not to make any sudden movements. It was strange that the man pointed the sword at the guest of the house, and it was clear that he simply did not know that Aiden would be spending the night in the mansion that night. Of course, the guy had a crossbow and could easily finish it with one move, but he was in no hurry to do so. It was the right decision, because immediately after that, Douglas burst into the room and loudly asked his father not to do anything stupid. After all, it was the same healer who saved his son, so he should thank him for saving the child and not threaten him with a sword. Of course, after this he apologized at length for what had happened, explaining that he had almost wounded his savior, to whom he now owed his life. With a smile, the guy asked him not to worry, because he took Aiden for a stranger in his house, and it was easy to understand. Niels usually began his day by looking at the lake, and he liked to do this alone, peering into the distance. In reality, he just wanted to protect his city, and was always on the alert, noticing danger before others. Now it became clear to the guy where all this strange fog came from, because they were on the observation tower, which had the best view of the city. Many of the residents did not understand Niels, but Aiden assured him that everything was not in vain, and that he had done the right thing by always being on guard. The next second he fired an arrow from his crossbow. It brightly illuminated the darkness, and what was happening in the distance became visible through the fog. This arrow, having flown far away, glowed so brightly that now the young man could easily find the source of this fog. His suspicions were confirmed, because he immediately saw movement in the fog, and this could only mean one thing. Niels and his son also realized that it was not in vain that they had always been afraid of monster attacks, because these creatures decided to attack them in the middle of the night. Indeed, in the water they saw several dangerous underwater mutants who were trying to enter their city while all the inhabitants were fast asleep. And soon it became clear that the mutants were attacking with their entire large group and wanted to break into the city, winning by sheer numbers. The knights were immediately put on alert and were ready to stop this attack at any cost, even if they had to give their lives. Gripping their swords tightly, everyone was ready to fight to the last, and Niels understood that he would have to remember the past and fight for real, like in his youth. He handled the sword so skillfully that he cut down the first monsters nearby instantly. Even though the battle had only just begun, the rest of the family were also skilled with a sword, and even Deborah no longer looked like the friendly girl Aiden had first seen in the artifact shop. Looking at this, the guy realized that they all left the house for the sake of battle, and now a real bloody massacre was taking place on the shore. It's a good thing Deborah gave the boys 2 excellent weapons a couple of hours ago, which would come in handy in this meat grinder, as if the girl sensed trouble in her heart. Taking the heavy, sharp weapon in his hands, Peter was eager to join the battle, realizing that they could not stand aside for long. Seeing these mutants, many would have immediately tried to run away, but the guys were not the type to run away at the first sign of danger. Besides, Peter was eager to test the sacred artifact, one of his friend's 2 gifts, because it immediately increased his strength and endurance by 50%. It would have been better for these creatures not to come out of the water onto the shore, because the monsters did not know what they would encounter and what kind of power these 2 guys possessed. But as the battle raged, Deborah realized that there were more and more monsters, and they continued to attack, as if their entire population had arrived on the shore. It's usually difficult for such monsters to emerge from the water, so their invasion can only be explained by a land-breathing spell cast by a dark creature. Indeed, a bright light suddenly flickered right above the lake, and Aiden noticed the one who controlled all the giant fish. This was the main boss. He gave them breath on land, and this mermaid was ready to join the battle when the enemy's forces were exhausted. Yes, it was the sorcerers, the main mermen of this area. But Aiden could hardly be frightened by this. He sharply drew his blade and prepared to attack. He easily applied both his combat skills and the abilities he had already improved during his stay in this world. Judging by his appearance, Aiden himself was not averse to a little exercise, trying out his sacred artifacts in action. If he manages to defeat these mutants, then the rest will have to flee in fear, and the problem will be solved very quickly. Indeed, at some point Niels realized that the enemy's attacks had weakened, meaning it was time to act more decisively. Having extended their magical staffs forward, the mermaids held out against the onslaught of people for a long time, fueling their creations with dark mana. Moreover, they had already managed to create a magic circle on the water, with the help of which they summoned all the other monsters here. Unfortunately, their call was answered by a dangerous mutant, a giant crab with terrible destructive power. But unexpectedly for Niels, the first thing the boys thought about was how to quickly kill the crab and feast on its delicious meat. But to do this, they first had to destroy the giant mutant, who was unlikely to want to end up on their dinner table. With each passing minute, the crab was getting closer to the land, and at some point it found itself right in front of Peter, who was the first to dare to engage in battle with it. This overgrown creature was much stronger than he thought, and it became clear that they would again need Aiden's help. From afar, the guy loudly warned his friend that he would now cast body protection on him, making it easier for him to withstand the crab's blows. But Peter was so close to the monster that his friend should have quickly activated the defense before it was too late. Unfortunately, he had already managed to land a powerful blow with his claw on Douglas, who was thrown far to the side and could not even move a finger. And then he suddenly saw in the distance not only the crab, but also his closest person, who had also entered this fight. Indeed, the girl turned out to be so brave that she clung to the mutant, ready to do anything to prevent him from entering the city and harming the sleeping inhabitants. However, the giant easily solved this problem, with one simple movement throwing Deborah far to the side, like an annoying fly. But the worst thing happened later. Having lost her vigilance for a moment and fallen onto the sand, she did not notice the giant's sharp paw raised above her. Looking up, she realized that she was seeing her death, and that one blow from the monster would be enough to finish her off in a second. Luckily, the boys were still in business, and Peter, pushing off hard from the shore, was not going to let the monster do it. His friend was not far behind and, using the same ability, jumped so high that he quickly found himself close to the target. He hovered right above the mutant, and with a few wide swings chopped off the crab's claws that were nearby. At that moment, he realized that he had found a vulnerable spot where he should strike, directing all his forces specifically at it. Peter also immediately understood what was going on, and did not need to be told where exactly the strongest blow should be delivered. First of all, you need to aim for the legs and attack them with your strongest abilities, because they were the weak points of the giant crab. None of them retreated, and each was ready to defend the city until their last breath, because they relied on the advice of an experienced fighter. The plan actually worked, as the legs turned out to be the most vulnerable point. So soon the giant mutant was cut into small pieces. All the other mermen who controlled their underwater puppets from afar were also killed, and a hail of arrows turned their bodies lying on the shore into a sieve. This bloody battle lasted until dawn, but finally Douglas shouted loudly that they had succeeded in defending the city and saving its inhabitants. They won at the cost of incredible efforts, and it was these young men opposite Niels who became the cause of the main victory, earning the honor of all the inhabitants. The boy again replied that it was simply his job, although he did not refuse the reward Niels offered him as a token of gratitude. He promised to take care of everything himself, advising the guys to just rest and forget about everything that happened that night. Suddenly the guy opened his eyes on the bed and realized that he had fallen asleep so quickly that he hadn't even noticed how much time had passed. In front of him he saw the same guard Douglas, who greeted his new friend with a smile, saying that a whole day had passed since his sleep. Aiden struggled to his feet, realizing he had slept for 25 hours straight since the battle with the crab and must have had a terrible headache. At this point, everything was already ready for the celebration in honor of the victory over the monsters, and Aiden was immediately invited to it as one of the main guests. The giant crab meat melted in his mouth, and the guy was finally able to enjoy this dish, washing it down with delicious cold beer. The weapon that Deborah gave Peter quickly solved the problem that suddenly arose in the middle of the night, and it became clear that it was a simple shovel in appearance, but in practice it was a deadly weapon. And while Aiden's friend was cheerfully discussing the details of the battle, the boy suddenly looked closely at the main monster that had caused them so many problems. Now this crab was no longer dangerous, but just a day ago it could have destroyed the guards on the shore and even penetrated the city, killing the inhabitants. He suddenly wanted to take a closer look at the giant, and Aiden stepped forward to see him up close. Suddenly, he noticed a shine on only one part of the shell, and carefully examined this unusual part of his body. Then he realized that he was holding a rare artifact in his hands, the kind that usually dropped after killing a monster, and which no one had yet managed to take before Aiden. So the guy decided to keep the artifact for himself, especially since the system immediately showed that this rare souvenir improves many of its owner's characteristics. In addition, he received the ability of collecting hands as a reward, which adds 3% to the chance of souvenirs dropping from monsters. No one would mind if he took it for himself anyway, so Aiden told the system to leave a copy in his interface. At that moment, he saw the familiar face of Niels in front of him. Only this time the man did not come to him alone. Next to him, he saw the young man whom he already knew and whom he had met before all the others. This was the same guard that Aiden had healed during the first mermaid attack on the outskirts of the city. True, Niels himself did not understand what the young man was doing there, but he hastened to explain his arrival by order of his superiors. In gratitude for everything, the lord of this city invited everyone to his place, wanting to reward them for saving the civilians. A short time later, they arrived in a cart at the palace of the lord, who was considered the most important person in the entire settlement. Seeing the dear guests before him, the lord hastened to meet them, realizing how much he owed to these people. After all, they saved so many lives that it was a great honor for the lord to invite them to the palace and personally meet the heroes who will forever remain in the memory of the settlement. But the locals had long since become accustomed to the lord's strange behavior, and now Peter was about to see it with his own eyes. The lord couldn't contain his emotions. His voice suddenly trembled, and it became clear that he was about to burst into tears right in front of everyone. And so it happened. The man suddenly began to cry like a child, realizing that the monsters had almost destroyed the palace, and his loved ones could have died last night. It was difficult for the experienced warrior Niels to see this, and he asked the lord to calm down, because the danger had already passed. Yes, this man seemed like a real crybaby, and it's hard to imagine what would have happened to him if the monsters had succeeded in the city. Over tea, he said that he had always considered the barrier to be the main obstacle for mutants, but now it was clear that the creatures had somehow managed to overcome it. During the conversation, Aiden reminded that the guards on the shore were few for such a city, which meant that monster attacks would continue. That is why he was thinking about creating the first knightly family in the city, and Niels' family was ideally suited for this role. Niels could hardly contain his emotions at this news, as it was a great honor for a man who had dedicated his entire life to protecting his people. This was a real promotion for his entire family, and the long-standing dream of the brave fighter was gradually becoming a reality. Yes, it was not bad, because not only Niels, but any knight in his place dreamed of receiving such a position for saving the city. However, Aiden, who also participated in rescuing the residents, was also entitled to a reward, and the guy was not against receiving it. To his surprise, the lord only now learned that these two also saved residents from monsters, and at first did not even believe in their abilities. But since this was the case, valuable items worth a fortune were available for the boys to choose from, and they could take whatever they wanted. In addition, the lord was ready to give them an excellent place of work and provide long-term support on behalf of his entire family. Imagine the lord's surprise when the guy suddenly refused the offer, meaning something completely different. It was obvious that the lord had invested a lot in these items, but they weren't valuable enough for Aiden to take them now. He wanted to ask for something that he could not get himself, something much more precious than any gold in the world. This village was small, but it would be foolish to deny that under the patronage of the lord, it had serious influence throughout the empire. Many monsters lived nearby, and adventurers often came here to improve their skills in duels. Therefore, the members of the Adventurers Association recently built a building, and the members of the church college also tried to spread their influence here. And the fact that only adventurers and churchmen were in an important place didn't seem right to Aiden, and some changes had to be made here. And then he suddenly announced that as a reward, he would like to be able to open the way for the Magical Association to this village. The Magic Association served only magicians. One could buy and sell magical items, receive tasks, and rent housing there. And if the association were located in the village, the adventurers and the church would no longer have such power and would not interfere with other market participants. And if the lord finally overcomes his fear and goes for it, he will be able to not only reward the boy for his feat, but also receive the support of the Magic Tower. The lord knew that with an alliance with the Magic Tower, it would be easy to obtain permission to build, but the costs for this matter were expected to be too high. But since this was the boy's wish, the Lord simply could not refuse, and, as a reward, agreed to build a separate building for him. With a smile, the boy thanked him for his generosity, and added that he would be glad if the Lord agreed to cover his expenses for returning to the village. Besides, it would be very kind of the Lord to provide the boys with a boat and a guide for their safe return. But his requests did not end there, because the boat had to be imbued with powerful magic to protect it from underwater mutants. In the middle of the conversation, the Lord suddenly interrupted the guy, asking him to limit his requests to just the construction of the building. It seems the guy got a little carried away, making up wishes on the fly, and forgot that the Lord's budget was not unlimited. And if this man, as a sign of gratitude, fulfilled all his requests, then he himself would have to borrow money from neighboring states. This Lord always had a hard time containing his emotions, and the feelings that were now overwhelming him made even Niels worry about his health. Soon, after leaving the palace, Aiden found himself on the shore of the pier, where several boats had already been prepared for his departure. Those guides who agreed to accompany him on walks around the city said goodbye to the man who saved their lives and the lives of other people in the area. But friends and family were waiting for the boys at home, so it was time to finally end this long journey and return to their home port. From the shore, Niels' entire family continued to shout to them for a long time, and even the Lord himself came to see off his new young hero. Today the sunset was especially beautiful, and after that terrible night with the invasion of monsters, the city could be calm for a while. These two guys, who at first seemed inconspicuous, in fact became the saviors of the city to which they promised to return one day. But suddenly their peaceful sailing was interrupted, and Peter realized that their adventures were not over. They were just beginning. The head of a huge monster appeared right from under the water. It smashed their boat into pieces, and both guys were hanging in the air right above its open mouth. But an hour earlier, everything had started well. They quickly hired a cart in the village on the other side of the lake and soon reached the departure point. Aiden immediately said that they needed to go through the Red Pond to their settlement, although this lake already had a bad reputation throughout the Empire. But the young people were in a great mood, and a guy named Rick agreed to take an oar and accompany them along with his family on this boat. After all, his wife Fiona and little daughter Daisy were also sailing with them. They settled in comfortably and were ready for the long journey. Thanks to the Lord, they found guides for this long journey in time, and the boy was once again convinced that this crying man was, after all, a wonderful person. The anti-seasickness spells were already in effect right on the boat, so every traveler felt great. Without wasting any time, the guy opened his system window and carefully looked at the list of abilities that had recently begun to enhance his magic. After all, he had recently received a new achievement, and, with the help of his artifact, he could use the ability of the Crimson Tower Mage. He and Peter were accepted as Knights of the Holy Order, even though they had never been part of their family and could not ask for such a title. But recently they fought together against a horde of mutants, and this title became a reward for their contribution to the overall victory. Since childhood, Aiden remembered the rule that you need to use everything available, otherwise no one will see success in this life. At the same time, he wanted to check if any new quests were currently available to obtain even more valuable artifacts. Just now the system announced that a new quest is ready for acceptance, and the reward for it will be 10,000 experience points. Of course, as usual, she could have refused to give him valuable artifacts, but now it didn't matter. It was just necessary to act according to the plan. So they sailed until late at night and soon saw a red forest right in front of them. This forest was truly all red, and instead of green leaves, the trees were covered with small crimson leaves. At least there were no monsters here, so Peter was glad that they had finally reached at least one shore. However, he shouldn't have said this, because they didn't yet know all the places in the world where they found themselves, and it would have been better to remain silent. Moreover, most likely, with such words he only jinxed them, because after that they all felt an approaching dark aura from all sides. The damned mutated fish were here again, even though the guy had recently spent almost a day fighting the same creatures. Rick saw so many mutants for the first time, and he realized with horror that this would be the most terrible night of his life. But Aiden had long been accustomed to such tricks from mutants, and without wasting any time, he took out his dagger and got to work. With one easy movement, he chopped off the heads of all these mutated fish, and not one of them would have been able to even touch him. And then, raising his guide, he ordered Rick not to worry and to continue rowing while he led the fight. Of course, the little girl was scared and Fiona hugged her tightly to her chest, hoping for the best. But at that moment, something very large began to slowly swim towards their boat, and it became clear that the matter would not end with simple fish. After all, this monster was so huge that there was no doubt who the main boss of these mutants was, and who they would have to fight with all their might. Even when the mutant was far away, the guy prepared a crossbow and wanted to hit this target from a distance. However, the huge fish was now in its territory, and it was much more difficult to hit it with a crossbow in the water. However, one of the arrows hit the target exactly, and a huge dark spot immediately appeared in the place where the monster had been. Most likely, he managed to seriously wound this mutant, and he could certainly retreat, unable to withstand such a blow. But it was at that moment that the long battle began, as a giant fish appeared right under their boat. With one movement, she threw the boat up, and everyone on the ship flew straight into the giant's open mouth. Never in his life had Peter felt such fear, and he was ready to do anything to make it stop immediately. But judging by how wide the giant fish opened its mouth, it was clear that it would not leave until it had a good meal. But it seemed that this monster had too high an opinion of himself, because as long as Aiden held the crossbow in his hand, nothing would come of it. And instead of eating human flesh, he offered this creature to try his arrow, already loaded into the crossbow. And standing right in front of the giant, he fired an arrow into the monster's mouth, hoping that this would curb its appetite a little. It seemed to work, and immediately after the ice arrow hit, the mutant froze in place, turning into a huge piece of ice. At that moment, Peter also activated his lightning strike ability in time and, holding the magic staff in his hands, was ready to deliver the finishing blow. As a result, a volley of fire hit the frozen monster with all its force, and the ice beneath it shattered into pieces. For a while, the ice flows in the reservoir were empty, but they became the only place where one could climb up and think about what to do next. Rick climbed with great difficulty onto a piece of ice where his wife and daughter were already, and Peter and his friend were carefully studying the monster. Standing next to his frozen head, the boy realized that there was something strange about this whole story. This species of fish lived in the depths and did not like sunlight, so what made it suddenly rise to the surface? Thanks to the ability of the all-seeing eye, the guy realized that this creature swam in the local waters even during the day. In appearance, this giant was no different from other huge monsters. But the guy still decided to conduct a small experiment. Swinging his dagger, he made a deep crack in the ice where the monster's head was, and noticed that some life was still glimmering inside it. He was not mistaken, because soon another mutant, which had been inside all this time, burst out of the monster's body. It turned out that it was a plant that, like a parasite, fed at the expense of its host. It was the one that controlled this huge mutated zombie carcass, and it grew so big due to the absorption of a lot of mana. But this function was switched off immediately after the death of the host. So why did the parasite still remain in it? There was only one explanation for this strange fact, although Aiden didn't want to believe in such a coincidence until the very end. He was not mistaken, but what he saw before his eyes the next second, it is unlikely that anyone would want to see in his place. The final boss, a huge octopus, had giant tentacles that burst from under the water, making fighting the fish seem like child's play. The first thing they needed to do was distract the octopus so that the boys could save the family that was stranded on an ice floe not far from them. But instead of helping his friend, Peter suddenly sank down quickly, and it became clear that the guy was very nauseous from seasickness. However, the sight of those ugly tentacles would have made anyone sick, so Peter's reaction was easy to understand. But instead of fighting strong opponents, the monster chose easy prey, a family that looked with horror at the approaching danger. The octopus grabbed the entire family with its tentacles at once, and for a moment the girl found herself away from her parents. Aiden couldn't let that happen, and readied his crossbow to shoot straight at the mutant's most vulnerable spot. At this moment, it was important not to miss, because in his tentacles there was still that family that had no magical protection. And if he accidentally misses and hits one of them, it will certainly turn into another disaster. But it was impossible to simply leave it to chance, because the girl was scared to death and her life was in serious danger. Looking at this, Peter understood that it was time to stop hiding on his ice floe, and finally overcome his seasickness, which always manifested itself at the wrong time. He imagined Daisy frolicking with her dad, and was ready to do anything to ensure that she stayed alive and continued her long, happy life. Although he could lose his own life for this, the guy seemed finally ready to take this step. There was only a surface of water ahead of him, but, in any case, swimming in the icy water was better than being in the mouth of this monster. Then, with a sharp jump, he picked up the unfortunate girl in his arms and fell with her straight into the icy water. For a moment, Aiden couldn't understand why Peter didn't use his ability to instantly move, but it was too late to think about it. The main thing that worried all three of them was whether they would float to the surface, or whether the dark, icy water would take them with it into its depths forever. For a long time, they simply looked at the place where Peter had recently held the girl in his arms, and, together with her, plunged into this dark abyss. It was hard to imagine what was going on in the heart of the unfortunate woman who saw with her own eyes the death of her daughter. Knowing that Peter could be trusted, Aiden turned on his calming ability and placed his hand on Fiona's head to calm her down a bit. Now they all just needed to calm down, because saving the lives of these two and their own required a lot of strength. Besides, he would never have allowed them to die and was ready at all costs to jump into that dark abyss himself. At this moment, the tentacles had already grabbed Peter tightly, but the guy had almost no oxygen left, and he was trying with all his might to endure this ordeal. But suddenly he noticed how the tentacles released him, and huge pieces of severed monster meat flew to the sides. Yes, this could have helped for a short time, if the giant had not been able to regenerate and did not grow his tentacles so quickly. The only hope was that Peter would have enough oxygen before Aiden came down here and started this fight. But, to Daisy's horror, Peter suddenly began to behave strangely, and it was clear that the oxygen in the guy's lungs had run out. Unable to bear it, he opened his mouth, and if not for a miracle, the guy would have died in this battle and would not have been able to save this little girl. It's good that his friend didn't keep him waiting, and Peter saw a bright, powerful charge of energy flying from the surface to the bottom. These were the two arrows that Aiden had fired from his crossbow, both of them charged with energy and restoration power. Moreover, these arrows immediately saturated both of them with oxygen, which meant that now their lives were not in danger. As usual, this guy always arrived on time, and now there was no doubt that this long journey would eventually end. Peter shouted loudly to his friend that he was always glad to see him, but now their meeting was especially happy. And Aiden, looking at his friend, could not understand where the guy in glasses got so much stamina that he was able to stay underwater for so long without oxygen. The tentacles that Aiden had cut into pieces with his dagger sank slowly to the bottom at first, and it might seem that the duel was over. However, the ability to regenerate made Peter nervous, and he warned his friend to be careful. After all, that thing could constantly regenerate its limbs, and soon, in place of the stump, a healthy tentacle of a giant appeared. Although the guy immediately froze him, so the octopus could not use his ability as he was used to doing. It was strange how he managed to freeze the tentacle so easily, because he simply took a piece of ice, and it was as if the system itself gave him this ability. At that moment, the notification window informed the guy that he had received a new ability to perform miracles, and any of his thoughts could become reality. Realizing that he would figure things out on his own, Peter hurried to the surface, because the life of the girl depended on him, and she had to be saved first. Meanwhile, the boy deftly wielded his blade, around which magic swirled, a new skill that could work miracles in difficult situations. This time, the freezing ability was very useful, because if you deal dozens of blows and freeze the giant's limbs, he will not be able to regenerate. And indeed, with each passing minute the monster was losing its agility, and the guy understood that this should work perfectly. But the octopus still tried to use everything around itself, and its regeneration affected not only its body, but also all objects underwater. However, the crossbow was aimed at the creature's head, and Aiden was ready to use as many arrows with ice potion as needed to kill the monster. Once again he shot at the monster and hoped that this would at least cool his ardor a little. Suddenly he saw how the place where the arrow had hit became covered with an icy shell, which meant that the time had come for the final attack. Swinging his blade wide, he shattered the ice shell that covered the creature, hoping to create a barrier. But it turned out that this was not enough, because the mutant was still showing signs of life and was right next to him. Looking back, he saw the same mutant octopus, whose body was unmarked, as if there had been no fight at all. True, one of his limbs was frozen, which meant the blows had left their mark on him. It was good that the monster appeared in front of Aiden, because the guy could easily finish it off without bothering to look for it. Although the monster was unlikely to agree to die today, because instead he wanted to finish off the guy and swallow him whole. After carefully studying the enemy, the monster realized that it needed to use sound waves, and for a while it worked. It was difficult to contain the high-pitched sound that would have deafened anyone, especially if Aiden had been outside rather than underwater. This was only a diversionary tactic, and the mutant saved his main weapon for last. It turned out that this creature had planned to create a whirlpool around itself, use it to pull Aiden towards itself and shove him right into its huge mouth. The worst part was that all the creatures nearby were already infected with the monster's magic, and now he wanted to use them as a living shield. But the monster only made his task easier, because now Aiden could easily find the target that constantly eluded him. To test the giant's agility, Aiden fired one arrow, but the octopus managed to dodge it with one movement. The arrow flew straight to the bottom, where a dark abyss reigned, and there was not a single living soul. But then there was a loud explosion, and instead of a dark abyss, streams of bright light burst out from there. It turned out that the guy had loaded this arrow with the holy water of dawn, which the priest had given him long ago in gratitude for Aiden's help. At some point, the monster realized that fighting in simple ways was pointless, and began to use the habits of other inhabitants of the deep sea. But their main habit was a craving for light, and even a mutated individual would not have been able to resist this instinct. It was then that the boy created another arrow with an ice potion and shot it straight into the giant's mouth. Now it was definitely impossible to hide from the guy, and the monster really did bring certain death upon himself. Now it was time to say goodbye, as Aiden planned to make one last attack that would end this creature's life forever. In one movement, he got so close to the mutant that he managed to cut his head in half, and the guy only hoped that his ability to regenerate would not help him now. Finally, it was all over, and he was ready to collect the holy water of dawn, and then calmly climb up. Fortunately, even for killing a giant, the system began to give him experience points, and system windows notified him about the replenishment of his account. But the guy knew very well that it was impossible to get experience points for killing monsters, especially if he used his usual abilities. All the parasites that had previously been under the giant's control now swam away in all directions, since their master was already dead. It turns out that Aiden was awarded points for getting rid of the parasites, which means the giant was suffering all this time from the fact that his life was slowly sucked out by these creatures. Realizing that his job was done, the guy hurried to the surface and was finally able to take a deep breath of oxygen, which was almost gone. Immediately in front of him on the ice floe, he noticed Peter, who was still suffering from seasickness and looked very bad. His face turned purple from the nausea that had been rising in his throat for a long time, and it became clear that this had been one of his main problems since childhood. And then, fortunately for everyone else, the family finally met the man on the shore to whom they now owed the salvation of their lives. But the girl became very ill after everything she had experienced, and Fiona begged him to use his ability to restore health again. However, everything turned out to be not so simple, and looking closely at the girl, Aiden realized that ability alone would not be enough. It was hard to accept the idea that he was late, but Daisy really was on the brink of life and death. Still in the redwoods, Rick knew that if he didn't get his family to town quickly, his daughter wouldn't get medical attention. After all, the unfortunate girl's severe hypothermia was difficult to warm up even with the ability of this young healer. So Aiden decided that he needed to start a fire, because it would warm him better than any spell, and only then begin healing. But the worst part was that Peter asked Aiden to look at the sky, realizing that it was no longer possible to make a fire. It looked like it was going to rain, which meant that if they didn't find a place to sleep, the fire would go out as soon as Aiden lit it. It would be best to get to the nearest village as quickly as possible. But if you go there right now by the direct road, it will take at least 2 hours. It was taking too long. They needed to find shelter somewhere nearby before the girl lost her last chance for salvation. Without wasting any valuable minutes, they walked along the forest path, trying to find shelter and hoping for luck. Walking past the dense trees, Aiden saw for the first time in his life the red forest that he had previously only imagined in his fantasies. There were many different rumors about this forest, but only with your own eyes could you see the beauty that was talked about so much. Even people succumbed to the magic of this forest, and all the local inhabitants had hair of different shades of red. But right now the most important thing was to stay close, because it was very easy to get lost in this forest if you went too far into it. Fiona had already tried putting markers or other signs to help her stay on track, but none of it worked. On the way, the guy suddenly stopped, while his friends continued walking, engrossed in their conversations. And then they heard their young friend order everyone to freeze and not make any sudden movements until he gave permission. It was difficult to understand what this young healer meant. But immediately after that, he took out his dagger from his bag. Pointing it towards the trees, he loudly ordered those hiding in the bushes to come out and promised that he would not repeat it twice. Yes, he was very observant, and the bandit who had been sitting in ambush all this time realized that he had been noticed. But now his cover had been blown, which meant he had to confess why the hell he had been stalking Aiden and his friends. It turned out that he was not alone, but that his young accomplice was with him, and she had been sitting in the tree the whole time. Rick immediately recognized them as red-haired bandits, who were often found in such places and hunted for travelers who had strayed from the group. They robbed travelers in this forest, taking from them all the equipment and valuables that they had with them. All members of this gang had red hair and stole things only from people with other hair colors. They also hated anyone who was different in appearance, which meant that a person with dark or light hair was their main target. Snatching up a dagger, the guy shouted loudly that one of them was a healer, and that he alone was the main target of their hunt today. But they would only need to kidnap a healer if one of their comrades fell ill and needed the help of a doctor. Now Aiden had very little time, and these people would not help them in any way. so he needed to get rid of them as soon as possible. But then the thought occurred to him that it would be possible to use their camp, which was probably long inhabited and perfect for treating Daisy. Suddenly they heard Aiden's kind voice, politely asking them to give him their shelter so that he could heal both their comrade and the girl. With a beaming smile, he explained that this poor little girl was also very ill, and offered to let her spend the night at their camp that night. Moreover, a heavy downpour was expected to fall from the sky very soon, since the entire sky was already covered with black clouds. Yes, the guy behaved so kindly with these bandits that even Peter believed in his sincerity for a moment and was ready to hug everyone around. If they let them in for at least a night, Aiden promised not to report them to the Adventurers Guild, and then their lives would be safe. But looking at these bandits, it became clear that threatening them was useless. They themselves could create a lot of problems for anyone. They were ready to endure anything, but not threats from this scoundrel who dared to frighten them with some kind of denunciations. And this girl with red hair seemed harmless at first. But when two sharp daggers appeared in her hand, the opinion of her changed dramatically. She was quite skilled with her weapon and movements, but Aiden saw her every move in advance. At some point, she found herself high above him, and the guy realized that simple persuasion would not help matters. And then he plunged his dagger straight into her head, and now there was no doubt that this guy was not to be trifled with. In response, her accomplice attempted to stab the bastard with one sweeping motion, but Aiden was once again able to dodge his attack. The bandit simply had no other chance, so the next second the guy attacked his opponent with one powerful blow to the chest. Yes, Aiden probably had a special skill and kept his main trump cards up his sleeve for this fight. But the bandits from the Red Gang also had a few surprises in store, and the bandit wanted to show one of them right now. It turned out they had a magical seal, from which several invisible chains suddenly flew out at once and tightly bound Aiden's hands. In this position, the guy couldn't move, and felt that the chain was gradually draining his life force. Having lost his skills, he could no longer fight as before, and this gave him a great chance to finish the fight. However, they overlooked the fact that the young healer was known not only for his magic, but also for his great physical strength, developed through constant training. And without even using his abilities, he broke the chains on himself with one movement, and his hands became free again. It seemed like these guys didn't get it right away, so Aiden decided to try to reason with them again. I wonder how many more blows to the head it took for them to finally realize they needed to cooperate with this guy. It was unlikely that after that any of them would dare to attack again, much less use cheap tricks against his magic. The deed was done, and now the bandits from the Red Gang will probably become much more accommodating than before. Their short duel soon ended, but the sky still promised a downpour, judging by the birds flying anxiously low. The bandits had been dealt a severe blow, and now they were begging Aiden for forgiveness, agreeing to take his friends to their camp. Soon they came to a mountain where a huge boulder hid the entrance to their secret shelter. True, this stone door could only be opened with special magic, which each member of this gang possessed. The stone door swung open easily, revealing a deep dark tunnel that led straight into the heart of the gorge. It was only after he stepped inside and looked around that Aiden realized who exactly needed his help as a healer here. In front of him on the floor lay several members of the Red Gang, and each of them had such a painful headache that they were groaning in unbearable pain. Among them was a young girl who, in inhuman pain, covered her face with her hands, almost unaware of what was happening around her.
They looked miserable, and if Aiden hadn't been there, they probably wouldn't have been able to find the healer they needed in time.
Then one bandit explained that all his comrades suddenly felt very ill, and no one could understand the cause of this sudden illness. He hoped that the healer would save them, because even the most resilient person could not bear such a terrible headache. At that moment, a loud male voice was heard nearby, making it clear that this gang had a leader. Now he was looking straight at Aiden, and the leader of the red-haired gang was perplexed as to what the hell all these uninvited guests were doing here. Aiden looked back at him, prepared for the worst, even though he knew he was the only healer who could help them. Ronald sent his people only for a healer, ordering them to bring one, but for some reason they brought his entire group of friends along with him. It was hard to believe that this Ronald was the main bandit, but there was no one higher in rank nearby at the moment. Ronald was unhappy that extra people had come with the healer, and that now someone else would find out about their secret hideout. His subordinate, with difficulty finding the words, tried to explain why they had failed and were forced to bring the others with them. Aiden confirmed with a smile that the mistake was his fault, and the bandits had to accept the uninvited guests. But the bandits were wanted and couldn't risk accepting strangers, although Aiden assured Ronald that he wouldn't hand them over to the authorities. Moreover, Aiden was the only healer nearby who could cure those bandits who were in dire need of help. All the patients lay on the floor, unable to recover from the terrible headache that suddenly struck each of them. And if Ronald really wanted to help his people, he should have put his suspicions aside for a while and just trusted Aiden. In exchange for being allowed to stay here for one night with his friends, Aiden offered a deal to heal all the sick bandits. These strangers must have been strong enough to reach their hideout, meaning they could be trusted. But Ronald demanded that Aiden promise not to do anything stupid and not to bring trouble upon them instead of the promised help. Aiden easily agreed to do everything as promised, although he already guessed that he was not talking to the real leader of the gang. The question then remained, where was the real leader, responsible not only for these bandits, but also for all the crimes of their gang? However, the most important thing now was the safety of the girl, who was laid down by the fire so that she would warm up quickly. The other sick bandits had no fever or other visible ailments, so it was difficult at first to understand the reason for their poor condition. However, the all-seeing eye of the healer could notice details that usually escape the simple human gaze. In the girl's mind, Aiden immediately sensed the intense panic and phantom pain she was experiencing at that moment. Perhaps this phantom pain was caused by her recent loss of consciousness, and her usual headaches only increased her suffering. Usually, such a feeling occurs in a lost limb, but here it was some inexplicable pain in a physically healthy body. Such pain usually did not affect endurance, but it had a detrimental effect on the mind and only increased over time. Moreover, phantom pain had no clear nature, which made it difficult to treat, and Ronald was seriously worried about whether the healer would be able to cope. First of all, it was necessary to eliminate the cause that was causing the gang members this terrible headache. To ease the suffering of the sick, Aiden offered a calming potion that would at least temporarily help them come to their senses. Aiden could make the potion right there, but finding the necessary ingredients would be difficult, as they were considered rare and grew only in remote places. Suddenly, Peter noticed a large cabinet nearby with many bottles and decided that there might be something useful there. As he got closer, Aiden immediately recognized the red forest grasses, as they were all colored the same as the leaves from that mysterious land. On the shelf, among other herbs, he noticed horsetail, whitetail, and quartz moss, which were the main components of the potion of calm. Having taken the necessary herbs, he ordered Ronald's people to immediately dry their roots and fruits, because they would become an excellent basis for the future elixir. Now it was necessary to find out how many people could still move, and Ronald immediately answered that there were about 25 people. That was enough, and Aiden, placing his hand on Ronald's shoulder, assured him that he would do everything as needed. Now it was necessary to take these guys and collect more herbs, since they would need significantly more potions than usual. But just at that moment, a heavy downpour began, and lightning flashed so brightly that it became dangerous to go outside. Many of the bandits, seeing their leader addressed in this way for the first time, were outraged that Aiden dared to give him orders. It seemed like these fools didn't realize that no one but Aiden could help their comrades, and that they should have thought first and then said something. In the end, they still had to go get herbs for the elixir and get wet in the rain, as the healer told them to. Those who didn't know Aiden well wondered how the young healer could acquire knowledge usually reserved for experienced adult practitioners. But over time, he mastered the intricacies of his craft, which helped him go a long way and save lives more than once. Aiden asked Peter to be careful when passing him the vials with the already collected ingredients, and not to drop them under any circumstances. But that's exactly what happened, and Peter, instead of handing the bottle to Aiden, suddenly dropped it on the stone floor. However, instead of breaking, the vials rolled one after another towards one point, which immediately revealed someone's magic. Rushing after the fleeing can, Peter shouted that it was an accident and that he would quickly correct his mistake. But when he reached out his hand to pick up the dropped ingredient, he realized that he was seeing something amazing in front of him. The insect he held in his hand was much larger than the usual insects of this species, whose size was no larger than a human fingernail. Although scarabs were sometimes known for their large size, he still had not expected to encounter so many of these insects here. After all, besides the scarab that he was holding in his hands, there was a whole pile of dead remains of these insects lying on the floor nearby. Activating the all-seeing eye skill, Aiden discovered that the scarab had been dormant and had become petrified due to its long period of rest, losing the ability to move. In frustration, Peter threw the petrified scarab with all his might, realizing that because of this creature, they had lost several bottles of valuable ingredients. But if this were someone's collection of scarabs, they wouldn't be lying on the floor like that, and besides, these creatures don't live in the local area. Then Aiden asked his friend to take his new artifact and start digging without asking any questions. It seemed that Aiden had an idea, and trying to make amends, Peter hastily began digging where the pile of scarabs lay. It was hard to understand how they got here and why there were so many of them, but judging by the look on Aiden's face, he expected something similar. Perhaps the entire cave was made of them, and what appear to be simple walls are not actually walls. Besides, the guy had a couple more questions, the answers to which he wanted to find out as soon as possible. By that time, the downpour had not stopped and was only getting stronger with each passing minute. But the boys' work was completed, and now they were ready to provide all the calming potions they had managed to create. The main thing Ronald had to remember was that the potion had to be drunk constantly without breaking the regimen for it to work properly. Like others in his position, Ronald initially thought he was dealing with a charlatan, but now he was convinced that the guy was a professional. Many gang members were happy that they decided to bring these people here, because this way they would earn the boss's trust and would be able to save their friends. Taking care of their comrades was one of their main concerns, and they promised to give them the potion several times a day until everyone recovered. Even the cruel robbers who attacked people only for money worried about their friends and lived like one close-knit family. Although there was something else that interested the guy besides this, and with his arms crossed, he was ready to find out the answer to the main question. After all, phantom pain is not such a common effect that you would encounter it in just anyone, which means that something else was involved here. It may have been the highest level of mental influence, but such an effect could only be achieved inside the most dangerous dungeon. And if you believe the guy's words, then everything happened not in a simple hideout with robbers, but where a dark force was contained. And then, looking at Ronald, the guy asked if there was any other information that he was hiding from him. And if Ronald had somehow managed to use a spell like those chains that limited mana, it was the stupidest idea ever. After all, using such spells was dangerous due to the possibility of getting an irreversible backfire. Ordinary bandits never did this, so looking at Ronald, it became clear that he was not capable of such a thing. Another thing that could be noticed was the floor of this shelter, which was very different from the floor of other caves. The Red Forest was known for its damp soil, so the floor of this dungeon would have been wet and unstable. But instead, there was sand under his feet in the cave, and this detail immediately seemed strange to the guy, meaning there was something he didn't know yet. Looking straight into Ronald's eyes, he earnestly asked him to tell him the whole truth if he hoped to save his comrades. Realizing that he had nowhere to go, Ronald realized that if he didn't tell the truth, the healer would still find out about it himself. But first he wanted to ask him for one favor, if Aiden agreed to do it right after the story. Not understanding what was going on, Aiden replied that he would decide what to do after hearing the whole story. Ronald then explained that at first, the place was no different from any part of the Red Forest, but the cave itself had appeared 3 months earlier. Monsters poured out of it, the description of which could not be found in any book, and which instilled fear in anyone who saw them. And inside there were treasure deposits left by the previous bandits, and it was unclear what happened to them. But if it was about unknown monsters and treasures, then only one thing came to Peter's mind. And most likely, this cave was one of those dungeons that were teeming with mutants hiding from people and waiting inside these walls. If all this is true, then this type of dungeon can be called transitional, and Aiden has heard about such places several times, but has never been to them personally. He remembered how his last battle with the monster had gone, because back then they had also been in a similar dungeon. Regular dungeons existed in another dimension, and it was almost impossible to get into them without teleportation. But there were exceptions, and for strange reasons, some dungeons appeared deep in the continent. This means that they were in a transitional dungeon, and the last time such dungeons appeared was several hundred years ago. Then the used scrolls were found here, although Ronald still claimed that he had never seen anything like it. But things got worse after their junior employee took one of these scrolls with him and went for a walk. During this walk, he got into a fight, although he usually avoided magicians since he could not resist them. But this time, things were different, and the fight had far more consequences than the junior officer thought. After all, using this scroll, he discovered that what was swirling above the heads of his opponents was not just a vortex of energy, but dark magic so powerful that it could belong to the devil. Even the appearance of these people had changed, and they did not resemble ordinary bandits on a mission. In the end, they ground their opponents into dust, even though these passers-by had done nothing wrong to them. Remembering this, Ronald could not hold back his tears, because for them it was a significant day when they were finally able to fight back against real magicians. But the problem started when they decided to look for better items in this dungeon, and came across something else. Even then, Ronald understood that if they continued to use these scrolls, it would be the end of all wizards. In the end, they wanted to take over the entire city and do their dirty work with the help of dark magic. But the group split into teams, and Ronald lost track of which of the bandits used scrolls in combat, and which used only physical skills. As a result, almost all the bandits seem to have gone crazy, and if Aiden agrees to help him with this, then Ronald will be ready to do a lot in exchange. Aiden suddenly said with a smile that he himself didn't really like magic, because magicians were usually arrogant and overestimated their powers. Although there were also his friends among the magicians, he did not want to see the fall of the city that he had recently saved. However, the main question was where their real leader was now, because Aiden had long ago figured out that Ronald was only his assistant. After such a frank conversation, Ronald could not keep secrets, and indicated the place where the leader should be looked for. It turns out that somewhere here was the hidden room that Ronald spoke of. And first of all, they needed to defeat the leader and his closest associates. For a long time, Peter found no clues, but his friend again advised him to look around more carefully. Although he didn't need it, because his ability of the all-seeing eye allowed him to see even through walls. Scanning the walls of the cave, he noticed 2 tunnels, recalling a similar situation that happened to him in the first gorge. Just like then, there was a magical seal on the wall between these tunnels that protected the cave from foreign magic. Having realized where to strike, Peter grabbed the relic, ran and slammed it against the wall, and the stones flew in all directions. But along with the sand that poured out of the crack, the same insects poured out and filled the entire space. Most likely, the entrance behind the magic circle was almost open for them, so all that was left was to find the place where the leader and his comrades were hiding. Aiden had one easy way to do this, and with the help of his magic core he could do it much faster. Meanwhile, in the red-haired bandits' hideout, the leader and his comrades were in a hidden area that was inaccessible to outsiders. To his surprise, the wall suddenly cracked, and the place that had seemed impregnable now became more dangerous than any other in the cave. And the very next second he saw a stranger burst out of the wall, who had enough strength to break through this strong wall of the dungeon. It felt like a real invasion, although once inside, Aiden happily greeted all the guys. But they would hardly have been as friendly to a man who dared to disturb their peace by destroying the walls of their secret room. True, Aiden himself was not in the mood for heart-to-heart talks, and pushing off strongly, he rushed towards them. However, from the look of this guy, it was clear that since he decided to attack, he was certainly confident of his victory. After the powerful blow, all the bandits scattered in different directions, and it seemed that none of them would dare to contradict this guy again. Coming close to one of them, Aiden warned him again that it was better to cooperate with him than to quarrel, so he should simply tell him where their leader was. At that moment, a rough male voice was heard, and it became clear that the leader himself had come out to talk. They looked at each other in silence for a moment, realizing that each of them possessed a power that would make their duel too protracted. This guy named Gareth was the real leader of the red-haired bandits, but he saw this young healer in these parts for the first time. Getting straight to the point, Aiden explained that he had learned of a dangerous creature they were keeping in the dungeon, and was prepared to go to the last to find out what it was. But the guy was even surprised, because he didn't feel any danger, and didn't understand what this young man was so afraid of. With a smile on his face, he realized that there was a traitor in their team, because only Ronald could have spilled the beans to this guy. There was nothing strange in the fact that he immediately identified the informer, but now Aiden was interested in a completely different question. For some reason, Gareth decided that Aiden was afraid of this creature, and that was why he wanted to find out who it was and where it was. Suddenly, Gareth's appearance began to change, and a dark aura thickened around him, which could only mean one thing. He shouted loudly that Aiden would die here along with everyone else, but he didn't know the guy well enough, otherwise he would have kept his mouth shut. Although it seems convincing him otherwise was not so easy, and only after a good fight would he finally be able to come to his senses. Gareth decided to attack first, and putting his fist forward, was ready to show his opponent all his power. But Aiden saw this movement in advance, and at the moment when Gareth was close, he sharply dodged the lunge. As a result, Gareth almost crashed into the wall, risking breaking through it with his body, as his speed almost reached its limit. Now the fight was supposed to develop according to a different scenario, because Gareth had lost sight of his opponent, and Aiden could clearly see his every move. Moreover, he had a dagger in his hand, and he had long ago learned to use it in the fight against monsters. When Aiden threw the dagger straight at the guy, he didn't have time to activate his protective shield, and the blade hit him right in the hand. And now, with the knife firmly lodged in his outstretched hand, Gareth looked straight into the eyes of his opponent, realizing that he was much stronger. Aiden's tactic was to keep his distance until the last moment and use the crossbow to quickly solve the problem. But it was unlikely that this would have played into Gareth's hands. Although first of all, he should have taken care of the dagger that was still sticking out of his hand. To keep the blade from getting in his way, he abruptly pulled it out of his hand in front of everyone, and blood gushed in all directions. And now he rushed with a new attack on his opponent, although he must have experienced monstrous pain, pulling the dagger out of his hand while alive. Aiden took aim, wanting to find the most vulnerable spot on his opponent's body, even though he was moving so fast that it was difficult to do so. Besides, Gareth was going straight ahead, and it seemed like he wasn't at all afraid of getting another dagger or a whole bunch of arrows in his body. Normally, a person simply couldn't behave like that. And even after the arrow was fired, Gareth managed to deflect it with the first stone he came across. The next second, he was already level with Aiden, whose crossbow was aimed straight at his head. Yes, he was a very nimble fellow. Although in all his previous battles, Aiden had seen faster monsters. But it was at this moment that his faithful friend came to his aid, appearing at Gareth's side at the most opportune moment. Gareth completely lost sight of another opponent and, as punishment, received a powerful blow to the face from Peter's heavy magical artifact. Once again, Aiden was convinced that this shovel-like weapon could save many more lives. But instead of Gareth losing consciousness, Peter was suddenly attacked by a powerful wave of energy that hit him directly. At the last moment, Aiden shouted at his friend to be careful, but it seemed he was a little late with that. He also realized that the mana had begun to circulate in the opposite direction, meaning that Peter was now in serious danger. And his opponent, realizing that this was his only chance, took a step forward and with all his weight stepped on the body of Peter lying below. He ordered Aiden to drop his weapon and surrender if he still wanted to see his friend alive. Otherwise, he could easily break Peter's neck with one movement, because his leg was pressed tightly against the Adam's apple of the guy lying on the floor. Looking at this, Aiden understood that this scoundrel would regret his words, because this was how everyone who didn't know his abilities well usually behaved. And, loading his crossbow with small arrows imbued with mana, he fired in the direction where the two were. This time he didn't miss, and all 3 arrows hit the right spot, landing right on his opponent's body. These arrows always acted the same way, and were capable of not only immobilizing an opponent, but also taking away his ability to use mana. From the very beginning, Aiden realized that he was dealing with the rebel that Ronald had told him about, which meant that he was planning to kill the rest of his accomplices. Such people were usually born with strong resistance to mana, and, judging by the aura that emanated from them, could absorb half of the damage. Now it was clear why this guy was against magicians, and why he disliked those unfortunates in the city square so much. However, after the arrows were fired, Gareth shouted loudly that he felt nothing, and could not understand what kind of magic his opponent had used against him. Knowing full well how much he hated magicians, Aiden nevertheless decided to drop the mask and admit that these were magic arrows. And he himself is the very same magician against whom this scoundrel fought all his life. Only now did Gareth realize that he was dealing with a mage from the Crimson Tower, which meant that he had to face the most powerful opponent of his entire life. But now he was ready to do anything to get rid of this guy, and stepped forward, stepping over Peter, wanting to take revenge on him for all his suffering. He still hated wizards more than anyone else and was ready to smear Aiden against the wall, taking out all his troubles on him. His very first blow showed that his speed was inferior to his opponent's reaction. Of course, Gareth did not give up his pathetic attempts, and a fight broke out between them, which had been brewing from the very beginning. This would make it much easier for Aiden to defeat him, since the boy had completely lost control of his emotions and was uselessly waving his arms in different directions. Yes, right now it wouldn't hurt for him to calm down and come to his senses, because in such situations emotions only get in the way. Moreover, he forgot that Peter was still alive and was already high in the air above him, preparing to attack. Just like last time, he brought his artifact down on him with all his might, hoping that he would not be able to recover from this blow. Imagine his surprise when his opponent's head turned out to be so strong, as if it were forged from steel. But Peter realized that his opponent had activated a trap that halved the power of his skill, so the blow was too weak. Although this was not the main thing, because Peter's task was only to distract his attention, while the main enemy was already very close. Now it became much easier for Aiden to attack an opponent who no longer used any magic against him. After a series of powerful punches, Gareth was thrown against the wall and no longer acted as bravely as he had a minute ago. The guy saved his last trick for the final blow, and activating a drop of freezing abilities significantly increased the rigidity of his fist. Yes, Gareth had hated mages all his life, but now he would have to accept defeat at the hands of the one he despised and tried to enslave. At the last moment, he loudly warned that magic wouldn't work against him anyway, and that Aiden was only wasting his time. But the icy fist was already ready and crashed into Gareth's face at full speed, who was unable to dodge this attack. True, he even managed to strike back, but the guy was ready for this test of strength and calmly looked at his opponent. It seemed the freezing effect had worked, and with just one fist, Aiden managed to deal critical damage to the bandit. He immediately flew to the side, although he understood that magic had actually worked against him for the first time. But this understanding could no longer help him in any way, because having fallen onto the hard stone floor of the cave, he showed no signs of life for some time. The Ice Fist proved to be much more effective than many of Aiden's other abilities, and the boy stated with a smile that he had previously underestimated this skill. But the bandit leader was far from the main problem in the dungeon, and the most interesting surprises awaited them ahead. After all, right in front of them they saw the creature that imbued Gareth with his destructive energy, and in whose name he had acted all his life. He suddenly remembered the bandits' conversations at the very beginning about the creature they were obliged to awaken, and which must submit to them. It was this creature that was the secret weapon against the magicians, which they wanted to use and win the centuries-old confrontation. Now he saw before him a symbiote of such enormous size that it would take all the boy's strength to destroy it. It was one of the rare species of parasites that had mutated into a huge monster, and now posed a serious danger to everyone nearby. If you implant this creature into a human, you can create a super strong soldier, and with such help, calmly conquer cities and countries. But, looking at him, the guy noticed that something was happening to the giant parasite, and most likely, it would soon change its appearance. Maybe he's finally ready to hatch from his green shell and this larval cocoon will burst. Then the guys will have a lot more problems. Peter couldn't understand why he couldn't just take it for research, although he should have at least neutralized or destroyed it first. However, if they don't succeed, then Aiden shouldn't be blamed for not warning his friend about the danger. There was no time left for reflection, because the monster had actually come into motion and, with the help of his faithful slave, was ready to act. Gareth was still a danger and shouted loudly at the boys that their days were numbered. He then hovered high above them to quickly finish off both guys at once with one powerful blow. Indeed, none of them expected such a clever throw from the bandit, whom they had almost managed to eliminate, but who had regained his strength. Although Peter was ready to respond in kind and again, armed with his relic, he rushed into the attack. It was difficult to tell whether this guy had come to his senses or was still under the parasite's hypnosis. After all, with this power he would be able to defeat the likes of these guys with one finger. Although Aiden had a completely different opinion. He then took out a bundle containing a magic seal to drain all the power available to him from the monster. Tearing the scroll apart, he loudly warned the boys to abandon their futile attempts to stop him, as he was now in alliance with the most powerful mutant. It was difficult to understand the next step of this madman. But after his words, the seal under the guy's feet suddenly activated again. Peter suddenly felt like he was gradually dissolving into thin air and couldn't understand what was happening to him. Aiden had a teleportation scroll ready in his hands, because the guy understood that he needed to change the course of the fight a little. Throwing the scroll aside, he tried to send it as far away from the seal as possible so that the ability would work properly. Indeed, after a few seconds, instead of two guys in the center of the magic seal, there was only emptiness. The guys themselves would soon find themselves at the entrance to the cave, since fighting Gareth in such a strong position would be stupid. Luckily, the teleportation was successful, and instead of being dissolved by dark magic, Peter was happy to be safe. Gareth had gotten rid of those guys so easily that he should have thought twice before resuming the fight. Aiden understood that the guy was just buying time to let the giant larva hatch, and then his powers would increase tenfold. But while he was there, it would be very difficult to destroy the giant mutated parasite, so the guy suggested finishing him off quickly. Murder was the last resort, and Peter still hoped to save his life. It was strange since when his friend became a pacifist, although Aiden had noticed something similar in him before. But then they will simply have to wait until the mutant reaches full strength, and it will no longer be possible to count on victory. It will happen very soon, and they will be lucky if they can survive after this deadly battle. Meanwhile, Gareth continued to remain in the same place and waited for the giant larva to finally hatch out. The effect of the potion from the fight immediately gave the guy a terrible headache, and he mentally cursed that scoundrel Aiden. A bottle of potion ended up under his feet, and the guy, accidentally stumbling upon it, decided to try one risky method. He could use this potion to speed up the hatching process of the larva and decided that it was still worth taking this step. Coming close to her, he poured out the remains of the magic potion, hoping to speed up the process and gain a strong ally. Immediately after this, the hatching accelerated, although Gareth did not yet know what this would mean for him. But most importantly, somewhere in the distance he could hear people screaming, and he realized that his subordinates needed help. The only thing that was unclear was what had happened to them, and who in the forest was capable of creating problems for such desperate killers. However, there was no point in thinking about it. It was better to quickly go there and find out everything for myself. But instead of his subordinates, he suddenly saw the same guy, who was able to instantly appear in this room. But all his closest comrades lay motionless on the stone floor, like the rest of the bandits in the dungeon. It was the first time he had seen something like this, and he was terrified to see how even strong guys could not hold back their tears from the terrible pain. At first he thought that the bastard who interrupted their duel in order to destroy his people was to blame, and he immediately wanted to take revenge on him. Not understanding what Aiden had done to them, he rushed at the healer with his fists, wanting to quickly deal with this bastard. But his hand was deftly intercepted by the very man who was not involved in the torment of these people, but on the contrary, wanted to help them. And then, looking him in the eyes, he admitted that the suffering of these people was the fault of their own leader. Realizing that they were talking about himself, Gareth didn't believe these words at first, but he remembered that he really did use a mana potion. When he splashed the mixture onto the parasite, the potion enhanced the symbiote's ability to control the minds of everyone in the cave. And unlike the rebel Gareth, all of his comrades risked being permanently disabled or even dying that night. These words finally brought the boy to his senses, realizing that his most loyal brothers could suffer because of him. Of course, Aiden left the mana potion there on purpose, knowing that Gareth would certainly take advantage of this opportunity. And slowly pulling his fist back, he said that he was only going to help them, so Gareth should just trust his skills. He will be able to cure everyone, but only if Gareth promises to leave the city alone from now on and stop his raids on civilians. Now he knew for sure that this had all been a setup, and Aiden had left the potion only so that Gareth could splash it on the mutant. But it was too late to talk about it now, especially since Aiden had long suspected the worst possible outcome of this venture. After all, the symbiote was actually the boss of the dungeon, which meant that Gareth had not bonded with the creature that keeps its subjects alive. If the monster that had taken over his body were to break free, not only would the inhabitants of this city suffer, but the entire empire would be engulfed in flames. He should have thought carefully before taking responsibility for the lives of all these people, and then living with that thought in his head. Words like these would make anyone feel uneasy, and Gareth finally realized that it was time for him to stop trying to take revenge on the wizards for past grievances. After all, he was no longer the boy who held a grudge against adults, and at his age, Gareth needed to grow up. Finally, bowing his head, he accepted Aiden's offer and promised to fulfill his conditions if he agreed to help. Peter peered out from behind cover and quietly asked if his friend Gareth had finished the conversation in which he had used his excellent blackmail skill. Although Peter felt like he should get rid of the symbiote first, Aiden was determined to start with something else. Otherwise the dungeon might just disappear, and it would be better to do everything as quickly as possible because it was pouring rain outside. It was cold in the cave, and they had a lot of sick people lying on the floor. If this monster hatches prematurely, Gareth himself promised to deal with this problem by casting a magical barrier. Everything should have gone smoothly, although, as in any other story, there was one detail that ruined everything. After all, among the subordinates of the leader of the Red Gang, there was one idiot who did something stupid and put his entire team at risk. At that very moment, the main problem was dealt with, and fortunately, Aiden had prepared a medicine in advance to heal all his patients. Gareth understood his guilt not only before his people, but also before the healer himself, who had been trying to help them all this time. But when his own mistakes were pointed out to him, the guy always got irritated, and Aiden did not miss the opportunity to do just that. Although Ronald immediately patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner, saying that Gareth had not missed on purpose. Moreover, it was worth thanking him separately for saving the lives of all these people. And now Ronald realized that for the first time he had met a real healer. Aiden was already used to such words, and was convinced once again that people only recognized his talent after he got into bad trouble. Soon he reached the place in the gorge where Niels was with his family, and where the fire did not go out for a minute. Running up to Aiden, the man admitted that they were already very worried about the boy, and besides, his daughter still needed help. The girl was very tired, although her trembling had passed and she felt better than before. Peter was happy to see that she was doing well, realizing how valuable their child was to her parents. Suddenly, turning to his friend, Aiden reminded him that he had one more important matter to ask him. Handing Peter a shard of the crimson exoskeleton, he declared that he was ready to give this artifact as a gift, since it appeared immediately after the destruction of the giants. It was strange that Aiden didn't want to keep it for himself, although it was unlikely that Peter could refuse such a valuable relic. But Aiden just wanted Peter to take the hit next time, and with this relic in his possession, he was obligated to do so. True, Peter himself did not know about this, and tears of emotion flowed down his face, although he should have long been accustomed to his friend's prudence. However, now it was time to sort out the remaining questions, and while there was time, Aiden decided to do this right away. On his way here, he had gained several new achievements at the lake and was now curious to see how they would be useful in the upcoming battle. Opening the system window, he immediately found the most important of the achievements, which was a 30% increase in speed at the moment of complete exhaustion. But there was something else too, because the system window was talking about earning more than 10,000 points per day to receive the most valuable reward. Without hesitation, the guy accepted the system's offer, since killing the symbiote would likely bring in more than 10,000 points. From the outside, it was even strange to watch this guy's behavior. It seemed like this news had clouded his mind. Yes, it will be quite difficult to score 10,000 points a day, but it is worth investing in your development in order to quickly accumulate the missing experience. Aiden received several more awards from his achievements, including valuable relics and badges of honor for completing the transition dungeon. Now he also needed to sleep, just like his friend, and he only hoped that no one would interfere with his little nap. But as soon as he thought about this, the stone walls of the dungeon suddenly began to shake, and debris and heavy stones began to fall from the ceiling. Peter woke up immediately from the noise, realizing that they would not be able to get any rest that night. It was strange that the earthquake started right in the dungeon, and none of these bandits had ever encountered anything like it. Running up to Gareth, Aiden loudly warned about the complex nature of the earthquake and the likely encounter with more mutants. Only one thing could have caused such a roar, and the creatures responsible for it surely covered every wall of this dungeon. He was not mistaken, because mutated insects, usually controlled by the main monster, gradually began to seep through the stones. The giant insect also didn't keep them waiting, and the huge scarab appeared so close that many didn't have time to understand what was happening. Never before had they seen such massive attacks of scarabs, especially since these were not simple insects, but mutated individuals. They were all heading somewhere deep into the dungeon, and having found a suitable tunnel, rushed there past all the people below. There was no doubt that the target of these scarabs was not people at all, but the creature that lived in the very center of this dungeon. Without wasting any time, the boys rushed after them to track them down and find the source of the dark power. This was quite easy to do, as the insects did not notice the surveillance and went straight to the symbiote's location. Although from afar, Aiden noticed the gradual blocking of the entrance, which meant that these insects did have a smart leader. Using his ability, the guy cleared the passage a little, and if everyone hurried at once, they would have a chance to get inside. But the insects had no intention of retreating, and the first mutant to notice Gareth immediately attacked him with razor-sharp spikes. The mutated scarab used its body to block the passage where not only its relatives were located, but also the main boss of the dungeon. The worst part was, the monster standing before them was rare, and Aiden already knew that such creatures possessed the highest level of power. Scarab was so confident in his abilities that he did not move even when he saw two strong opponents in front of him. However, his power lay not only in himself, but also in his many allies who were everywhere. The other scarabs weren't as strong as him, but their numbers allowed them to create a lot of problems. Moreover, their main weapon was a huge green sphere that the scarabs had formed, and were now preparing to use against the guys. A second later, the boys saw a sphere flying towards them, not immediately understanding how to counter this new ability of the monsters. The only option was to initially dodge at least the first attack, since a direct hit from such a huge sphere could kill on the spot. After the first attack, they had a chance to respond, because Aiden had one good remedy for just this case. Loading his crossbow with a harpoon, he aimed it at the center of the sphere and fired, hitting the target perfectly. A huge hole immediately formed in the middle of the green clot, and all that remained was to watch how it would behave. Gareth watched what was happening with bated breath and began to suspect something was wrong. And indeed, the insects immediately flocked to this place, and soon the huge hole began to close up due to other scarabs. The boy noted the monster's healing talent with a smile on his face, although Gareth didn't understand why the boy was so happy. After all, the main concern was to finish off the mutant, and not to figure out the abilities he used. It was clear that some dark mana was supporting the monster, and it could only be finished off by getting close and using a regeneration canceling skill. To do this, Gareth will have to take the hit himself in order to get closer to the monster and give Aiden the opportunity to make the decisive move. Finally, the guy, smiling, promised to heal Gareth immediately after he received a serious injury. It's unlikely that these words made the guy feel any better, because no one wants to take the blow of a mutated giant. However, there was nowhere to go, and gathering his will into a fist, he pushed off the stone floor with force. Then he soared so high that there was no doubt about the correctness of the position chosen by the experienced fighter. The very next second, he dealt the mutant such a powerful blow that he would have shattered the monster into pieces if it had not been fueled by dark mana. Yes, such a blow could have worked, but the guy dared to directly confront the mutant only because he knew about a powerful healer covering his rear. As expected, an explosion followed, which would have certainly killed Gareth if Aiden had not been watching his every move closely. At the last moment, it seemed to Gareth that he would not survive the battle. especially since a huge scarab was already rushing towards him. The monster was hardly pleased with the fact that the strangers were so unceremoniously rushing into the room and was ready to do anything to interrupt this meat grinder. But as the monster approached the guy, a loaded crossbow appeared at the other end of the cave, aimed straight at him. And although the monster did a good job with regeneration, it is unlikely that any of its abilities will work against this harpoon. He fired the harpoon straight into the overgrown creature's chest and pierced the monster's green body. This had been Aiden's plan all along, because without Gareth as a battering ram, he wouldn't have been able to get into the best position to fire accurately at the target. The monster's body shattered into pieces, and green liquid, which replaced the monster's blood, spurted out. From the outside, it looked worse than he expected, and he felt sorry for the guy who found himself in the very epicenter of events. However, the worst thing was that Aiden himself accidentally broke the monster's artifact, which ended up shattered under his foot. But after this, the symbiote behaved strangely, and for some reason its ability to regenerate stopped working. A huge hole in the center of his body was oozing green liquid, though he recovered almost immediately after the first hit. As he got closer and examined the target, Aiden realized that it looked like something had recently hatched from it. Moreover, another oddity was discovered, which the guy did not pay attention to at first, because he had never encountered anything like it. He held in his hands an artifact that healed the psyche, but when used, it could cause the owner to have strong hallucinations. It was hard to believe that someone had left such a gift for them, especially since another person had appeared in the room and had been watching them the whole time. It's strange that he didn't show himself before, as if he didn't want them to win, but was in league with the monsters. Although Gareth immediately recognized him as a comrade when he turned to him, Aiden quietly advised him not to jump to conclusions. Looking at a guy named Billy, he realized that he was infected with a symbiote, which meant that there was a parasite inside that controlled his body. Although he acted as if nothing had happened, assuring everyone that he was completely fine. He said that when the creature lunged at him, the boy's head almost split open from the impact, but he maintained control and survived the ordeal. Hearing this, Gareth was happy that one of his best fighters was okay, and almost unharmed in the battle with the mutants. After losing sight of him, the guy was nervous and worried about Billy, hoping to the last that they would meet again someday. But Aiden still didn't share his joy, realizing that Billy's current behavior was dictated by the parasite. However, this didn't change anything. It was undeniable that the guy was infected, which meant it was necessary to stay as far away from him as possible. Billy tried until the very end to convince him to trust, to take a closer look and see that he was not a threat and was behaving like an ordinary person. But the next second, a powerful clot of dark energy formed in his hand, and now Gareth is unlikely to believe its deceptive appearance. All of Aiden's suspicions were instantly confirmed, and he realized that the infected's only goal was to kill the others in the dungeon. Moreover, his strength was not limited by his physical capabilities, because the dark energy gave him so much mana that he could destroy everyone nearby. It was hard to believe that the man with whom they had been through so much was now standing opposite them and mercilessly threatening to kill Gareth. But this monster turned out to be smarter than the other specimens, quickly creating a protective barrier of dark mucus released when magic was activated. In addition, a huge magical sword appeared in his hands, capable of cutting through solid objects even without touching them. He assured Gareth that with this sword, they would be able to destroy all their common enemies, since he had long dreamed of getting rid of the unbearable magicians. There is no need to doubt now, because this was their original plan, and with the help of the monster, they will finally fulfill what they lived for. And he really was telling the truth, but looking at him, Gareth understood that an alliance with this monster did not bode well for him. They needed to finish their heartfelt conversations and, in order to quickly get down to business, Aiden fired one of his fire magic arrows at him. Now he was sure that he was fighting not with a person, but with his physical shell, which had long been captured by a parasite. The arrow hit Billy right in the arm, who was no longer human and did not feel pain like the others. True, Billy couldn't figure out how this guy knew so much about the symbiote if he had never met such monsters. But Aiden had so many battles behind him that during his stay in this world he studied all types of mutants. If this guy was the main boss of the dungeon, then one would expect him to have power comparable to a horde of enraged monsters. Suddenly they noticed what would become enormous wings gradually appearing on Billy's back. Although it happened much faster than expected, the boy completed the transformation and now posed a serious danger to anyone he met. These two had been getting on his nerves for a long time now, and with a deft jump, he quickly flew to his goal. And then, swinging at Aiden, he was ready to strike him down right then and there, not giving the guy a chance to dodge the blow. However, right at the beginning, during his first jump, Aiden noticed the crossbow on the floor and was ready to grab it. A precise shot allowed the opponent to be briefly distracted, and a green wave of energy from the counteraction of two forces arose between them. Finally, Gareth realized that the healer had been telling the truth all along, and that he was about to fight not a friend, but a mutant. His tricks were no longer working, and the monster understood that there was no point in standing on ceremony with this enemy. So he counterattacked his former friend so hard that Aiden was seriously worried for his life when he saw it. The blow was so powerful that anyone in Gareth's place would have lost consciousness, even though the guy was prepared for difficult fights. As he fell to the ground, he realized that he had never felt such pain, comparable to falling from a great height onto a hard floor. However, nothing else was to be expected, since Aiden had warned at the beginning that this battle would not be an easy walk. The monster removed the skill before touching the artifact, meaning the guy with the parasite inside was his rebel. It was necessary to deal with him as quickly as possible, but first it was better to retreat and gain some energy. Having realized the guy's plan, Billy was ready to interfere, releasing so much dark energy that there was no escape. Seeing how quickly Billy's strength was growing, Gareth hastily tried to leave the place, hiding in a nearby tunnel. With one kick, he broke through the stone barrier blocking the way, and now both boys had a chance to succeed. Every second was important in this fight, and any delay could cost the guys their lives. After that, they saw that the monster was still active, and streams of green mana were feeding its body. He no longer looked like a man who had entered a dungeon, but rather resembled an enraged beast than an ordinary guy. The main thing was not to miss the moment and think through a plan according to which they would act. But suddenly, Aiden, smiling, suggested that they cross their hands and pray, hoping that God would help them in their time of need. Although it is unlikely that a person who has spent his entire life healing people would rely on divine power, yes, he was right, because there was one more remedy, and for this, Aiden took out a syringe that needed to be filled with blood. For a long time, Billy could not figure out where these two were hiding and wanted to find them as soon as possible in order to sacrifice them to the dark creature. He carefully scanned the space of the dungeon with a special gaze that the dark force gave him and tried to follow every movement. He had gone so far from his starting point that he risked running into a group of hunters, and it was better to avoid meeting them. All this time, Gareth was sitting in ambush, and had already decided that Billy had not noticed him and had passed by. But then a familiar face appeared next to him, and the monster that had possessed his former friend finally found him. By that point, Gareth had too little strength left for a long battle, and he was very afraid of this creature. He turned out to be right, because as soon as the monster spotted the guy, he attacked him with a powerful blow, which was given by dark mana. The blow sent Gareth flying into the wall, and he couldn't hold back a scream, even though he knew it was his last resort. He had saved one bottle of elixir that could at least temporarily hold off the threat. He didn't think long and threw the bottle towards his opponent, realizing that this was his last chance to survive. Billy noticed a transparent bottle with a red liquid in front of him, and immediately realized that the elixir contained human blood, which was fatal to him. The guy looked ahead and only hoped that Aiden was right and his efforts would not be in vain. The bandage securely sealed the veins on his arm, and this revealed the composition of the elixir with which he wanted to attack the monster. The insects immediately flew in to protect the main boss and arrived there in time. The insects took the impact and threw the bottle aside, so it smashed against the wall and not Billy's body. Gareth hated these bugs, but when he saw how they ruined his last attempt to kill his opponent, he hated them even more. Billy smiled widely and realized that Gareth was trying to seal his skill, and the healer had probably made the elixir himself from the rebel's blood. But Billy immediately realized that this plan was too naive, because he was helped by a dark force that recognized this trick even when the elixir was being created. Now Gareth sat on his knees in front of his enraged friend and realized that for such a trick, he would soon face death, which he would soon accept. But suddenly, 3 magical arrows fired by Aiden flew out from the far end of the dungeon. 3 arrowheads flew towards Billy's head, and even the most experienced fighter would not have been able to dodge the blow. The arrows pierced Billy's body, and it was unclear what surprise Aiden had in store. Billy immediately felt that Aiden had imbued the arrows with magic. Otherwise, he would have easily pulled them out of his body and continued the fight. It turned out that the bottle contained the blood of a simple healer, and Aiden had calculated everything in advance, deceiving Gareth about the elixir. And the blood of the rebel Gareth, which Billy considered the main part of the potion, was in fact on the tips of the arrows that pierced the monster's body. It became clear without words, because the blood immediately reacted with his body, and Billy felt the magic tearing him apart from the inside. One could only sympathize with this idiot who trusted the dark force and made a deal with it. If it weren't for him, they would have completed their mission long ago and returned home. But now it was useless to think about it. Pity was an unnecessary display of emotion, because innocent people could have suffered because of this guy's stupidity. Aiden took out a bottle of mana potion, tossed it into the air, and was once again convinced that he had chosen this profession for a reason, because a good potion is the best ally. For a human, the rebel's blood was not dangerous, but for a monster, the reaction to it was fatal. Aiden thought that if he strangled Billy now to lure the parasite out of his body, he would certainly die, although it was worth trying one more remedy. After all, if there was a foreign substance in Billy's body, Aiden could try to extract it with his new ability. Aiden summoned an invisible giant hand next to Billy, a manifestation of his ability to extract the true essence from the body. The monster inside Billy was close to the hand, and immediately felt the threat emanating from it. A second later, a giant hand firmly grabbed the parasite that had been sitting inside Billy's body all this time. It's hard to imagine the pain Billy must have felt when the huge monster was removed from his body. Now all Aiden had to do was get rid of this parasite before it could infect someone else. Aiden swung his blade at the monster, ready to get rid of this creature that had caused so much trouble. But at the last second, the monster spoke and promised Aiden to make him stronger if he spared his life. The creature had telepathy and could speak to him with an inner voice, which Aiden could now hear. But Aiden was a healer, and this creature was useless to him, so there was no reason to leave it alive. The monster reminded him of the information about the dungeon that Aiden still couldn't get, and said that he would be the one to provide the guy with the necessary data. Aiden realized that with the help of telepathy, the creature was not just talking to him, but was also gaining his trust, winning him over to its side. Aiden really wanted to know why this dungeon appeared here, and if it could be connected to his own reincarnation. He would not refuse this information, which he had been trying to obtain for so long. Aiden was still holding the monster back, but suddenly decided to answer him and mentally demanded an explanation. The creature immediately explained that creating a dungeon requires a lot of effort, and if it was created by a giant dragon, then it was a boss of the highest level. If Aiden discovers his true nature, he will be able to create dungeons, and through them escape to his native space. However, this dungeon was special, as it contained a power capable of crushing all neighboring dimensions. Only one creature could do this, and soon the guy will find out the answers to all his long-standing questions. It was that same divine entity that communicated with him through the system window and controlled his life. From the monster's words, it followed that all this time the guy had been communicating with God, who created not only this space, but all the others as well. At that moment, the monster interrupted his thoughts and said that he did not know all the reasons for the creation of the dungeon. But when this space moved, he was already here, in the form of a mutant. However, there was something important, because when moving between dimensions, the body is inevitably damaged, and it is difficult to imagine what kind of god could create such a thing. The monster made it clear to Aiden that he himself was not happy to become a creature, created only to destroy all living things. If such dungeons begin to appear constantly, the entire empire will fall under the onslaught of enraged mutants. Then this place will turn into a real slaughterhouse. And it means there was a god who wanted to wipe the continent off the face of the earth. It was strange why such important information was hidden from Aiden, although one could think about it a little later. In fact, the guy expected to hear something like this, but now he was surprised at how valuable this information was for him. Looking at the guy, the mutant realized that he had fooled him again, and now the moment had come for the next attack. Then, opening his mouth wide, he realized that the boy had let his guard down and his abilities had stopped protecting his body. This shell could bring the monster victory over everyone who dared to stand against him, because the guy possessed such talent that by merging with it, he became invulnerable. Now Gareth understood why his friend had hesitated for so long and simply listened to nonsense instead of finishing off the mutant. Then he saw how Aiden's appearance changed, and it became clear that now inside his body was the parasite that had been in the dungeon just a second ago. The inner voice demanded that Aiden obey him and carry out all his orders, turning him into a living puppet. It's a shame that Gareth was so badly injured that he couldn't be there when this transformation took place. He begged the boy to come to his senses, knowing that his willpower was enough to resist the dark magic. The mutant liked this appearance, because he always dreamed of taking possession of a powerful magician in order to use him for his own purposes. Now he was ready to destroy the world, using Aiden's body as his main tool. But the mutant realized that this trick was too easy for the guy, and his giant hand skill was still active. Indeed, the hand remained close to him, ready to pull the parasite out of his body, freeing Aiden from this magic. Using the parasite extraction skill, he managed to free himself as he controlled the fusion process and was ready to act at any moment. The hand pressed the giant insect firmly against the wall, and now Aiden could dictate the terms of their deal. It was difficult to understand how he managed to do this, but according to the mutant's plan, he should have long ago become his puppet, and completely obey his orders. But before making contact with the monster, he activated his ability to ignore commands and increased his mental defense by 500%. Therefore, the words that the parasite spoke were useless, and the guy only pretended to obey him, remaining conscious. But the time of reckoning came, and the mutant saw an empty space in front of him. Where did Aiden disappear to? It turned out that the guy had already risen high above him and was preparing to strike with a dagger to finish off this vile creature. With one powerful blow, he inflicted a deep wound on the monster that would leave it no chance of survival. Green blood gushed in all directions, and the mutant realized that this guy was much smarter than all the other rebels. Gareth had never seen anything like it before and couldn't believe his eyes. No ordinary person could use such magic, and the question of who this guy really was begged to be asked. At first, he was a healer who saved everyone, and then he turned into a formidable warrior, capable of destroying even such dangerous parasites as this one. But instead of listening to these questions, the boy immediately activated his all-seeing gaze and noticed serious wounds on his body. It seemed he had taken too much blood, although he himself was wounded, so it was necessary to act as quickly as possible if it was not too late. Now it was necessary to find the blood of a rebel to cure this guy and restore his mana. There was only one way to do this, and opening the system window, the guy turned to the one who had been watching him all this time from another space. It would be better for him to give everything that the boy needed, because with each passing day, he became stronger and could soon reach the level of the creator himself. Besides, the quest was already completed, and this time he hoped that the roulette would give him the skill he needed right now. He was not mistaken, because along with experience points, the system rewarded him with the ability to disassemble objects to their original state in a matter of seconds. In addition, he received a magic arrow made of blood, and with this skill he was going to help his new friend. He could extract blood from that arrow if he could learn a new skill quickly. The boy instantly broke the bloody arrow and poured its contents into the wounded Gareth. Soon the leader of the red-haired gang opened his eyes and, instead of the mutant, saw in front of him the familiar faces of those people whom he had missed for so long. He couldn't believe his eyes, but it seemed like that guy really was able to heal him, just like everyone else. He was tormented by the question of how he had ended up here, although it was clear that Aiden was directly involved in his return to his comrades. And indeed, a familiar guy appeared next to him, who advised him not to move and not to shake the IV over his head. He almost died in that massacre, so it will take some time for him to recover. The drips were cleverly installed, hanging from an arrow fired into the stone wall. But the gang leader was most worried about Billy. He wanted to know what happened to the guy, and whether he survived after the parasites entered his body. Aiden reassured him that Billy was indeed alive, but the boy still had a long recovery ahead of him. Yes, today turned out to be a busy day, so it wouldn't hurt to rest a little and get myself in order. After meeting with the system administrator, he learned a lot, and now began to guess about the reasons for these strange events. At that moment, an inner voice seemed to tell him another valuable piece of information, and he realized that the creator himself was guiding him along the right path. At that moment, strong shaking began again, so some of the rebels panicked, thinking it was an earthquake. The dungeon really did shake violently again. It was like a real natural disaster was approaching from somewhere outside. Aiden pointed out that the main dungeon should have disappeared with the death of the boss, but the cave itself was collapsing right before his eyes. The guy wasted no time and ordered everyone to run for cover, as the dungeon was already disappearing and soon threatened to fall into a dimensional crack. They heard about something like this for the first time in their lives, and it sounded so scary that they imagined the full horror of such a situation. However, there was something he needed to take with him from the dungeon. So the guy ripped open the belly of the slain monster with one movement of his knife. He plunged his hand into the monster's body and tried to feel for the artifact, which was probably hidden somewhere deep inside. Indeed, after a short search, he discovered a small magic ball that would help them escape from here through a new interdimensional portal. He immediately threw the item to Ronald, as he could channel his mana into it and activate it faster than any other rebel. Ronald followed the young healer's orders, immediately channeled his power into the artifact, and immediately felt that the item accelerated the creation of the portal tenfold. Within seconds, Ronald found himself in the center of a huge interdimensional seal through which they would be able to escape. Seeing the seal in front of them, everyone immediately rushed to its border, because the core of the lower class would not last long, so they had to hurry. But suddenly Aiden said with a smile that it was just a joke, and they had at least 5 minutes left before the cave collapsed. Just in case, Gareth decided to ask Aiden if the portal would break if the rebel used it to travel. After all, if necessary, he was ready to stay here and do as his heart told him. Still, Gareth was a good leader, and Aiden asked him not to worry. He understood the importance of this issue for him. However, mana was required to destroy the core, and the portal itself did not require additional energy. As Aiden approached the seal, he suddenly felt like there was something missing from this whole story. Suddenly it dawned on him that he still hadn't seen Peter, who was probably still somewhere in the dungeon. The boy actually slept so soundly that even the earthquake that started in the cave could not wake him. When he was finally awakened, he instantly came to his senses and realized that his life was in grave danger. He ran away along with everyone else, and it was the right decision, because they were in a room that was about to disappear. To wake up his friend, Aiden even poured a magic potion on his face, because just one drop of this remedy on the skin instantly awakened anyone who was sleeping. But it was strange that they were running in the direction opposite to the exit. But Aiden suddenly explained that the direct path to the exit of the cave was already blocked. Now all they had to do was run to the portal and once again trust the young healer who had never let them down. When they reached the seal, they saw that the first group of rebels had safely moved to the safe zone, and now it was the turn of the rest. However, the portal was about to close and they risked being left here if they didn't manage to reach its center in a few seconds. That nasty insect gave Aiden some junk instead of strong poison, which is why the portal worked so poorly. Aiden saw the portal slowly dissolving into thin air and prepared to use his last ability to prevent it from closing. He put his hand forward, imbued the portal with his mana, and used the same dismantling skill he had acquired after killing the giant insect. Now he had to reuse the core, which meant he was unlikely to retain any of its power. But that wasn't the main thing now, because he certainly wouldn't need the core if they stayed here and died under the rubble. The worst part was that Aiden's stamina was already running low, and his energy was waning much faster than he expected. He had already realized that the boss monster's core required much more power and its low energy level did not bode well. It was hard for him to believe that he would ever find himself in such a situation. But now the system was indeed reporting an increased danger level. Due to his weakened stamina, Aiden began to lack the magical powers he used to try to stop the portal from closing. In the end, he simply collapsed onto the stone floor of the dungeon at the very moment when huge boulders were already falling from the ceiling. Meanwhile, the group of rebels was seriously worried about the lives of their new friends and wondered why they were taking so long to return. But it was at that moment that an interdimensional portal opened behind Gareth, and loud, familiar voices were immediately heard from there. Aiden found reserve strength from nowhere and, as always, was able to save not only his own life, but also the lives of his friends. Now safe, Peter realized that just a second ago he had been looking death in the face and preparing to go to another world. But now the danger had passed. He looked around and realized that people had been waiting for them for so long. It seemed like an eternity had passed instead of a few minutes. But just a few seconds ago, when the system window reported an increased level of danger, real panic reigned in the place they had left. Peter yelled at his friend with all his might to use the item from his inventory that Aiden had gotten from the previous fight against the giant mermen. But now it was completely useless, because the sacred artifact in Aiden's hands remained the only means of salvation. It was at this moment that the system itself awarded him a brooch of vitality, which gave him new powers to activate an additional skill. He didn't waste any time, got 45% of his stamina, tried to open the portal again, and soon everyone saw a bright light before their eyes. In the end, the support card worked at the perfect moment and literally pulled them out when they were already standing with one foot in the next world. Now Aiden had no doubt that his friend was capable of much, and he thanked his buddy for this timely hint. Peter smiled broadly and assured him that it was only his duty, although he knew that for the first time in his life, he had been truly useful to his friend. After a while, all the conversations died down, and the young men sat down to rest for a while the younger rebels collected firewood for the fire. Ronald said that he and Gareth had known each other for a long time and added that he took the boy into his care when his family died. The woman he once loved was a commoner from a neighboring village, but married a nobleman thanks to her high mana levels. But into this noble family, a baby was born who was not susceptible to mana, so he immediately stood out among the other children of this family. Suddenly, Peter interrupted the conversation and loudly declared that this young man had been thrown out by his noble family, which is why he had joined a gang of robbers. It was hardly a blunt statement that anyone would have liked, but Peter's words contained some truth, because that is exactly what happened to Gareth. Now Aiden understood why all these people's lives had been ruined by abuse from their own families. However, Gareth suddenly became furious and said that immediately after his birth, rumors about his dubious origins began to spread throughout the village. It was because of this that the city eventually fell into decline, and this thought still haunted Gareth. He only wanted to change their minds, although now his plan had collapsed and they would no longer have to hide in this forest. He saw no other way out, and suddenly admitted that he intended to surrender to local authorities in order to face justice under the laws of his country. It was a surprising decision, although it was hard to deny that it seemed like the right move. However, Ronald, who had known the boy since childhood, hardly agreed with this decision and did not want Gareth to be sent to prison for life. When his loyal subordinates heard this, they also could not believe their ears and immediately tried to dissuade him from this madness. But these people seem to have forgotten that they are still simple robbers, and that sooner or later, they will all be thrown into prison. If they show weakness, the local authorities will immediately seize them, and then for all the sins they have committed, they will most likely face the gallows, not prison. That is why Gareth, when choosing between death and imprisonment, still chose the second option. He wanted to give his people time to escape and did not take responsibility for their fate. And then he suddenly laughed loudly and reassured them with the words that a man from a noble family would not be executed in front of the people. But Peter listened to all this and whispered to his friend that he did not believe a single word this man said. This guy was definitely lying, but Peter wondered what his purpose was in saying all this nonsense. Gareth's family did everything they could to kill him and thus preserve their honor, because that is why they exiled him, and now he is despised by his own people. Yes, this guy had done a lot of bad things, but he didn't deserve to be executed, and Peter understood that better than anyone. Aiden didn't show whether he agreed with Peter's words or was ready to support Gareth's decision. At some point, Peter realized that he was dealing with people who were engaged in theft, which meant that Gareth could now be pursuing the same goal. At that moment, Aiden stood up, walked over to Gareth, and said there was another way to solve this problem. He believed that to save the lives of Gareth and all his people, they needed to act differently, rather than simply surrendering to the authorities and trusting in the justice system. Now no one understood what Aiden meant, but it was unlikely that any of Gareth's people would object. As a result, Aiden suddenly proposed that all the bandits from the Red Gang serve the state and thereby atone for the sins they had committed. It was an unexpected offer because they had always hated the people of this country and would never agree to serve them for anything in the world. But Aiden smiled and repeated that if they did everything he asked, they would later thank him for this advice. Moreover, he had an excellent idea of how to legally force those magicians against whom they had fought all their lives to pay. Aiden decided it was time to tell the truth about his interactions with the Knights of the Order of the Catalans, a title the Count had recently bestowed upon them both. Aiden hoped that after such a confession, it would be much easier for him to convince Gareth that he was right and persuade him to make the right decision. Gareth had always believed that there were no Knights of the Order of the Catalans in these parts, but Aiden immediately assured him that this order had been created only a day ago, and if Gareth didn't trust Aiden's words, he could check everything himself. Fortunately, he had the necessary sources for this. In fact, his uncle knew very well about this order, and remembered that he never had any conflicts with its representatives, unlike the rest of the nobility. The main goal of these knights is to establish peace in these lands, because when the innocent suffer, it no longer matters who posed the main threat. Even magicians and aristocrats could not escape the justice of the knights, whose network encompassed the most famous representatives of the noble families. Gareth still couldn't believe that they would be able to legally get compensation from the mages, so Aiden's idea seemed even better to him than he had initially thought. People from the criminal underworld like Gareth couldn't easily get into the order, but he hadn't committed any serious crimes, and therefore deserved mercy. In this case, Gareth asked to have their names recorded on the order's lists, and declared his readiness to fulfill the young healer's request. However, he jumped up from his seat so abruptly that he hit his head and got a huge bump, immediately reminding himself to control his emotions. One of the girls in the gang always dreamed of becoming a knight, and now her secret wish has finally come true. Aiden watched their reaction with a smile and didn't expect it to be so violent. He was determined to follow their every move, to ensure that all the mages got what they deserved, and that he finally got even with those arrogant guys. Soon they all set out on their journey. The weather was fine and it was conducive to an easy walk. Along the way, Aiden opened a system window and the system suddenly asked him for 12,500 for completing the quest with the highest reward. Aiden agreed to the quest, and the system immediately offered to give him 3 new skills, as well as enhance his previous abilities. Aiden just didn't understand what would happen if he collected all 4 Black Star skills and reached the level of fighter Peter had told him about. He would soon learn the main conditions for obtaining Black Star rank skills, although he already understood that such a skill was not awarded for simple trials. But in any case, he decided to make the system pay him everything it owed him from the very first day of his stay here. Soon they reached their native settlement. Daisy slept in her father's arms all this time, but finally woke up. She was delighted to see familiar places again, and realized that she had already missed them very much. Moreover, she saw her neighbors' houses ahead, because in this village the girl felt truly happy. At last, they came home. Although Niels, had he known what they would have to go through, would have left them in the old settlement for a while. But at that moment, Peter noticed something ahead that could easily spoil the joy of arriving home. After all, they hadn't even had time to recover from the last battle before they were forced to enter into a new duel with a giant monster. This time they saw in the distance a huge creature made of stone, one blow of which could flatten anyone it met. Unfortunately, it had just spotted its victims nearby and could easily attack them without fear of resistance. It swung its huge stone fist and intended to destroy two people at once, knowing that one of them was seriously injured. The girl turned sharply in his direction and realized that she was perhaps seeing the last seconds of her life, because she had not even had time to prepare for the blow. However, instead, the stone monster saw Aiden's magic staff in front of him, who wielded it perfectly and was once again in the right place. He climbed onto the mutant so quickly that Peter's help, who also entered the fight, might not even have been needed. Although together, they could have knocked this monster to the ground much more easily, because its size was truly astounding. And just a few seconds later, instead of the stone giant, only his remains lay on the ground, scattered across the sand. Monsters like these hadn't been a problem for these guys for a long time now, and now Aiden was only worried about that girl's friend. After all, he saw that the guy's leg was seriously injured, and most likely he received this injury several days ago. Aiden found this a little odd, as golems usually target the upper body, and this guy named Wilson had injured his leg while protecting a girl. The girl could hardly hold back her tears, because she knew how difficult it was to find a healer in these parts who could cope with such serious wounds. But Peter seemed to be waiting for these words and quietly told the girl that she was very lucky today, and then he loudly introduced his friend to her as the best healer in the entire empire. Aiden wasn't used to such enthusiastic introductions, and simply gave his name to make it easier for them to communicate. The road to the nearest hospital was quite long, so the guy decided not to put it off. He found a suitable place and asked Peter to place the injured patient there so that Aiden could easily perform the surgery. He activated his all-seeing gaze, immediately saw the exposed left tibia, and realized that the wound was bleeding too much. The skin was completely torn, so he couldn't put stitches right now until he did one important thing. Then he used the splash skill and tried to create an illusion of flesh using the special magical materials in his inventory. The guy wanted to have his leg repaired and stitched up. He hoped that the operation would be successful. As always, he hadn't used this skill for a long time and wanted to test its reliability. To his surprise, Peter realized that his friend was no longer using his normal healing skills, but was simply creating an illusion of skin and then sewing it up with magical threads. The reaction could have been bad, because it wasn't his flesh, which means the body could have started rejecting it. The next moment, he used the skill of extracting the thread from the potion in the container nearby to at least slightly prepare the patient's body for the operation. The guy knew from experience that using such a potion significantly reduces the chances of a bad reaction and considered this method the best. Now the girl watched the strange operation with horror. She did not understand a single word the guy said. But it didn't matter, because from the outside everything looked quite impressive, and Aiden immediately made an impression on her as an excellent doctor. The only strange thing was to see his friend, who had been nearby all this time and was doing some strange things. In the end, everything ended in success, and the guy loudly declared that he had successfully applied the last magical stitch to the wound. The girl did not know how to thank the young man for his invaluable help, although he would have agreed to take the potions if she had any. Of course, she could have shared a couple of high-quality potions with him, but something stopped the girl. At one point, when the wind blew the hood off her head, Aiden looked closely and realized that he had met her or her sister somewhere before. After all, red hair was usually worn by representatives of the Gareth family, and such coincidences are unlikely to happen twice in a short time. It even seemed to him that he was dealing with a simple adventurer, although Aiden usually did not rush to draw conclusions until he knew everything for sure. And the girl suddenly hurried to put on her hood, pulled out the potions and handed them to the guy as a sign of gratitude. Then she quickly changed the subject and said that the churchmen usually disliked representatives who served in the tower. The church has always valued following God's will and human humility before the Almighty. The elders of the tower spent their entire lives studying magic, pursuing completely different goals, rejecting humility and choosing eternal struggle. Both forces influenced these lands, so representatives of each of them could not control everything and were forced to divide spheres of influence. Peter was quick to point out that the healers could have done things differently, but Aiden knew that renowned healers wouldn't find much serious work in such small towns. However, today the girl was lucky enough to meet a healer, and he also turned out to be the most talented of all she knew. In the end, she promised to certainly repay them with kindness, and help them out in difficult times next time. Soon the boys had to say goodbye to their companions, with whom they had recently experienced terrible moments. But now it was all over, and Peter waved back, wished them all the best, and hoped for a new meeting. Peter watched them go, hoping to return home someday too. Although Aiden didn't understand why Peter was in such a hurry to get back to his native land. But there was no need for any reason for this. And besides, the guy still had a lot of unfinished business. Yes, it was a very good reason, and Aiden understood it like no one else in the whole world. But now they had to forget about their melancholy and find a place to stay for the night. And soon they saw a suitable place on the way. Unfortunately, all the rooms in the hotel were occupied, and the woman, with a smile, refused them at the most inopportune moment. Strangely enough, at the next hotel the man also refused, saying there were no available rooms and advising me to look for another place. And at another hotel, a woman even offered them a place to spend the night in a bathhouse if they urgently needed a place to stay for a day. At some point, Peter's nerves gave way, because he had never looked for a free place in 3 hotels at once. It seems they will now have to spend the night on the streets again, because with such a search they will not find a roof over their heads before dark. The next place gave the last hope that at least one room would still be found. But this place turned out to be the building of the Adventurers Association, and the guys were standing right at the reception desk. Aiden immediately went to the counter and asked for the key to the room they wanted to rent for the day. He knew that it was always possible to find a room in the Adventurers Association. But there was one unpleasant detail that always stopped him. The commission for staying in this room was so high that guests sometimes completed difficult tasks in order to pay for at least one night. In addition, the association sometimes offered hunters challenging tasks if they did not have enough money to pay for overnight stays. Suddenly, they noticed that a young man had been watching them closely all this time. He greeted the new guests from afar with a laugh. It's strange that he addressed them specifically, although the guys clearly came here simply to rent a room. Peter did not like unceremonious treatment, and asked the young man to behave more restrained in their presence. But he suddenly declared that they would never be able to rent a top-class room, since there was only one such room left in the building, and he needed it himself. It seemed like this guy didn't understand who he was dealing with, and Aiden didn't believe that anyone was seriously considering entering into a conflict with him. It turned out that there were still some high-class rooms left, and the guys could take one of them if they wanted. At that moment, another guy approached the reception desk, and while Aiden was arguing with the stranger, he asked for the keys to that very room. But the girl suddenly refused him, saying that all these rooms were already occupied. This sounded rather strange, since rooms of this class were almost always available due to their high price for local residents. Only one explanation came to mind, and soon the guy discovered the main reason for this absurdity. After all, the girl jumped up from her seat and loudly declared that they had reserved all these rooms for themselves with no intention of moving in. It is difficult to imagine the feelings of people who really needed such a room at that moment. But these young people were having so much fun that renting rooms without paying seemed to be their main entertainment. The guy's girlfriend seemed to be enjoying it even more. She laughed louder than everyone else. Aiden had an interesting idea on this matter, and he decided to implement it right away. After all, there was still one more room left for the most important people, and everyone knew about its enormous cost, equal to the price of several ordinary rooms. But Aiden asked for the keys to this particular room, and the guy at the reception desk even doubted his words. And then he heard that this smiling guy wanted to rent all the other rooms in this hotel and was ready to pay for them in advance right now. Ultimately, Aiden wanted to rent the entire building, something the hotel's history had never seen before. One can imagine the surprise of the two jokers, who just recently considered themselves very original and mocked everyone in search of a place to stay for the night. And now the guy had to listen to angry shouts from these two. And for a second he even felt a little awkward. And then, after listening to them, he replied that there was no connection with money, because he really needed these rooms. Besides, they themselves had initially declared their love for jokes, so he decided to answer them with the same joke. But their faces clearly showed the lack of amusement, and they were ready to tear this guy to pieces. The loud screams attracted the attention of the man on the stairs. He could solve such problems and had every right to do so. The woman calmly stopped the young men and asked them to behave discreetly in her establishment. The young men at the counter realized that the owner of the Adventurers Association branch in this settlement was ready to enter the dispute and take on the leading role. A woman named Marianne immediately stated that she would consider Aiden's request properly, since the guy was willing to pay the money in advance according to the law. However, their actions looked crazy, although most likely they were simply a new circumvention of the rules. The guy looked at her, smiled, and replied that Marianne was absolutely right, and he was glad to have at least one ally. However, She will have to stop them unless anyone present dares to contradict this powerful woman. The guy stood right in front of her and waited with interest to see how exactly she was going to stop him. He also wanted to know how much commission he would end up paying Marianne if his offer remained in force. He eventually agreed to undertake the quest, and they soon found themselves in the Red Forest, where they began their new task. Of course, Aiden told his friend that he had made the decision himself, although Peter strongly doubted the veracity of his words. Rumor has it that visiting this part of the Red Forest will help the boys find a shortcut to the goal for which they have already done a lot of work. However, they should remember that in an hour the time would expire, and they needed to complete the task specified in the quest as quickly as possible. The main condition was the destruction of mutants that had recently appeared in these places, and had already ruined the lives of local residents nearby. It is unlikely that anyone else in their place would have been delighted by the huge bird of prey that was looking straight at them. However, these creatures turned out to be very agile, although at first glance they did not have any serious skills and seemed like weak monsters. Be that as it may, their size was truly terrifying, as just one paw of such a gigantic bird could crush a person. Moreover, the size of some individuals was astounding, and as soon as one saw their open, toothy mouth, all doubts about their level immediately disappeared. Even Peter, who had already seen his share of monsters, was frightened by these birds, so his friend had to choose his words to put him in the right mood. Breaking limbs in a place where there wasn't even a herbalist meant signing your own death warrant, and Aiden understood that perfectly well. Now Aiden understood why Marianne gave him this particular task, because most likely she simply did not want them to succeed. At first, the boys used their favorite tactic, and Peter began to attract the bird's attention to himself in order to buy his friend time. He snapped his fingers loudly and hoped that the birds were stupid enough not to figure out their well-practiced plan. However, he realized that the attack and speed of these huge birds had suddenly increased, and he hoped that he himself had not provoked such an unexpected increase with his actions. Suddenly, this supposedly clumsy bird made a sharp maneuver, flew past him a few centimeters away, and almost hit the guy. Luckily, Peter managed to activate the ability of the Shadow Robe, which saved him from colliding with the bird, so his life was out of danger. From afar, the guy shouted that his friend's cassock looked a lot like armor, since that was exactly the function it had performed a second ago. But it was time for them to stop talking and get down to what they came here for. The birds moved so quickly that the naked eye could not detect their movements. However, thanks to the ability of the all-seeing gaze, the boy could discern every movement of the monster, even when it moved at the speed of sound. Now he had to catch the bird that was flying towards him, because such a chance does not come often and requires just one precise move. This movement was a deft throw of a dagger, which was aimed straight at the bird's head and left it no chance to dodge. Moreover, Aiden threw the dagger with such force that the weapon pierced the giant bird through and through, and Peter was glad that he managed to duck in time and dodge. Now the mutants finally realized that the usual methods wouldn't work, and even their increased strength still wouldn't guarantee the salvation of their feathered skins. However, Aiden looked up and realized that something strange was going on with these damn birds, and it looked like they were saving the biggest surprise for last. Instead of the usual monsters, he suddenly saw whirlwinds in front of him, which the birds created with their enormous speed. The wind lifted tiny fragments and debris from the ground, which, due to the incredible speed, instantly began to shred the guy's body from all sides. Peter realized that he could only save his friend if he distracted the mutants again, and decided to act immediately. He shouted loudly at the bird to finally stop circling around Aiden and causing him serious danger. Immediately after this, the monster rushed down in the direction from which the sound came, and Peter's strategy worked. When the bird approached and was ready to pierce him with its beak, the guy deftly put the artifact forward and it hit it with its beak. As a result, the bird crashed into Peter's artifact with such force that its beak was flattened, and the guy was already celebrating his victory after his clever trick. However, it was not worth thinking that the battle was over, and Aiden knew better than anyone what to do now. After all, a wounded monster would probably try to attack again, and to prevent this, Aiden shot the bird with a crossbow. He soon realized that he was already seriously wounded, and these birds were not becoming fewer. On the contrary, their number was growing with every minute. Not far away, they saw another monster. Unlike his fellow monster who was already lying on the ground, he was full of strength and ready for battle. They had to deal with these feathered mutants as soon as possible if they didn't want to be stuck here until morning. But it turned out that in addition to high speed, some of these monsters were able to breathe fire. The monster opened its huge beak, used its ability, and the flame brightly illuminated the entire forest clearing and almost caused a forest fire. The monster was going to put all its power into one blow, and if it hit the guys, they would definitely be in trouble. Luckily, the guy had prepared one effective method in advance for this difficult quest, and even the deadly fire that the bird spewed from its open mouth would hardly have saved its life. The guy pointed a crossbow at the bird and loaded the arrows with a sterilizing potion, which is always found in any doctor's first aid kit. The monster unleashed a stream of deadly fire at them. But the most interesting part was just beginning, and today he was about to encounter something new. Aiden's arrow was flying towards this stream, and their collision promised a big explosion. Indeed, the next second the boys saw such a bright flame that it could easily blind anyone who did not turn away in time. After a while, the smoke cleared a little, although there was still some active energy in the air. The bird was still sitting in its place, and the guys did not understand how to destroy this mutant. Then she screamed so loudly and piercingly that she could have deafened her victim if she had been a little larger. The boys had to finish the fight quickly, otherwise they risked attracting a whole flock of birds of prey. The guy threw the dagger at the monster just when it was letting out a wild cry, and he was right, because the moment was the most opportune. Recently, he realized the futility of rushing with his main abilities, because a precise throw of a dagger could decide the matter. The boy completed the throw, and was glad that, unlike other magicians, he had paid attention not only to magic, but also to simple physical skills. As a result, the feathered mutant remained lying on the ground, and the guys could consider the quest successfully completed. Now it was all over, and it was time to relax a bit and have a drink to quickly restore strength and endurance. True, Peter was a little sad, because although he had withstood all the attacks, his body ached, as if he were not an experienced magician, but a simple beginner. Suddenly, the guy heard the familiar voices of those two jokers he had recently met at the reception desk nearby, and realized that they had been somewhere nearby all the time. The boys were surprised to realize that the two had actually completed the task, although they had not expected that Aiden and Peter would fail the quest and not fulfill Marianne's conditions. The girl Patricia was the most skeptical, but her partner Sean expected something like this. Aiden didn't want to get into a long argument and rudely asked what the hell they were doing there. But Sean threw up his hands and replied that they knew perfectly well the reason for their arrival, and there was no point in pretending. He then demanded that they hand over the carcasses of the monsters the boys had defeated. Otherwise they risked lying on the ground just like these mutants. Aiden hadn't heard such threats against him in a long time, and warned that the task would not be accepted without proof of completion. He suspected that these guys were strange, but he didn't think that their minds had become so clouded after his joke at the hotel. Although, judging by their mood, they remembered the joke forever and now wanted to get even. Sean could clearly see Aiden's severe wounds after the fight and considered this the best moment to attack. But he deeply regretted his decision, especially when a heavy fist landed right on his nose, and the healer no longer seemed like an easy opponent. After such insolence, it was very difficult to stop Aiden, who could have finished off this bastard with a second blow. To prevent this from happening, Patricia tried her best to ask the guy to stop and not do something he would later regret. Aiden froze for a moment, silently looking at the girl who had just recently laughed at him and hardly wished him well. But the main thing was not in her, but in the need to quickly stitch up the wound with magical threads and complete the work that had been started. And after that, he took up with that hysterical person who asked for forgiveness only when she felt a real danger to her life. He lifted her high above the ground. Now it was easy for Aiden to laugh at her, and she had to endure humiliation and severe pain. Even Peter, who didn't like the behavior of these guys, was very surprised by the cruelty of his friend. But the guy remembered their first meeting at the reception desk very well, and at that moment these young people were in a completely different mood. They continued to bully all the visitors, reserved all the necessary rooms, and watched as the hotel guests looked for another place to spend the night. And now, letting the girl go, he only hoped to maintain his patience, not to crush her head and thereby help the city's residents. The girl continued to shout something for a long time, but now it was not advantageous for her to be indignant and behave so carefree. Aiden warned that if he ever noticed anything similar behind them, the two would not get off with a short meeting and would risk being trapped in this red forest forever. Yes, judging by their appearance, they no longer wanted to laugh at the guy, and each was thinking only about saving their own pathetic skin and survival. Meanwhile, Aiden said with a wide smile that there was no other healer like him in the city, especially since the guy had another little surprise. He assured them of their safety and, as a token of apology, decided to personally cure them with the most expensive potion. He used the patterned flesh skill and pointed his hand towards them to show them a trick they would never forget. Fleshly illusion was a skill used by potion makers to create skin that could easily be mistaken for real flesh. In reality, the guy only saw phantom skin on his hand, although the real wound was still underneath. There was one good reason to prefer the mana potion, but it was with these two thugs that the guy decided to do something different.
The main reason was that the effect was more painful with low stamina, and now instead of pleasant sensations, they were overtaken by a terrible headache. He completely forgot to warn them about the slight pain, but Aiden still cured them, which means they should be grateful. As payment, he wanted to take all the keys to the hotel rooms, which they weren't going to use anyway. Yes, Peter is very lucky to have this guy as his best friend and never risk making him his worst enemy, unlike these two. Now they had to return to the Adventurers Association building as quickly as possible, because there were only 11 minutes left until the end of the quest. Even though time was running out, Aiden asked for another minute to pick up a weapon nearby. He used the all-seeing eye skill, noticed something in the bushes, and hurried there immediately. The guy quickly collected the items in 11 minutes and teleported back so as not to leave here without trophies. But Peter, holding a dagger in his hands, said that there was nothing in the bushes and that he had simply imagined it. But he scanned the area himself just a second ago, and his all-seeing gaze never let him down. He parted the bushes with his hand and saw before him another sacred relic, which did not look like a dangerous weapon. He was to examine this find later, but for now the boys quickly made their way to the Adventurers Association building to report on the completion of the quest. The bag they brought with them contained the heads of thunder geese, for they had destroyed each of these monsters. Mariana didn't expect the boys to complete this quest and was prepared for them to fail miserably. They had had less time than everyone else, and now she admitted that she had been greatly mistaken about their abilities. She silently threw the guy the key, promised as a reward for successfully completing the quest. The Adventurers Association Master Key meant that from now on, Aiden had the same rights as the administrator of this building. He didn't expect that Marianne would keep her word and give him this key, which, frankly speaking, he had long deserved. This woman always respected the terms of the deal and was not ready to break it if the guy fulfilled all the conditions. They shook hands, looked at each other long and sweetly, and Aiden accepted his award with pleasure. Soon they found themselves in the highest classroom and, in addition, received the status of administrators of this building. Aiden immediately lay down on the largest bed in the room and, stretching out his legs, recalled the details of the past day. The day had been very successful, and now he wanted to take a closer look at the box he had found in the bushes. For some reason, he didn't feel anything strange, but on the contrary, it was as if he had seen this object somewhere, having examined it more closely. To find out the answer to his questions, he went to the artifact shop, where the relic immediately revealed itself, emitting a red aura. You can imagine how scared all the store's customers were when the box jumped out of the guy's hands and rolled to the side. The artifact appraiser initially thought the boy had planned the stunt himself, but she didn't understand why he needed it. The girl looked at him sharply, realized that she herself could have caused such a reaction, and with tears in her eyes, said that she had slightly misjudged the subject. It was strange that such a specialist as this girl made a mistake in such a simple task, and the guy once again saw some kind of catch in it. The box was indeed sealed with a powerful spell, and it was unlikely that the problem could be solved so easily. This curse was usually called a knot, and with each mistake it became more and more difficult to uncover such an artifact. The seal was created hundreds of years ago, and at that time the methods of magic were very different from today's. The guy listened to this and wanted even more to open the box and see what was sealed inside. Luckily, he had the ever-present skill of all-seeing sight, and with its help, he discovered a hidden second seal deep inside the box. He discovered something else, and the system reported that there was an important clue hidden at the bottom of this artifact. Then the guy loudly asked her to use her ability and direct it to the bottom of the box to immediately open this artifact. The girl had no reason not to trust this famous healer, and pointing her hand at the box, she activated her ability. What she saw after that shocked even her imagination, although she had already seen a lot in her life. It turned out that there was an access key sealed at the bottom, with which one could get to the essence that was inside. If they succeed in doing this, then they will have very little time left, and soon the box will open and reveal its secret. Finally, they achieved their goal, and were surprised to discover a very strange artifact at the bottom of the box. The artifact strongly resembled a hand, but it was unlikely to belong to a human. It was most likely the hand of a monster. It was hard to say what to do next with that severed arm, but Aiden decided to take the box with him and come back to the matter later. When he was about to leave, the guy again heard the voice of the system, which told him to collect all the remains in order to complete the mission he had started. He realized that this had happened before in his life, when he received similar tasks, and the system behaved just as strangely. The girl suddenly remembered one important detail, and if the guy had been a little closer to her, his ear would have been blocked by the loud exclamation of this strange girl. She loudly claimed that she knew the name of this relic, which she had never met, but read about in books. She was convinced that the relic the boy held in his hands was filled with divine power and should be handled accordingly. Realizing that she had raised her voice slightly, the girl cleared her throat and apologized for her stupid behavior. But now it didn't matter, and the main question was why this relic was lying in the middle of the forest. After all, usually all sacred relics are found in churches or ruins, and the Red Forest is not even close to being within the church's sphere of influence. If the situation was roughly the same as with the crossbow, then he should have accepted the system's reward, which it had long since promised the guy. The guy clicked on the system window, and it notified him that the monster's left arm now belonged to Aiden, and along with it, he was assigned a new skill. As usual, after acquiring a new skill, Aiden could use the roulette and once again try his luck at winning the grand prize. He had a coupon for one spin in his hands and, without wasting any time, the guy decided to take advantage of this opportunity. Luckily for him, the system allowed him to use 5 of these free spins at once, and now all he had to do was wait for the game to finish. One of the main prizes today was a new ability to resist dark magic, which is most often found in monster abilities. For the first time in a long time, the system gave the guy a real attacking skill, and this was very useful before the battle. It was hard to believe that the system was so generous, as if it had been leading the guy to something unknown to him all this time. He arrived at the Adventurers Guild and met Marianne, who rarely left the building and preferred to personally guard the safety of clients. The young healer's proposal caught even Marianne, who had heard a lot in her life, off guard. It turned out that the guy wanted to use the premises as a personal medical facility with her permission. He didn't look like someone who wanted to start a big business. Although you should have been more careful with such inconspicuous guys. It was worth remembering that the guy had recently returned from a battle from which hunters returned crippled, or did not return at all. Everyone knew that Aiden didn't have official permission to heal people, but he decided to take advantage of the administrative rights that Marianne had given him. The woman could not allow him to treat patients without official permission, no matter how much she wanted to. A female voice from the crowd stated that the girl had recently seen this young man's talent with her own eyes. She showed up just in time, and now Aiden had an eyewitness to confirm his words. He was ready to prove his abilities to those in the city who still did not trust his talent. The guy asked those who had serious injuries to come forward and show the injured part of their body. The visitor extended his hand forward and asked the doctor to examine the wound, hoping that he could help him. The boy's other arm was bandaged due to a recent fracture, and he was hoping for help from a healer. After removing the bandage, Aiden immediately saw that the poor man's hand was completely crushed. The patient said that this happened 2 days ago, and if he doesn't heal his hand, he will be fired from work. It was undesirable to say such words in front of Marianne, because by doing so he would expose her, since she sometimes fired people with serious injuries. A broken bone was an injury to which healers responded differently, and only a few were able to quickly heal the limb. If only part of the bone was broken, the problem was easily solved, and many beginning healers coped with this. With a more complex fracture, like that of a hunter, the task became more difficult, and healers refused to work. The patient had an open fracture of the arm, and most of the limb was completely missing. The guy was ready to prove his abilities to the distrustful woman, because there was almost no hope for recovery. It was the perfect situation to show off his talents, and if he succeeded, Marianne would have no doubts about his competence. The guy was going to get a prosthetic arm but changed his mind and decided to use another method. A handful of earth appeared in his hands, and with the help of this material he was ready to heal the patient. It seemed like only one person in the room was excited about the idea, and that was Aiden himself. Even the girl who knew about the healer's talent regretted supporting him in front of everyone. She had only seen a part of his abilities, but he was about to show the most interesting thing now. Using the earth and his healing abilities, the boy was ready to do the impossible and wanted everyone to see this miracle. The earth in his hand began to turn into human bone, as if he were a real necromancer. There were a few skills on the continent that created bones, and one of them belonged to the guy. Bones created with such skills were easily broken, but the boy knew how to avoid this problem. He needed the earth because his ability generated real human bones using the earth. The guy's abilities were different from the others because he carefully worked on each of them. He was able to generate shattered and severed parts of the man's right hand almost immediately. A bottle of potion appeared in his hands, with the help of which he could complete the operation he had started. By pouring out the potion and using his ability, he could create everything from veins, nerves, and muscles to skin. He reconstructed the man's missing body parts and was ready to complete the operation by sewing up his arm with magic thread. The first time he did a brilliant job, and the man looked at his restored hand. No one had any doubt that the guy was a genius, because even the stitches on his hand were neat and barely noticeable. The guy performed a miracle, and the other hunters who needed treatment could receive it today. Everyone turned to him for help, and Marianne no longer doubted the guy's abilities. Even if she received a complaint from the association, she could not refuse him and could vouch for the healer. Eventually, she gave him official permission to work and provided him with a space so that he could work and conduct his research in peace. This was Aiden's goal, because by curing many patients, he managed to earn a lot of experience points. The next day, the guy realized that the work turned out to be more tiring than he imagined. Even Peter was worried about his friend, although he knew that his friend's strength was enough for much more. Aiden spent most of the night performing surgeries and spent the entire next day yawning because his eyes were closing. At that moment, a man approached the association branch building who clearly had no intention of letting them get bored. It was Adriana's girl, whose friend the boy healed for the first time after returning from the dungeon. As they greeted her at the door, they realized that they would have an excellent guide to the local area today, as they were just planning to take a little walk and look around. The girl realized that she had arrived on time and, apologizing for the delay, immediately told them her name. When the wind blew her hood off, Aiden noticed that her hair was red, just like the Red Bandit gang members. With tears in her eyes, the girl insisted that she had nothing to do with these people, and that the guy's words had sounded offensive to her. Wasn't she the kind of settlement resident who shouldn't have any reason to hide it from her new friends? She assured that her family could not stand the fact that the girl secretly became a member of the Adventurers Association, so she did not want to reveal her identity until the very end. Adriana hid her hair in the settlement in case she accidentally ran into her family members on the street. This settlement was inhabited by friendly people who were always ready to help in difficult times. The girl wanted to give the guys a tour of this settlement, if they didn't mind. Peter was glad that she herself wanted to take them to the most interesting places of this settlement and saw no reason to refuse. It looks like they're in for a long walk today, because with such a guide, they'll be able to visit the most interesting places. This settlement was small, so the walk should not take longer than the event required. Around where the traders stood, there was a lot of different ceramics, and it became clear that pottery was thriving in this settlement. The best workshops were located here, and popular local artisans produced excellent clay dolls, which were often bought by resellers from other countries. Skilled artisans called themselves doll makers, because they were able to create anything from a special clay, and their goods were always of high quality. All the works displayed on store shelves looked attractive and looked much more expensive than they actually were. Peter immediately wanted to buy one as a souvenir, and suggested that his friend take one with him too. Aiden remembered the sacred relic, the hand of a rare monster, realizing that it was somehow connected to clay, meaning he was on the right path. He turned to the girl and asked if she knew anything about a rare relic that he had recently received. Adriana heard about this for the first time, and it was strange that the people from this settlement did not know anything about it. After all, if this creature was the god of the Red Forest where he found this relic, then one of the local residents should know about it. Soon they went around to almost all the local residents and asked everyone what they knew about this artifact. None of the residents recognized anything similar, so all their efforts were in vain, and the only thing left was to try to look into the museum. Perhaps in this place, where old archival data is stored, they will be able to find the answer to their questions and get to the bottom of the truth. The young man in charge of the archive room looked at them reluctantly, realizing that they were creating a lot of extra work for him. He could not understand why they were looking for information, and was surprised to learn that they needed it for personal purposes. The guy immediately denied them access to the archival records, since he could only provide them after receiving official permission. Hearing this, Peter could not contain his emotions, realizing that this young rascal did not even bother to look at them when he uttered this offensive refusal. The young man, looking up at them, lazily suggested that they get the necessary papers from the Adventurers Guild, and then return to the archive room. This tone irritated not only Peter, but also his friend, who promised to return to this place soon. The boy responded with a haughty look to the man who was much older than him and worthy of respect, not contempt. But after the guy saw the administrator key in Aiden's hands, his eyes bulged out of their sockets in surprise. His voice trembled with fear, because he realized that the guy in front of him was of a much higher status, which meant he could easily fire him from this position. He started banging his head on the table so hard as an apology that Aiden felt uneasy at the sight of this strange execution. The main thing was that they gained access to archival records and, without wasting time, began to search for the necessary information. A heavy book of archival records fell into Peter's hands, which immediately attracted his attention more than all the other books. She looked so old that there was no doubt about her age, which could be traced back to the very beginnings of the Adventurers Guild. One could tell from its appearance that it had been written 1,000 years ago, although everything necessary was still preserved within its pages. Opening the first page he came across in the middle of the book, the boy discovered strange illustrations, for some time not understanding what was depicted on them. All the objects were familiar, but these drawings were supposed to represent some important information when combined with each other. Looking closely, The boy realized that one of the pages of this book was much thicker than the others. Feeling the thickness of the pages with my fingers, there was no doubt that two of them were stuck together, which meant that between them was the most secret information, hidden from everyone. Having unstuck the pages, the guy saw something that shocked even him, who had already seen a lot. It bore the same symbol as the severed hand of a mutant, Aiden's rare sacred relic. The red-headed men, comically drawn on the pages of the book, resembled the inhabitants of this settlement. It only remained to understand what they did. Apparently, it was similar to a magical ritual of people who lived thousands of years ago in this area. The boy realized that on the page of this book, just like on the relic, there was a depiction of a magic ball, which symbolized the god of the ancient settlers. Adriana did not know that the ancient inhabitants of this settlement had their own god, to whom they not only worshipped, but also dedicated sacrificial rituals. The entire book was covered in sloppy cartoons, and this was probably done deliberately to avoid unnecessary attention. The artist created sequential illustrations for those familiar with the topic, in order to convey all the information to future generations, rather than random drawings. Having understood the essence of the images, he had to pass on the knowledge to future generations in the same way he had obtained it himself. Now it was clear that someone was deliberately hiding the existence of this god, and it remained to find out who it was. They heard the loud dying cry of the boy, the head of the archive room, and realized that something bad had happened to him. Adriana turned sharply towards the door and realized that they had to run to his aid before it was too late. But when she burst into the room, she saw something that she would never forget for the rest of her life. The girl even covered herself with her hands in fear, unable to look at what had happened to this young man. The boy was covered in blood, and it became clear that someone had taken the life of this young archive room employee with one blow. This someone appeared at the other end of the room, and even the attentive Peter missed this uninvited guest. The stranger swung the dagger he held tightly in his hands, and wanted to do the same to Peter as he had done to the unfortunate youth. He threw a dagger at him to kill the guy with one throw, and he would have succeeded if there hadn't been another person nearby. Aiden arrived at the scene in time and easily blocked the dagger's throw with his weapon. Looking at the strange stranger, he loudly declared that he was exposed and could remove his hood, revealing his true appearance. Instead of one person, he saw several mercenaries who had gone on this mission as a group. These people came here to pick up a book that they had found with difficulty in the archive room. Adriana assumed that they had been watching them for a long time, and waited until the young people left the room. The guy held in his hands the book that was the mercenaries' main target, and understood that now he was their main target. He once again needed the skill of the all-seeing eye to scan the body of the murdered youth and find out the cause of his death. He noticed a severe wound on the neck and realized that the knife attack had been inflicted there. Luckily, the young man was still alive, and the guy still had a chance to save him after he got rid of the main problem. The mercenaries continued to demand the book, and the guy put his hand on the young man's neck and activated his hemostasis ability. Aiden wanted to know one thing they needed to tell him before they could do what they asked. He had the book and asked why the mercenaries needed to kill an innocent man. From the conversation, Aiden understood that this brave young man blocked the entrance and prevented them from entering, so the mercenaries had to eliminate him. The mercenary repeated his demand to give them the book, otherwise he would have to lie down next to the dead guy. But instead of the desired book, a well-sharpened dagger, released using the knife-throwing skill, immediately flew at him. The dagger plunged into the head of the daredevil, who first dared to demand the relic from Aiden. Everyone else realized who they were dealing with, and this knocked down their previous persistence. He didn't expect any of them to speak to him in a proper tone, so he shut one of them up to set an example for the others. Aiden advised them not to make any sudden moves if their lives were more important to them than the book in his hands. This angered the mercenaries, although everyone understood that fighting this guy could lead to losses in their ranks. They had to complete the task, so the battle that was supposed to happen earlier began. But the young man with glasses became an obstacle at the cost of his life. Luckily, Aiden wasn't alone, and even Adriana took on the dangerous killers. She fought, wanting to take revenge on those who attacked an innocent person because a criminal must always be punished. Peter fought as well as any member of his team, although he only became such a desperate fighter after meeting Aiden. He got carried away by a fight with one of the mercenaries, while another attacked from the side, and a second separated Peter from death. Aiden noticed the attack and instantly killed the attacker with one throw of the knife. He had long since learned to use a crossbow, and more than one monster had already died from his stone arrows. Another harpoon flew towards the main mercenary, and it seemed that he could not escape death. The man possessed magical abilities and, activating an invisible barrier, stopped the harpoon in the air. Dark magic allowed him to create a barrier that no crossbow bolt could penetrate. An obstacle appeared in front of him, into which all 3 arrows fired from Aiden's crossbow were pierced. and he, behind the barrier, continued to use destructive magic. Aiden was well versed in Earth attribute magic and was surprised that this mercenary also possessed a similar ability. He needed to think about something else, because by continuing to activate his magic, he had gained enough mana for the next attack. He thrust his spear forward and aimed at his main rival, who needed to be eliminated first. Aiden thrust his palm forward and used an ability that his opponent was not prepared for. The guy not only stopped the spear in midair, but also activated an ability that turns any object into human bone. Instead of a sharpened weapon, the mercenary found human bones in his hands, which he examined with horror. It became clear that even his skills would not be enough to fight this guy, who had honed his technique against complex monsters. It was time to take care of his life, because Aiden's crossbow was looking at him and this time he wouldn't miss. Several arrows flew towards the mercenary, but only one hit the target. The guy came close to the mercenary. He had no doubt that the main mercenary was neutralized and he could finish him off on the spot. The guy felt a little sorry for wasting so many arrows, because it was a shame to waste even one magic arrow on this bastard. The guy's friends also succeeded. They captured all the fighters who remained alive after this protracted meat grinder. All that remained was to hand these people over to those who would interrogate them and extract all the necessary information. The 3 prisoners were placed behind bars and were to remain there until the tower's Grand Master dealt with them. In the dungeon where the prisoners were kept, the guy met with Marianne. She tried to find out at least some information, but each of the prisoners remained silent. She was used to doing things differently and getting the information she needed faster, but this case was special. It was strange that she believed every word Aiden said, because usually she didn't trust what this young healer said. Perhaps this woman also knew about what she had carefully kept secret, and did not want to talk about it in the presence of this guy. The woman suddenly stated that there was an unusual mood among the residents, but Aiden did not immediately understand what she meant. People appeared in the settlement who said that the residents should stay away from the city. This news quickly spread among all the settlers. The people in robes convinced the others that they were apostles sent by God himself to this earth. They convinced the residents that their God would soon descend to earth. Then the city would perish, and not a single inhabitant would remain. Most who heard the story dismissed it as nonsense until the Scarlet Tower collapsed a few days ago. The livelihood of most of the inhabitants of this settlement depended on those who controlled the tallest tower in the city. As the apostles had predicted, a crisis arose in the city, and in such a situation it was impossible to stop their subsequent provocations. Fear paralyzed the minds of the inhabitants. They were afraid of even the slightest breath of wind, and believed everything that was told to them in convincing words. Marianne thought that this group was just ordinary scammers, but it turned out that the forgotten old god could exist. To confirm her words, a strange sound came from the prison cell, and what she saw took her by surprise. The prisoners' bodies began to melt before their eyes, like wax in a hot flame, and soon they completely changed their appearance. These guys had seemed strange before, but in this form there was almost nothing about them that resembled ordinary people. A few seconds later, their bodies crumbled, and instead of 3 prisoners, only their robes remained lying on the floor. It was difficult to say what happened to them, but the woman was sure that they were being watched from outside. They used truth serum for interrogations, and this happened at the moment when one of the prisoners was about to tell something. The curse that prevented the secrets from being revealed was placed on these guys in advance, so they were unable to tell the truth. They had a chance to interrogate them before the curse took effect, but it was too late to think about it now. Everyone watched in horror at what happened to the mercenaries. Adriana ran into the dungeon and realized from afar that things were bad. It was the first time she saw how magic worked in such a way that instead of a person, only a shapeless mass, and the clothes that he was wearing remained. There was no point in torturing them. Each of them had a curse of silence placed on them. The guys would have given up all the information long ago if it weren't for it. The Arrow of Dawn would not have helped lift this curse. This was not a simple black magic spell, but something else. Adriana decided to make sure of something. She came close to the prison cell and leaned over to the place where the remains of the mercenaries lay. She stuck her hand through the bars and realized that she had seen this mass somewhere before. She just had to remember where. It was unclear what she was trying to achieve, but it seemed like this girl had something to say. She compared this mass to the highest quality clay, from which precious dolls were made in her native village and sold for large sums of money. It was interesting to hear such a comparison, because with the help of magic, one can create someone from doll clay who is very similar to an ordinary person. The guy realized that he should have guessed this right away, and he was glad that they had such a smart girl on their team. Recently, Adriana talked about a doll workshop with a rich, long history, passed down from generation to generation for hundreds of years. This workshop must have people who know everything about clay and the materials used to make dolls. If Aiden were a follower of this teaching, he would have hidden the records where they would be preserved for many centuries. The doll-making tradition had been going on for hundreds of years, and there were certainly old books that could have been as old as it. The only ones who can help and spend expensive land are the puppet masters. Among them, the main instigator of the crime should be sought. Both mercenaries shuddered when they heard this suggestion. They realized that the young men were close to solving their secret. Their faces spoke volumes about the guy's rightness. There was no need to interrogate them to understand what to do. The doll workshop was usually not staffed by simple, poor settlers. More often than not, it was the settlement's nobles who worked there, and getting in would be difficult. If they disturbed the peace of the nobles, the government will have to prosecute them. It would have been better to entrust the exploration of the workshop to Aiden if Marianne did not want to bring trouble upon herself in case of failure. As she left, she told the boy that too many people had disappeared in the Red Forest recently. Previously, strangers wandered in that forest, but now residents of that settlement have started to disappear there. Adriana had long been responsible for finding missing people, and the fact that they were tracked down so quickly was linked to all the recent disappearances. The woman was ready to entrust this matter to Aiden and move on to him immediately after the investigation in the doll workshop. They headed to the main place nearby where they could find the solution to the mystery. The girl quietly opened the workshop door, looked inside and saw only one master instead of a room filled with people. It was strange that there was almost no one here, because every time she had been here before today, it had been difficult to squeeze through this room. One of the masters realized that the adventurers in front of him were on a mission and asked fearfully what brought them here. The guy tried to calm him down with a smile and said that he wanted to rent a cart, since that was his original purpose for coming to the settlement. The boy realized that Aiden first needed to get permission from the foreman to rent the cart, and it didn't take long for him to show up. After all, this master was in the same room as them and heard the young man's question perfectly well. A man named Harvey had been running a doll shop in the village for a long time and knew everything a professional could about clay products. The boy immediately extended his hand to him, but Harvey was in no hurry to greet him in return and said that he did not need to know the name of this young man. Aiden hardly expected such a cold greeting, because he had not yet done anything to annoy this man who was behaving so aggressively, and he suggested getting straight to the point, since the discussion was about renting a horse-drawn carriage and the amount the guy should pay for it. The man, with a smile on his face, immediately said that he would have to pay 5,500 gold coins for one day. But the girl knew perfectly well that in this city the rent cost no more than 2,000 gold pieces for 3 days, and she didn't understand why the owner of the doll workshop had raised the price so much. In response, he stated that this was the case in the past, but now demand has increased, which is why the price has become so high. It seems that for a long time it was priced much lower than it actually should have been, which means that the price that had been shown on the sign all these years had to be changed. Peter could barely restrain himself from saying too much, and only Adriana stopped him, not wanting to get into a conflict with the owner of the doll workshop. The only person who was capable of creating what they needed was Harvey, the best craftsman in the entire area. And if you wait patiently, you could pay for his work by barter, and pay the remaining amount in installments over several months. Although, if they didn't like the proposal, they could just get out of here and not waste his precious time. Looking at him, he saw before him a typical scoundrel who was used to deceiving local residents, and did not disdain anything for his own benefit. They had to think about what to do with him after they had solved their little problem, but right now they still really needed him. The master himself knew about this and waited for the young people's answer with a sly smile. But the guy immediately noticed that something was wrong with his complexion, and using the all-seeing gaze skill, scanned his appearance. And then, placing his hand on his shoulder, he declared that someday even he would have to stand up for the man on whom his life would depend. And before it was too late, he suggested that the owner of the doll workshop change his tone and treat the best healer in the entire empire completely differently. Now the man didn't fully understand who he was talking to and, as expected, waved his hand away, not wanting to listen to anything. The guy might not have known it, but Harvey was a top-level puppeteer with the title of master, and you shouldn't tell him such things. It's better to hold your tongue. But with the same smile, the guy replied that he simply didn't understand people well, and didn't understand that puppetry was no match for healing. And perhaps, in the end, he would ask Aiden for forgiveness, although the guy already doubted that he would forgive this man and help him. Unable to bear this insolence, Harvey reached for the shovel and decided to get rid of this scoundrel immediately. He swung it and tried to hit Aiden's head with the handle, but the boy was much quicker. At this rate, he was sure to regret it, because if Aiden counterattacked, Harvey risked being thrown to the ground, just like all the other dead monsters at Aiden's hands. It was clear that from now on the healer and all his closest associates were forever banned from entering this workshop. and Harvey promised to personally take care of this. But the very next second, his whole face was covered in sweat, and his opinion changed so abruptly that no one could understand the reason. And after this, the man suddenly fell to his knees, and covering his face with his hands, could not hold back his tears. This master should have taken care of his heart, because with the help of his ability, the boy had long ago identified its main illness. This man had been ill and dependent for a long time, and his life depended on medication that he had to take at least twice a day. After all, the poison with which he was poisoned many years ago was capable of quickly spreading throughout the body. Today, it would be difficult to find even one decent healer in the entire settlement who is capable of curing such serious illnesses. Looking at the young men, Harvey's apprentice realized that only one person understood the craft of healing, and that person was Aiden. Now he was finally ready to introduce himself. If, of course, Harvey still had the strength to listen to him. And then he said that today he is the only healer in the entire settlement, and his name is known to every resident, except for this stupid puppeteer. This guy surprised everyone with his confession, because at first no one seemed to be who he claimed to be. Harvey did the same as other patients of this young healer, who did not believe in his talent until they were convinced of it themselves. The man ordered his assistant to bring another healer, as he did not want to trust his health to a young intern. There were no other healers in the village, so Harvey decided to go to another settlement for treatment and ordered a carriage to be prepared. But he heard an explanation of his illness from a young man who did not seem like an experienced professional. Aiden spoke of a deadly poison that was popularly known as the slow killer, because it slowly killed its victim from the inside out. If you are poisoned by this poison, the lungs and airways will be immediately damaged, and the first symptom will be bleeding from the mouth. Soon, a person poisoned by this poison will begin to cough up blood and choke, and eventually die from lack of oxygen. The peculiarity of this poison is that at the beginning of poisoning there are no symptoms, but over time the condition rapidly worsens. All the symptoms the guy listed were similar to what Harvey was experiencing, and they seemed to have to believe this doctor. It was unclear what the young man wanted to say, whether he really wanted to cure Harvey of his serious illness. Now that the symptoms had manifested, Aiden was the last healer Mr. Harvey would see before he died if he didn't trust him in time. He wasn't going to treat him just like that, because in this world you have to pay for everything, especially for saving your life. Now it was clear why this guy was so insistent on helping, because it wasn't help, but the sale of his service. There was nowhere to go, and he ordered his assistant to immediately bring gold to pay for the treatment of this healer. When he got the bag of gold, he angrily threw it towards Aiden, as if he was forcing him to undergo treatment. It seemed to him that a guy like Aiden only wanted to get rich, and simple human help was not typical for such people. He was wrong about this man again, because the guy warned him that he was not talking about money at all. Even such an old gentleman will have to learn something new, and today is the day. Now he had to get down on his knees and beg Aiden for mercy like a faithful slave and collect all the coins scattered on the floor. It was the first time Harvey had heard such an attitude towards himself, but it was not in his interests to argue when he was on the verge of life and death. Moreover, the illness was approaching, and the bleeding from the mouth was increasing with every second, which meant that the time for talking was over. The guy leaned over to him and warned him again that if Harvey didn't like this kind of activity, then he wouldn't force him to kneel, and he could just die in peace. He knew very well how dangerous his health was, and if he valued his life, he had to do it. If he dies, his workshop will come to an end, and this was the work of his whole life, which he wanted to pass on to his children. Aiden's job was simply to propose, but the final say rested with the person who needed treatment. Harvey realized that he had been unfair to the young man, and admitted his guilt. Repenting for everything he had said, he promised not to use the labor of the Adventurers Association members anymore, as he had been accustomed to doing before, for which he had become known as a nasty old man. He fulfilled the second part of the condition and began to collect the gold coins scattered on the floor. The man continued to say that this would never happen again, and it seemed that only now did he realize that he had never been as omnipotent as he thought himself to be. Kneeling down, he held out a handful of gold coins in his hand and wanted the young man to accept it as payment. He was ready to do anything, just so that his miserable life would be saved and he could continue the work in the workshop, which he had not yet finished. Now this scoundrel evoked such pity that even Aiden's heart was touched, and the guy forgot for a second who he was dealing with. He reached into the inside pocket of his coat and pulled out a small vial of a rare medicine that could cure Harvey. The man's gaze became greedy again, and he was already prepared to take the medicine and later get even with this young rascal. Aiden slowly drew the magical liquid into the syringe, but he kept silent about the most important thing, deciding to leave it for last. When he finished, he admitted that this was not yet a cure, and that it was too early for Harvey to celebrate victory over the disease. He turned the needle so sharply towards the man that everyone thought he had no intention of treating him at all. He thrust the syringe with all his might right into the neck of the doll workshop owner. Did he really want to kill him instead of curing him? With tears in his eyes, the man realized that he had been deceived again, and that he had humiliated himself in vain, apologizing on his knees. Aiden couldn't create an antidote without special means, so now the procedure had to be done before the operation began. He had no intention of killing Harvey, but injected him with a respiratory protection potion, which quickly stabilized his condition. It was a temporary solution, but the man immediately felt how much easier it was to breathe. After this, he collapsed on the floor, and for some time could not come to his senses, trying to understand what had happened to him. Aiden played with the lives of his patients, but he was never a fraud. He simply distracted people from dark thoughts. When it was all over, the young people stood in front of the Adventurers Guild building, and it was the first day that someone taught the grumpy old man a lesson. Adriana jokingly said that such words were not usually said to patients, because Harvey could have filed a complaint against the healer if everything said was not true. As she said goodbye, she cheerfully waved her hand to the young people and promised that they would meet tomorrow and continue what they had started. The boys also had to go back and go to bed, because it was late and they had a lot of things to do tomorrow. Aiden had 3 things on his mind that he wanted to tell his friend, to get everything that had been building up in his soul out. The first thing they thought of was the doll workshop, because when they entered, it was empty, as if it was about to close. The chief master of this workshop always had such a bad character that perhaps he simply crossed someone's path. The second thing that alarmed them was Adriana's attitude, because it had changed a lot since their first meeting. It seemed that she, too, had some connection with the doll workshop, and had been hiding her true connection with Harvey and his assistant all this time. Entering the workshop, the girl fell silent and tried to remain unnoticed, as if she was afraid of revealing some secret. Aiden felt like she couldn't be trusted, as she hid her face under her hood and looked around like a petty thief. Thanks to Adriana, he also learned that the clay used for the curse was also used to make dolls, and this was the main clue in this big secret. Aiden thought that the girl herself worked in the workshop, but did not want to tell them about it for some reasons of her own. While they were discussing the plan, a man appeared near their house, all this time carefully watching the silhouettes in the windows. The stranger looked at the house so intently, as if someone had instructed him to keep an eye on the young doctor and his faithful assistant. The next day, another scandal broke out in the doll workshop, involving its owner, who was visited by the healer who had recently helped him. Harvey couldn't understand why Aiden had come here again with his friend. Hadn't he had enough of the ridicule he had given him, his patient, yesterday? After all, just yesterday they had talked about this, and Aiden had asked Harvey with a smile not to repeat his mistakes and not to start the conversation with rudeness. Besides, Aiden really didn't have the necessary ingredients and couldn't prepare an antidote for Harvey's disease right now. However, Aiden left a potion for Harvey that had to be taken every 3 days until the poison was completely out of his system. And now Aiden came to check on Harvey, and instead of gratitude, he again attacked him with reproaches. Harvey remembered that yesterday, Aiden had only given him 1 day's worth of medication, saying that he would only give him a bottle when Harvey begged on his knees. The fact that Aiden had come on his own, without being asked, only meant to Harvey that the healer needed something else as payment for his services. And since that was the case, Harvey asked them not to delay and tell him why they had come here. Harvey was right. As payment, Aiden only needed information about the hooded men, whose photographs he placed on the table in front of the puppeteer. Looking at the photo, Harvey realized he didn't know any of these people, and wondered why Aiden had approached him with this request. These people were followers of an unknown faith that had recently begun to spread among the local residents. Then Aiden suddenly named the prime suspect, and Harvey realized that this guy knew a lot more than the others. Even Peter noticed how the master's face changed dramatically, which meant that Harvey had already heard the name of the main suspect in this complicated story. Harvey hastened to assure that he had never heard this name before, but it was clear from his expression that this was a complete lie. Aiden noticed the same thing, realizing that he had finally found someone who could tell him everything. Besides, Aiden didn't claim that this was the name of a person, and perhaps he was talking about a creature from another world. And if Harvey wants to get the cure, he'll have to tell everything in order, without leaving out a single detail. They soon entered a room where many old records were kept, including information about a creature whose name had been erased from history. Although the creature's name had been erased from the records, there remained something in that room that might shed some light on the matter. Finding a button between the books, Harvey pressed it and opened a secret room in the wall where he kept his main secrets. Perhaps now they will finally be able to understand the meaning of that important relic that Aiden recently found. Once inside, Harvey explained that there was a small piece of information stored there that should help Aiden find the answers. Manuscripts were found in the archives that, according to ancient legends, tell of a kind goddess of the earth who protected their village. Reading further, the boys learned that this goddess fell so deeply in love with a certain dark creature that she lost her head and went with him to his world. Aiden began to guess that they were talking about the deity that guarded the Red Forest and realized that it was no coincidence that Marianne had sent him there on a mission. Furthermore, the record stated that the goddess taught local craftsmen how to make clay dolls, meaning that all the threads of the story converged here. The terrible thought of what all this could lead to made Adriana's hands shake, and she could hardly hold the heavy, thick book. Then she turned around abruptly and screamed, realizing that her guess might be true. Others might not have realized it yet, but the master seemed to have long known the truth and hidden the existence of a dark force that had long ruled these lands. Turning wearily to face her, Harvey asked her not to worry and explained that something had happened to him, after which he was forced to remain silent. Harvey didn't know everything, as many records were lost, and the goddess could have disappeared for unknown reasons, and it wasn't about love. The disappearance of the goddess could mean that she was dead, although only someone equal to her in power could kill such a supreme being. It happened about 700 years ago, when the sudden death of the goddess threw the entire settlement into confusion. The priests were unable to help with their power, and the divine barrier that protected the settlement simply disappeared. Eventually, it became clear to the residents that the settlement was doomed to destruction, and many were already preparing for death. Everything necessary for the life of the settlement depended on the power of the goddess. And it was then that wizards suddenly appeared in the city. The chief wizard stated that they were ready to help the local residents, protect them from any troubles, and provide them with everything they needed. It was strange to hear this, because magicians usually did not do good deeds for free and always demanded payment for their services. Of course, this case was no exception, and as payment for their help, the magicians asked for a jewel once given to the inhabitants by the goddess. Every wizard wanted to obtain the immense divine power hidden in this brooch, so the puppeteers soon stole it and made a deal. The priests, having lost their powers, were unable to manage the doll workshop on their own, so they had to make this agreement. Soon the temple was indeed revived, but the puppeteers easily defeated it with the help of huge monsters. In the end, they searched the entire village, tried to make everyone forget the name of the former goddess, and announced that her merits belonged to the wizard who came to the city. Many of them later feared for a long time that the goddess would return and then severely punish all those guilty. But they failed to destroy everything, and the secret records were passed down from one workshop owner to another, from generation to generation. But now Harvey was most concerned about how this strange young man knew the name of the ancient goddess. Aiden immediately said that it was a secret, and if he revealed it, the locals would be very angry. Harvey replied with a smile that Aiden was deeply wrong if he thought he wanted to restore the old temple, and advised him to forget this nonsense. Soon Aiden became completely confused, sat down on the floor and began to think about what to do with all this. Peter, as always, encouraged his friend, saying that they would definitely figure everything out soon. Suddenly, Adriana wondered what this church really was, and why those wandering wizards had created it. Looking at the boys, Harvey became suspicious and asked what they were up to again. Didn't he know that because of this church, the whole city had been unsettled for several days now, and people were whispering about all sorts of things? Indeed, the city has been noisy in recent days, because people have appeared who are trying to restore the old church. The atmosphere here did indeed seem a little strange, as if something had recently happened in the workshop. But the puppeteer insisted that all this was nonsense, and that nothing like this had ever happened in his workshop. He couldn't lie so clumsily, and when the door opened, it became clear that the answer to their question was very close. A male voice came from behind the door, and the guys looked at the entrance for a while, trying to figure out who it was. Surprisingly, the stranger's voice sounded very friendly, as if he had come not to a workshop, but to visit an old friend. He knew very well that this was the main doll workshop in the entire village, where the Master Harvey, famous throughout the city, worked. For some reason, the young man decided that the workshop would soon be closed and came to help it survive. As soon as he entered, he heard the angry cries of the puppeteer and realized that the two had known each other for a long time. Harvey slammed his fist on the table in anger, because this scoundrel had come to him again, and this time he was not going to hold back. Grabbing a hammer, he sternly reminded him that he had already ordered this guy never to show up here again, and now he would answer for everything. He then threw the hammer at the guest, and the weapon flew so close to the guy's head that he only miraculously survived. Surprisingly, the guy walked towards Harvey's desk completely calmly, as if he was not afraid of either the hammer or his own death. Approaching Harvey, the guy who called himself Hector said that this was no way to do business, and that he was seriously worried about the fate of this wonderful workshop. It all looked like a scene from a play, and if the boys had had popcorn, they would have happily watched it to the end. Only now did Hector notice that there was someone else in the office because the whole time the guys had been standing outside the door. He apologized to the guests for his behavior, although Peter asked them to ignore them and continue the performance. Hector apologized again, explaining that usually no one came to the master except himself. Today he was disturbing the work, so Hector hurried to leave, although Harvey had long ago told him to get out. As he left, he smiled, promised to see him soon, and advised the master to take care of himself. There was a moment of silence as the door slammed behind him, but then Harvey angrily slammed his fist on the table again. Harvey should have been more polite with the new people, and Aiden was starting to get angry too, barely containing himself. Of course, Aiden wanted to ask the puppeteer what happened, but he was so angry that it was better to remain silent. It was then that Aiden noticed that something was wrong with his new friend Adriana, and that she was behaving very unusually. He turned and asked Adriana what was wrong, but she only pulled her hood down further in response. Adriana was shaking with fear and didn't turn to face Aiden, clearly frightened by Hector's appearance. They had yet to find out, but for now the boys went to the doll workshop canteen, where the master's assistant Jim was already waiting. After listening to their story, Jim realized that they had indeed met Hector in the workshop owner's office, although he had really hoped that this could be avoided. But first, Jim insisted that they eat, because he had prepared a good dinner for them and would not listen to refusals. At lunch, Jim told them that Hector had once been the workshop owner's apprentice and classmate, with whom they had immediately become friends. Although they were classmates, Jim's skills were nowhere near those of Hector, who immediately showed a huge talent for the business. None of the workshop's students could compare with him in the art of making dolls so lifelike that they were indistinguishable from real people. But then Hector wanted to make not just dolls that looked like people, but huge clay monsters, and the whole village soon found out about it. He could determine the cause of a doll's breakdown just by looking at it, although he had only been training for a few months. Jim also heard whispers among the students that Hector would be the next owner of the workshop, since no one else had demonstrated such skill. But even such a talented guy as Hector did not please the master, who was always unsociable and did not let anyone close to him. This young man knew that his teacher was the best master in the history of the workshop, and always tried to reach his level. But the master, knowing about the great talent of his student in their common work, never praised him, and certainly did not single him out in any way. And a month later, this guy made a huge doll that could move without the help of magic. This news could really shock anyone, and Peter, upon hearing it, even jumped up in his chair. Peter couldn't believe that a simple clay doll moved without magic, and thought that there must be some other sources of power. However, the main thing was not the doll's movement itself, because 2 months ago something similar had already happened in the workshop. The clay monster created by the young man behaved too frighteningly, although many masters thought that this technology would soon lead to great changes in their business. Looking at the giant, Harvey also admitted that he looked impressive, and this new creation of the student finally made him appreciate Hector's talent differently. Harvey suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Hector in the workshop for a long time, and only now realized that the student had been working on his creation all this time. Although Harvey still considered Hector not very skilled, he understood that there was no one else to leave the workshop to, and was glad that at least one successor had been found. When the time came for him to retire, Harvey planned to hand over the workshop to Hector, who had been dreaming of just that. But then Hector smiled broadly and said that he would like to speed up the transfer of the workshop a little. He then stated that he wanted to become the owner right now, if Harvey didn't mind. This was a very bold request, because the master had already done him a great honor with his decision, and no student dared to speak to him like that. And Hector continued to say that he had so much talent and experience that he no longer needed to remain an apprentice, and it was time to take over the workshop as soon as possible. Harvey was furious when he realized that instead of gratitude, the student was implying that he himself was the most talented master in the city. Then Harvey, in a rage, smashed the dolls standing nearby and ordered Hector to leave immediately and never show up there again. Other students even had to grab the master, who lost control and attacked his former student. Hector didn't want to harm his teacher's cause, but since Harvey had decided so, he was ready to leave. From that day on, Hector decided to become completely independent and open his own workshop. Then, turning to Harvey, Hector added that he would open a workshop right now, name it after himself, and intend to make him famous. Now it became clear why Harvey's workshop was empty, because when Hector opened his own, he immediately lured many craftsmen to his place. Hector was truly very talented, and the other masters no longer had any reason to tolerate Harvey's difficult character, which everyone had long been tired of. The only thing that was unclear was how Jim managed to stay with Harvey, since he too probably had a hard time tolerating his bad temper. But Jim always thought Harvey's work was so wonderful that he was willing to endure anything just to learn from such a master. Having said this, Jim suddenly fell silent, realizing that they were talking about serious things and that he shouldn't show unnecessary emotions. At this point, Aiden, who had come to investigate Harvey's illness, was about to tell Jim something, hoping that he would be more understanding than his teacher. After all, Aiden was worried about the issue related to Harvey's disease, from which he, as a doctor, was trying to cure him. It turned out that a complex artificial poison, mixed from several others, was the main cause of Harvey's disease. In other words, it's impossible to accidentally become addicted to such a poison, which means someone deliberately started giving it to Harvey under the guise of medicine. Someone did this on purpose, and most likely the goal was to kill the doll maker. But if this was true, it remained to be seen why this was necessary, and who wanted to get rid of Harvey. That's exactly why Aiden came here today, and maybe Jim had at least some idea who Harvey might be bothering. Jim remembered that half the town's inhabitants hated the master, so it was easy to find someone among them who wanted him dead. The other half of the residents had never met him, which meant that almost everyone who knew Harvey personally hated him. This thought led to the question, could the poisoner have been one of those who did not know about Harvey's bad character, or from a place where he had not been for a long time? But the master had not gone anywhere for 2 months, ever since his best students, led by Hector, had left. He was very worried, and completely immersed himself in work. Such a long period of solitude ruled out the possibility that Harvey had been poisoned by someone else, and this prompted Aiden to think again about the poisoner being among his own. However, it was hard to believe that any of the students who remained with Harvey in the workshop were to blame. These guys took turns giving him medication and sincerely tried to save Harvey, considering it their duty. If Jim had wanted to poison Harvey, he could have done it a long time ago, especially since Jim always admired the teacher's work and did not wish him harm. It was at this point that another student, Adriana, expressed her suspicion that Hector was most likely involved in all of this. Hector and Aiden seemed to be the main suspect due to the quarrel and his ambitions, although the healer doubted this version until the very end. Analysis showed that Harvey's body had received a large dose of poison in a short period of time, causing profuse, persistent bleeding. However, it is possible that Hector ordered someone else to poison the master, and this version would be easy to verify if strangers had recently come to the workshop. But Jim immediately replied that, besides Hector and the students themselves, only a few familiar adventurers had entered the workshop, so Aiden dismissed the stranger theory for now. Suddenly, Aiden stood up and asked if Harvey was the only one who could create dolls from the special earth that was used in the workshop. After all, if that was the case, then it was necessary to immediately take Aiden to where this doll earth was kept. Once at the land storage site, Aiden, instead of greeting, immediately punched the guy in the face who was responsible for delivering the land to Harvey. Of course, the delivery man did not expect such a meeting with the young doctor. He fell to the floor and tried to come to his senses, not understanding what was happening. Looking at Aiden, he shouted loudly that he was out of his mind and that everything could have been found out without a fight. Aiden recently found poison in the soil the guy brought into the workshop today, making him the prime suspect in the poisoning. Now it will be easy to conduct an investigation and prove that this guy is the criminal who needs to be put in prison. Realizing that the most important thing was about to begin, Peter asked the girl to close her ears for a moment so as not to hear the sounds that were about to be heard. It was necessary to grab the main suspect and bring him inside so that no one else could see their tense conversation. For a while, Peter and the girl simply waited for the end, and he hoped that she would follow his advice and not take her hands away from her ears. But even with their ears closed, they could hear screams coming from inside, and it became clear that the boys' conversation had gone wrong from the start. Once outside, Aiden loudly announced that their friendly conversation was over and that he had learned something during it. Peter was glad that everything was finally over, and now they had information that would help quickly solve the mystery. Aiden had figured out what was going on, and now held in his hands the key to Hector's workshop warehouse, where the main evidence could be found. True, to do this they had to put the guy upside down in a wooden barrel, but since he could be considered an accomplice, he got off easy, avoiding a prison sentence. Soon, Aiden and Peter approached Hector's workshop, which looked like an ordinary old warehouse. Inserting the key into the lock and turning it, Aiden looked forward to seeing the place where they had prepared to poison Harvey, and where the necessary evidence would definitely be found. Opening the door, Aiden immediately saw neatly arranged things and realized that Hector truly valued order in everything, especially in the workplace. First, it was necessary to check the bags of earth near the walls of the room, because it was this earth that they were going to use to commit a terrible crime. Using his all-seeing gaze, Aiden determined that the land was contaminated with a poison, contact with which caused Master Harvey's poisoning. Now the guys had solid evidence that would be enough to prove the guilt of this young creator in court. At that moment, the workshop doors swung open and the boys saw Hector standing in front of them, who was the main suspect. Hector said that he himself was planning to visit them, so their arrival saved him the trouble of searching. Peter immediately grabbed his weapon and warned Hector not to do anything stupid if he wanted to live. But Hector replied with a smile that he had no intention of attacking at all and advised Peter to lower his weapon. Moreover, he added, it was almost tea time, so it would be better for everyone to sit down at the table and talk. Soon they were sitting in Hector's spacious, bright salon, where he usually received important guests and concluded long-term deals. Peter and Aiden most likely had no idea that Hector had no intention of killing his master Harvey, even though he appeared to hate him. And while Hector did plan to give Harvey the antidote in time, Aiden's suspicions of attempted murder were unfounded. To clarify the situation, Aiden decided to ask about the sign that dark wizards used in rituals. Hector just wanted to talk about this. He put his hand on the ancient manuscripts, and everyone saw that very mysterious symbol on the cover. It was unclear what Hector was getting at, but Aiden already felt a connection between the symbol and recent events in his life. Slowly sipping his tea, Hector declared that his goal was to revive the ancient temple and meet the goddess who had protected the local inhabitants many centuries ago. The doll workshop contained many materials related to the goddess, and Hector needed to obtain them in order to achieve his goal. At first, Hector wanted to simply take over the workshop, but soon changed his plan, realizing that Harvey intended to remain the owner for another 30 years. At first, he wondered if Harvey would retire before he died of old age, but then he decided that there was no point in waiting, although he also rejected the idea of opening his own workshop. After listening to Hector, Aiden asked the main question: why revive the temple, betraying his own master for this? Hearing this, Hector fell silent, and a slight smile suddenly touched his lips, because he immediately appreciated the insight of this healer. He then stated that no one else respected Harvey for his talent as much as he did. But the master became an obstacle for him, and Hector realized that he would never be able to surpass Harvey as long as he lived. After all, no matter what Hector did, he could not surpass the elderly puppeteer in skill, and this realization caused him unbearable pain. Then he decided that since he couldn't surpass the master, he needed to humiliate him so that he himself would look like a genius in comparison. At that moment, Hector's face distorted, and it became clear that before them was not a calculating businessman, but an obsessed madman. It seems he really had been planning Harvey's murder all along and was just leading them by the nose, leading them away from the solution. Moreover, Hector believed that if the ancient goddess returned, she would punish Harvey, since in the past the master had committed an unforgivable sin. The workshop owner will not escape the goddess's punishment, and Harvey's life will be doomed. If Harvey is cursed and banished from the workshop, and his hands can no longer create, then Hector will be able to remove the teacher from his pedestal. Only in this way will he finally be able to surpass his master and achieve the goal he has been working towards for all these past years and for which he has lived. This story even sent shivers down Peter's spine, so he had to pull himself together and not act like a child. However, Aiden felt that there was something important missing from this story, that Hector was clearly not telling the whole story. Looking Hector in the eye, he sternly asked if there was anything else important that he hadn't mentioned. In response, Hector only chuckled, realizing that Aiden would not leave him alone until he got to the bottom of the truth. But Hector was hardly going to reveal all his cards to the doctor. So, smiling slightly, he prepared to tell another false story. As Hector expected, Aiden was quick on the uptake, so he was forced to admit that he was only fulfilling his own small personal wish and did not expect any thanks for it. In fact, he wanted to open a church to the ancient goddess because he spent all his free time caring about the safety of his homeland. If you walk around the outskirts now and look at the village, it will become clear why he came up with this plan and was so afraid for the lives of civilians. The village had become such a poor place that there wasn't even a simple doctor, let alone a large hospital. People were getting injured every day, but the local authorities, closely connected with the church, did nothing and simply abandoned the village like an unwanted toy. Thinking about this, the guy could not contain his feelings and loudly hit the wooden table, almost breaking it into pieces. Moreover, innocent villagers have recently begun to be persecuted by evil bandits simply because they have red hair. The guy heard that the real leader of the bandits was one of the local nobles, and he really didn't want him to turn out to be his acquaintance. Old records and manuscripts left by his ancestors contain knowledge that could help him bring justice with the help of an ancient deity. Holding the book in his hands, the boy said that its author wanted to stop the decline of this village and that very doll workshop, which was once the best. Hector knew that even if he told the whole truth, Aiden would probably still have doubts. so he wanted to hear the young healer's opinion on the matter. The guy replied with a smile that if Hector had really decided to create a religious group with good intentions, then there was no reason to interfere with it, and interfere with a good cause. On the contrary, Aiden wanted to help Hector because his goal, as an experienced healer, was also to save lives. In that case, Hector would be glad if the guy joined his team so that they could work on this matter together and help each other. And if Aiden could persuade the master to join their group as well, Hector would be especially grateful to him. But when asked why he needed friendship with this old master, Hector remained silent, promising to tell all the details a little later. In fact, Aiden had no reason to refuse, and the guy promised to do everything in his power. The last thing Aiden wanted to ask about was that group of hooded mercenaries that had recently attacked them in the archives room. These people were trying to kill them, and now Aiden wanted to know if this group was connected to the church, or if they were sent by someone else. Hector immediately replied that these people had nothing to do with the church, and that he himself had sent them to deal with the man who was trying to find out too much about his plan. Hector added that if he had ever imagined that they would be so cruel to Aiden, he would never have trusted them with this matter, and immediately apologized for his terrible mistake. It seemed their conversation had dragged on for too long, and it was time for Aiden to leave, because time always flies when drinking tea. Peter liked the treats the most, and he thanked the master for the delicious tea, suggesting that they repeat today's meeting sometime. But then Hector's face suddenly changed for some reason, and it became clear that he did not want to let the guests go so easily. He extended his hand forward and walked towards the girl he knew best, having watched her grow up from the moment she was born. Unexpectedly, he grabbed Adriana, who was the last one to walk and had not yet managed to leave the hall. Hector believed that even if they were about to leave, this girl should at least say hello before leaving, and not pretend that they were strangers. After all, if it's her own brother who's asking her, she should show at least a little respect and not forget how much they have in common. And then he revealed that Adriana was actually his younger sister, who had been foolishly pretending all this time that she was here for the first time. Moreover, her real name was completely different, and for some reason the girl did not tell it to Aiden and Peter. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he once again asked her not to waste time, apparently hoping that she would come to her senses after running away from home. He had told his sister before that this job was not suitable for her, and that it was time to give up her dreams of knighthood and do something else. And then he began to say such hurtful words to her that even Peter could not stand it and asked him to be calmer. But in response, Peter caught Hector's gaze, and the guy declared that this girl was the only close person he had left. And so he, like any brother, was worried about his sister, especially if she was involved with someone dangerous. He believed that even if she had no talent for this business, she should at least try and do what she could. Then he put his hand on her shoulder again and, squeezing it tightly, said the most important thing. He suddenly said that since he had done so much for her, she was obliged to help him in return. These words made the girl burst into tears because Hector again advised her to give up this idea, and if she did not listen to him this time, then to leave his house forever. But then Aiden couldn't stand it any longer, intervened in the argument, and with one deft movement firmly grabbed Hector by the wrist. He had no idea of her real name, but his partner Adriana was an important member of the group. Never in her life had anyone cared about her so much, and the girl was very surprised that Aiden was ready to stand up for her in front of her own brother. And Aiden continued to say with a smile that they both understood what was going on, and that Adriana would probably want to stay on his team. It was hard to bear this, especially when they interfere in your affairs with your own sister. But Hector still decided not to continue the argument. Out of habit, he just smiled in response, realizing that this time his little sister had found herself a reliable companion. By that time it was already dark outside, and when the young people approached the house, night lights were burning all along the street, illuminating the area. That's why she didn't want to meet her brother, because she knew from the very beginning where their conversation would lead. However, Peter could not understand how it happened that such a guy turned out to be her brother, because their characters were completely different. Perhaps it would have been better for her to give up trying to become a swordswoman and listen to her older brother, who might have been right. But what could Hector know about real hunters from the Adventurers Guild if he spent his whole life in a safe village? But this guy, who was now handing her a drink for strength, knew about battles with dangerous monsters not from stories. Moreover, today he behaved so bravely that even on foreign soil he intervened in the dispute and defended Adriana at the right moment. Of course, Aiden had no intention of cutting ties with the people from the church, even if Hector was pushing him to do so today. This guy definitely lied that the masked group had nothing to do with them, and most likely he knew very well about the recent attack. The Curse of Swift Death was a skill that greatly exhausted the sorcerer, so even the most powerful mages rarely used it. The use of this curse meant that its owner knew something important about how to avoid harmful consequences and do such things safely. Aiden was curious about what else was being kept from him, and he was almost certain that after today's conversation, much remained unsaid. Now it was necessary to understand where to begin the investigation. And then the girl remembered that Hector had told her about some new information he had found. So, they could simply inspect the inside of her house and find useful information there. They soon arrived at Adriana's family home, where a protective seal was visible on the gate, guarding the building. Using his all-seeing gaze, the boy immediately noticed a powerful defense that could kill anyone who entered without permission. This strong security only affected those who entered without the mistress of the house, and Adriana was just now with the guys. There was nothing to be afraid of, and after turning the key in the lock several times, the girl finally opened the heavy iron door. The place hardly resembled a residential building, and it seemed strange that anyone could live in such darkness and gloom. Adriana's brother left this house early and lived for a long time in a dormitory near the workshop. However, the house was still looked after, although the brother soon fired all the former servants. But after that, the cleaning was taken over by those at whom the girl was now pointing her finger, adding that they were the best workers. Seeing the servants in front of them, the guys suddenly froze, not believing their eyes. After all, instead of the dismissed servants, Hector made workers for himself from the same clay from which he sculpted his figures. It turned out that the whole house was full of these creatures, who cleaned around the clock and did their job better than any person. They became even more frightened when all these clay servants suddenly froze and turned towards them. Peter had never seen anything like this even in his worst nightmares, and when he encountered it in real life, he couldn't contain his emotions. The girl immediately calmed him down, explaining that these cleaners were just dolls that her brother made in the workshop. But even for noble people, using dolls instead of live servants was such a great luxury that not everyone could afford it. Apparently, soon after Hector found information about the ancient god, all the workers in the house were fired so that they wouldn't hear anything unnecessary. After all, dolls cannot tell about what they saw and heard, which means that such servants were the safest. And since he's still using these dolls, that means the important materials he wanted to hide are still in this house. Entering the room where her brother was most often, Adriana thought that this was where the most important information could be kept. Although at first glance it seemed that there was nothing special here, and all the things were lying as neatly as in his workshop. But Aiden reminded Peter of what he had recently said in the basement of the doll workshop, and it was worth remembering now. Peter tried to remember what his friend had meant, but they always talked about different things and he couldn't figure out what Aiden was getting at. Aiden then said that it was always common for important people like Hector to have secrets and hide things. Then, using his all-seeing eye, he looked at the mirror and the painting in the center of the wall and suspected that the answer was hidden somewhere there. And indeed, he saw a hidden lever from which the seal had recently been removed and decided that it was worth examining it closer. The easiest thing to do was to press this lever and watch carefully what would change in the room. True, the guy didn't think that in such rooms there are not only secret doors, but also traps in the floor that can suddenly open in the most inopportune place. It was precisely over such a trap that Peter found himself, and the next second, he was hanging in the air, unable to jump to the side. After this, the guy fell down and only miraculously remained unharmed after a strong impact on the stairs leading to the basement. Although it was clear from Aiden's appearance that he wasn't worried about his friend's wounds, which he could heal in a couple of seconds. The main thing is that they managed to easily find a secret place where they would surely find answers to all questions. When they went downstairs, the first thing that struck them was the terrible disorder, very different from the situation upstairs. But more important than the piled-up things was a strange slab on the wall with an inscription in an unknown ancient language, which needed to be studied more closely. Using one of his skills, Aiden instantly read the inscription, which spoke of great love for the local people and seemed to have been left by an ancient god. But then Adriana corrected him, saying that the inscription was made in the language that the ancestors of her ancient family used in letters, since the content of the inscription was similar to the text of the book from the doll workshop. There was a feeling that it was a copy of the original that was still lying there. But the next moment, Adriana suddenly noticed two new lines on the wall below, which were not there before, and which she saw for the first time. These lines spoke of that very ancient goddess who loved the forest and all its inhabitants and wanted to protect them. However, it was difficult for her to take care of this forest alone, because even the most powerful goddess could not protect such a place. Therefore, out of despair, the goddess divided her powers and created doubles for herself who were supposed to help her. The clones born in this way founded a village in the center of the forest to worship the goddess, and later this village began to bear her name. In other words, The ancestors from Adriana's home village were doubles of that very ancient goddess that she created for herself. But just when they had almost solved the mystery, a beast suddenly appeared behind Peter that did not look like an ordinary forest wolf. His eyes glowed with an ominous red light, and it became clear that it was one of those creatures that looked like living dolls. Soon they had to experience the power of this beast firsthand, because its main task was to protect this place from outsiders. Unfortunately, Peter did not expect the attack, and the monster quickly sank its sharp fangs into his neck. It was hard to watch the boy suffer, and it was a shame that Aiden didn't manage to come to his aid in time and protect him. Of course, he would not have allowed this to happen if he had been closer to his friend and would have given a lot to take the blow himself. That is why the wolf chose as his target someone who was less protected by magic and became easy prey for him. Now, this monster was standing in the same room and looking straight at them, and all the fur around its mouth was covered in Peter's blood. The girl shouted loudly that it was the Red Wolf, who would not calm down until he drove all strangers from this place. It was an unusual monster that only Master Harvey himself could have created, as no one else would have had the skill to create such creatures. And although the beast had no soul, thanks to magical power it had its own will, could think and move on its own. Soon the young people had to see for themselves how quickly this creature moved, which immediately rushed towards them, instantly crossing the room. But now Aiden was not going to repeat the mistake, and taking out his sharp dagger, was ready to meet the monster and avenge his friend. The monster rushed past the guy at full speed, but something made him crash into the wall, and although he still showed signs of life, the cause of the impact was not clear at first. But when the clay wolf fell to the floor, everyone saw that during its throw, Aiden managed to deliver a precise blow with a dagger and cut off its head. But the strangest thing was just beginning, because Aiden saw how the wolf quickly jumped to his paws and was ready to fight further, even without a head. Indeed, the wolf, even without a head, continued to look at Aiden, although it was completely unclear how he did it. The girl shouted loudly that the creature would move until its core was destroyed, and now all that was left was to figure out where it was located on this headless wolf. However, this depended solely on its creator, who himself decided where to place the core. Having recovered a little from the attack, Peter grabbed the weapon tightly and was ready to take revenge on this damned wolf himself. Now the wolf could not attack suddenly, and the boy wanted to strike back, feeling that the advantage was now on his side. For that vile attack and the pain, Peter was ready to cut off the wolf's head again if it suddenly grew back in the same place. But the head never appeared, and instead the boy chopped the clay wolf's paws and tail into pieces. Peter got so carried away that Aiden had to shout loudly at him that the creature was no longer moving and it was time to stop. Aiden didn't even need his special gift for seeing the essence of things, because it was clear that the clay monster would not rise again. It seems Hector honed his monster-making skills here, and that's why this creature ended up in this underground hall. In that case, not only other monsters may be found here, but also keys to secrets that will reveal the truth about Hector's plans. At that moment, Aiden suddenly had an idea about the secret of the clay creature, which was able to move as if by its own will. Without wasting any time, he rushed into the dark corridor from which the Red Wolf had recently emerged, and where there was surely something left that would point them to the source of these creatures' power. Moreover, the smell coming from the darkness of the corridor told Aiden that he was on the right track. Having thrown open the door, the young people saw before them so many corpses of forest animals that it immediately became clear where the clay creatures drew their life force from. Dead rabbits, covered in blood, lay on the table, and it was hard to imagine how cruel someone would have to be to commit such a horror. Once upon a time, they all frolicked freely in the forest, but now they have become experimental animals in the hands of this monster. It was hard for Adriana to watch this, and she covered her face with her hand, so as not to feel at least a little the terrible smell of death. At that moment, Aiden noticed a dead body of an animal nearby that looked very much like a clay wolf. There was no doubt that the Red Wolf they had just fought was originally this slain beast, only now before them lay a real forest animal, whose soul Hector used to create his clay living toys. It became clear that Hector had killed them all to create clay monsters, and Adriana could not believe until the very end that her brother had created such horrors. She believed that Hector was so skilled that he could bring clay figures to life without harming living beings. The question then arose as to why all this was necessary, and why these unfortunate animals were so cruelly killed in this room. Until the very end, Aiden also hoped to be wrong, but seeing in front of him the remains of the clay monster that Peter had cut down, he wanted to test his guess. He applied his skill in working with materials to understand what living essence was contained in this clay monster. When the analysis was complete, he was able to see not only the structure of the material, but also the subtle essence of what had once been a clay figurine of a forest animal. With the help of his skill, the material disintegrated into several pieces, and in the very center of this structure, Aiden saw a bright flash that could only mean one thing. For a while, the young people silently looked at Aiden, who had developed his skills so much that he could perform real miracles. Then, to Adriana's horror, he confirmed his guess, because this clay doll really did contain the soul of a living being. This mad master created his dolls using the souls of living animals, and now Aiden had no doubt about it. The girl grabbed her head, realizing that her brother had done something for which he could easily be sentenced to death. In any case, it was pure madness, and only a complete psychopath could have taken out souls to put them into dolls and make them obedient slaves. If Peter could find something among the manuscripts in this room, they would surely learn more about Hector's intentions. Luckily, the necessary find was found quickly, and the guy loudly said that the answer was very close. In his hand, he held a notebook, where the details of Hector's terrible experiments were probably written down. Adriana immediately recognized her brother's handwriting, which had been familiar to her since childhood. The notebook recorded that the ancient goddess dispersed her power throughout the Red Forest, and soon became one with it. She disappeared as a goddess, but her spirit remained in every leaf and living creature of this forest. According to the records of the previous head of the family, it was no longer possible to contact the goddess, but Hector could not accept this. He decided to create a doll of the goddess, and believed that if he transferred to it the will, strength, and spirit of the deity, he could return it to its former appearance. Yes, Hector really did want to revive the ancient goddess, and Peter was very happy, although there was no reason to rejoice yet. Aiden even had to push his friend because he was blocking the pages with his head and preventing him from reading. But Peter didn't understand how Hector was going to transfer the will and power of the goddess, because the church certainly wouldn't help him. The answer was on another page of the notebook, next to a drawing of the relic, which depicted the mutant hand that had recently come into Aiden's possession. The records said that ordinary people could not collect the power of the goddess, but a magician could do so using the remains of the god. After some thought, Hector decided to find what was left of the missing goddess using the right hand of the ancient dark creature. But when the guy had almost finished reading, a huge dark creature suddenly appeared above his head and was glad that the prey had come to its lair on its own. It became clear that Hector could monitor everything in the house through his dolls, which he knew how to inhabit. Using the hand of the ancient creature, it was easy for him to gather the power scattered throughout the Red Forest. However, this magic had a downside, as the forest was no longer protected and became much more dangerous to be in. Then Aiden understood the reason why the monsters in the Red Forest had become so evil. It turned out that even if the main cause of the troubles was the leakage of magic from the village, the second culprit of what happened was Hector. Adriana found it hard to believe that her brother could do such a thing, because it was hard to even imagine how many people suffered in the forest because of him. However, Hector believed that he had acted correctly from the very beginning, because if the goddess were reborn, everything would be fine, and the current troubles were only temporary difficulties. But the death of people is unlikely to be considered a trifle, because no one wanted to die because of a crazy puppeteer. The main difficulty for Hector was to gather the will of the goddess, and now Aiden understood what the puppeteer's main goal was. Yes, Aiden realized that Hector was much smarter than he thought, but Peter was still unclear on some details. How was Hector going to fully bring back the goddess's essence if she was scattered throughout the forest? Hector explained that there was only one will left by the goddess, and that was the single soul of the villagers, which held the souls of all their deceased ancestors. The goddess left behind a single soul, bound by invisible threads, which still protected the Red Forest. Peter had known before that the Redwood Forest was unlike other places in the country, but he hadn't thought it was so special. This means that dead animals must have contained not only their own souls, but also a part of that one soul that Hector spoke of. Hector was seriously considering an experiment to completely extract the soul, and these experiments could harm all the villagers. This means that the recent disappearances of local residents were part of Adriana's brother's experiment. Hearing the question, the monster that contained Hector looked at his sister in silence for a while, without saying a word. And then he smiled broadly and admitted that he was the only one to blame for the disappearance and death of people. He needed to take their souls in order to check for himself whether the soul of each killed person contained the very will of the ancient goddess. He claimed that he was doing this for the future of the village, but it was hard to believe that he was willing to kill the current residents for this. Adriana always knew that her brother was different, but now she realized that he had become a real bloodthirsty monster. Now the girl saw before her not her beloved older brother, but a monster that needed to be stopped immediately. Peter shouted loudly to her that it was too dangerous, and that she needed to stop immediately.
He was right, because the monster did not behave like a brother at all, but with a strong kick threw Adriana against the wall. The next second, he grabbed her by the neck and said that he would also like to remove her soul from her body and study it for his experiments. Then he threw her aside with such force that the girl hit the wall and only miraculously survived. Now the boys had no doubt who was to blame for all the village's troubles. But it was hard to believe that the young puppeteer had become more dangerous than any powerful monster. And Hector blamed his sister, calling her a hypocrite who went over to the side of the enemy instead of helping him in the common cause. But he was endangering the entire village and killing innocents. So how could Adriana be on his side and help him with this? But Adriana didn't know much, because she left the village very young, running away from home and starting a new life. All the time she was gone, the inhabitants suffered from persecution by the churchmen, and only he, Hector, could stop this suffering. The goal may have been good, but Aiden wasn't going to listen to this nonsense anymore. With one deft blow of his sword, he cut off the head of the clay monster, just as he had recently done with the statue of the Red Wolf. The severed head continued to smile, because it was only an image of Hector, and not the puppeteer himself. Having fallen to the ground, the severed head was still muttering something. But no one paid any attention to the delirium of the Mad Master. Approaching the girl, Aiden said that there was no need to worry about her brother, because he had forever lost what she loved him for. Instead, she'd better help Aiden and Peter find a way to defeat this monster. He extended his hand to her and invited her to join them to take a fresh look at the history of his family and his crazy brother. Now she was ready to believe Aiden that her brother really was a real monster. This scoundrel could take the soul of a person just to make his new doll out of it. It was necessary to stop him immediately before there were even more victims in the settlement. At that moment, Peter noticed a strange glow near the stairs they had descended. Gradually, a strange glowing image appeared in the air, looking more like a passage between worlds than an ordinary sign of the system. And indeed, soon they saw a passage in the wall that was supposed to lead to another world. Then the head said again that one of them should have stayed outside and been on guard. But now it was too late, because the door had already closed and none of them could get out of here. He had no intention of killing his sister, his only blood relative, and he considered her friends allies. However, Hector could not allow anyone to interfere with the important ceremony, so they would have to stay here for 3 days. Peter clearly didn't agree with this, and not wanting to listen to this nonsense, he struck the magic seal on the wall with all his might with his weapon. The monster promised to open the door immediately after the ritual, but Peter demanded to do it now. He promised that the next time they met, when the real Hector was in front of him, not a talking head, he would personally deal with this scoundrel and make him feel sorry for him. Realizing that listening to the severed head was useless, Aiden smashed it into tiny pieces of the clay it was made of with one blow. If they could dig a hole and tunnel their way out, they might be able to get out. But Aiden immediately realized that was impossible. Judging by the way the entrance looked, it was some kind of special place, tightly closed with a magic lock from the outside. If they try to break through by force, they risk falling into the void between worlds, from where it is unlikely that anyone will save them. Realizing that it was her fault, Adriana apologized to her friends, because it was she who led them into this trap. However, Peter objected, because thanks to her they learned a lot of important things, and if it weren't for that scoundrel Hector, they would have already figured everything out. There's no need to worry so much, because soon they'll still find a way to get out and take revenge on the puppeteer for everything he's done. There must be some other way to break this magic seal. Go upstairs and find Hector immediately. Turning to Aiden, his friend tearfully asked him to come up with something again, knowing that he was able to find ingenious solutions on the fly. Yes, Peter considered him a jack of all trades, but Aiden himself hardly thought of himself that way. After carefully kicking the remains of the clay head, he suddenly realized that there was another way they hadn't tried. It was hard to imagine how all these great ideas came into his head, but most likely the guy had simply been through so much that he had learned how to solve such problems. He suggested that the girl use her power, which was needed to control the clay dolls upstairs, since they shared the same blood with Hector, which meant she could find the right code for the door. If Adriana succeeds, they will be able to leave here without waiting for the end of the ritual of the gods' revival. Peter didn't even understand the meaning of his friend's proposal, but he was as happy as if he and Aiden had the same plan. This method only seemed complicated at first glance, but in fact it was simple and understandable to any average-level magician. The entire building was filled with the same magic that controlled the dolls, meaning that if there was a way to control them, then everything else in the house could be controlled as well. Although this place was different from the rest of the world, Peter still thought that they wouldn't be able to influence anything outside while in a locked room. But if you think about it, just now this doll in Aiden's hands was controlled by Hector, who was far away from them, outside of this house. This means that they too can influence what happens far away,
using the same skills that are usually used in simple magic. Using his special vision, the guy wanted to test his guess, because this door was no different from other things in the house. He immediately noticed that the creator of this place had taken the trouble to install protection that made it difficult to understand the door's structure. That magic circle on the door was used to strengthen the spell and direct it where it needed to go, and that was the first clue to solving the secret. As he got closer to the circle, Aiden noticed special rules that allowed him to open the magic door even without knowing the password. Only the power of the puppeteer could be transferred, and the only person who could do this was Hector's sister. It was the first time Adriana heard that only she could save everyone, and was surprised by how much Aiden believed in her abilities. She immediately began to make excuses, saying that she would not be able to handle such a complex task, since with her skills it was difficult for her to control even simple clay dolls. But, taking her hands, the guy quietly said that she needed to trust him and just do whatever he said. And then he suddenly said with a smile that he really didn't care whether these people died or not, because he wanted something different. After all, he was a stranger here, so the fate of the local residents was their own personal problem. However, something made the guy continue what he had started, and for this he was even ready to change his rules. Aiden couldn't stand to watch the lives of others being taken over by a bastard who deserved the worst. And even as a stranger, he was not going to give up, but wanted to continue this battle together with the locals, becoming one of them. Despite the fact that Hector knew about the magic circle, he even locked his own sister here, which means he needs to be properly punished and put in his place. The guy smiled a familiar smile and waited for Adriana's answer, on whom everything now depended. After thinking for a bit, the girl realized that this guy was the most honest of all her acquaintances, even if his goals were very different from her own. Then she looked at the guy in a completely different way, and it became clear from her face that she had made a decision and was ready to act. It took her 2 whole days to draw a complex seal pattern on the floor of the house, with chalk that would exactly replicate the real one. Almost without strength, very tired, she said that finally everything was ready, and if Aiden's plan worked, they would be able to get out of here. What the friends saw on the floor would have surprised not only them, but also any artist who values and strives for precision in his work. The entire floor of the room was covered with such a complex pattern that the boys no longer had any doubts about Adriana's abilities. Peter wanted to know what exactly she had drawn, and what kind of magic this seal belonged to. Adriana explained that this was their family seal, the sign of which was inside each of Hector's clay servant dolls, and she had known this sign since childhood. This meant that she was going to gain control over the dolls her brother had created, and with Aiden's help, it seemed entirely possible. The guy realized that in front of him was not just a dreamer, but a real, hard-working sorceress who diligently honed all her skills. The girl was happy that her talent was put to good use for the first time, and now she was ready to play her main role in their plan. She placed her hands on the wall with the magical lock, and prepared to use her power to open a passage for them and let them out. Fortunately, she succeeded, because the castle's magic gradually submitted to Adriana, and the girl was able to decipher its code. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, something terrible happened that Aiden could not prevent because he was locked in. Harvey's assistant lay bloodied on the floor, not understanding why Hector had beaten him so brutally and what he wanted to achieve. The assistant warned Hector that he would have to answer for this crime and that soon the guy would have to tell everything before he was sent to prison forever. However, Hector did not answer a word, but only clutched the bloody dagger tighter in his hand, intending to finish what he had started. Meanwhile, Adriana continued to cast her spell, and everything was almost ready for them to finally get out of there. The seal on the floor had already absorbed enough of her magical mana for its effects to spread throughout the house and reach every room. In her mind's eye, she saw her older brother's room, where his animated clay dolls were just being cleaned, and she now felt them as well as he did. Now all she had to do was subjugate the doll that was most often next to Hector and remembered all the recent events associated with him. The doll closest to Hector was carefully straightening the bedspread on his large bed, and it was this doll that Adriana chose to carry out her task. One could only guess whose soul was contained in this clay figurine, because the boys already knew that it was souls that gave these dolls their power. Suddenly the girl realized that she had succeeded, and now she could control this puppet doll just like her brother. Putting a little more power into her magic, she commanded the doll to go down to the basement, to the place where Hector had locked them with a magical seal. At some point, it became clear that Adriana might not be able to withstand such a strain of strength, because her nose even started bleeding from the pressure. Peter was seriously worried about her health, even though the girl shouted loudly that she was fine. It seemed that controlling a puppet of such a skilled puppeteer as Hector was very difficult, and one could only hope that Adriana would not faint in the middle of the matter. At this moment, other guests suddenly appeared, which none of the guys had thought about beforehand. At his feet, Aiden saw two rats that could be the same servants of Hector as his clay creations. Taking a closer look, the guy realized that he was right, because he felt that these rats were sent by Hector, who was still watching them and would try to stop them. But the rats must also have felt the kinship between Adriana and Hector, and perhaps, instead of interfering, they could have helped the girl in her difficult work. For a moment, it seemed as if the rats heard the guy's thoughts and decided to act not as they were ordered, but as their connection with Adriana told them to. Then, both rats suddenly rushed towards Adriana, and the guys became worried about the girl, fearing that she would be scared of the rodents. The boys knew that many girls were afraid of rats, and Peter hoped that Adriana would not be one of them. Seeing the rats on her shoulders, she first wanted to recoil, but then she realized that then her spell would be interrupted. This couldn't be allowed to happen, as she had spent almost all of her mana maintaining the connection with the seal on the wall. Peter noticed that the effect of the magical seal was getting stronger, and it seemed that the rats were somehow helping her too. The girl understood that she had to hold on with all her might, because it was only up to her now whether they would be able to stop her brother, or whether he would complete his plan. The clay doll that Adriana controlled remained under her control, and seeing the painting ahead, stepped towards it. Approaching the painting, the doll pressed the button that was supposed to open the exit for them. And then what they had been working so hard for the last 2 days happened, as the magical seal on the door began to slowly disappear, clearing the way. Peter shouted loudly that the passage was open, and that Adriana had done what no mage had ever managed to do before. Immediately after this, the rats deftly jumped off the girl, because their main task was completed. True, one rat was still clinging to her hair, and seemed reluctant to part with its new owner so quickly. Aiden had no doubt that Adriana would be up to the task, and by successfully completing it, she showed her best side. Soon the boys were already close to the main square of the village, and were in a hurry to get to the main culprit of all their problems. As they ran through the narrow streets, Peter suggested they stop by Harvey's house first to check on him. But right on the road, Peter noticed that there was not a soul around, although at this time there were usually young couples walking here, or people returning home from work. The atmosphere in this empty square immediately seemed strange to him, and it was a little creepy to be here. The village had never been so quiet, and this led the young people to think that the scoundrel had managed to carry out his plan after all. The situation was very different from what it had been 2 days ago, and Adriana, who had lived here all her life, felt it more acutely than others. Suddenly the girl noticed a man passing by and, pointing her finger at him, asked Peter to find out what had happened to him. Without wasting any time, the boy ran up to the stranger and asked what had happened in the village over the past 2 days. But when the stranger turned around, the boy immediately realized that something was wrong with this passerby, because instead of human speech, he heard only his terrible wheezing. Then the stranger croaked that a new creature would soon appear, and from his glassy gaze, Peter realized that he was talking to a zombified resident of his village. The boy even fell to the ground out of fear, and Aiden had already noticed the other villagers nearby who were in the same strange state. They all spoke about the same thing, repeating in unison some vague words about the coming of a new god. It soon became clear that the entire crowd was moving straight towards the center of the square, where Adriana and her friends were located. Within a minute, a whole crowd of them had gathered, and Aiden had no doubt that someone had brought all these people here on purpose. Adriana, of course, tried to bring them to their senses, and shouted loudly for the residents to come to their senses, but all her attempts were in vain. There was no longer a trace of reason in their eyes that would have allowed them to hear her and wake up. Aiden immediately realized that they had been drugged not only by magic, but also by some substance that had entered their blood. Did this guy really feed people poison for fun and go completely crazy because of his damned experiments? However, it was too late to think about this, because they could not fight these people, who essentially did not wish them harm. The best way out was to leave here and find a way to bring these people back to their senses. However, the zombified villagers continued to follow them, repeating the same phrases like clockwork. As the boys ran toward Harvey's house, the pursuers also broke into a run, stretching out their arms in front of them, trying to grab their victims. Soon the entire village could have ended up in this square if the boys had not managed to escape the pursuit. But fortunately, they managed to find shelter. The crowd of pursuers lost their trail, and Peter realized that their lives were now safe. Luckily, right in front of them was a doll workshop, where Harvey was probably located, almost never leaving his workstation. Aiden was the first to burst into the workshop and shouted loudly to the owner that trouble had happened in the village. But what he saw the next moment made him hesitate, because the disaster affected not only the villagers, but also his new friend. Right in front of him, he saw Jim lying on the floor in a pool of blood, and there was no doubt who had attacked the guy. Hoping that Jim was still alive, Aiden called out loudly for him before using his healing magic, which only worked on the living. Luckily, the guy barely opened his eyes and muttered something incoherently, but he didn't look at all like the zombified villagers. Jim then whispered that his teacher needed help urgently, as the villain had attacked him first. And indeed, nearby the guys saw the one who was Hector's main target, and the one he was trying to kill first. It was Harvey, who was also lying on the floor, and it was clear that he had suffered much more than his student. Meanwhile, the culprit of all the troubles was in his estate, and rejoiced that his plan had succeeded. As he had hoped, the plan had worked perfectly, and now Hector was looking at the crown of his labor, which was the creation that had now become alive. All this time he sought to bring the ancient deity back to life with the help of human souls, which were supposed to gather in one place. But the monster that was created did not look like a deity at all, especially since Harvey's severed arm was attached to its right side. After some time, the young healer tightly bandaged Jim's wounds and transferred some of his healing energy to him so that he would recover faster. There were ceramic shards sticking out of different parts of his body, and it was a real miracle that the guy lived until they arrived. First aid was given, but Jim was still too weak to move, so it was worth waiting. However, it remained unclear what was happening to Harvey now, who had lived through a nightmare that you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. After all, this scoundrel tore off his right hand, and it was hard to imagine the suffering the dollmaker experienced. Jim said that 2 days ago, when they lost contact with Aiden, Hector came to their workshop, and a scandal immediately broke out. He offered a deal. If they agreed to cooperate and carry out his dirty orders, he would give the master as much medicine as he needed. Maybe it would have worked before, but now Harvey was so angry with Hector that he simply threw the scoundrel out. It was difficult to recall all the horrors of that day. But, according to Jim, the teacher eventually made a deal, which he later bitterly regretted. Peter thought that this guy was incredibly persistent in achieving his goals, since he managed to persuade even someone who had reason to hate Hector. Aiden wanted to know what Hector demanded from Mr. Harvey in exchange for the promised medicine. It turned out that they were talking about creating a new creature, with which Hector had difficulties, and only Harvey could refine and bring this giant doll to perfection. The master helped Hector with the monster and immediately understood what the problem was. But the essence of the problem turned out to be much more terrible than he expected. Even after finishing the job and helping Hector, Harvey doubted that he had done the right thing, as he knew perfectly well what it could lead to. But the man desperately needed this medicine, because without it, he risked reliving the terrible agony of bleeding that had plagued him for the past few years. However, now that he had received the medicine, the man no longer wanted to have anything to do with such a scoundrel as Hector, and he told him so straight to his face. He didn't care about other problems and he would never come back here again, even if the huge doll broke. Then the guy suddenly stopped and said that Harvey was also sinful, because having inherited the doll workshop, he had to find a replacement for himself. But Harvey still hasn't done it, which means he'll have to pay for his sins by working for Hector for the rest of his life. Harvey decided that the guy had completely lost his mind and warned that one more word, and Hector would have to deal with him personally. But Hector already knew what he would do, and the next second, with one powerful blow, he pierced the teacher's chest through and through. It was hard to believe that the young man could do such a thing, because the one with whom Jim once studied was never the same as he was now. But instead of simply killing the teacher, he used magic, and it became clear that he was up to something terrible. He then pulled the ball of power from Mr. Harvey's chest, which contained his soul, to bring his new doll to life. Looking at the dying master, Hector declared that he was now the best puppeteer in the village, and that soon everyone would see how talented he was. Yes, he really did take the soul, and Jim realized that this madman could kill not only forest animals, but also people for his terrible experiments. The teacher immediately fell to the floor, and Jim rushed at this scoundrel to stop the soul transfer and do at least something. But he didn't succeed, and now Jim had difficulty remembering the last minutes when he saw the master's blood-soaked body. Hector said that he was going to place the teacher's soul into his clay doll, and even cut off Harvey's right hand to use it in creating the monster. Ordinary people can no longer cope with this monster, and all that remains is to hope for a miracle, because even priests cannot resist such magic. The ability to draw out souls was a rare gift, and if a deity appeared in the village soon, it would be able to increase Hector's strength many times over. With this power, Hector will become almost invulnerable, and will be almost indistinguishable from the main boss of the mutants. Yes, it was already too late to ask for help from anyone outside, and Jim, clutching his head, saw no way out. But Aiden was in the room, and he had recently been solving many difficult problems. And if Hector had not yet finished his creation, they still had a chance to stop him. It was strange to hear this from a healer who didn't even have an official permit to work. Although Aiden had long ago proven that he was the best mage in the village, Jim had heard that there was an old abandoned temple underneath the workshop, and that they might need to get there before Hector did. Hector would probably go there first, but Aiden had something in store to brighten up their meeting. It was a crossbow loaded with stone arrows, which Hector would surely like better than his clay toys. And Aiden immediately suggested that they go there right now and make a little noise in a place that had become too quiet in recent days. They were not mistaken, because Hector was indeed in the temple on the lower floor, where it is most convenient to create living dolls. He still hoped to summon the ancient deity, and had already drawn several magic circles near his huge monster. Next to the monster stood a clay figurine of a girl, copying the image of that same ancient goddess. Her face was truly very similar to a goddess, and Hector, using his talent, was able to convey every small feature of her appearance. Hector thought the teacher had done a good job, even though the right hand that Harvey usually used to sculpt the figures was now embedded in a huge monster. Just a little more, and everything will be ready, because Hector tried very hard to make the work perfect. The open oven was already ready to receive the figure of the goddess, and to heat it thoroughly, so that the clay would become hard, and all the parts would be firmly connected. There was very little time left, and soon the figure would be ready to finally take on its appearance and accommodate the souls that Hector had collected for the return of the ancient goddess. Opening the oven doors, the huge monster increased the heat inside, and now nothing stopped Hector from carrying out his crazy plan. Hector was happy, knowing that his life's work was almost finished, and that there was no one in the entire village who could stop him. But he was very wrong, because at that moment Aiden arrived, who didn't like this plan from the very beginning, and he just happened to have a sharp crossbow arrow at hand. The arrow struck the clay figure squarely in the head, and Hector could only watch as his finest creation split in two, its head flying far from its body. Hector had not yet come to his senses and watched in shock as what he had worked on for several years was destroyed in a second. It was unlikely that he would be able to quickly attach his head back, especially under the rain of arrows from the crossbow that Aiden was wielding. At first, a smile even twisted his face, although Hector hardly found it funny, and rather, he simply could not believe that this was not a dream, but reality. But when he came to his senses, he realized that the whole plan had failed, and now his life's work was in danger. And then he noticed 3 human figures above, and realized that here, besides his puppets, there were people capable of having their own opinion and objecting. To be more convincing, Aiden aimed the crossbow at Hector, as it was much easier to prove his case this way. In fact, this scoundrel deserved a good beating long ago, because for the sake of his crazy plan, he was ready to kill dozens of people from the village where he was born and raised. But Aiden, who had recently arrived here, understood better that there was nothing more valuable than human life, and so he became a healer. By the way, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Aiden was glad that their meeting would take place not in a locked room, but in an open place, where everything would be fair. 2 days had passed since their last meeting, but it was unlikely that Hector was as happy now as he had been at the tea party he had once hosted for his guests. But seriously, Adriana, Hector's sister, convinced her brother that he had better stop before it was too late. After all, if he gives up his stupid idea right now, he can save his life and receive forgiveness from those who will judge him in a fair, open court. But Hector was hardly prepared for such a turn of events, and would rather have died on the spot than face human judgment. This young man considered himself the supreme judge, and thought that only he could decide not only the fate of people, but also the fate of the entire city. Until the very end, his sister was on the side of those who came, and Hector was once again convinced that she had betrayed their family. He had long since realized that he needed to break up with a person like Adriana, but the only thing that prevented him from doing so was that they were related. Yes, it was hard for the girl to hear such words, because she had never done anything in her life, even slightly similar to the sins of her brother. After all, just recently he locked his little sister in the basement, treating her as if she were a complete stranger to him. However, he quickly explained that a stupid girl like her should not interfere in her older brother's affairs, especially when he was almost finished with his ritual. But Aiden had one interesting thing in store that could continue the work he had started, and since Hector's statue has already lost its head, the loss of its arms will only add a little fun to this dull, gloomy setting. Immediately after that, Aiden fired straight at where the headless clay statue stood, and the arrow whistled past Hector. But at the last second, Hector shouted at his monster to turn on the protection, realizing that this was the last hope to save the statue. The monster immediately understood the order and was ready to carry it out, as it was close to the statue of the goddess. The monster extended its huge hand and took the blow, and the arrow pierced its enormous clay body. Of course, after such a shot, cracks appeared all over his arm, but for such a giant, this was not at all scary. As Hector expected, his teacher showed an excellent reaction, because it was the teacher's soul that fed energy to this giant who caught the arrow. Well, now it was time to deal with those who had arrived here at the wrong time, and who had also prevented him from completing his ritual. He ordered the monster to crush those nasty guys who broke into his place without asking, and even broke his best clay figurine. Immediately, the monster began to move its huge legs, and it became clear that this creature was much stronger than any wild beast in the Red Forest. He was so huge that any person next to him seemed like a small bug, and besides, the giant was controlled by a real human soul. Even with one hand, he could crush anyone in a second, and the giant swung his arm and was just about to do so. But they all turned out to be very agile, and, having jumped aside, no one was seriously injured. Adriana understood that Harvey most likely felt and was aware of everything that was happening around him. But because of the strong magic, he could not do anything. And even if Harvey's soul was inside the giant, the girl had no choice but to attack the clay monster and destroy it. Without wasting any time, she rushed into the attack and with her first blow tore off the monster's left clay arm, greatly weakening it. Now, the clay giant was left without one arm, and it was up to the rest of her comrades, since Aiden and Peter had not yet said their word either. However, this creation of Hector was not as simple as it seemed at first, and in addition to its size, it possessed a strong magical ability. By stretching out his remaining arm forward, the monster wanted to correct this problem and return to his original appearance. Peter immediately understood what was happening, although he found it difficult to believe that such animated dolls were capable of recovery. But I had to believe my eyes, because the monster really did begin to regenerate the severed limb with the help of its surviving arm. As expected from a giant created by the best doll maker, something like this was bound to happen, and he soon recovered quickly. Of course, Hector was a real madman, since he locked the soul of his teacher in a doll and made an obedient slave out of him. It was strange. Did he really hate the man who taught him this rare art so much? But Hector replied that he had always respected his teacher more than anyone else in the world. All he did was to preserve the teacher's legacy for centuries, and, with the help of his latest creation, he was ready to bring what he had started to completion. Hector seriously believed that the teacher's current body was much better than an ordinary human one, because in the form of a giant clay monster, he could live forever. However, Harvey was now under the complete control of Hector, who ordered him to immediately attack all strangers. Soon, the severed head of the statue was already attached to the body, and this clay image of the goddess again took on its original appearance. It was difficult to do anything about this, because Hector had seriously prepared for this day, and probably foresaw that obstacles might arise on his way. But there was still one untried method left, and having borrowed a weapon from a friend, Aiden was ready to use it. Having activated the all-seeing eye skill, Aiden realized that he first needed to get as close to the giant as possible, so that it couldn't reach him with its huge fists. He saw what parts this monster was made of, and only on the surface it seemed like a solid piece of clay. But in reality, Aiden saw thin seams all over its body. Having seen all the enemy's weak points, he rushed into the attack, deciding to end this problem as quickly as possible. A huge fist of a clay giant immediately flew towards him, apparently having figured out his plan and wanted to stop him. However, Aiden had been agile before, and now, after everything he had been through, he could easily guess any move of the clumsy giant. The very next second he found himself high above the giant and realized that simply breaking his arm was not the best option, and another method was needed. It was necessary to target the main connections of this creature and destroy them before reaching the core in its head. Aiden wanted to quickly break the parts of the monster that could cause the most serious damage in a fight before it had time to repair itself again. Soon, all the limbs on the monster's left side were broken and fell in heavy pieces to the floor. However, the guy was not going to stop there and understood that he needed to deliver the final blow, even if he received a strong counterattack in response. Gathering all his willpower and preparing for the worst, Aiden realized that he needed to be prepared for serious injuries in this fight. All the strength he had managed to accumulate recently was put into action, and the guy really hoped that this would be enough to win this fight. Fortunately, he quickly closed the distance and found himself at the very head of the monster, and all the giant's attempts to knock him down were in vain. And after a series of lightning strikes, almost all of the giant creature's remaining limbs were torn off, which greatly simplified the task and gave it a chance of victory. It was scary to watch from the side, because one blow from this creature could crush Aiden, and only a miracle saved the guy from a direct hit. However, it wasn't just a miracle, but also his honed skills that saved him, because it was for this reason that the guy constantly completed difficult tasks. Peter ran up to his friend, primarily to find out if he was okay and if he needed help, but Aiden simply returned the weapon to Peter, which he had lent briefly, knowing that his friend would soon need it. However, the heroes completely forgot about Hector, who, while they were distracted, had already locked the entire clay statue in a hot oven. Only now did the boys turn around and realize that they were too late and could now face a problem worse than the huge stone monster. And indeed, the statue of the goddess was already in the hot oven, and Hector was soon going to bake her clay body to finally finish what he had started. But Aiden still had the crossbow, and loading a stone arrow, he tried to correct his mistake. He fired 2 arrows and both hit Hector, who was ready to even die to save his best creation. The wounded Hector fell to his knees, feeling pain like any person, and it is difficult to imagine what was going on in the head of this madman who decided to do such a thing. Clutching the arrow tightly in the wound, Hector promised that Aiden would regret what he had done, and that he would never completely forget all the troubles that this damn healer had caused him. However, Aiden came here specifically to have fun, so he suggested not to delay and sort everything out right now. But while Hector was alive, he was not going to stop trying to kill his main enemy, and sharply pulling the arrow from his hand, continued to squeeze the bloody tip. Now Hector will have to finish off Aiden immediately, and since the guy didn't understand the words, he needs to explain it differently. Yes, until today, none of them had seen the true terrible power of Hector. But now, the time had come for it to fully manifest itself. From the magical signs on the floor that he had previously drawn all over the workshop, lumps of clay began to slowly appear, ready to turn into an army of dolls. Hector really did have the ability to create many living dolls, and now he ordered them not to clean the house, but to kill everyone they saw. This ability of Hector's began to anger Aiden, who did not want to waste time and effort on destroying stupid dolls. However, Peter asked to leave it to him, because then he could finally become the battering ram in their team. The number of living dolls did not frighten him at all, since he understood that he was quite capable of cutting down this entire clay army. Moreover, Peter wanted to try out several new abilities in practice, and this training was just what he needed. Peter moved so fast that soon all the living dolls near him were cut in half, and it was clear that he was only gaining speed. The problem was that the dolls kept appearing in different parts of the workshop, although perhaps because Hector was injured, they were becoming weaker. Seeing this, Adria decided to use her destructive power and, directing energy towards the dolls, released a powerful stream of light. However, instead of destroying the dolls, she suddenly realized that she could control them too, giving Aiden a chance to attack the main villain. There was little time left, so it was necessary to quickly finish off Hector, not allowing him to revive the ancient deity. Hector stood by the furnace where his statue was being fired, and Aiden rushed straight towards him. It was at this point that Hector became less attentive, because he was controlling living dolls and could not do everything at once. Hector turned his head and realized that someone who could ruin all his plans was running towards him, and that he needed to do something urgently. With the help of an earthen shield that swirled around him, Hector wanted to hold the guy off until he gained full control over the dolls. Right in front of him, Aiden saw how the earth, which could recently have been blown away by a light wind, turned into strong armor. At first, Aiden thought he could break the shield with his dagger, and he slammed into it at full speed, thrusting the blade forward. But the shield turned out to be very strong not only because of the earth, but also because of the dark magic that Hector used. This could hardly surprise Aiden, who had already fought so many monsters that he had managed to study all possible abilities. Besides, Aiden also had a special skill, and by using it, he hoped to cope with this problem. Soon, the earthen shield blocking the way crumbled into pieces as the sand Aiden had used turned into human bones. Yes, it was a powerful skill, and Hector hardly expected it, although he knew that his enemy's talent was known throughout the area. Now all Hector could do was take the blow that was flying towards him, because this time, he had nothing to stop Aiden from finishing what he started. Aiden charged at the enemy at full speed and thrust his dagger forward, piercing him through. Blood spattered onto the walls, its color the same as the red hair Hector had had since birth. Peter was glad that everything worked out for his friend, although Adria's heart sank at the sight of her brother's suffering. Now it was necessary to quickly break the oven. Otherwise the clay doll would be ready, and the deity would burst out. It was a little strange that Hector had been dispatched so easily, and Aiden knew from experience that powerful enemies always had a backup plan. Hector knew this was going to happen from the start, so Aiden was right to sense something was wrong. Hector grabbed the handle of the stove tightly and pulled it down with all his strength to release the deity for whom he had tried so hard and committed all these nasty things. Turning around, the heroes saw the open door of the oven, from which fire burst out, and they could not understand how Hector, lying nearby, pulled off this trick. However, it was too late to think about this, because soon they would have to meet a creature that was supposed to be stronger than all other monsters. Peter also understood that a creature created from real human souls could possess such power that even his friend would hardly be able to resist it. Then there was a loud explosion at the last second before they saw with their own eyes the living deity in the form of a clay statue. Immediately after the explosion, they saw the very goddess whom Hector worshipped, and for whom he was ready to kill even his teacher. Somehow the door opened by itself, and although everyone understood that it was impossible, it became clear that Hector had been playing with them from the very beginning. Suddenly, near the stove, they saw Hector, who was standing in the same place and smiling broadly in the faces of his enemies. True. Now Hector's body looked completely different, and he began to resemble one of those baked clay figurines that he had been making all his life in his workshop. It was the first time Adriana had seen her brother like this, even though she had witnessed his death with her own eyes just a minute ago. It was clear that this madman had done something, and it seemed that he had left in his old body only a tiny part of his soul, which was only enough for movement. Hector tore out the rest, the larger part of his soul, and transferred it to a clay doll, which was now his new body. Yes, he really did pull off this trick and create a new body for himself. But it remained unclear how he managed to tear his own soul out of the body. However, now it was no longer important, because Hector had managed to achieve the goal for which he had risked the lives of all the inhabitants of the settlement. The ancient deity, molded by him from clay and having absorbed dozens and perhaps hundreds of human souls into its clay body, stood right next to them. Perhaps even their friends were among these unfortunate souls, who now had only to feed this clay monster with their power. A few seconds later, the clay statue came to life and, firmly gripping the edge of the oven, began to slowly climb out of the blazing heat. Now, everyone saw that the appearance of the revived goddess was exactly like the images in ancient manuscripts. Her face was truly beautiful, and it was hard to believe that such a beauty could have committed those terrible deeds during her life for which this scoundrel had revived her. Hector rejoiced, for he had not only revived the goddess in her clay body, but had also become as clay-like as she. He even fell to his knees, realizing that the work of his whole life was completed, which meant that all his efforts were not in vain. Bowing before her, he began to beg the goddess to help him, and first of all, to deal with those who could interfere with them. He had waited so long for her return to Earth that he now really hoped for the help of the goddess, and was ready to do anything just to earn her trust. Hector congratulated her with all his heart on the fact that she had once again become the goddess of this land, and would be able to live as she had hundreds of years ago. And indeed, Adriana saw before her a goddess very similar to the one who once founded their settlement, and became the main protector of the local people. But Hector would hardly rest as long as his enemies were alive, because Ada would certainly try to stop him again. He called the boys terrible sinners who had interfered with the sacred rite of resurrection of the goddess, and asked her to punish them with death. Immediately after these words, the animated statue slowly moved towards Aiden and his friends, and it was unclear whether it would fulfill the Mad Master's order. Peter thought that it was the same clay doll that could be smashed to pieces, and it did not seem more dangerous to him than the other monsters that they had already defeated more than once. However, this could only be tested in battle, so Aiden ordered everyone to get ready and be on guard. At that moment, the living statue slowly raised its hand, ready to do what Hector had brought it back to life for. Then, pointing her hand in their direction, she released such a powerful stream of dark energy that anyone else in the boys' place would have burned to ashes from one blow. However, Aiden immediately felt his own mind begin to cloud over, and it became clear that the goddess was capable of suppressing a person's will. Adriana's sword immediately fell from her hands, as the wave of energy was so powerful that it controlled the movements of everyone around her, especially those whose inner strength was weak. It was the first time Peter had encountered such a monster, and he felt his body become heavy, as if he was being pressed into the ground. This was probably exactly what Jim had warned Aiden about when he told him about the history of his region and the power of the ancient deity that once protected the locals. Her gift of weakening the mind was a special skill of divine beings, which made it so difficult for them to resist. Besides, her strength was immediately breathtaking, and Peter could only hope that their leader, Aiden, had it easier than he did. Aiden, as always, made a joke about his imminent death, although it was clear from his appearance that he was holding up better than the others. However, now was no time for jokes. The deity was already gathering the first charge of energy in his hand, capable not only of subjugating their will, but also of bringing destruction. When the deity released this ball towards the enemies, it became clear that it would be impossible to dodge, and all that remained was to hope that the blow would not be fatal. However, Aiden wouldn't be himself if he hadn't foreseen this outcome, and saved a couple of excellent skills for the end. And so it happened, and grabbing his friends by both hands, Aiden prepared to instantly move, leading them out of the line of fireball impact. Luckily, at the last second, Aiden managed to jump them to a safe distance, and the fireball crashed into where they had just been standing. The deity expended a lot of energy on this blow, but it was clear that this newly born creature had enough energy for dozens more such powerful attacks. Instead of a simple trace of the impact, a huge crater formed in that place. And if Aiden had hesitated even for a moment, they would never have seen each other alive. The wave of divine power was full of energy available only to ancient creatures, and it became clear that Hector had managed to mold a real monster from his clay creations. However, there was something more terrible than the crater nearby, and Peter immediately noticed how badly his friend was injured. Aiden's arm was so badly burned that even such a strong guy was in serious danger. Without wasting a second, Aiden immediately used his healing power, trying to stop the bleeding first so he could continue the fight. Although the wound had weakened him, Aiden, having recovered somewhat, was still able to fight the deity standing opposite him. In ancient times, half of the settlement's inhabitants were subordinate to this goddess. She kept them under hypnosis and could call for help at any moment. Compared to her golden age, she was much weaker now, which meant the guys still had a chance to win. Hearing these conversations from afar, Hector only laughed at the hero's naive belief in victory. He warned that if any of them came to their senses right now and decided to become his follower, he would spare the daredevil and take them under his protection. Moreover, he needed protection for future clay products, which over time would be filled with human souls. But Peter would never have agreed to become a slave, and would have chosen death rather than such a miserable fate. Having heard the refusal and realizing that there was nothing more to say, Hector ordered the goddess he had created from clay to destroy these fools who had missed their last chance. Having picked up Adriana, who had lost consciousness from the first wave of energy, Aiden realized that it was time to run away before it was too late. But at that very moment, another fireball was already flying towards them, and having struck, threw them to the far end of the workshop. Having collapsed onto the stone floor, Peter did not immediately come to his senses, realizing that for the second time in a few minutes, he had been incredibly lucky. After all, the second crater turned out to be no smaller than the first, and the guys who were lucky enough to survive again saw their whole lives flash before their eyes. Fighting this force was as pointless as trying to defeat a typhoon or tsunami alone, so it was necessary to prepare well first. Like other forces that were beyond the power of mere humans, divine beings were wiser to avoid. However, if they had escaped, this settlement in Peter's native land would have been defenseless, and would soon have been wiped off the face of the earth. However, danger threatened not only this settlement, but the entire world if the goddess gained sufficient power. Soon she will be able to absorb souls from all around and will try to capture the western node of the continent, after which its days will be numbered. Besides, running away was never in Aiden's nature, because if he did, he would never know the limits of his true power. And if they had managed to somehow seize the initiative in the battle, perhaps they would have defeated a creature that no one had ever been able to defeat before. Of course, the sight of a goddess, full of power and recently reborn, could frighten anyone, and Aiden was no exception. However, at that moment he again heard the inner voice, the same one that had already sounded once when his life was hanging by a thread. The voice seemed to come from the magical seal on his hand, which wanted to help this time too. The voice told Aiden to use the power of his left hand, assuring him that this was the only way he could win this fight. It was just a pity there was little time, because the goddess had already begun a new attack, preparing the next fireball. The fireball flew straight towards Aiden, as the goddess saw him as the main threat to herself. This time, however, Aiden did not budge, and trusting in his new power, he was ready to risk everything. He saw death itself rushing straight at him, but, as if looking it in the eye, he stood firmly on his feet. Peter screamed at the top of his lungs at his friend to jump back, because in a moment the ball was going to hit him right away. The moment the magic ball was just centimeters away from Aiden, he prepared to use the power that the mysterious system had bestowed upon him. When he put his palm forward, the ancient seal on it suddenly spread throughout his entire hand, and Aiden felt unprecedented power for the first time. From the outside, it seemed as if the sun had descended to Earth, because such a bright flash could have blinded one or even burned one to ashes. Watching from the sidelines, Hector could only laugh at how this fool continued to fight instead of simply joining his side. This guy should have known his place and kept his head down. Then he wouldn't have had to face a force he couldn't match. But it was still too early to rejoice, because what he saw after that seemed like a real miracle. That dangerous fireball, which hit its target perfectly, failed to injure not only Aiden, but didn't even touch any of his team. The guy continued to stand in the same position and, with his palm outstretched, seemed ready to take at least 10 more such blows. It was hard to believe that a mere man could repel a blow filled with divine power. But that is exactly what everyone saw now. Even after taking on all the divine wrath, the guy not only survived, but also saved all his mana for the next attack. The damage received was so small that it seemed as if the guy didn't feel anything at all and perceived what was happening as simple fun. It was unclear why Aiden suddenly received new powers without completing another quest, since it was usually for quests that he received such rewards. And although the goddess herself was now against him, using her most powerful ability, Aiden felt that the worst was already over. Now it's time to warm up a bit and try out your new attack skill. After making sure that all his friends were okay, the boy was eager to try out his new attacking abilities, which were probably just as strong as his defense. Peter thought that if his friend had such skills, he should have told him about them earlier, because, as always, he was the last to know everything. Hector was furious that some man had been able to parry his mistress's blow, and he knew the whole plan was in jeopardy. At first it seemed incredible, but it was hard to argue with the fact that the guy was still alive. Seeing another fiery projectile flying towards them, Aiden ordered his friends to immediately find cover, as he had to protect them. Protecting his comrades was his main task, and if necessary, the guy was ready to give his life for them. In other words, they had to leave so as not to interfere with Aiden's fight and not put themselves in danger. For the first time, Peter had to leave the battlefield, but he promised to take care of the girl and wished his faithful friend good luck. Having picked up the girl in his arms, Peter looked back for a while, hoping that his friend, as always, would cope. But Hector couldn't bear the thought of letting the two escape, especially since Peter had his own sister in his arms. However, all the powers of the deity were directed only at Aiden, and it could not break apart and act everywhere at the same time. The guy put his palm forward again, hoping that the defense would work as well as last time. The protective force manifested as a powerful energy dome around Aiden, stopping the next blow. At some point, Aiden realized that he was no longer afraid of the terrible energy that was rushing towards him at great speed. Perhaps the goddess weakened because Hector's faith in success was also gradually diminishing. And if so, then the power of the deity was directly dependent on the feelings of Hector, his creator. Gods rarely value followers they consider mere puppets, and Hector seemed to be just such a puppet for the power he created. Moreover, in appearance Hector now resembled his creation, since his appearance was created from clay, since he no longer had a human body. Hector could never forgive the one who dared to challenge his power, and so he attacked Aiden again, just as he had twice before. However, this time Aiden wasn't going to just stand there, and it was time to finally show his strength in attack. With a dexterous leap, he soared high into the air and quickly approached the face of the giant clay goddess. Having caught up with her, Aiden realized that their strength was now approximately equal, which meant that the outcome of the duel had not yet been decided. Aiden had already managed to study his opponent's strengths, but she did not yet know his true power. She was yet to find out, and Aiden swung his dagger with all his might, striking straight at the goddess's protective dome. The guy understood that it would not be easy to break through this dome, because it was created from the most powerful divine energy. But he did not lose hope and continued to hit one point, hoping to break the defense at some point. The red light that this energy shield emitted was very similar to the one the boy saw in the battle with the stone monster, and he hoped for a similar outcome. He was not mistaken, and after several blows the dome really did shatter into small pieces, leaving the goddess defenseless. Finally, the boy had a chance to attack the living statue, and, putting his blade forward, he rushed straight towards it. But at that moment, a weapon appeared in the goddess's hand that she had not used before. Aiden didn't expect that in addition to fireballs, she also had a blade, which she wielded superbly. Now they were about to engage in close combat, and no protection would separate them any longer. Watching from afar, Peter couldn't help but be amazed at how his friend still didn't back down, even when fighting this powerful goddess. The next moment, Aiden struck his opponent's blade with great force, and from the outside it might have seemed that he had even managed to seize the initiative. But the goddess remained calm, because her opponent was just a man with disabilities. However, no matter how strong she was, this creature was just a puppet in the hands of its creator, and Hector himself had the same human limitations as Aiden. The power of a puppet is useless if the one who controls it has a weak will and is not ready to go all the way, but the same couldn't be said about Aiden, because from the moment he appeared in this world, he promised himself not to deviate from the chosen path, no matter what it cost him. Today was the very day when he could prove it in practice, especially since the faith of his friends gave him strength. But Hector's faith faded with every second, because he saw with his own eyes how the goddess's blade fell from her hands and flew down. Now the goddess was left unarmed. Her protective dome was no longer active, and she had no other protection except her own clay body. In fact, the guy could easily break this clay doll, but he didn't know if it would be safe or if it would explode. Remembering the faces of all those who had once believed in him, Aiden was most afraid that Hector would turn them into his obedient dolls, just as he had intended. He remembered well how difficult it had been for them to survive when they and that wonderful family had swum across the pond and encountered a terrible underwater monster. And right now, the souls of all these people were stored inside this creature, which meant that by destroying it, he risked killing his loved ones as well. The guy's main hope now was to at least try to break the connection between the resurrected goddess and that idiot below who controlled her every step. If he succeeds, the goddess will no longer obey Hector and will be able to awaken to fulfill her true purpose. All that remained was to understand how to break this connection and what was the secret of controlling such a powerful creature. Realizing that there was no other way out, the guy decided to try to directly convince Hector to come to his senses and stop doing evil. Turning to Hector, he shouted loudly from above that his mistress wished to convey a message to her faithful servant. Being next to her, he already understood that she had not wanted to fight him from the very beginning. But could a clay doll go against the will of its creator? Having activated the all-seeing eye, the guy tried to look into the very essence of the living statue and understand where its soul was, with which he had been communicating all this time. However, this was not easy, because Hector had taken care in advance that no one could interfere with his best creation, which he wanted to make his faithful doll. But then, looking closely, Hector realized that the guy had found a way to directly influence the mind of the goddess, which just a minute ago was subordinate only to him. But it was too late to think about this, because Aiden already understood that he only needed to break the invisible threads that bound the living statue. And the very next second, Aiden, with one wide swing, cut all the red threads that were preventing the goddess from freeing herself from Hector. Right now, Hector saw with his own eyes how all his hopes were destroyed as the red thread was broken under the sharp edge of his enemy's blade. Immediately after this, the appearance of the goddess began to change, and the dried clay gradually began to take on the appearance of healthy skin. She didn't yet look like a real person, but it was clear that she would no longer remain the obedient doll that she had been returned to this world. And then she finally opened her eyes, saw everything she had done, and realized what horrors she could have committed next. If not for this guy's intervention. Aiden continued to stand in front of her, hoping that they would never have to fight each other again, but would fight shoulder to shoulder. When the goddess transformed, releasing a wave of energy, the boy jumped back, but realized that this was not an attack, but her reaction to being freed from slavery. The true form of the freed goddess appeared before Aiden, and he realized that saving her was the main purpose for which he came here. Now she no longer posed a threat to peaceful people, and was about to do what she had lived for many centuries ago. After a short time, she descended to Earth, and no longer seemed like the formidable killer she had been at the beginning of her revival. Now a smile appeared on her face, and the first thing she wanted to do was thank the man who helped her free herself from Hector's shackles. It was thanks to Aiden that she was able to awaken, and now her mind was free from Hector, who was pursuing his own selfish goals. As usual, the guy said that there was no need to thank him, because he simply did what anyone in his place should have done. Looking around, the goddess realized that in her unconsciousness, she had almost destroyed everything around her, and almost killed the very people who had helped her awaken. Huge craters from her destructive shots still gaped around, and it was scary to imagine what would have happened to anyone who hadn't managed to dodge. Watching her, Peter realized that soon it would be possible to come out of hiding, because the goddess would now fight on their side, and not against Aiden. The goddess was very sorry that she could not awaken faster, exposing not only this young man, but also all his friends to such danger. She immediately sensed that there were people nearby who needed help, and, gathering powerful energy of restoration in her hand, she was ready to direct it throughout the workshop. After that, she released beams of her healing energy, which instantly reached the place where Peter and Adriana were hiding. And indeed, Peter soon felt his strength return, and Adriana's wounds also began to gradually heal. Immediately after this, the girl opened her eyes. Spiritual energy completely restored her, and she was able to remember what happened a moment before losing consciousness. Looking at his hands, Peter couldn't believe that his body was healed, as if there had been no fight. Adriana's body also healed with serious wounds, although Peter had previously asked her not to worry about him, promising to take care of himself. Looking at the goddess, Aiden thought that she was truly special, because usually gods are arrogant and demand worship from people. But she was so kind to them that the guy immediately remembered the ancient prophecy describing her as the protector of all people on Earth. Only Hector could not come to terms with what was happening until the very end, because he brought this goddess back to life not at all to help people. First of all, he wanted her to help him, since it was he who raised her from the dead and gave her the opportunity to live again. But he did this only to use divine power for his own purposes, so it is unlikely that she would have been happy about such a rescue. At that moment, Peter ran out of hiding, wanting nothing more than to take revenge on this villain who had almost gotten them all killed. However, the goddess herself did not want revenge, and despite the fact that Hector had committed a great sin, she did not wish him death. She still saw him as nothing more than a stupid child, and could not condemn the actions of a simple man who was by nature weak and too trusting. And then, with a smile on her face, she said that no mother could hate her child, because that was how the goddess treated all people in the world. Aiden must have been unconscious for too long or hit something, because his head was spinning from what he heard if it was true. At that moment, Hector realized that he had not been mistaken, and that the goddess really was the all-forgiving mother of humanity. He shouted loudly to her that all these people were interfering with her resurrection, and that he alone had laid down his own life on the altar for her sake. Therefore, she had to obey him, because he loved her more than anyone in the world, and was ready to do anything to bring her back into this world. For some reason, the guy still thought that she would punish these people and take their lives for all their sins. But the goddess looked at this scoundrel in such a way that it became clear how offended she was because she could not instill reason in him. She then said that she forgave this stupid child. But this did not mean that all his bad deeds were forgotten. After all, he had destroyed so many lives that in her eyes, he was the most terrible sinner she had ever met in her entire existence. Coming closer to him and placing her hand on his shoulder, she reminded him once again that he, this poor child, had committed the most serious sin. And the biggest sin was that Hector tried to bring her back from the dead, although this should never have been done. It was strange to hear such words from her, because any living creature in the world would like to live a second life. And it was unlikely that the goddess was an exception. It was precisely because of the desire to resurrect her that he began to make clay sculptures, because even as a child, he dreamed of recreating the goddess and returning her to this world. Since the power of his settlement was insufficient for this purpose, the guy had to destroy the sect and take its energy for his revival ritual. He also admitted that the sect members hated him, so Hector had his own reasons for wanting to get even with them. After listening to this long story, the goddess placed her hands on the shoulders of the unfortunate sinner and said that she had never felt such hatred towards him as he thought. After all, a parent can't hate their children, and this is exactly what she talked about with Aiden at the very beginning. The life of this deity was very hard because her beloved children lost themselves and became obedient dolls instead of being free. Gradually, the guy began to guess what the goddess was leading to and even recoiled from her out of fear. He realized that she didn't hate people and didn't want to come back to life at all, which meant that everything he had done was in vain. Yes, being a complete fool is always bad, especially if that fool had enormous destructive power in his hands. Only a villain, hiding behind the name of a god to create chaos, could do what Hector did today. In trying to bring the goddess back to life, he condemned to death all those people whom she had protected in life. With this act, he broke the heart of a woman who lived for people then and was ready to live for them now. Hector couldn't hold back his tears after hearing the truth from the goddess, as her words confirmed what Aiden had said earlier. He fell to his knees, begging the goddess for forgiveness, but the realization came to him too late. Hector finally realized how wrong he was, and how he had chosen the wrong goal, thinking that he was doing all this for the sake of bringing peace back to the earth. He swore he just couldn't figure it out before, but now was the time when things could still be fixed. However, Aiden had waited too long for this moment, and now, instead of sympathy and repentance, he wanted to hit this bastard with all his might. But Aiden understood that even if he killed Hector right now, order would not return to the city, which meant that it would be just another bad deed. At least that evil would not happen again, so there was some sense in his actions after all. For the first time in his life, death was so close to Hector when he saw in the hand of his opponent a dagger glowing with the red light of the goddess. With her permission, Aiden attacked Hector with one blow, which was enough to pierce through his new body. At the last second, Hector begged the goddess not to abandon him and to save his life, just as he had brought her back into existence. But now it was too late to ask for forgiveness, because the main threat to this world was the very man whom Aiden had just stabbed with his dagger. All the destruction that Hector had already caused had to be somehow repaired, and this task fell to Aiden immediately after the massacre. Just in case, Aiden asked the goddess whether he should have left Hector alive or whether he had done the right thing. The deity calmly replied that this child had made too many mistakes, and even if she forgave him, other people would never forget them. Although the goddess was mentally prepared for this, it was still painful for her to see the death of her child, which happened right before her eyes. However, in this workshop, she was not the only one who was hurt by the death of Hector, because his sister Adriana stood next to her. Tears flowed from Adriana's eyes, because no matter how bad her brother was in life, he still remained the only person close to her. The goddess understood that this girl must be in even more pain than she was, and that she needed to somehow calm her soul and ease her suffering a little. After that, she hugged Adriana tightly, and together they experienced the loss of a man who had strayed from the right path, which led him to such a sad end. The goddess understood how hard it was for this girl to lose her brother, just like any other sister, and shared her pain. However, she was glad that Hector did not have time to do even more evil, and this beautiful girl remained alive after today's brutal battle. It was hard to imagine what Adriana was feeling right now, but it was clear that she was very similar to this goddess. Perhaps there was some secret in this too, but the young people were to find out about this a little later. Now Aiden had several questions that had been bothering him for a long time. Too much had accumulated that required verification, and the guy hoped that thanks to the goddess, he would finally learn the truth that had long been hidden from him. Of course, since this guy was the first person in history who saved her life, she was ready to answer all his questions. Aiden was sure that all the trials he had experienced had not been in vain for him, and he needed to learn about the administrator who had transported him to this new dimension. However, it would be better to talk in private, because such information would certainly greatly surprise his friends and they would then torment him with questions. To protect their conversation from prying ears, the goddess had an excellent means, which Aiden knew nothing about yet. Suddenly, an invisible protection appeared around them, through which nothing could be seen from the outside, and now they could calmly talk about everything. And indeed, if you look from the side, it seemed as if a bright cloud of light had simply appeared in that place, but those who were in its center were not visible. The goddess was able to easily put up a barrier, so that now not only could she not be seen, but it was also impossible to hear a word of their conversation. It seemed like a separate place, and the guy was once again convinced of the enormous power of the gods. The goddess must have known that the boy came from another world, and this was the main question that worried Aiden. He decided to ask her directly about the most important thing, because no one else knew the answers to his difficult questions. More than anything, he wanted to return to his home world, using the power he had already accumulated here. Hearing this, the goddess suddenly laughed, realizing that the guy turned out to be simpler than she had first thought. Then she explained that divine power was needed to travel between worlds, but she herself had spent too much energy, and now could not arrange such a transition. However, if the boy had asked another powerful god for help, he might have been able to persuade him to help him return home. However, this could be more difficult than Aiden thought, since in order to move to another world, you need to know its exact location. Finding the location of his world wasn't that difficult, but by human standards it would have taken a very long time. And then she added that it would take several hundred years to find the right place. And the guy was not going to argue that this was too long for a person. If he came to this world at someone's call, then the one who called him must also know the way back. That is why no one who ended up in this world was able to return. And now Aiden will have to work with the administrator, no matter how much he wants to. Besides this, the guy had one more question, one clarification, and he would like to ask it if the goddess did not mind. Aiden didn't understand how the goddess could fit into the window of state that popped up before his eyes every day. Since his arrival in this world, he had encountered many different creatures, but none of them could do anything similar. In fact, it is not surprising that no one could fit in there, because this system was created by a being of incredible power. This was intended from the very beginning, because only the goddess could reduce her appearance to the size of a system window. Plus, it was recorded in that status window, which allowed her to do it without any problems. No one but her and the other higher gods could have done this, because the creator simply would not have allowed them to use this opportunity. This is why Aiden was able to record the left hand, which was the last relic found, directly in the system window. Then there remained only one question. Who really was the administrator of the entire system? After all, if receiving sacred objects was the main condition for registering a god in the system, then why didn't his hand appear in the list of achievements? When Aiden received other sacred items, the recording did not occur and he could not do anything about it. Only in the case of his crossbow did status somehow intervene. But this was more of an exception than a rule. After looking closely at the core in the boy's hand, the goddess explained that this hand was just an ordinary sacred object with the power of a god. The will of the goddess was contained in this hand, and that is why Aiden saw exactly the same seal on his relic. And the crossbow, similar to the one the boy had, contained within it a divine will that slept inside, and only occasionally showed up at the right moment. In addition, divine beings left behind sacred objects imbued with their will, and it was these kinds of things that Aiden mostly found. Therefore, it would be more correct to say that all these objects stored the will of the forgotten god, his power and special divine energy. And indeed, Looking into his bag, the guy immediately recognized the items that the system rewarded him with after each completed task. Moreover, all the broken signs on them had been repaired, although it was difficult to say why this happened now. Gradually, he began to understand that all these relics were accumulating the will of the gods, so that Aiden could later use them in real battles. Thanks to the goddess, he was able to learn a lot, and she too was glad that she was able to help her savior. And then he suddenly asked her seriously about what really happened to the settlement in the past. After all, she sacrificed her life to protect all the people of the village who were in mortal danger. Closing her eyes, she honestly said that she could not clearly remember the past, and for her everything seemed to be hidden in a thick fog. This may have been due to the fact that her resurrection was not entirely complete, as Hector used simple clay to bring her back to life. However, she remembered exactly who she fought in her last battle and by whose hands she died. It was a terrible day when two opposing forces met, and the goddess, of course, fought for the light. And she will never forget the creature that fought against her, because it was he who had the strength to kill her. She still remembered his appearance and the powerful force that filled each of his blows. Listening to her story, Aiden understood that if he had to meet that creature, then even his abilities would hardly be enough to survive. Perhaps her opponent, unlike the goddess, was still in the same form and remembered his old rival. If you think about it, the deity who fought with this girl could also be reborn after death, and perhaps even the administrator who sent Aiden to this world was one of these forgotten gods and hid his true appearance behind the system window. Of course, he did not seriously think that it was the god who fought with the goddess who was the very administrator responsible for all his troubles. But the guy had no doubt that the gods had been waging a century-long war among themselves. And perhaps this invisible war was still going on even now. Perhaps Aiden had learned much of what he wanted, and now it was time for him to continue on his own path. Besides, the friends were probably already tired of waiting for Aiden outside, and if they stayed a little longer, Peter, as usual, would start to worry and look for his friend. Peter waited until the barrier disappeared and was angry that the two had disappeared for so long. If Peter doesn't find out what they talked about behind the barrier, he will pester Aiden with questions out of intense curiosity. But if this guy understands why the gods disappeared and were forgotten, he will also be able to find out the main reason why their war started. Maybe he will finally understand why the administrator collected the will of the gods, and why he sent him to this place. When he finally learns the real reason for his presence here, he will force everyone responsible for his suffering to submit to him. The guy's look clearly spoke of a desire for revenge many times stronger, and he would definitely do it at the first opportunity. At the same time, somewhere in this space, someone was watching him from the same system window from which the messages came. This creature itself really wanted to meet him and was looking forward to this meeting. And yes, Aiden would definitely be very surprised if he found out that this creature was actually a girl. Soon they reached the village and saw ahead a workshop, the owner of which had recently died. Outside the estate, there was an eerie silence, and half the inhabitants were still poisoned. Looking at this, the goddess thought with regret that because of her, many children became orphans and had a hard time accepting her inability to change anything. It might not be too late to revive Mr. Harvey, but if Aiden had taken it upon himself to do so, he would have had a very difficult time. Even if they somehow brought his soul back, there would be nowhere for it to live, as Mr. Harvey's body had long since gone cold. Adriana will probably never see her friends and her beloved sister, whom she missed very much, again. But now she had a goddess by her side, capable of replacing her sister and all the loved ones she had lost so terribly. The goddess asked the girl not to cry, because Adriana could not change what had happened anyway. Coming closer, the goddess reminded Adriana that she had done everything possible and could be proud of her courage. Now she had to entrust all her problems to someone who could handle the most difficult tasks. Moreover, in front of her was not just a girl, but a real goddess, born 1,000 years ago. Moreover, she was the protector of this village, and from the very beginning fought for the life of every one of its inhabitants. Then everyone saw a magic circle flare up around the goddess, followed by a whirlwind of wind and colorful leaves. Everyone felt how the atmosphere changed, and the life force emanating from the goddess seemed to revive the place. Then, in the air, where people had recently been standing, a white glow began to appear. A few seconds later, figures of the villagers appeared in the place of the glow. Could she really have brought them all back to life? It was hard to believe, but it seemed like the guys were just now witnessing the actual resurrection of the dead. If Aiden was talking about this kind of resurrection of the dead, then Peter had seen it for the first time in his life. Raising the dead was one of the 3 greatest taboos for humans, and something no mortal could fully achieve. Only gods could perform such miracles. But fortunately, it was precisely such a goddess who now became their faithful friend. Now, everyone would be able to return to their previous lives, and Adriana did not believe that the returned goddess was capable of such miracles. Adriana was very happy, realizing that the goddess had not deceived her from the very beginning, and had really done what she had promised. However, what happened the next second could spoil all of Adriana's joy, because the good goddess began to gradually change her appearance. Then she began to slowly melt into the air, as if changing places with the revived villagers. It was difficult to understand what was happening, but Aiden, watching from afar, was already beginning to guess why the goddess was leaving them. After all, her current appearance was created from the souls of the villagers, and by reviving them, she gave her own life in exchange. Since the dead were brought back to life, their souls were returned to their place. And for the goddess herself, this meant only one thing. Having lost her power, she will soon disappear without a trace as soon as the last villager returns to life. Only after getting used to her new friend and falling deeply in love with her did Adriana realize that she was losing someone close to her again. Although they barely knew each other, Adriana already knew that she would give a lot to stay close to this goddess forever. But the goddess's voice, growing quieter, asked her not to be sad, because she was simply returning everything to the way it was. Looking at her, the guy could not understand how one could love people so much that he would give his life for them. But it is natural for parents to love their children, so there was nothing strange in such a sacrifice. Yes, parents should live for the joy of their children, and not just exist, resigned to their death. Listening to this, the guy did not understand why he should sacrifice himself for others if he could just live, especially after receiving a second chance. Finally, the goddess wanted to say a few words to Aiden, who came from another world. She said that after her disappearance, Aiden would no longer be able to use the power she had recently lent him in combat. Skills that required the strength of his left hand would become useless to him, and it was worth preparing for this. After all, the relic will become a simple stone, and the village will return to its former life. Yes, the guy was a little upset to lose such an excellent skill, which he had already become accustomed to and considered irreplaceable. So, in order for Aiden to continue using his skills after she left, something else had to be done. Then the guy saw the same system window in front of him, but now it was glowing not blue, but bright red. The goddess reminded him that he could easily customize all these skills for himself if he tried and believed in his own strength. Looking at the system screen, the guy suddenly realized that both of his main skills could indeed be customized if he put in the effort and spent a few days on it. In addition, his skills were changed, but the goddess, unfortunately, did not have time to explain in more detail how exactly they would help him. Peter had previously considered her the best goddess, but now he was sure that he had never met anyone kinder than this girl. Turning to them, the goddess wanted to say a few words of farewell, including to Peter, but her speech was unintelligible. At one point, Peter even thought that this unintelligible speech was swearing, but Aiden immediately objected that the goddess was not capable of such a thing. Having finished her unintelligible speech, the goddess realized that she was seeing these people for the last time and would not be reborn, having found eternal peace. One could understand Adriana, who could no longer hold back her tears, because the goddess was saying goodbye to them forever, and now they would have to take care of themselves. Aiden will no longer receive quests from the Adventurers Guild in this area, as the old forest will soon be gone. Monsters will continue to freely attack civilians, so now only the guys can defend this place. The goddess sincerely believed in them, and asked them to gather all their strength to overcome the upcoming difficulties together. Wishing them happiness, she said that she would always consider them her children, and watch over them from the sky, rejoicing at their every success. Immediately after this, such a bright light flashed in the air that Adriana quickly turned away so as not to be blinded. Looking where the goddess had just been, Adriana promised to fulfill her last order, which from that moment on became the main goal of her life. They could still hear her fading voice, and in it echoed the words that the goddess loved them with all her heart, like her own children. It was a very touching moment, and it was hard for the guys to see it, especially for Adriana, who had already gotten used to the goddess. If the administrator were even slightly as kind as this goddess, they would have returned to Earth long ago. But still, each of them still had recent achievements, and Aiden finally got his fourth skill. A new message immediately appeared in the system window for Aiden, explaining what had happened. It turned out that creating a strong skill required a lot of energy from the goddess, and she gave it all to help Aiden. That's why she completed the most difficult task for him, and he received the fourth skill as a reward. The goddess apologized in the message for spending his experience points without permission, but she simply didn't have time to ask. In addition, the item the goddess received as a reward for the quest was placed into his inventory. But then he suddenly became angry, realizing that she did it on purpose, because he himself would never have been able to cope with that task. In her last second before disappearing, there was only one more gesture of declaration of love, although the guy now only waved his fist after her. However, the new skill that Aiden received for free needed to be tested urgently, although it was already clear that he was much stronger than the others. It was the Hand of Horus, which could even pull the soul out of a living being, and the guy could control it like his own hand. Now it became clear why this skill could act instead of the left hand, because the goddess did this so that Aiden could again use the power of that artifact. He thought that this ability was somehow connected with the hawk, but he himself had never seen a live hawk on the entire continent. He would soon be able to experience firsthand what the new skill was capable of, as Aiden was right where he was supposed to be after returning from Hector's workshop. Mr. Harvey was already shouting at him with all his might, because Aiden, instead of treating, suddenly began to think about something of his own. Yes, Mr. Harvey, as usual, was loudly indignant, because everyone else had long recovered, but he was still bedridden. It seemed that no one but Aiden had seen this ghostly Hand of Horus, so he could heal with it just as he was used to doing before. The good news was that the skill allowed one to work with souls, and with its help, one could not only extract them, but also return them back to people's bodies. This is what Aiden did, although first he had to extract the alien soul that Hector had placed in Mr. Harvey. For the patient himself, this was a rather painful procedure, but his case was too complex and there was no other way out. Aiden then extracted the alien soul and showed it to Mr. Harvey, explaining that it belonged to another person. This new skill, which allowed him to work directly with souls, replaced Aiden's previous divine power, which had disappeared along with the goddess. This is precisely why a new ability was created, for which the goddess paid with Aiden's experience points. Aiden reminded Mr. Harvey that his case was very serious, so he would have to be patient for a little while longer. Because Mr. Harvey's soul was used as a power source for the massive monster, it was severely damaged and will now require time to recover. In response, Mr. Harvey stated that he was not stupid and understood everything, and demanded that Aiden simply get down to treatment instead of unnecessary talk. But Aiden set a condition. If Mr. Harvey agreed to help his team, he would provide treatment for free. Aiden explained that the villagers would soon have new problems due to the disappearance of divine protection, and it was Mr. Harvey who had to help. The divine protection that protected the local residents disappeared along with the goddess, and now monsters can easily attack the village. Therefore, if Mr. Harvey places his giant dolls for protection and teaches the villagers to make the same, the monsters will not be able to break into the village. More than anything, Mr. Harvey didn't want to share his doll-making secrets with these people who didn't know anything about it. But Aiden warned that if the master refused, there would be no free treatment, and this doll maker would never be able to afford the price for a paid one. It seemed Mr. Harvey had no choice, and gritting his teeth, he still agreed to Aiden's proposal. But the guy immediately warned him that if Mr. Harvey tried to deceive him after the successful completion of the case, he would still not succeed. After all, then the guy himself will send Mr. Harvey to the next world to his favorite student, and Harvey is unlikely to like such a neighborhood. Yes, this argument sounded very convincing, and Mr. Harvey once again thought about whether it was worth deceiving this guy. Having received Mr. Harvey's consent, the guy got down to business and first of all began to glue together the scattered and distorted pieces of his soul. It was only necessary to pour in a special soul substance, which was necessary for connecting these parts and acted as glue. At some point, it became clear that the guy had actually accomplished this task, even though he had only acquired the necessary skill quite recently. Having completed all the necessary steps, the guy announced that Mr. Harvey could now move again, and everything had gone well. The necessary soul substance was already in the guy's inventory, so the treatment was carried out quickly and without delays. At that moment, the door opened and a female figure appeared in the doorway, announcing that some lady was looking for the guy right now. Suddenly, instead of gratitude, Aiden heard only a new round of abuse from this unpleasant man. In the guest hall of the Adventurers Guild building, the young man received payment for the work he had done, and was pleased with the honor bestowed upon him. The money was very useful, so the guy quickly put the wallet in the inside pocket of his coat so that it wouldn't get lost. The doll workshop had recently agreed to help rebuild the village, and Adriana knew full well that Aiden had the final say. Yes, it was not easy for him to persuade Mr. Harvey to take this step, but the guy managed to find the right words. This was a very rare technology for making dolls, but the problem was that only a few craftsmen could master this art. However, no one in their right mind would refuse to collaborate with such a famous doll workshop, and the girl was ready to overcome any difficulties for this. Hector's family's property will soon be sold, and the proceeds will go to the needs of the village residents. Her brother's family had to atone for his crime, so Adriana was not against this decision. From that day on, she wanted to start a new life and forget forever about her dark past. which constantly pulled her to the bottom. It was the right decision, and Aiden was the one who would be the first to support her in this endeavor. Besides, perhaps she could even learn the art of doll making and take care of the Red Forest in her free time. Although now this forest will most likely be named after the goddess who saved it. Yes, it was a worthy end to the difficult test that fell to the lot of the young people, but they were able to go through it to the end and fulfill the mission assigned to them. By the way, the Red Forest changed its color immediately after the goddess left, and now instead of scarlet leaves, fresh green leaves were visible on the tree branches. That evening, at the Adventurers Guild Inn, Aiden was finally able to get some rest, although one question still bothered him. He knew that he would be able to leave this village tomorrow, but before going to bed he needed to drink another portion of the restorative potion. Looking into the system window, he simply wanted to check how many portions of the potion he had left, and whether they would last until the end of the trip. But at that moment he saw a new system message, and learned that some new item had appeared in his inventory. This item was a reward for a completed task, and the guy remembered that the goddess said something about this before her disappearance. The boy held in his hands a sleeping ticket, which you just need to put under your pillow before bed to instantly fall asleep without any potions. It was much better to fall asleep with a ticket, especially since it took a long time to come to my senses in the morning after taking the usual sleeping pills. He hadn't tried using the item yet, but he had spent almost 30,000 points on it, and it would be a shame if such an expenditure were in vain. And indeed, as soon as he laid his head on the pillow, his eyes began to close on their own, and sleep began to envelop his mind. But instead of falling asleep, he suddenly saw something like a splash of water. Although he felt that he was still awake and aware of everything, opening his eyes again, instead of the familiar hotel room, he saw himself lying in some new space under the blue sky. He himself seemed to be lying in the water, but for some reason he did not drown, but floated on the surface, as if on an inflatable mattress. Looking up, he tried to figure out if this was a dream or reality, guessing that the sleepy ticket could have worked somehow differently. But since the state window still didn't open, it seemed like it really was a dream, although the sensations seemed completely real. And then, turning sharply at the sound of someone's voice, he heard the words that he had arrived successfully. Right in front of him he saw a strange cube, hung on all sides with thick, heavy chains. Now he realized that this was not at all like a dream and, most likely, he really had ended up in the space where he was supposed to meet the administrator. The cube hung in place, and the guy did not feel any energy emanating from this object. Suddenly he heard the same voice again, which offered to tell him more about the place where he found himself. However, the system window remained empty, and instead of the usual inscriptions, he heard only this strange voice. Then the voice said that the administrator was really looking forward to his appearance, and then the guy realized that this mysterious voice belonged to a girl. It was hard to believe that the administrator had finally gotten in touch, even though she had been carefully hiding from Aiden all this time, like a petty thief. Yes, it really was the being that brought him here. But why did it decide to contact him today? He had yet to find out the answers to these questions, but the boy was already looking forward to meeting the one who was the cause of all his troubles. Most likely, it was a divine being, forgotten by history and people, who revealed itself only to Aiden. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, much less understand how he had earned the honor of being the first to see this creature. If it was the administrator, then he should have been the last person Aiden met, because he knew very well the guy's true attitude towards the creator of the system. This meeting should have happened much earlier, back when the guy was desperately trying to contact the administrator. Therefore, the rage in the eyes of the guy who finally found himself next to the one who dragged him here by force, spitting on his will, was understandable. He struck the cursed cube with all his might, ready to shatter it into pieces, if only he had enough power. Then he kicked the chains with such force that they seemed to be about to shatter into links, but they turned out to be stronger than he expected. It felt as if the chains had been enchanted to make them stronger, and so he couldn't break them even with the strongest blow. However, the voice informed her that the chains were not meant to protect her, but were a barrier that was forcibly holding her in this cube. Not yet understanding what the voice was saying, the boy still believed that he should have destroyed the cube immediately before listening to this nonsense. And Aiden's first question was why he ended up in this place, and who was to blame for everything that happened. The female voice replied that it was a very long story, and she could not explain everything in detail now. But the guy had to know that she had been betrayed by those she had trusted all her life, and the administrator had brought him here because she needed help. The place where she was imprisoned was the world of the subconscious, which people usually call a dream. Simply put, it can be called a dream within a dream, or a dream within a dream, as it is sometimes called. The door the boy saw in front of him was called the reverse side of the subconscious, and an ordinary person would have to go through it to get here. Although it was difficult to comprehend, The chances of getting here were incredibly small. So the guy was truly lucky to be here. As the voice had said, many people had already come here, and she had asked each of them to help remove the magical seal. But they all forgot about their promises as soon as they woke up the next morning. The guy immediately suggested that people could forget everything so quickly simply because the seal prevented them from preserving the memories of this dream. Indeed, this seal not only held the administrator, but also carried a special spell that made people forget their sleep. The administrator continued to believe in this guy, as if he was the only one of all the people who had been here who could help her. But why? The only explanation could be that she herself had created a blessing that could counter the curse of the seal. While this was partly true, there was another problem, as the inhabitants of the continent only prayed to their own gods, so the administrator could not give them her blessing. Then she decided that if there was no one in this world who could help her, she would look for him in another world. That's how she found Aiden, because in his world divine powers also existed, even if many people hadn't heard of them. It was a world without obvious magic, but with concepts of skills and supernatural powers familiar to every inhabitant. However, since most of the people called here were from his planet, it could be concluded that many of them had failed and were unable to help her. In response, the female voice noted that the guy was already quite familiar with the status window and was able to find answers to many questions himself. While pondering how to give power to the inhabitants of his planet, she came across books and stories written in different languages of Earth. The most interesting element in these stories turned out to be the status window, which came as a complete surprise to Aiden. He would never have thought that a deity would read novels from another world, especially those that teenagers are usually interested in. She found it very funny, and so she decided to give it a try and became engrossed in reading these novels. After these words, the guy finally got angry, realizing that he ended up here because of some crazy girl. She had been leading him by the nose from the very beginning and dragged him here only so that he could remove this damned seal. However, if the guy did save her, she promised to send him home and was determined to keep her word, no matter the cost. Moreover, she could return to him everything that he had managed to lose during his stay here. However, if you think about it, Aiden lost almost nothing except his home, which he left, it seemed, forever. But the others she had brought here had lost something valuable, and she should not forget that before continuing this conversation. He then asked her to be more specific if she had any other suggestions. It turned out that she had chosen one person who wanted to return all his fortune, lost many years ago due to the surety for a friend. But this plan failed, because anyone who does not have a sincere desire to help will never be able to save her. Aiden knew perfectly well what she meant, but he was hardly the kind of person who seriously cared about the administrator's fate. So the promise made to her here might simply not work out when it comes to real action. Aiden hadn't lost anything of real value and therefore didn't want to give it back, which meant they had nothing to talk about. But the voice reminded him that the guy probably remembered the last moments before he found himself here, and he should think about it carefully. After all, before waking up on this continent, he saw with his own eyes the last day of Earth, and was one of the few who were lucky enough to survive. All this was erased from his memory, and he remembered only the day when he woke up here, in the dungeon. Was she implying that he had lost his memory and that his transport here had actually saved his life? This was too serious a statement, and Aiden demanded to know everything in more detail in order to understand the situation in all its details. The voice replied that she herself would be happy to tell everything. But she, as an administrator, also had limitations that did not allow her to do so. In any case, he will not understand much until he sees for himself the reality that now reigns on Earth. The guy was already very angry that she always cleverly avoided his direct questions. To be honest, the guy no longer cared about the loss of his memory, and he wanted only one thing in exchange for removing the seal. In exchange for help, he was willing to accept a weapon or skill that would help him destroy the system forever. It was a strange request, since the system would hardly agree to destroy itself as soon as it regained control. But suddenly a female voice announced that the boy's request had been accepted, and a whirlwind of energy began to swirl around Aiden. Immediately after that, he saw in front of him a weapon capable of destroying the administrator. However, this weapon only worked in thoughts or imagination, and was completely useless in the real world. Once Aiden receives this blade, he will be able to use it for its intended purpose. This was unexpected, and in the administrator's place, the guy would have simply refused and found another healer. But gods can also be stubborn, and once the administrator had decided to take this step, she had to go all the way. Of all the people she brought here, only 3 were able to reach this cube. It was strange that so few people had made it here, and Aiden wondered why he was among them. It turned out that the administrator had transferred them all to this world, but had found no way to contact them, even through the system window. In the end, all she could do was wait until at least one of the displaced people got here. Eventually, all the displaced people realized that it was enough to simply believe in God and develop their abilities to become his messengers. Listening to this, the guy found the administrator's decision strange, because he remembered the people from the cave, and many of them seemed like complete fools to him. Luckily, not everyone joined the cults, so the administrator did not give up and found another way to communicate. She used the achievement system as a reward for those who could pass the test and prove their strength. For those who did not join the cults or use divine power, she created a special achievement that would grant her blessing. Only those who had obtained this achievement and a special mark could get here, like Aiden. Only now did the boy realize that he had not received the black star sign by chance, since the system administrator herself had led him here. The black star was awarded to those who had proven not only their strength, but also their ability to find new skills and develop rare talents. Of course, to save her, not only a strong will was required, but also great strength. Otherwise, all efforts would have been useless. Aiden possessed all of these qualities, because he had already had to fight even the most powerful mutants. Then the guy saw a new system window, and until the very end, he couldn't believe that this was another task. But it turned out to be true, and for completing such tasks, it was indeed possible to receive a black star. Aiden has already succeeded in this, because today, he has become the best healer in this world. It turns out that the black star was a sign for the strongest players recognized by the administrator, and Aiden wondered who else was there besides him. Displaced people who received the black star automatically became followers of the administrator, and Aiden could now join their ranks. However, the guy immediately declared that he did not intend to be her follower, although the system, it seemed, had already decided everything for him. The administrator could not influence reality, but she could send personal messages to the owners of the black star. The boy needed to collect 4 special skills marked by the black star, as the curse was too strong to be removed with one ability. Aiden was the last one to receive the black star, and all the other displaced either joined the cults or were unable to fulfill the necessary conditions. That's why the administrator held on to him so tightly, and the guy was glad that he finally understood the reason. Now it remained to figure out how to remove this seal and complete the final task. Then the administrator explained that these chains were created by the power of the gods, and that a lot of vital energy was needed to remove them. This required a vessel of holy power, because if you carried it with you and accumulated divine energy, it would eventually fill to the brim. Then, you will need to collect glasses to fill the vessel completely, although this usually takes at least 30 years. Upon hearing about 30 years, Aiden immediately declared that he was not going to save up these damn points for that long and do such nonsense. But there was a way to accumulate points much faster, and that was precisely why the administrator had called him here. It was necessary to destroy objects containing divine power, because such shrines released a lot of points at once. This way it was possible to collect all the necessary points in the vessel that the guy was holding in his hands. True, the destruction of the shrine meant a war with its owner, which meant that the boy would begin to be pursued by powerful ancient gods. Even the most difficult quests didn't have such dangerous tasks, and it was unclear whether the guy would agree to it. But something made Aiden pause in his refusal, and he slowly stood up, ready to give an answer. After all, he liked to cause problems for others, and that was exactly what he was supposed to do. But he immediately stated that the administrator always pretended to please people, so she shouldn't flatter him by calling him the most talented player. From experience, he knew that people and gods with bad character who spoke politely were most often lying, and the administrator was no exception, even if she tried to appear to be just a victim. Someone who can so skillfully and constantly irritate others cannot be good, and the administrator behaved exactly like that from the very beginning. By the way, the guy had long wanted to ask about something else, but he had never had the opportunity before. He always wanted to understand why he couldn't use regular magic, while other settlers learned it quickly. But Aiden suddenly heard that now was not the time for such conversations, and they should be postponed. Yes, that wasn't quite the answer he was hoping for, especially since the conversation had started so well. In short, his body simply wasn't suited for magic, so the administrator immediately removed this ability for his own good. The administrator may have been driven to take this step by his memory loss, as the other settlers remembered their past well. Yes, it seems that not everyone lost their memories. But why did Aiden forget everything about his past life? To end the conversation quickly, the guy suddenly stabbed himself in the shoulder with a dagger with all his might, because that way he could immediately leave this place. He decided that he wouldn't learn anything important anyway, and if the administrator wanted to ask him about something in more detail, then let her do it next time. However, before leaving this place, he still loudly asked whose female voice had been speaking to him all this time. But because of some of her rules, the administrator could not answer. although the question did not seem dangerous to her. However, if the guy had thought about it properly, he would have remembered her name himself, because he already knew it. This last answer was a little unexpected, and Aiden already changed his mind about leaving this place. But it was too late, because his consciousness was already returning, and the next second he opened his eyes. The boy found himself still lying on his bed and realized that he had left the illusionary room too early. By this time, Peter had also managed to get a good night's sleep and gain strength after a series of difficult battles in which he had participated. After greeting his friend, Peter asked him what he had dreamed about, although Aiden was having a hard time keeping himself from falling asleep right at the table. To cheer Aiden up a little, Peter handed him his talisman, although it was unlikely that this would help his friend wake up. Aiden used to have a similar talisman, but instead of a flask, it had a dog's head on it. These talismans were said to take the form that best suited the owner, and Aiden thanked his friend for this little gift. However, a round bottle would be more suitable for an alchemist, and not for Peter, who had nothing to do with healing. At that moment, a hotel employee entered the room and announced that the cart was ready. This meant that it was necessary to hurry and take care of the work that had accumulated by today. Today, Aiden and Peter decided to go to the village to meet a person who could help them. He was supposed to wait for them in a tavern where both the poor and important people known throughout the area gathered. However, today there was another person in the tavern, who had also just recently arrived in this world. This stranger was not at all afraid of blood, and could even torture himself without feeling much pain. It was he who was now sitting at one of the tables, but why was he cutting his own hand with a knife? Aiden had yet to meet this strange guy, whose main target, it seemed, was the young healer himself. As Aiden approached the tavern, his mood improved in anticipation of something interesting. Meanwhile, everything was already ready for the meeting with Aiden, and a guy named Alex, who was waiting for him in the tavern, managed to try out his new abilities. At this time, a heavy downpour began outside, but Aiden was lucky that he and Peter had a reliable cart. The coachman drove the horses through the forest, hoping that no monster would block their path. It was difficult for him to hear the guy's conversation, although in his place, anyone would want to eavesdrop on what they were talking about, because such information can't be found anywhere else. After all, Aiden was one of the few who had personally met the administrator and was just about to tell his friend all the details. In his hands, Aiden held a vessel of holy power, a gift from the administrator, which appeared in his inventory immediately after awakening. In the future, Aiden planned to rob people from a certain order and destroy their shrines, acting like a real robber. Peter was horrified to hear this, because he had never been a bandit, unlike some highway robbers. Seeing his friend's concern, Aiden assured him that there was no reason to worry, and that it was just part of his assignment from the administrator. Suddenly, the coachman noticed some strange movements in the distance, but at first he thought he was just imagining it. But the horses also became restless, reared up, and almost overturned the cart. At some point, the coachman realized that he would not be able to hold the horses and abruptly stopped the carriage. The sudden stop caused both boys to fall from their seats, and Aiden only had time to think about how not to break the vessel. Still not understanding what was going on, Aiden climbed out of the cart to look around. Seeing what was happening ahead, the guy realized that he was not destined to rest after the recent events. The road ahead was blocked by multi-eyed monsters that had just stopped another cart and killed everyone in it. It was a good thing Aiden had a loaded crossbow with him, otherwise the fight could have ended badly for them. Not letting the monsters get close, he fired 3 shots from a distance, hoping to deal with them quickly. As Aiden expected, all the arrows hit their target, and killing these creatures turned out to be much easier than other strong monsters. Coming closer, he saw that they were indeed mutants without any special abilities. But it remained strange who could have set them on the cart. The coachman was dead. The attack had happened about half an hour earlier, so he could no longer help. However, the first examination of the body showed that it was not black wolves who did it, meaning that someone else killed the coachman. Aiden examined the body closely and realized that the black wolves might have used a paralyzing poison similar to that of poisonous spiders. The coachman's body was horribly mutilated, almost torn in half, but no traces of paralyzing poison were found on it. Moreover, the bloody marks on the ground clearly indicated a fierce struggle. It was also strange that the coachman arrived in the cart alone, since there were usually many people from those places who wanted to get to another village. Most likely, there were initially at least 3 people in the cart, which means the rest were kidnapped. Although monsters usually don't choose who to attack, everything indicated that it was ordinary people who were attacking. The cargo that the coachman brought remained in place, therefore, the attackers were not robbers. Suddenly, Peter noticed something that could give them an important clue in the investigation. In the dead coachman's hand was clutched a genuine license to found a magic guild in the village he was heading to. They were talking about the very same magic guild, the building for which Aiden received as a reward from the Count's family. But since the document is here, the man responsible for the construction of the guild was apparently kidnapped along with the other passengers. Someone decided to harm Aiden and was ready to kidnap and even kill innocent people to do so. Aiden couldn't forgive this and felt that he was the one who had the power to find those responsible. Perhaps the enemy would have revealed itself soon. But now Aiden and his companions had arrived at the village, and the first thing they needed to do was find a place to stay for the night. Finally, they returned to the familiar village, where they had not been for a long time, and which they had begun to miss. There are probably a couple of spare rooms in a familiar hotel for those who helped the locals so much in the past. The first to greet them at the door was Julia, delighted to meet her new hero. The girl was married, so Aiden only said a friendly hello, but Peter, who was standing behind her, immediately began to shower her with compliments. And yet, it was Aiden that Julia rushed to first, hugging him tightly and screaming with joy. She was very worried about them and didn't think that they would stay away from home for so long. At that moment, Aiden noticed a man at the bar whom he had never seen there before. This man was indeed sleeping right at the table, his head resting on his hands next to a mug of beer, and it was clear from everything that he was a stranger here. Aiden immediately thought that he didn't look like an ordinary drunkard, which meant he could have been in the village for some special purpose. Julia immediately offered her friends something to eat, as they were probably hungry after the long journey. She also said that 3 days ago there was a sudden downpour of rain so heavy that it seemed like it would never end. And then the rain stopped just as suddenly, and within a couple of minutes, there was no trace of water left on the cobblestones of the central square. Aiden then asked her to remember if anything else unusual had happened that day. Julia remembered hearing about a broken cart found nearby, from which nothing valuable was missing. Now it was necessary to connect the broken cart, the untouched cargo, and the strange downpour. And Aiden was already beginning to understand the possible reason for these coincidences. After this, Aiden asked with a smile for 3 portions of food, and Julia promised to bring everything as soon as possible. Peter, who had apparently been suffering for a long time on the road, took advantage of the moment and went out to relieve himself. Staying with Jim, Aiden discussed with him the beginning of the investigation into the case of the broken wagon. It was known that one of the missing men was on an important mission, and if Aiden acted too openly, suspicion might fall on him. Therefore, it was necessary to use the license as soon as possible and establish a guild in order to obtain official powers to investigate. There were no obvious signs of magic at the scene of the attack, although if an experienced magician had been behind it, he would hardly have left obvious evidence. And yet, this rain looked extremely suspicious, because an attack, an untouched cargo, and a sudden downpour with instant drying could hardly have happened at the same time. Perhaps the answer to some questions will be found soon, because that same strange visitor at the bar began to slowly stand up. Aiden and Jim turned around, wondering who this stranger was and why he suddenly decided to get up. Before they had time to come to their senses, the stranger's business card whistled through the air and, with a sharp corner, pierced Jim's forehead. The stranger himself behaved completely calmly, although from the side, it was eerie to watch how blood was gushing from the wound on Jim's forehead. Yeah, that was a really weird way to give Aiden a business card. You could have just walked up to him and handed it over. Aiden picked up the card and looked at it carefully, reading the name of the man who had committed this wild act. It was none other than Detective Alex, who was here on a special assignment. Jim was lucky to be alive. Clutching his bleeding wound, he realized that they were facing one of the most ruthless detectives. Meanwhile, Alex demanded that Aiden hand over the case of the attack on the cart, which he also intended to investigate. However, looking at Alex, Aiden and Jim doubted whether he really was a detective or whether his business card was just a fake. But Alex said that he was not a scammer, and from his actions, the guys should have already realized that he was not joking. Indeed, judging by the business card that landed on Jim's forehead, it was difficult to suspect Alex of having a good sense of humor. Only a psychopath could do such a thing. Pulling his chair up to their table, he began to explain that the reward for the task would be worthy. Detective Alex promised that he wouldn't bother them anymore if the guy agreed to buy him a drink. It now became clear that this was not just a detective, but an alchemist who had recently begun working in the civil service. He acted like he was performing in front of an audience, but Aiden didn't like being in his face. With his penetrating gaze, he instantly assessed his interlocutor and realized that he was largely telling the truth. When Alex picked up the pen, the system informed Aiden that the detective had pulled an item from his inventory, meaning he was also a player. It was unclear what the guy had been hoping for when he sat down with them. But Aiden wasn't about to wait for his next prank. Aiden held a loaded crossbow right to his throat and warned him that he was not to be trifled with, so it was better not to even start. Yes, now Alex's life was in Aiden's hands, and he could no longer throw his sharp business card at anyone's head. And although Alex was still smiling, the crossbow in Aiden's hand clearly showed the seriousness of the situation. Finally, the stupid grin slid off Detective Alex's face, and he realized he had picked the wrong guy for his jokes. It soon became clear that Alex was a traveler between worlds. These guys had an unmistakable style and were very different from the locals. Their manner of speech and way of thinking quickly gave away these aliens from other worlds, who find it difficult to hide from an experienced eye. But Alex hid so well that at first Aiden didn't even recognize him as a stranger. Hiding your true identity was normal on this continent. But if Alex was hiding from his fellow countrymen, it meant he was afraid of something. Yes, Aiden was not so simple, and besides him, no one guessed who this guy really was. The question remained, why did Alex still hide if he recognized Aiden as soon as he entered? It turned out that Alex had his own reasons, but now was not the time for riddles. The moment Peter came out of the restroom, he realized that, as always, he had appeared at the most inopportune moment and had missed everything important. He didn't understand what happened, but he saw his friend Aiden holding a crossbow at the guy sitting opposite him. But looking at Peter, Alex's expression suddenly changed dramatically, as if he saw a wanted criminal in front of him. The tip of the crossbow was still pressed against his chest and could pierce him with the slightest careless movement from Aiden. Instead, Aiden cut off all the buttons on Alex's shirt in one swift motion, nearly leaving him naked. Alex was indeed left with his shirt open, but he immediately jumped up from the table, recognizing Peter. Peter also immediately recognized Alex, whom they had recently seen in another place. Alex suddenly introduced himself loudly, as if he hadn't had enough of the public's attention all this time. You could have introduced yourself more modestly, without jumping up and shouting your name to the whole room. Although it seemed strange that he and Peter turned out to be friends who had met here by chance. Alex then confirmed that he was indeed a traveler between worlds, and had already passed through the portals between them many times. Of course, he behaved strangely. But at least the good news was that from that moment on, he kept his sharp business cards to himself. Besides, if Alex and Peter knew each other well, then Aiden had no reason to fear any trickery. And since Alex was Peter's friend, he could help them with the task that Aiden needed to complete. Aiden was looking for someone who could make rain and hoped that Alex could help. But instead of talking, Alex suddenly stuck the metal pen into his palm, smiling as if he was simply scratching his hand. Then he suddenly pulled out the pen and everyone saw how blood gushed from the wound, making them wonder why he did it. A drop of his blood fell on the drawing that he had been drawing at the table all this time. There was little pleasant about this, and it is unlikely that a normal person would cut himself just to surprise others. Although, most likely this was the blood mage that Peter told Aiden about, but whom he had never seen before. Apparently, Alex didn't feel any pain while doing this, and could have cut his hands until the morning. It turns out that all this time he had been telling fortunes using the picture he had just drawn. Alex then said that in one of the 3 places marked on the drawing, Aiden would be able to find the person he needed. There was a nasty guy living near the clock tower who was trying to bring on a heavy downpour. Besides, another such magician was most often at the tavern, and it was easy to find him there. And then Alex added that, judging by his blood reading, someone would soon die in one of these places. Peter had no reason not to trust his old friend, although after Alex's outburst today, he was already doubting whether he should. Alex added that if he were in Aiden's place, even if he had received a tip, he would never have gone to those places if he valued his life. Aiden didn't understand what he was hinting at, and just listened to all this nonsense in silence. Besides, if Alex thought he could be scared by some magicians after everything the guy had been through, he was very much mistaken. Soon Aiden went to the very place where he hoped to find the right person to talk to. There were a lot of people in the tavern today, although there were still some free tables in the guest room. One of today's guests immediately struck Aiden as a mage as soon as he saw the staff behind his back. Aiden had already seen exactly the same magic staff on Olivia when they fought monsters together. With his usual smile, Aiden approached the magician's table, but he was not at all interested in the stranger himself. But the staff was worth taking a closer look at, especially since Aiden immediately liked the amethyst stone on it. The staff was very beautifully made, but Aiden did not understand in what battle its owner managed to split it. Moreover, exactly the same amethyst shards were found in the cart that was recently attacked, which gave Aiden only one thought. And if Aiden was right, then this mage was involved in the attack, and he was worth questioning properly. Looking at the mage, Aiden warned that if he didn't tell everything nicely, the conversation would go completely differently. Taking the hint, the magician immediately began to assure that he knew nothing and had only heard about the tragedy from local residents. But the magician was thinking only about the staff. He grabbed it tightly, trying to tear it out of Aiden's hands, who had managed to touch it. At that very moment, The staff flashed with a bright light, and it became clear that the magician had used his power. Aiden didn't expect this, and a powerful wave of force threw him far to the side, because he didn't even have time to activate the protective shield. None of the patrons in the hall expected to see such a fight today, although some of them were probably curious to watch the spectacle. The vortex continued to swirl where the mage had created it, and Aiden couldn't understand why he had done it. Now was not the time to figure out the reasons. It was necessary to quickly report to the Adventurers Guild, so that the senior masters could deal with what had happened to the mage. The vortex of energy continued to rage right through the building, threatening to blow the entire hotel to pieces. Aiden didn't have the power to stop that giant vortex of energy on his own. Meanwhile, Archie was already approaching the open window, hoping to escape quickly and quietly. However, at the last moment, an arrow from Aiden's crossbow hit Archie in the leg, ruining his cunning plan. This scoundrel thought he would do something like this here and just leave. But he was very wrong. Pointing a loaded crossbow at Archie, Aiden warned that the next arrow would fly at his head. But Archie, who had nothing left to lose, jumped out the window, and it's good that it was only the first floor. There was little time left, and he needed to hide as quickly as possible to avoid falling into the hands of Aiden with a crossbow. Yes, I must admit, Archie slipped away cleverly, although the conversation with him was clearly not finished. However, Archie's magic was still active and the adventurers in the guild building remained in grave danger. Aiden ordered everyone to leave the room immediately and not return until he found a solution. It was necessary to combine forces and, using blocking magic, stop the flow feeding this magical hurricane. However, Peter, who stayed behind to help, had a different plan and wanted to use his weapon to instantly clear the area around the vortex. It was a great idea, as now Aiden could freely walk right up to the stream and try to dive inside the vortex. It was very dangerous, but there was no time to waste, and Aiden was the only one who could decide on this. Peter soon saw how a magical vortex pulled Aiden inside and he found himself in mortal danger. But Aiden always knew what he was doing, and if it really was the source of the wind magic, he would be able to quickly find its weak spot. With his all-seeing gaze, he immediately discovered the luminous core, which was the source of the vortex's power. Hitting it right there would give him a chance to stop everything, so Aiden didn't waste a second and shot the core with his crossbow. Fortunately, it worked, and the energy vortex began to gradually subside, decreasing in size. It became clear that everything would soon end, because without the core, this magic could no longer work. The adventurers, who had almost run out into the street, suddenly stopped, realizing that the danger had passed. The hurricane disappeared, and Aiden once again performed a heroic act, saving not only people, but also the main building of the guild. As expected, he was once again the hero of the day, and received congratulations from everyone who witnessed it with their own eyes. But to Aiden himself, his abilities, which he had not yet fully explored, no longer seemed miraculous. He asked them not to worry, assuring them that if Archie ever tried to do something similar again, he would be able to repeat his trick. Meanwhile, the culprit himself, Archie, slowly wandered through the city alleys, leaving behind a bloody trail from the wound. Aiden's arrow was still stuck in his leg, and taking it out without a good doctor right there would be stupid. But instead of a doctor, he saw a man who clearly had no intention of treating him, and this guy hardly felt sorry for the criminal. It was Detective Alex, who had been on his trail for a long time and knew that Archie wouldn't get far with his injured leg. The detective warned that the escape plan had failed and that Archie would now have to deal with the commissioner. Archie could have used his deadly whirlwind again, of course, but he decided not to risk it and not get involved with this detective. Moreover, it was unclear how the detective tracked him down, since Archie had erased all traces of himself and the remnants of magic with the help of rain. But for the detective, such pursuits were not the first, and one could say that this skill was in his blood. He always knew that he was damn good at chasing, and no criminal had ever managed to escape from him. Looking at the boy and smelling the blood from his unhealed ankle wound, Aiden immediately realized that he was facing a blood mage. But the guy was not going to give up, and pointing his magic staff forward, he again created a deadly whirlwind. Suddenly, something began to appear under the guy's feet, indicating an ability that Detective Alex had mastered to perfection. Then, right above Archie's head, a huge red hand rose up, looking more terrifying than any energy vortex. Emerging from the ground, she grabbed the guy so tightly that it seemed no force could free him from this death grip. It became clear that Archie would now have to go not to the infirmary, but straight to the interrogation cell, where they were already waiting for him. The influence of someone else's magic seemed to suppress his own dark energy, and the boy could no longer use his abilities. He didn't even think that he would be such easy prey, because now he was facing perhaps the most powerful magician he had ever encountered.
Archie tried to do something else, but his opponent had already anticipated the prisoner's next move. The guy even liked it when his opponent fought to the end, fully understanding that inevitable defeat awaited him. Soon he had to face again the man from whom he had once managed to cunningly elude, believing that he had escaped pursuit forever. However, now in front of him stood not only Detective Alex, but also the very same guy whose powers turned out to be many times more powerful than his own. Aiden had no doubt that their meeting would take place someday, but he didn't think it would happen so soon. Now all that remained was to find out what the hell Archie was doing in the Adventurers Guild, and why he had used his deadly whirlwind inside the building. Aiden warned the captive that he had many questions and an honest answer could save Archie's life. However, Archie boldly replied that he was ready to die under torture, but would not say a word, taking the secret with him to the grave. But after a few punches, Archie's opinion changed dramatically, as Aiden's fist, frozen in front of his face, made it clear that this tough talk could continue. Realizing that resistance was futile, Archie admitted that he had recently taken up kidnapping people for sale, having been forced to do so because of huge debts. He immediately led them to a place near the abduction point where the victims were initially hidden. The designated location was their main secret base, but by this time the prisoners themselves had already been transferred to a prison in another building. Archie stated that he only needed to get the keys to the cells and asked Aiden and Alex to wait for him there. Aiden knew that such a criminal network could not be left alone, and was sure that Archie still had a lot to tell if he wanted to survive. It turned out that Archie was not specifically hunting a mage from the Adventurers Guild, but simply found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. And at that very moment, when it seemed that the first problem was almost solved, the house where Archie had entered a second ago to get his keys was illuminated by a bright white light. A moment later, a monstrously powerful explosion tore the building to pieces, incinerating everything around with hellish flames. There was no doubt that the explosion was the result of powerful magic, and now Aiden and Alex could only watch helplessly as the horror unfolded before them. Archie was left inside the building, and now their main witness in the kidnapping case has most likely burned to death along with the wooden house. There was a feeling that someone had been following the guy all the time and blew up the house so that he would die along with his secret, without having time to tell anything. It was necessary to find out whether this man was somewhere nearby, or whether he had already managed to escape through the forest thicket. Suddenly, Detective Alex said that now everything was clear to him and he knew exactly who the culprit was. After all, the deceased, who was mentioned in the ancient prophecy, was the magician who died in this wooden house. When the detective began to share his guess, another man was already sitting in the tree, quietly removing an arrow from his bow. Taking good aim, he wanted to kill the only one who could solve this case even faster than the detective. But when the arrow flew through the leaves, Jim noticed its flight and realized that he had to prevent trouble. Although the sharp arrow was already rushing towards its target, the guy had only a second to stop everything and prevent this cruel scenario. He rushed in front of the arrow and used his power, which was like an invisible shield, hoping that it would help. A magic shield appeared around the guy, but the arrow was already too close, and it was unlikely that anyone in his place would have been able to dodge it. The shield did not have time to completely cover the guy's body, and the arrow, piercing it, hit him right in the chest. It's hard to imagine what Jim felt as he saw blood gushing from the arrow wound. All the others immediately rushed towards him, although the attack could resume at any moment. However, the girl who gave the order to shoot told her men to stop and not continue the fight. This girl's name was Barbara, and she was the leader of the gang that had ambushed them in a cowardly manner. Hiding behind her fan, she thought that she had come here without an invitation, although she never cared about other people's opinions. Perhaps the boys saw before them those very same human traffickers who had done so many terrible things and were now capable of killing Jim, with whom they had been through so much. Barbara watched the young healer Aiden even more closely, realizing that he was very brave and had good abilities. She just wanted to offer him a place in the gang, promising that if the guy joined them, he would immediately take an important position there. Aiden would hardly have liked such a proposal, because he spent his whole life saving people and fighting against people like Barbara and her loyal assistants. Moreover, the gang has already done a lot of dirty deeds today, including the brutal murder of the magician Archie in the house, and now they have also wounded his faithful friend Jim. So instead of answering, Aiden shot her with a crossbow, and the arrow barely missed her forehead, only slightly grazing her cheek. It was enough to make the wound bleed, but Aiden deliberately left her alive, as he needed to find out a lot. Aiden demanded that she start not with offers to join the gang, but with a confession to the terrible crimes they had committed. And if the girl still cared about her sweet face, she should have started telling the truth right away before the guy fired the second arrow. However, because he dared to ruin her face,
She ordered her fighters to immediately attack and kill this scoundrel. But Aiden had his friends by his side, and they were unlikely to let the forest hunters get too close to him. Taking up the battle relic, Peter swung it wide, holding it tightly to take down several enemies at once with one blow. And so it happened. After a powerful blow, the two enemies froze in the air, unable to continue the fight. At that moment, a system message appeared before Peter's eyes, informing him that his damage to enemies would somehow be halved. The forest bandit also noticed that Peter's strength had been halved, meaning he would stop swinging his weapon so boldly and would become an easy target. At first, Peter might have seemed dangerous, but now it became clear to the bandits that the guy was just a weakling, unable to control even his own abilities. With a powerful kick from the ground, the two remaining bandits rushed towards Peter to punish him and take revenge for that first blow. Now it became much more difficult for Peter to fight, because to achieve the desired result he had to deliver not one, but two blows. Fighting with weakened strength, he was forced to change his tactics on the fly, which caused him to take blow after blow, receiving more and more wounds. The robbers continued to attack, and one of them had already raised his sword to kill Peter with one blow. But when the robber was already close, Alex, who appeared as if from nowhere, suddenly grabbed his neck. Alex couldn't stand to watch those bastards beat his friend, especially when the system suddenly took half of Peter's power. Alex's grip was so strong that the robber almost choked, realizing that this opponent was much more dangerous than Peter. And he was right, because for Detective Alex, such weaklings were just a warm-up, because he was used to fighting the most powerful magicians of the Empire. The captured robber's body suddenly began to tear apart from the inside, as if an unknown force had penetrated every cell of his body. This was Alex's favorite technique, known as the blood mage, since it was blood that he could control best. Soon blood gushed from the bodies of all the bandits nearby, and it became clear that the days of these scoundrels were numbered. With this power, Alex easily killed enemies one after another, although he had not used this technique for a long time, which usually only worked on weak opponents. This terrible sight, like the bloody crown of thorns on which his enemy was impaled, could truly frighten anyone who saw it. Without wasting any time, Aiden immediately approached Jim, hoping that the wounds were not too deep, and that he could heal his friend with his power of restoration. Barbara still stood back, looking at what that damn detective had done to her people. She had known Alex for a long time, because he had managed to put many of her friends in prison, and now he himself was forcing her to act harshly. Several magical seals immediately appeared above her head, from which sharp stakes stuck out, and with this weapon she wanted to kill all her enemies. Moreover, her fan was also magical, and with its help she could control each of her magical copies, accurately directing them to the target. Yes, it not only looked scary, but was also a real test for the guys, who barely managed to dodge the blows of these huge spears. She attacked many of them at once so that the guys wouldn't have time to dodge or put up a protective barrier, since that would have taken at least a few seconds. But Peter didn't have even such a short time, since her speed was almost at its limit, and all he could do was dodge each new blow. Barbara continued to hold the fan pointed at Peter, wondering how much longer this guy could run. Suddenly, one of Barbara's fighters appeared in front of Peter, but she was so cruel that she did not hesitate to burn even her own man alive for the sake of her goal. No one else would have treated their fighter so cruelly, but she was ready to do anything to stop those who dared to ruin her beautiful face with their arrow. However, at that moment the worst happened, and Peter saw one of those copies flying out of a bright flash right in front of him, blinding him for a second. Having lost his caution due to the flash, Peter did not have time to notice how the spear pierced his head at high speed. And now Barbara looked at the slain enemy with a victorious air, anticipating how she would deal with the rest of his friends. Looking at their frightened faces, she was finally able to wipe the satisfied grin off the face of Detective Alex, who had been irritating her ever since he appeared in these parts. However, Aiden didn't care, because his best friend, with whom he had been inseparable since the first day in this new world, had just been killed before his eyes. This was no longer the dream he had recently seen at the administrators, but a reality that turned out to be more terrible than any nightmare. Aiden could, of course, try to heal his friend's body if he were allowed, although Barbara knew perfectly well that this was almost impossible. The dead body could only be revived. But then, instead of Peter, a dark creature would appear, completely unlike their former friend. However, Aiden had one way to bring Peter back to life, but right now he wanted to deal with the girl immediately. She should have apologized, begging the guy for forgiveness on her knees, but it's unlikely that this girl understood who she was really dealing with. Laughing loudly, she knew how furious Aiden was, but by killing his friend, she was avenging the death of her loyal people at the hands of these aliens. The guy looked straight at this presumptuous girl, who mistakenly believed her magic spears to be a reliable defense against him. However, it was not Aiden who needed to apologize, but the dead man Barbara herself had just turned Peter into. Not understanding what he was talking about, the girl momentarily thought the guy had gone crazy, but Aiden wasn't joking, and she was soon to see for herself. Peter's body still lay in the same place, pierced by a sharp spear and showing no signs of life. But what happened the next second made her stop laughing and look in horror at where the corpse had just been lying. The boy's dead body began to gradually melt into the air, turning into a black haze that spread throughout the forest. It seemed as if the guy's soul had turned into black smoke, although most likely it was something else. Usually such a black shadow appeared after dark sorcerers used their spells and revived the dead. And the very next second, this creature with Peter's soul suddenly opened its eyes and it became clear that its appearance had changed forever. The black whirlwind that swirled in that place did not promise anything good, either for Barbara or for those scoundrels who had been committing evil with impunity for a long time. After all, right in front of them they saw the black dragon that Peter had turned into after his death. His gaze was so terrifying that Barbara immediately lost the desire to use her magic spears, as she realized their uselessness against such power. All her magic seemed like child's play compared to the terrible power that this creature wielded. It is not surprising, because having visited the afterlife, Peter was forever changed, and now possessed not only the life force, but also the destructive magic of death. It was stupid to think about where the black dragon came from, but rather, it was necessary to think about how not to turn into the same corpse that lay here a minute ago. A destructive whirlwind of dark power immediately struck Barbara and her assistants, and the girl recognized the ominous aura emanating from the monster. This monster was capable of destroying not only her, but also the most powerful high-level creatures if it encountered them. Rushing straight towards the bandits, the creature could sweep away everyone who stood in its path with one blow. Despite its size, it moved with incredible speed, and anyone who was nearby only had time to see its own body being torn to pieces before dying. The bandits didn't even have time to think before death overtook them, because this monster left no chance for survival for anyone. He didn't even need help, and Peter's friends just watched from the sidelines as he easily destroyed one enemy after another. The enemies had ordinary iron swords in their hands, while the monster itself fought with destructive magic and its claws. The mere sight of this monster could frighten anyone to death, but its claws, sharp as knives, were more terrifying even than its menacing appearance. It's unclear whether Peter will be able to return to his former appearance, but his transformation turned out to be very useful, allowing him to deal with the bandits himself. It seemed impossible to stop him, and each new attack of the monster brought new death. The next bandit on his way was immediately pierced through by the black dragon's paw and died on the spot. No one who remained on the ground could do anything but simply watch this bloody carnage. However, this continued only until the monster reached the next observer, and then someone else watched from the side as it died. After a short time, there was no one to look at, because all the gang members were killed and lying on the ground. And the black dragon let out such a loud and terrible roar that Alex thought he was one of the most powerful monsters he had ever seen. At that moment, Aiden quickly ran to the wounded Jim, who was still lying on the ground and needed urgent help. Quickly stitching up Jim's wounds with invisible threads, Aiden looked at the wounded man who was dearer to him than anyone in the world. Peter was his best friend, and losing him felt like losing a part of his own life. But he still survived, because he rose from the dead, becoming the black dragon who exterminated the entire gang of robbers to the last man. Even if Peter couldn't be restored to his former form, his soul was definitely trapped in this black beast, which was still here. The guy quickly explained to the detective that when Peter died in his previous body, he was reborn as this monster, and could still understand their speech, although he had lost the ability to speak. He could be called a traveler between worlds, because he was a cross between a man and the dragon he had transformed into. However, it remained a mystery why the word the boy wrote in the sand had a question mark at the end, as if Aiden had accidentally misspelled it. This is exactly what was said in ancient books, describing not just a return to life, but a complete change of appearance for the one who acquired a new body. And now Barbara was about to discover the power of that mighty people, of which Peter had become a part forever. The girl realized that her life was on the line, but she still tried to attack the dragon, using her last chance. Pointing her signature weapon forward, she commanded it to kill the black beast. But at that moment, her magic suddenly stopped obeying her. Indeed, her magic was no longer effective, meaning that the black dragon had an ability that suppressed her power. However, she realized this too late, because Peter, in his new form, was already right in front of her and raising his huge paw. Then he slammed her head into the ground with such force that any other girl in her place would have already died.
Realizing that the beast would not stop, Barbara screamed at the top of her lungs, calling for Aiden's help. Only Aiden could stop the dragon, which, ready for the final blow, looked at him, waiting for a command. She knew very well who Peter was looking for, and could help them find the person they needed faster. Barbara was ready to do anything. If only the guy would order his new companion to stop and save her life. After all, the black dragon could have killed her in one move if Aiden had only allowed it. But at that moment, a dagger suddenly flew towards the dragon. Did Aiden really want to kill his own friend in his new guise? The dagger almost reached its target, but at the last moment the monster managed to wave it aside and throw it aside. Moreover, Aiden himself stopped his magic at the last moment, and the dagger froze a few centimeters from the dragon. This was the only way he could distract his friend from the animal impulse that had completely taken hold of him and was threatening to tear the girl to pieces. Aiden wanted to deal with Barbara himself, so he asked Peter to listen and let him finish what he started. Then, looking the dragon in the eye, Aiden warned that Peter better listen and not fight his best friend. Aiden continued to watch the monster's every move closely, knowing that Peter had not yet learned to control the animalistic impulses of his new body. It would not be surprising if the dragon attacked the man who helped him gain this new appearance. But at the last moment, the monster still listened to Aiden and immediately disappeared into the forest before it could do anything terrible. Barbara was lucky that Peter was still half human and could understand his friend's request. Otherwise, the girl would have already been torn to pieces, and parts of her body would have remained lying on the ground in her place. Slowly rising to her feet, she realized that she had lost the fight, but decided to use one more of her secret skills as a last resort. She put her hand forward, applying gravity, and Detective Alex felt his body drawn irresistibly toward the girl, as if by a magnet. In just a moment he was next to her and felt the sharp blade of a dagger touch his neck. It seemed she still didn't understand who she was dealing with, and still hoped to save not only her life, but also her freedom. She felt like Aiden was just a weakling without the monster, so she promised to slit Alex's throat if he made even one extra move. Barbara never realized that Peter meant so much more to Aiden than anyone else, so Alex's death would not have been an irreparable loss for him. But there was something else, for she held a dagger to the throat of a man who feared blood less than anyone else in this world. Moreover, she herself claimed that blood magic was weak against holy power, and believed that if she plunged a dagger into Alex, he would not be able to use his skills. But today, she was destined to learn something new, and, worst of all, she would understand it too late. As soon as she made a light cut on the guy's neck with a dagger, instead of blood, she saw black smoke slowly rising from the wound. Still unable to come to her senses, Barbara realized that something was happening that she had never encountered before. This girl had committed so many atrocities in one day that Aiden knew exactly what to do with her. He warned her one last time that if she did not come to her senses and apologize, she would lose her chance of even life imprisonment and would face execution. After all, she herself just spoke about the holy power that she used as a last resort, and since that method didn't work, does that mean both guys she encountered could easily reflect her magic? And since that was the case, now Aiden wanted to show her his way of quickly solving problems, which she would no longer be able to stop. The crossbow appeared in his hands just in time, and Aiden pointed the weapon at the girl who deserved only one fate. This will be the payment for the sins she committed not only today, but throughout her entire worthless life. Turning slightly towards her, Alex suddenly said with a smile that he didn't care about her or her sharp dagger. But the girl herself is unlikely to like it if her body is pierced by something sharp. Before she could even figure out what was happening, Alex had disappeared, and the next moment, the guy was already behind her. The next moment, he threw her aside with such force that the leader of the bandits flew far away. The boy deftly caught the dagger that fell from Barbara's hands and decided to keep it for himself, thinking that such a thing would be useful around the house. Looking at the new item, Aiden was glad that he had received his first holy relic so easily, and was grateful to fate for this gift. When it got dark outside, Barbara was still lying on the ground, suffering terrible pain from the crossbow bolt that had pierced almost completely through her chest. It was this holy relic that Aiden first placed in the special vessel that the administrator gave him during their last meeting to carry out an important task. Opening the stats window, he immediately saw a new task, and realized that the system had registered the receipt of the holy relic. Now he needed to dismantle one of the relics using the new ability from the stats window to break the item down into its simplest elements. Looking through the descriptions of the new abilities, Aiden was surprised by their strange names, because it would have been possible to simply briefly describe their action. However, he still realized that by destroying the holy relic, he was extracting divine power from it. Soon, on the surface of the vessel, as if from within, a multitude of bright lights lit up, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. The holy relics turned out to be so durable
that without his new ability, Aiden would definitely not have been able to destroy them. Yes, it seems that the administrator was not as useless as he thought, and was able to help where he himself would have definitely been stuck for a long time. But then he shouted out loud everything he thought about the administrator and her damn system so that she would definitely hear. He remembered how much he and Peter had gone through together, and was now furious at the thought that he had failed to protect his best friend. The system turned out to be more brutal than any powerful monster the friends had ever fought. But at that moment he saw that the system, as if hearing his cry, gave him a new skill for quickly destroying holy relics. As a reward for achievements, a bonus was added to this ability, and now Aiden has another blade that stores the mana of an ancient goddess. The higher his strength, the more damage he can inflict on divine beings he might have to fight soon. If Aiden destroys holy relics or kills believers and priests, any counterattacks against him will be half-powered. In other words, destroying holy relics to fill the vessel with divine power will automatically increase its strength stat. It seems he has finally gained the power that will allow him to fight even the gods. And this is exactly what Aiden has long dreamed of. Just a minute ago, Aiden was angrily screaming at the sky, but now he quickly calmed down, and for the first time in a long time, Alex saw such a sharp change in his mood. Seeing Aiden's obvious connection with the system administrator, Detective Alex still asked how he knew about his method of moving into this world. But it turned out that Aiden had guessed this at random and hadn't expected that. By pointing his finger at the sky, he would guess the method of Detective Alex's arrival. When everything had quieted down, something suddenly moved in the bushes, and everyone turned towards the sound. They seemed to have forgotten that Peter was still in his black dragon form and was now ready to emerge from the forest towards them. But instead of a huge monster, they saw a creature no bigger than a dog, dressed in the same cloak that their friend was wearing. It was strange to see such a change in the appearance of the black dragon. Perhaps this was the form that Peter took in ordinary life. After all, if his friends are in danger again, Peter will probably turn back into the giant monster that recently dealt with the entire gang. Unlike Aiden and Alex, Jim only now noticed what their friend had turned into, becoming a creature that was not at all like a formidable dragon. Jim's sudden cry frightened the black wolf no less, although there was no reason for panic. However, right in front of him lay the mutilated bodies of the bandits he had defeated single-handedly, and Peter could not believe that he had done it himself. His limbs could no longer be called hands, and this black dog understood that instead of them, he would forever have 4 paws. As if coming to his senses, he barked loudly. But if he were a human now, he would probably burst into tears in front of everyone. What was the point of power if it turned him into an uncontrollable monster capable of destroying everything around him? Suddenly, the black dog saw a hole and wanted to jump into it to hide from the horrors of that day. He buried his head so deep in the ground that only his hind legs and tail stuck out of the hole. Coming closer, Alex noticed that the dog really did resemble the old Peter, and he immediately recognized his old friend in all his glory. Aiden was bitter that those scoundrels had changed Peter's life forever, and he himself could not help his friend in any way. But his thoughts were interrupted by a bright glow that began to emanate from the bodies of the slain bandits, as if they were coming back to life. A bright white light seemed to burst from the body of each slain bandit, and it was unclear who had caused this magic. For a moment, Aiden simply stood there, watching what would happen to the corpses next. Using his new extraction ability, Aiden directed an invisible hand at one of the undead, capable of extracting the true essence of any being from the body. Then, bright lights containing divine energy slowly rose out from the body of the slain robber. An invisible hand immediately placed these lights into Aiden's palm, although a second ago they were deep in the body of the dead bandit. Everyone else, watching this, was once again convinced that Aiden's abilities far exceeded their own. Each of these lights was filled with a powerful divine force, which seemed to be asking Aiden not to leave it in the dead bodies. One could only wonder why Aiden was given the right to collect this energy from dead bodies. Did the administrator assign him some special role? Usually, magical or divine power would flow formlessly throughout the body, rather than gather into clots of energy like the one now in Aiden's hands. In the form of such bright crystals, this force had never been seen before by anyone, except perhaps by the creators of the system themselves. Alex also found it strange that Barbara had a holy relic, and, looking at her body, he suspected some kind of conspiracy. But since this was also an item with divine power, wouldn't it be suitable to fill the vessel that the manager had given? Looking around carefully, Aiden realized that there were several corpses here from which these glowing balls could be taken. Without wasting any time, he began to collect the fragments of souls lying on the ground near the dead bodies. His friend, who looked like a black beast, was still sitting in the hole and seemed to be planning to stay there until the morning. But, having approached and pulled his friend out of the pit by the tail, the guy saw that the black beast was still crying. It seemed he still couldn't accept his new appearance and didn't want to look at the world through the eyes of a monster. The worst thing was that in this state he could not speak, and he could only nod his head and listen to his friends. Suddenly the beast demanded to be released, assuring them that he spoke better than any of them. Immediately after this, Aiden asked Alex to turn off the ability to speak the divine language, and he hastened to do so. It was unclear, however, why Aiden asked for this now and what he had in mind. And then Aiden, smiling, said a lot of nasty things to Jim, knowing that he still wouldn't understand a word. Now that the divine language was disabled for Alex, the black beast could understand not only him, but also anyone who could speak to him in the normal way. Only now did Aiden realize that all this time Peter had heard nothing when they spoke to him in the divine language, and everything that was said had flown past his black furry ears. Aiden knew that such a resurrection had a significant drawback, since Peter, having become a beast, could not use the divine language, and Peter would never be able to sleep at night again. And that was the second downside he had yet to learn about. Listening to Aiden's swearing, Jim still couldn't understand anything, as if he was speaking a foreign language, and it was confusing him. It seemed to him that both guys had gone crazy and were trying to communicate with some kind of unclear sounds while making smart faces. After some time, they found themselves in a prison, which was located in the main building of the guild, where Alex wanted to pull off one trick. Even though it was forbidden, he always enjoyed picking locks with whatever came to hand. It was precisely this skill that he used now, deftly finding the gears inside the lock and turning them as needed. He quickly got to work, but then got stuck, and the guys had to wait a long time while he fiddled with the lock. Jim even had to yell at Alex for only bragging about his skills. But in reality, he had already been fiddling with a simple prison lock for half an hour. But the scream was in vain, because after all the efforts, the door still opened, and behind it, Aiden saw the faces of the prisoners. Among the captives were 3 girls, and the main one, named Hilda, politely thanked Aiden for saving her. She really wanted to thank the guy for his kindness, and although she was dressed like a simple girl, her noble origins were visible. Aiden also politely replied that it was simply his duty and not worth making a big deal out of it. Listening to him, the girl remembered a lord she knew who spoke very similarly, and she liked such a polite conversation. It was a great honor for her to meet that young healer, who was already known to everyone around and whose fame had spread beyond the city. Shaking his hand firmly, she said once again that his actions would make his name famous for a long time, and that her family was ready to help him in trouble. But now was not the time for such conversations, because they came to him for help after some bandits attacked them. For some reason, the girl felt that the guy helped her only out of great love, because since childhood, she had been too dreamy and believed in her own fantasies. Although it was clear to everyone that Aiden was not at all in love with Hilda, and did the same as he always did, helping those in need. And although he himself promised to heal her wounds, he did the same with all his sick people. Suddenly, one of the girls noticed a black animal nearby and became very scared for her friends. But Aiden immediately calmed her down, saying that it was just his faithful pet who wouldn't harm anyone. And indeed, the black beast himself was frightened by these people, who all stared at him at once. And then the girls suddenly rushed to stroke him and ruffle his head, not knowing that inside the beast there was another person hiding. There was hardly any point in telling them all the details, so Aiden just laughed at how his friend Jim was feeling right now. Hilda was probably very tired after such an ordeal, but Aiden still wanted to ask her for one favor. Besides, this service would also benefit the Magic Association, so Aiden hoped that the girl would agree to help. Soon, Aiden was already standing in front of the head of the Adventurers Guild, who was not expecting guests in his office. The guildmaster couldn't understand why he felt goosebumps running down his spine, as if someone had been thinking about him all this time. Most likely, it was because of that young healer who had been sending him greetings in his mind, and had been irritating the guildmaster for a long time. Just in case this guy decided to break into his office, the guildmaster opened his large chest and decided to take sick leave. But just at that moment, his assistant said that a visitor had arrived, so it was too late to get ready for vacation. There was no other way out, and I had to get out a bottle of wine in order to calmly greet the guest. But suddenly he came to his senses, because if people from the Magic Association came to him, then they must be very important clients. He shouted after his assistant to take the guests straight to his office and be as polite to them as possible. True, the assistant didn't manage to run to the door, because it opened earlier. The door swung wide open and the same girl, Hilda, whom Aiden had pulled out of prison, appeared in the doorway. Hilda was very angry when she learned that in her absence the guild had started doing nonsense. The leader managed to do a lot of things that he had no right to do, because Hilda did not give him such orders. The man still didn't understand what was being discussed, and thought that the person in front of him was a mage from the Magic Association. But Hilda still did not calm down, and told them that on the way here they were kidnapped by a criminal guild, and she herself almost died. In fact, they had already been informed that this criminal guild was the most brutal gang that operated in those parts. The leader understood that this would lead to a big scandal, because these fools dared to touch a person from the Magic Association. Besides, these madmen weren't even hiding, because their hideout was right here, which meant someone important was helping them. Leaning towards him, the girl warned him that if this assistant turned out to be the boss, he would have to answer to her personally. Until now, the Adventurers Guild had protected mages and their rights, but now Hilda was handing over this task to another person. Such words sounded strange coming from a young girl, but knowing her important position, the man did not dare to object. Moreover, the very same guy who had been given control of the new structure connected with magicians appeared at the door. It was Aiden, and he realized that Hilda had kept her word and fulfilled his small request. It was clear from the guildmaster's expression that he was not at all happy about this meeting, knowing that this young man wanted to take his place. The leader immediately began to angrily shout at the young man, who was acting as if he didn't understand where he was and who was standing in front of him. The chief ordered his assistant to immediately fire this insolent man who dared to claim the position for which he had worked his whole life. But he seemed to have forgotten that Hilda had been there all this time, and her threats were still in force. Aiden calmed the girl down, saying that the guildmaster simply didn't fully understand the situation and needed to explain everything to him. In fact, Hilda was already tired of explaining, but since Aiden asked, she was ready to do it. As an investigator for the Magic Association, she decided that she could no longer trust the former guildmaster to maintain control and order in the area. Therefore, she held in her hand the permission to create a local branch of the Magic Association, which the head had to sign immediately. He knew that by signing this document, he would be allowing the construction of a branch of the new association, which would be managed by this young man. But looking at Hilda, he understood that it was difficult to refuse her, because she had powerful patrons behind her, against whom he could not go. And although the head of the department thought it was all a nightmare, he understood that he would still be forced to sign the document. However, if a magic association appeared in the city, all the income associated with magicians would go to them, and the man risked losing everything. Yes, it seems the head didn't like this proposal, but it's unlikely that the young people would listen to his opinion. In that case, he should stop being upset and prepare to go to the main office for a detailed discussion. With trembling hands, he took the pen and began to sign the document, which at once crossed out all his previous efforts. And then he suddenly stopped, and, looking closely at the girl, asked her another question. Did she really mean to say that protecting the mages would now become the responsibility of the new department, and that even this income would no longer belong to it? He was right, because Hilda and her team had already appointed someone in charge of the new branch in this city, and his appointment was approved. This decision was approved even by the local count and the master of the Scarlet Magic Tower, who was considered the main elder in the entire settlement. And now the Magic Association will be under the protection of this young man, who was appointed as the head. If the man continued to stare in surprise like that, his eyes would soon pop out, so he had to come to his senses. Casting aside his doubts, he suddenly declared that he would never allow this to happen, since he knew better than anyone all the complexities of this work. And this young healer, who had only recently become a member of the association, had no idea what he would have to face in his new job. In fact, Aiden had long been a recognized magician, so there was no need to worry about his work. Still, the chief hoped that at the last moment this young lady would change her mind and realize that she was making a big mistake. Realizing that there was no other way out, Aiden showed the main proof of his experience, which was the scarlet emblem that suddenly appeared in his palm. This sign proved that the guy's level was even higher than that of the guild's most experienced mage, meaning that all the leader's accusations could be forgotten. The man couldn't believe his eyes and thought that the guy had just accidentally gotten this important thing. Perhaps it was just a fake, and the guy was deceiving Hilda and all the other members of the Magic Association. But Hilda, pointing her staff at him, demanded that he watch his words and not accuse a man who had already saved many lives of deception. And if he thinks that the Magic Association cannot distinguish the real Crimson Emblem from the fake, then he is simply tarnishing the good name of the entire organization. After all, she could simply punish him in the name of the Magic Association, since her rights allowed her to do so. Yes, there was no way to object to that. If the guy had received the support of the Magic Association and the Scarlet Tower, then he should have just kept quiet. It was the right decision, and Aiden asked the chief not to accuse him of deception anymore. Otherwise, he would personally deal with this unpleasant person. But Hilda didn't calm down, so Aiden even had to persuade her to lower the staff, explaining that the man didn't act like that out of malice. Only now did the leader notice that the staff was still pointed at him. And when Hilda lowered it, the man exhaled and calmed down a little.
Perhaps it's time to end this unpleasant conversation and pretend nothing happened. Finally, Hilda explained that it was Aiden who saved her and all the other kidnapped civilians from captivity. Yes, if this guy really saved a person from the Magic Association, then he was very strong, and even more so. If this improves the name of the entire guild, then the most senior officials will no longer be able to find fault with anything. Therefore, the chief quickly changed his mind about the guy and offered him this important position. He was ready to immediately give him a big reward for saving Lady Hilda and all the other residents. But the guy smiled in response and said that he didn't need a reward, and that all that was important was the boss's friendship and his permission to work. Turning around, the chief noticed that this guy was more cunning than he thought, and realized that it was better not to play such games with him. Moreover, it was clear that the girl was deeply in love with him, judging by the way she talked about his heroic deeds. Only now did the chief realize that the two had come to an agreement, and again loudly called them liars. He decided that these two had set everything up from the very beginning, and now wanted to get a position by deceiving him, the head of the guild. The boss would never have allowed them to do this, because it wasn't for nothing that he had spent so many years studying his work in detail. The guy said that if the boss still had doubts, he could look at the report that Hilda was holding. And now it was time for them to leave, because a good reward from the master was already waiting for them in the main tower of the guild. Then the young people, taking the paper with the head's signature, quickly went to the exit, because the job was done. The leader continued to shout curses at the departing people for a long time, but his official consent was already in their hands. At first, Hilda felt like her heart would jump out of her chest with fear, but she gradually calmed down and continued to play her role. Looking at the guy, she would like to hear praise, because she played her role perfectly. Yes, the role was played so well that the chief did not suspect anything, and took her for a real young lady. Thanks to Hilda pretending to be angry and dragging the Adventurers Guild into this matter, construction of the new building will already begin tomorrow. All that remains is to hope that no officials will interfere with them until the construction is completed. But for the girl, the most important thing was meeting her hero, because she still considered Aiden the greatest magician on the entire continent. Even the guy himself began to guess that the girl liked him, although he was not thinking about love at all right now. Moreover, he recently had to endure such misfortunes, because of which many of his friends died. Listening to this story, the girl realized that the guy was thinking about something completely different, and that there was no point in pestering him with trivialities. Barbara remembered that at the beginning of her last battle she was even stronger, but then the enemies were able to stop her powerful magic. Her magical power was so easily suppressed that she immediately became easy prey for those forest bandits. Aiden thought it was worth talking to the leader of these bandits, especially since he had little time for it today. After some time, he was already standing at the prison cell where Barbara was sitting, having already been treated after her injury. This evil woman had to serve her entire sentence, and most likely faced prison for the rest of her life. She looked pathetic, and the guy reminded her that if the court decided so, Barbara would never leave this dungeon again. But Aiden wasn't bothered by this at all. He understood that such a fate was fair for this woman. Of course, he could help her get out if she did what he asked, and helped him in return. After all, the guy had acquaintances in the important Crimson Magic Tower, and he knew well the local lord, who had great influence there. And if Aiden wanted, he could very quickly get the criminal out if she agreed to help him. Not understanding what he was talking about, Barbara asked Aiden what exactly he wanted for her freedom. Aiden had one question about her gang, and she probably already knew what it would be. Yes, she understood what Aiden was getting at, but she wanted to make sure he would keep his word if she told him everything. If Aiden liked the answer, the guy promised her freedom and that all her old cases would be closed. It was an excellent offer, and the help the guy offered was now as much needed by Barbara as a rope for a drowning man. It turns out there was a potion that gave the drinker incredible divine powers, and even magicians like Barbara received new abilities from it. She didn't know all the details, but her gang was able to obtain the potion by trading it for slaves from the people who bought them. And instead of money, the slave buyers gave them one bottle of that rare potion, which they called Miracle Water, and which was almost impossible to obtain. The name was, of course, stupid. They could have come up with something better. But was it really that important now? After all, a magician who used such powers could be called a deceiver, because the elder of their guild strictly forbade such things. But it was precisely thanks to this potion that Barbara's gang began to grow so quickly and soon became the strongest in the area. There were still a few bottles of the potion left in the prison warehouse, and if you get them, you can find out what it is made of. Aiden already knew that he would entrust this difficult task to the only girl who understood potions, and could quickly figure out the composition of this magical drink. Now Barbara had told everything that Aiden had asked of her, and was waiting for the promised reward in the form of her freedom. But the guy replied with a smile that he no longer needed her help, so he was just leaving. This was not at all the answer she expected from this scoundrel, because just a minute ago, he had promised to free her. Aiden added that he forgot to mention the main condition, because he was supposed to like Barbara's answer. But everything she told him did not satisfy him at all. Therefore, for all her efforts, he thanked the woman only in words, but she still would not see freedom. It seemed to her that the rope she was holding onto so tightly began to tear right before her eyes, until only a few fibers remained. Now, Barbara had no choice but to fall to the very bottom of the abyss, for now eternal imprisonment in the dungeon awaited her. The guy calmly went about his business, believing that such a fate was fair for this cruel killer. While Barbara was good at feigning innocence when it suited her, Aiden knew firsthand how cruel she was. Now, with a sense of duty accomplished, he walked lightly along the corridor of the dungeon, where the most dangerous killers from all over the Empire awaited their fate. He soon reached Detective Alex's office, which turned out to be a simple tent on the edge of the forest. Over a glass of beer, they cheerfully discussed the latest events, laughing at how cleverly Aiden had deceived this crazy woman. They found it especially funny when they remembered Barbara's reaction to the fact that her answer did not satisfy the guy. After that, Alex suddenly announced that he also wanted to join Aiden's team, because life was more fun with such a leader. However, if Alex really was a blood mage, he would have to undergo frequent healing, since Aiden's work involved constant fighting. However, Alex's neck wound had almost healed, as his ability to restore his body was the strongest among all magicians. It seems that Aiden wasn't the only one who knew how to quickly heal wounds, and now he has a serious rival in this matter. Now that there were 4 of them, they could register their group as an official team and take on quests from the Adventurers Association. Typically, a group required 6 people, but 4 was enough to obtain permission. Upon hearing this, Jim immediately said that he was not going to join the team, since he did not have the ability to heal. However, he may simply not have known about his hidden talents, and perhaps the time has come to reveal his capabilities. Smiling, Jim thanked Aiden for everything and said he was happy to be part of his team. Although Detective Alex also had some credit for this, since it was he who suggested that Aiden take a new member into the team so that they could teach him magic themselves. However, it was already late. It was time for the young people to leave, and Jim was the first to leave the tent. With Jim gone, it was possible to turn off the divine connection skill and finally talk openly without fear of someone overhearing. Now it was time to exchange the information that really worried the guys and for which they had gathered today. Aiden decided to start with the main thing and, looking seriously at Alex, stopped joking. Alex's gaze also suddenly became serious, and he suggested that they share one valuable piece of news in turn. Aiden was the first to speak, announcing that he had complete information about the new mutants that had recently appeared in the settlement. Detective Alex also had important information, in particular, reports of a magical energy leak in the western part of the settlement. Alex then handed him a report about the contaminated zone in the east, where unusual activity of underwater creatures had recently been noticed. It would be useful to combine all of these reports to get a complete picture of what is happening. Besides, if the magic seal were used, more information about the Black Magic Tower could be obtained. Aiden now had no doubt that Alex was a secret member of the Black Magic Tower, although he had suspected him of having ties to them from the very beginning. However, in the east, things were so bad that details were no longer important, and it was necessary to act immediately. It was said that the commander of the Knights died in the last battle, although everyone knew him as a very skilled warrior. However, a battle could soon take place that would be even more terrible than the recent events in the east. After all, another dimension had recently opened up in the west, and the land there had deteriorated so quickly that poisons had spread throughout the entire area. It suddenly became so hot in the south that the grass stopped growing, and everything around looked like a desert. All over the continent, mad wars were waged, bringing only destruction and death to its inhabitants. It became so cold in the north that not a single living creature survived there, and everything around turned into dead glaciers. It was not for nothing that they said that the gods had abandoned this land, because wherever you looked, there were only problems. And the arrogant gods simply left everything as it was, watching the suffering of people from above. But now it was time to finish exchanging news and choose at least one target to help at least one of the local residents. And since Alex was now officially a member of the team, Aiden decided to tell why he and Peter had gone on this trip in the first place. Alex was very surprised when Aiden admitted that he and Peter had finally found a way to return to Earth. Alex exclaimed that this was where they should have started, and loudly demanded that Aiden tell everything from the very beginning. But first, Aiden wanted to ask what happened on the day Alex himself was brought to this continent. But Alex suddenly responded with embarrassment that this was too personal a question, although Aiden had not intended to ask about anything intimate. Instead,
Alex stated that if Aiden answered one of his questions, he would tell him everything the healer wanted to know. The question was about Peter, who had recently become a black beast and was now doomed to remain in this form forever. How did a man like Aiden, who came from another world, even end up on the same team as Peter? Aiden immediately found the question petty and insignificant, but the detective still insisted on an answer. Since Alex needed it so much, Aiden was willing to share this information, although there were no special secrets in this story. It all started that day when he woke up in a new world, and for the first few minutes he couldn't understand where he was. Right in front of him, Aiden saw a guy whom he mistook for a bandit and immediately grabbed his future best friend by the collar. This is how the first meeting of these two guys took place, who would later go through many difficulties together. It happened exactly 3 years ago, and then none of them even thought about what their arrival here would lead to. When Aiden woke up, he heard many voices nearby and realized that he was not alone. The other people who also found themselves in this strange place were trying to understand what was happening, and it seemed that Aiden was the last to wake up. They found themselves in an unfamiliar cave, where none of them had been before, and even the clothes on Aiden were strange. What was also strange was that all the local mushrooms and plants emitted an incomprehensible white light. Looking around, Aiden realized that there was no point in calling the police or rescuers for help, since cell phones didn't work here anyway. However, Aiden felt like he had seen something similar before, and he tried to remember the last events before this. Then Aiden heard a loud scream from some guy who was yelling at the top of his lungs, as if he wasn't at all upset about being there. He was supported by his friends, who were also happy to be here, and now be able to start a new life in this world. But their joy quickly turned to surprise when a window with a message appeared in front of each of them. It was hard to believe that they had ended up in some strange game, where they now had to complete tasks and improve their performance. These strange guys were so happy with their new life that they would hardly want to return to the old one. All this resembled the plot of some story or book, and it only remained to understand which one. Exactly. The very beginning was similar to the introduction from that story, and the message windows from the system were the same as the tasks it offered. Additionally, as a reward for awakening, Aiden received a starting player kit, which immediately appeared in his hands. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these objects could be used as weapons to eventually escape from the cave. At first, many of those who came here liked everything, and one of the guys loudly shouted to everyone to check the skills window, where they found a lot of interesting things. This group of young people immediately began to learn their special skills, and each was given a role or class that needed to be improved. Aiden's main ability was the all-seeing eye, with the help of which the boy later defeated monsters in battle more than once. These guys didn't seem to be afraid at all, and they acted as if they knew everything in advance. Suddenly, Peter heard a strange sound from the far end of the cave and turned around abruptly. Then everyone saw a whole flock of bats with bright red eyes flying straight towards them. It immediately became clear that these were not ordinary bats, but some kind of modified creatures that immediately attacked the people. None of the guys had figured out their skills yet, so in the first minutes many were killed or wounded. Some were luckier and managed to activate their abilities, immediately entering into battle with these creatures. Peter was among the lucky ones and, without wasting any time, put his skills to use, throwing the creatures aside. But Peter dropped his spear, was left without a weapon, and at that moment a huge bat rushed at him with a scream. When the creature was about to reach Peter, Aiden was the only one who could help him. And although Aiden had not yet mastered his all-seeing eye, he was ready to fight using what was at hand. Then Aiden realized that in this new life, not only magic would help him, but also ordinary human dexterity. With an ordinary sharpened stick, he killed the monster with one blow, and thus saved Peter's life. From that day on, Peter began to truly respect Aiden, realizing that he would always remain his main hero. But there was no time for long conversations. They needed to quickly understand what was going on and why they were here. Peter realized that Aiden didn't like to brag about his work, and from then on tried to follow his example in everything. Moreover, for killing the monster, Aiden immediately received some kind of achievement or reward from the system, and it was time to try it out. Aiden was curious to see how his new magical abilities would work with his normal strength and agility, and it seemed like he would be better at it than others. Everyone else except Aiden had already received their first abilities after defeating the monsters, and only he hadn't yet managed to open his player menu. He, like others, was interested in learning about his capabilities in this world, and he hoped that he would be cast in the role of a fighter. It soon became clear to everyone that Aiden seemed to have gotten the strongest role, and some were very envious of him. Aiden himself was overjoyed, realizing that such a rare ability that the system had given him would never be given to anyone else. Those noisy guys seemed to be good only in words, but in real combat they turned out to be no good. Immediately after this difficult battle, Many people needed the help of a doctor or physician. The wounded needed to seek help immediately, because the monsters could not only injure, but also infect with some kind of disease. However, it seemed to Aiden that there was no point in helping others now, and he always had to think only about himself. Moreover, he gained a lot of experience after this fight, and was already expecting the system to give him something interesting now. By launching the systemic roulette of luck, he hoped to gain a skill that would allow him to fly or something similar. But, having spent all his experience points on this roulette, he noticed that it suddenly broke, or froze, and did not give any reward for a long time. He even began to worry that the system had tricked him and he had wasted his experience points. But suddenly the roulette froze and only an empty white field appeared on its screen. It was hard to understand the system's hint, but it seemed his new skill was not a combat skill and belonged to a completely different type. All the things the system gave him were completely unsuitable for real combat, and the guy didn't understand why he needed this pile of useless junk. Coming closer, he saw only broken branches and some junk, completely unsuitable for fighting monsters. And then the man he had been looking for all this time appeared behind him. At that moment, Peter was very glad that Aiden had not yet left the cave, which meant they could go further together. He thanked the guy again for his help, and hoped to thank him in the same way someday. But as soon as he came very close and the guy turned to him, Peter caught a look full of wild anger. Peter hastened to say that he didn't mean any harm, but simply came over to thank him again. But judging by the look on Aiden's face, he didn't need any thanks, and Peter should have just walked away. Grabbing Peter by the collar, Aiden was ready to finish him off on the spot if the boy tried to argue with him. He already felt really bad, and Peter's stupid smiles only made him even more angry. Aiden didn't know what he had in mind, but he certainly wasn't going to save people like Peter anymore, so it was better not to anger him even more, but to just get out of there and leave him alone. After such words, anyone in Peter's place would have quickly gotten out of there, and he was no exception. Left alone, Aiden couldn't calm down for a long time, not understanding why he had to play at being friends with this stranger. Returning to the system menu, he realized that there was no point in expecting a good reward, since all the points had already been spent. It seemed the system had fooled him again, and the boy angrily punched the spot on the screen where messages usually appeared. At that moment, where the rest of the group was, something happened that forever changed Aiden's attitude towards his new powers. After all, the monsters attacked again, and the system at that very moment gave Aiden the role of a healer. It was strange why he got this particular role, because the guy had never in his life been eager to help anyone. But it was precisely this ability to heal that turned out to be the only thing he now had in this world, and he could not count on anything else. He thought that a role in the system should be given based on character and previous talents, so it was strange that he was the one who got the ability of a healer. Immediately after this, he received several new initial skills, all of which were related only to healing people. But what if he just gives up, stops looking at the system messages, and refuses to treat or do anything else? Then he remembered that the description of the roulette said something about the ability to heal, and he wanted to reread that entry more carefully. Opening the system menu, he realized that he would still have to fight the monsters, even if his role was not combat-related. Completely confused, the guy covered his face with his hands and couldn't come to his senses for a long time. After all, some classes could only gain points by leveling up, and Aiden seemed to be able to progress only by healing people. At that moment, the girl who had come here from another world along with everyone else was standing next to him. She saw how desperate the guy was and even began to laugh loudly, gradually losing his mind. She felt sorry for the boy, because he was still very young and could not accept that he might never see his home and family again. Aiden, as usual, angrily ordered them to leave and drove away the last people who still wanted to help him in some way. The worst part was that the points he had barely earned turned out to be useless trash, and now he would definitely have to treat people. Using his first all-seeing eye ability, he quickly looked over everyone in the cave. Among the people who survived the first attack of the monsters, he immediately noticed a guy who had injured his ankle. The wound was not fatal, but having damaged his leg, the boy could no longer walk with everyone else. Approaching him, Aiden tried to figure out how much his leg hurt and how long ago he had injured it. Looking at his leg, he saw that it was already very swollen, and this swelling could soon cause worse problems. And if the guy doesn't mind, then Aiden could try to heal him himself with his new skill. The wounded boy didn't expect that the system would find someone to whom the role of healer would be assigned, and he immediately rushed to take off his jacket to make a bandage for his ankle. Without wasting any time, Aiden got to work and felt as if he had been healing all his life. He did everything so skillfully, as if he had been learning to treat for many years, although in fact, he was seeing a sick person in front of him for the first time. But soon, he bandaged the boy's leg so skillfully that he immediately felt the pain subside. The system immediately rewarded Aiden with a new achievement. and it became clear that his skill had actually worked. It turned out that healing wasn't that difficult, and while they were in the monster's lair, he would have a lot of wounded people, helping whom he could earn points. His first patient turned around sharply, suddenly realizing that Aiden was only benefiting from other people's wounds, but he quickly smiled as before, hiding his predatory gaze. At that moment, a loud voice was heard as one of the guys in the group asked everyone to stop and listen to him. They all suddenly found themselves in another world, and many were now scared. But it is precisely at such moments that you need to stick together. That's why he decided to approach everyone and propose creating a group to move forward together. But they immediately started refusing him, because not everyone wanted to be on the team of a man who was quickly considered a fool by everyone in the cave. Yes, this guy really didn't inspire confidence and didn't seem reliable, but rather like a scoundrel who only cared about himself. People seem to have already started to gather in teams, but wherever they end up, they will most likely still disperse in different directions. But if the guy wanted to earn points by helping people, he should have joined one of the groups too. Just then, Jack approached Aiden and kindly invited him to join the team. Extending his hand, the leader of the new group, Jack, promised that the healer would have a top spot on the team and would always be respected. Moreover, almost everyone on his team knew how to fight, so it was beneficial for Aiden and there would always be work for him. They discussed it so cheerfully, as if they were glad to have arrived here, while Aiden was dreaming of leaving as soon as possible. Then a woman approached them and also asked to join the team, but Jack replied that they already had a person with the same specialty. It turned out that there were no other healers on any of the teams, so Aiden was lucky to have a rare gift that the others didn't have. Aiden knew it would be difficult to treat so many people alone, and thought that over time he could train someone on the team in the basics of being a doctor. But then Aiden sharply responded that he was not going to work with such idiots, especially since this help was only needed by them. Few people would like such words, and Aiden immediately made his first enemies. However, he had no intention of making friends here, as he was used to always working and living alone. But Aiden didn't seem to understand that only his fighting skills could keep him safe, and that as a doctor he would be an easy target for mutants. But Aiden didn't have any combat skills, and being the only doctor, he couldn't attack at all. Yes, it was funny to look at this guy who could only heal his wounds, and it seemed that even the weakest monster could easily deal with him. Aiden didn't understand why these people were so happy, because at the first serious injury, each of them would crawl to him for help. From that day on, Aiden realized that none of these people would believe in his talent until they themselves were on death's door. Suddenly Peter, the same guy with glasses that Aiden had recently helped, shouted loudly from the crowd that they didn't understand what they were doing. Making his way through the crowd of onlookers, he declared that he had seen Aiden's talent for himself, as he had healed his ankle in a matter of seconds. It was a little strange that this guy with glasses decided to go against the crowd, because usually people never do that. Especially since in their last conversation, Aiden was so rude to Peter that he should now be happy about Aiden's troubles. But Peter, on the contrary, continued to persuade everyone to come to their senses and stood up for Aiden as if he were his best friend. Thus began their long friendship, although at that moment Aiden did not yet know how much they would experience together. Aiden didn't yet understand what Peter was getting at, but he was pleased to see how boldly he acted in front of the crowd. Peter continued to say that you can't just accuse a person who wanted to help of deception, because Jack himself called on the whole group to unite. But did anyone seriously listen to Peter and was ready to believe a person like Aiden? It seemed Jack didn't know that the one he called a liar had already managed to help at least one Peter. Besides Peter, there was another girl who also said that Jack was going too far, and that he should calm down. She believed that one should not say such offensive things to a friend with whom one had fallen into the same trouble. Moreover, Aiden hasn't done anything yet to doubt his abilities. He's only just begun to develop his gift as a healer, and has already achieved something. Although Aiden himself didn't like it when people stood up for him, especially if it was a girl who did it. Aiden found it strange why everyone was fighting among themselves so much, because if this continued, they would break up into small groups, and the mutants would destroy everyone. Besides, joining Jack's team seemed dangerous, because a person who didn't respect others was unlikely to be able to lead effectively. So it was worth looking for another leader, someone more experienced than Jack and more reserved than this bully. Suddenly, some young guy announced that he had the abilities the group needed, and that he could try to become a leader. However, the leader should most likely be older, since among those who ended up here there were many adults and even elderly people. Jack felt that no one understood what they were giving up, so he again invited everyone who wanted to join his group. Jack thought that soon these two would crawl to him on their knees, begging for forgiveness and acceptance into the team. Aiden was sick of listening to the stupid arguments of these upstarts, which only spoiled everyone's mood and brought discord. In fact, Aiden had long been accustomed to this behavior,
and therefore always tried to stay away from people. It seemed to him that a bunch of useless people had gathered here, capable only of constantly swearing. And Jack was the biggest idiot in the group, so Aiden really wanted to punch him in the face to wipe that smug grin off the guy. At least it wasn't worth wasting your energy on these people who seem to go deaf as soon as they hear the truth. In this crowd of idiots who do everything backwards, there is not a single doctor left, and there will be no one else to help them. True, Aiden mentally asked them not to cry later when, after the mutant attack, some would die from their wounds. With these thoughts in mind, Aiden hurried away from the crowd, not wanting to be near those who immediately started swearing as soon as they arrived in this place. But then he noticed one of the guys nearby whose ankle he had recently treated and realized that he wouldn't be able to stay alone. However, Roger brought a whole handful of magic mushrooms, which he found right in the dungeon. And although Aiden was still angry, Roger wanted to help him somehow and not leave him alone. Quickly changing his expression and forcing a smile, Aiden turned to Roger and said that he was fine. He had just had a nervous breakdown. By the way, the mushrooms that Roger brought could be very useful, and Aiden thanked him for his concern. Most of the mushrooms in this cave were edible, although not everyone who dared to try them liked their taste. Then, using his all-seeing gaze ability, Aiden wanted to know what these magic mushrooms contained. It turned out that Roger was holding in his hands the main ingredient from which a potion for restoring mana could be brewed. It turned out that these were healing items, very useful for Aiden's new game profile. With such mushrooms, Aiden could use his healing skills to create an elixir capable of healing even severe injuries. It was unclear whether anyone else in the group knew about these magic mushrooms, or whether only these two guys knew about their existence. Roger was very surprised when his friend Aiden suddenly did something that he should never have done. Without even checking if it was safe, Aiden started eating magic mushrooms to test their effects for himself. Meanwhile, Jack's squad moved forward, since many of the group had already followed him by that time. Jack managed to persuade even Peter to join, although he had doubts. He did not want to be left alone. Moreover, the path Jack had chosen was the only obvious route out of the cave that any group would likely have taken. However, it was this path that led them to where they encountered their first serious danger. A giant mutant was staring straight at them, its toothy maw open, and worst of all, it wasn't alone. So many of these creatures came with him that it seemed as if all the monsters of this kind had gathered right here. It became clear that the first battle of the group in this composition would begin right now, and Jack immediately took on the role of leader, giving commands to everyone. He quickly assigned responsibilities, telling everyone to do what they did best. Everyone tried to use their skills, but time was catastrophically short, and the group began to suffer losses almost immediately. Moreover, the monsters were so hungry that they were ready to do anything just to quickly get their hands on fresh, long-awaited prey. Every time he made his most powerful and spectacular attack, Jack noticed with alarm that not a single mutant fell dead. Looking around, Jack did not see a single defeated monster around, and it became clear that none of his squad really knew how to use their abilities. Even this woman, who desperately tried to help the wounded soldiers, was unable to properly cure any of them. There were so many wounded that the woman herself felt sick from the sight of blood and suffering, because in real life, she had never been a doctor. The wounds needed to be treated as quickly as possible, because the number of fighters was decreasing, and the onslaught of the monsters was only increasing. Soon, the game system gave the woman an urgent message that all her mana had been spent, and her stamina had dropped to a critical level. Almost immediately after this, she herself started bleeding from her throat. Her strength completely left her, and now she needed help. The woman fell heavily onto the rocky floor, and it became obvious to everyone that she was no longer useful as a healer. Meanwhile, the mutants continued their merciless attack, and Jack realized how important it was to have a real, skilled healer on the team. He finally realized that further fighting was pointless and would only increase losses, so he ordered the group to retreat immediately. No one argued, and the rest of the squad ran as fast as they could, hoping to save their lives. Peter ran along with everyone else, hoping in horror that they wouldn't encounter a new wave of monsters somewhere around the corner. Those who fell behind or were seriously wounded were the least fortunate, since none of the fleeing ones would likely risk returning for them into the thick of the fire. But imagine Jack's despair when he realized that he himself had led the remnants of his group into a trap. Directly in front of them, a massive blockage of rocks blocked their path, meaning that the pursuing mutants were about to catch up with them. It was understandable that the guy would be angry and attack Jack with accusations, calling him the worst leader they could have. Meanwhile, the man who could truly become their leader was in a completely different, safe place. Aiden hung a comfortable hammock between the thick branches of a giant cave tree, and, together with Roger, they calmly waited out the danger above. Moreover, they had recently fortified themselves with magic mushrooms that Roger had found, and therefore they felt not only safe, but also full of energy.
The same could not be said about the people below, near the rubble, who listened in horror to the approaching roar of the monsters. However, the fate of these people did not bother Aiden at all, because they themselves rejected his help and laughed at his abilities. Now none of them will dare to say that he did not warn them about the danger of the wrong path, so let them sort out the mess themselves. Moreover, the mutants had already reached the rubble, and their screams of horror confirmed that Jack's group had no more time. From the very beginning, the healer in Jack's squad seemed completely incompetent to Aiden, since she clearly didn't understand anything about healing. It was no wonder that, by repeatedly and ineffectively using the same skill, the woman had so quickly exhausted all her stamina and mana. But now she will hardly be able to use any skills at all, because to do this she needs to at least survive the massacre that has begun at the rubble. This is what stubbornness and an unwillingness to listen to the advice of those who know better lead to, especially when lives are at stake. Jack bitterly realized how wrong he had been about Aiden, driving him away, and now he would have to somehow overcome this deadly trap himself. Looking up at the two relaxing in the hammock, he promised to deal with Aiden right after he dealt with the monsters. But the guy could hardly be frightened by such threats, especially since first he had to defeat a couple dozen evil mutants. I only felt sorry for those who ended up here by accident and were innocent, because Peter could also have become a victim of these mutants. Moreover, there were many girls in the group who fought no worse than the men, and showed the same courage as the other fighters. Right now, Jack could use a potion made from magic mushrooms, which quickly increases his stamina. Everyone relied only on their leader, and Jack immediately took on this role in the group. But the guy angrily shouted that he had no idea how to fight these mutants, because he was a newbie here, just like everyone else. Roger had to watch from above as the monsters ate the boys alive one by one, while he held tightly to the rope of his hammock. Aiden immediately told his friend that if it hurt him to look, it was better to just turn away. However, Aiden still had the magic mushrooms, but he believed that such a powerful potion was only suitable for good people. Although, if you think about it, Roger could be right, because now it was possible to help Jack and make peace with him. Realizing that this was a good idea, Aiden grabbed a handful of magic mushrooms and decided to follow Roger's advice. Having thrown the mushrooms down, he shouted loudly that they would help the boys and asked them not to forget about his help. And now at the boys' feet lay those rare mushrooms that Roger had accidentally found. These mushrooms restored strength, because as soon as you ate them, your energy immediately returned completely. The red mushroom was the best at restoring stamina, while the blue one completely replenished the magicka reserve. Looking at each other, the boys realized that a miracle had happened and they had a chance to survive. And the guy above continued to make fun of them, saying that the mushrooms would go to the one who picked them up first. Realizing that there weren't enough mushrooms, both guys immediately rushed to the red one, because it was the most needed one. At some point they even got into a fight, and Aiden realized that these people couldn't be changed. But Aiden promised to resolve everything peacefully, and such an act could hardly be called a peaceful solution. It was like a bone of contention that he threw to people whose lives were already hanging by a thread. Even in ancient Greek myths they told about this. And now Aiden acted like an evil god, sowing enmity between people. But Aiden himself didn't think so, because he couldn't order which of them should take the red mushroom and which the blue one. Yes, he threw them a few magic mushrooms, knowing that not everyone would get the red one, but at least he tried to help. Besides, anger is part of human nature, and even if there were a whole wagon of mushrooms, they would still find a reason to fight. He did not force anyone to fight, and did not consider himself to be guilty of this quarrel. Even when Aiden learned about the properties of these mushrooms and told Peter about it, he understood why Aiden was given the role of a healer. And now, with the terrible creature sitting on Peter's head, he quickly opened the bag with these medicinal mushrooms. Peter remembered Aiden standing behind him, calling out to him and his friend and asking them to stop. After the argument, Aiden wanted to know why they helped him, and stood up for him in front of the whole crowd. Peter always believed that helping others was the right thing to do, and his girlfriend couldn't stand to see Jack's behavior. But at the very beginning, Aiden was very rude to Peter, and how could he forget about it in 5 minutes? Aiden still didn't understand the reason for this sudden help and couldn't believe that there were people who were kind to him. But in response to their help, he also had to do something, and so he threw them a bag full of magic mushrooms. Upon opening the bag, Peter immediately smelled the unusual smell of these strange mushrooms. Aiden immediately advised not to delay, and if Peter valued his life, he should immediately eat any mushroom. And if it wasn't enough, Aiden was ready to throw away a few more of these useful things, of which he had a lot. With his help, many survived that day, because even after the terrible blows of the mutants, everyone quickly recovered their strength and continued the fight. No one considered Jack a leader anymore, because at the decisive moment he commanded so poorly that he lost almost all of his strong fighters. Yes, to be a good leader, you need to understand combat tactics and understand people, not quarrel with them. But Jack believed that it was because of Aiden that he found himself in such a humiliating position, since all the glory from the overall victory went to Aiden. Unable to bear it, Jack pulled out a knife and attacked the guy he considered guilty of his shame. But Aiden, even without healing or magic, could easily deal with Jack by simply punching him hard in the jaw. This blow sent Jack flying back several meters, and he realized that this healer knew how to stand up for himself. Besides, Aiden was right when he said that he never wanted to be a healer and had completely different abilities since childhood. However, he decided to keep the knife as a souvenir in case the system gave him the skill to wield weapons, and then this knife would come in very handy. They soon saw the light at the end of the tunnel and realized that they had successfully completed their first important task. Once outside, the people saw the sky above their heads for the first time in a long time and breathed in the fresh air that had been so lacking in the cave. Everyone did a good job, and Aiden didn't forget to return Roger's jacket, from a piece of which he had previously made a bandage for him. Now everyone had to go their own way, so Aiden suggested that they all say goodbye right there. However, the girl did not want them to go their separate ways and suggested that Aiden go on together. But Aiden knew that not all of them would survive, and that being too close to each other could lead to great pain and sad memories in the future. Aiden had been following this rule for a long time, and that was largely why he was always alone. The rest could only wish him luck, because they understood that it was Aiden who saved all their lives. Aiden had indeed learned a lot during his time in the cave, but he doubted they would ever meet again. And now they needed to go their separate ways and do what they had been brought to this new world for. Now, remembering this separation, it seemed to Aiden that it was in another life. So long ago it all happened. Many of those he met in the cave had already become accustomed to the new world and were gradually forgetting about the desire to return home. One of them eventually joined the Adventurers Guild and was currently sitting in a bar in town. He sat next to a man who also knew about this strange transference, because he too was one of those displaced. Suddenly, his new acquaintance grabbed his neighbor by the head, apparently deciding to mark the meeting with a fun brawl. Soon, settlers began to appear all over the land, causing unrest, and rumors about this spread throughout all the cities and villages. Finding these troublemakers became the main task of Aiden, who had recently received a new rank. In the area, no one doubted Aiden's abilities anymore, and all the locals greeted him with a wide smile. Yes, Aiden had to work hard to prove what he was capable of, and now he served the authorities, catching dangerous lawbreakers. On his desk lay a whole list of such wanted people with photographs and brief information about each one. At first, Aiden even liked this life, because catching bad guys was not difficult, and the pay was good, and respect and fame came with it. Yet sometimes he thought back to the past and felt sad that he was never able to return home to his loved ones. At that moment, someone appeared behind him, and a male voice asked him to give him a minute. The stranger seemed to guess that Aiden was hunting monsters, although he replied that he was simply looking at leaflets. However, one of the monsters from the table was also depicted on a leaflet that the old man was holding, and a large sum of money was promised for its capture. But looking at the photograph, Aiden realized that this was the same huge black dragon that his faithful friend Peter turned into after his death. The reward promised was very large, because by catching this monster, one could live for a whole year in one's pleasure, travel, and not worry about anything. Aiden wondered how Peter would react if he saw him now, and whether he would even remember his old friend. Aiden soon reached a temporary camp in the mountains, where he had often spent his weekends before. He looked at the photograph and the idea came to him to agree with a friend to pretend that he caught him and get a lot of money for it. But then he heard voices nearby and it became clear that someone wanted to meet him. A girl approached and noticed the leaflet in Aiden's hands and told him that a black dragon had recently destroyed a nearby village. All of its inhabitants died, and there were rumors that the dragon tortured everyone before death, as if he had gone completely mad from his dark power. This was completely unlike Peter, and it seemed like a dark force had completely taken over his mind and made him a ruthless killer. The girl's name was Amelia, and she came here to visit a friend who lived in that destroyed village. But when Amelia got to the village, her friend was already dead, killed by the black dragon. So now it was clear why she came to this camp. She longed to kill the dragon herself, using all the skills she had learned since childhood. Amelia herself told Aiden about it, although he did not ask her any questions, and he listened to her with his usual calm. And then, turning around, Amelia saw the very monster that she had just vowed to destroy. The black dragon was indeed here, in the mountain camp, and before him stood a lone swordsman frozen in horror. The monster looked so terrifying that any ordinary fighter would have been taken aback by terror, forgetting all his pretense of bravery. Yes, it was definitely Peter in the form of a black dragon. although even his appearance had changed greatly since the transformation. Aiden immediately felt that the dragon's dark power had completely merged with Peter's soul, and he might not even recognize his old friend with whom they once began their journey. There was nothing left of the former man except the shell of the black dragon, and all memories of his past life seemed completely erased. At this point, Amelia decided to fulfill her oath, and then she prepared her staff and caused a fiery explosion. She sent a wave of fire straight at the monster she hated with all her soul for killing her best friend. The dragon immediately darted towards the forest, dodging the fiery blow and moving deftly during the fight. But the black dragon had fought too many battles in recent years to be easily forced to flee. In reality, he was only pretending to retreat and waiting for Amelia, flying above him to get close enough. And when Amelia flew very close, ready to chop his head off, she saw something terrible, from which she could no longer dodge. The dragon used a new ability, and several huge black copies appeared next to him, and Amelia flew at full speed straight into one of them. As a result, the dragon's black spear pierced the girl through and through, and she hung in that position. It is difficult to imagine Amelia's pain, as such a blow would almost certainly have been fatal for her. Aiden had never seen such malice in his friend before, and realized that this creature would never again recognize him as its best friend. Now Peter could be considered simply a dangerous monster, and one could only communicate with him in the language of force. At that moment, everyone immediately rushed away, realizing that fighting the monster was useless, and the only way to escape was to run away. Only Aiden remained where he was, realizing that no one but him could help this poor girl. Bleeding and clutching her wounded hand, Amelia realized that reality was completely different from what she thought. She was too weak to fight such a strong monster, which meant she would not be able to avenge the death of her friend. Another fight like this would mean death for her, and swallowing her tears, she was forced to admit her defeat. But then Aiden intervened, asking if the black dragon was really to blame for her friend's death. Aiden explained that he would not believe Peter was guilty until he saw clear evidence of his involvement in this case. After all, if Peter is considered a bloodthirsty killer who destroyed an entire village, then would he run into the forest from the first detachment of ordinary soldiers? There were rumors that Peter tore the inhabitants to shreds and was the most terrible creature that ever lived in these parts. They also said that he used something like spikes that grew right out of the ground and immediately attacked the victim. But the main thing was something else, and Aiden was quick to remind Amelia of this before she made an irreparable mistake. After all, before leaving, this creature apologized to the girl, although she herself attacked the black dragon first. Amelia couldn't believe it, because she didn't hear any apologies, and there was nothing but the wild roar of this monster. And if Aiden is going to continue to carry on with this nonsense, then he better leave here and return to his settlement. However, seeing Amelia's reaction and putting together all the pieces of this puzzle, he understood a lot, watching the black dragon flee into the forest. No one except this guy was able to understand the special speech with which this giant creature communicated, which meant that there was still a chance to save Peter and return him to his former human form.